A sharp splitting pain in his head dragged him out of profound contemplation. He opened his eyes, letting the world surge back in. High noon blazed above. The azure sky was scrubbed clean and translucent. It was still that familiar firmament the sky enclosed beneath the dome. This was the Dingling Hall, ranked second among the 100 halls of Lingshan. Within its walls, heaven and earth formed an enclosed realm of their own, drawing upon the earth veins of all 9 provinces to fuel endless streams of spiritual energy, providing those in seclusion with an inexhaustible supply. It was the most renowned blessed grotto heaven under the skies. Here he had entered closed-door cultivation, seeking to forge a golden core of myriad wonders that could lead straight to the heavenly court of the immortal realm. As the final disciple personally accepted by Song Yijing, the mountain lord of Lingshan, he naturally enjoyed the most privileged cultivation environment under heaven. He possessed ample confidence that within at most 3 months he would successfully condense his core and become the youngest golden core true person in the long annals of immortal history. Lingshan stood at the forefront of immortal cultivation in the 9 provinces. Its founder Qiqing was the first to ascend to the immortal realm and established the heavenly court, revered as the ancestor of 10,000 immortals. The current mountain lord Song Yijing was in every sense the foremost person of the mortal world. With such a lineage behind him, Wang Luo's path of cultivation should have been unimpeded. Yet now the matter of condensing the core seemed to have reversed course. He should not have awakened this early. After waking, his mind should not have been a blank void, as though countless memories had been stripped away. His limbs and bones felt weak and boneless. The true essence that ought to surge like a vast river and ocean was nearly exhausted, and his jade palace, his dantian, remained utterly empty. This was not merely an unsuccessful attempt at core formation, it was complete and utter failure, as if he had plummeted overnight back to the early stage of foundation establishment. Yet he felt no discouragement at all, as though the world contained no setback worthy of disheartening him. If the core had failed to form, then he would simply condense another. However, all the pill ingredients prepared for his seclusion had already been exhausted, and his regression in cultivation had somewhat damaged his foundations. Though the hall was rich with spiritual energy, it was not suited for healing injuries. With that thought, he forced himself to stand and said casually, "Feishing Lu." The next instant a gentle strand of golden light blossomed at his side, and a pale apricot-colored book floated before him. On its cover, the 3 characters for Feishing Lu, Record of Ascension, were inscribed in ancient script, and beneath them lay his own personal signature. Oh. Wang Luo. At the sight of that familiar handwriting, the haze in his mind finally dispersed. He remembered that his name was Wang Luo, born in Lingzhou in a secluded paradise of clear mountains and pure waters. In childhood, war from a mortal kingdom swept through that haven, but he survived by sheer fortune when his future master Song Yijing happened to pass by, saved his life, and brought him back to the mountain to cultivate, thus opening the door to supreme immortal fate. And the Feishing Lu in his hands was the very proof of that immortal destiny. Every person admitted into Lingshan received a Feishing Lu personally bestowed by the mountain lord. It served both as proof of identity for a Lingshan disciple and as an unparalleled treasure that aided cultivation. Its functions were myriad, its divine abilities vast enough to accompany a cultivator all the way to ascension. What Wang Luo needed now was its most basic messaging function. "Senior sister, my core formation failed. I require comfort." When encountering problems in cultivation, his first instinct was not to seek out his master. Though Song Yijing as mountain lord was truly the #1 under heaven and sincerely cared for his final disciple he had cultivated for over 400 years and stood but a single step from ascension with little attention left to spare for worldly affairs. In truth, the one who truly guided Wang Luo's cultivation was his senior sister Lu Zhiyao, who taught in master's stead, a woman who was in every sense a true eccentric. As Song Yijing's first disciple, Lu Zhiyao's talent and brilliance were beyond dispute. Before Wang Luo entered the mountain, she was widely acknowledged as the strongest talent of her era. By the time she formed her core, she had already mastered 100 arts, her achievements rivaling even those of the immortal ancestor Qiqing. Yet in his memories there were surprisingly few scenes of her actually expounding the Tao and teaching techniques. Far more often were images of her simply accompanying him in everyday life, for Lu Zhiyao's daily conduct was in truth astonishingly peculiar. When Wang Luo first entered the sect gate, he was led by Song Yijing to meet the cultivators of Lingshan. Some greeted him warmly, others with cool reserve, but all maintained the dignity of their status and the decorum of proper etiquette. Only Lu Zhiyao let out a soft exclamation and promptly scooped Wang Luo up, lifting him high into the air. With a single motion she raised him to dizzying heights. On a whim she simply flung Wang Luo 100 zhang into the sky, gifting the newly arrived boy of Lingshan a first impression that he would never forget for the rest of his life. After she returned disheveled from the reflection platform, Lu Zhiyao was still assigned to teach on behalf of the master. Yet beyond proper guidance in cultivation, she delighted in telling all manner of strange and bewildering tales. Her stories were filled with inexplicable terms, and many of them centered on relationships and behaviors that ran contrary to orthodox propriety. Whenever Wang Luo failed to understand, Lu Zhiyao would kindly explain using examples drawn straight from the people around them. Every time she explained in such a manner, it provoked the mountain lord Song Yijing into thunderous anger. Yet Lu Zhiyao always managed to escape unscathed from the wrath of the world's foremost cultivator, only to return and tell Wang Luo even more outrageous stories. Those tales took place in another world filled with baffling terms and with social structures utterly different from reality. Yet beneath all that strangeness the world she described possessed its own coherent completeness irresistibly enticing to the imagination. As he unconsciously recalled his senior sister's brilliantly bizarre stories, Wang Luo waited for her reply. Silence stretched on and on. Wang Luo did not mind at first. Lu Xiao was the sort of restless busybody who was either causing trouble or being chased by Master Song Yijing for having caused trouble, and instant responses were not in her repertoire. Unable to reach his senior sister, he turned to the next best choice. Master, my core formation has failed. I intend to obtain another batch of pill ingredients. Please approve. Yet after a long while the Fei Lu still offered no response. Frowning, Wang Luo began contacting a third person. Uncle Master, my core formation has failed. At present I cannot reach Master or senior sister. Might you on Master's behalf approve for me another set of materials needed for core formation? Once more came only prolonged silence. At last Wang Luo realized that something was truly wrong. It would be one thing if his senior sister and master were unreachable, but Song Yiming, his uncle master and Song Yijing's twin brother, served as acting mountain lord and was habitually available 12 hours a day, ever ready to respond. His temperament was even more rigid and upright than his brother's, which was why Wang Luo usually avoided bothering him, but even so there had never before been a time when he simply could not be reached. At this point Wang Luo faintly sensed that his failed core formation was likely linked to some greater cause. Whatever the reason, it was not something that could be uncovered by remaining shut away within the Dingling Hall. He closed his eyes and focused, blending his still befuddled spiritual sense into this enclosed heaven and earth. Open! In the unseen depths he issued a command. The pristine sky split open and a single strand of immortal light descended through the dome. In the space of a thought, Wang Luo was standing outside the Dingling Hall, his feet touching the broken jade bricks before the hall, cool and fine beneath his soles. Perhaps as a side effect of his failed core formation, the eternally clear sky outside now appeared dim and gray, as though veiled by a cataract-like filter. Gazing around, he saw the verdant mountains encircling the Dingling Hall buried beneath a vast sea of cloud. The sight involuntarily reminded Wang Luo of an incident 2 years prior when his senior sister's imagination ran wild and she tried to draw the heavenly spring of Lingshan to brew immortal happy water. A mistake while infusing the spring into the pill furnace caused an explosion on the spot, turning the entire mountain into thick sugary mist. Though acting mountain lord Song Yiming cleared it away at once, the beasts and birds of the mountain suffered swelling and girth until many monkeys could no longer climb trees. Yet he quickly realized that the present situation was not comparable to that light-hearted disaster. This boundless sea of clouds showed no sign of dispersing, and within it seemed to lurk something that made his heart tremble. As he surveyed the surroundings, the familiar outlines of mountains and halls behind the mist took on a faintly grotesque cast. It was wholly abnormal, for as the mountain lord's final disciple there was no reason for him to feel dread upon the soil of Lingshan. Nor was there any reason for the people of Lingshan to allow their own mountain to remain in such a sinister and grotesque state. He immediately summoned the Fei Lu again and sent a message to everyone. What has happened? He asked 3 times. After a long wait there was still no reply. Wang Luo involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. Lingshan had always been sparsely populated. At its height it had only about 100 people. By the generation of Song Yijing that number had dwindled to a mere 20. Yet each possessed extraordinary talent, their fortunes and opportunities startling the world, and the secret treasures of Lingshan's inheritance often brought unexpected marvels. Even if the demons of Qidang Mountain and Mazhou emptied their lairs and led 10,000 fiends to besiege Lingshan, Song Yiming alone with 2 disciples and control over the mountain protecting Grand Array should have been able to sweep the horde away with ease. What kind of accident could have caused such a group of Lingshan cultivators to collectively vanish from contact? Steeped in doubt, Wang Luo lowered the Fei Lu and stepped deeper into the shrouding mist. He was heading for the Qi Ling Hall in search of answers. It was the foremost among Lingshan's 100 halls, the mountain's central hub. Whatever had befallen this premier immortal mountain of the 9 provinces, once he reached the Qi Ling Hall all should become clear. The path from the Dingling Hall to the Qi Ling Hall wound along a stretch of rugged, perilous mountain road. Under normal circumstances, with his usual cultivation, Wang Luo could have lightly ridden clouds and skimmed past it. But now not only had his cultivation regressed after failing to form his core, the clouds themselves made him unwilling to take flight. Strictly speaking, the milky white fog was nothing less than poisonous. Standing within it, Wang Luo felt the skin of his chest and back tighten slightly, his eyeballs growing dry. A mere mortal creature lingering in this miasma for a short while would likely have its flesh and blood melted away. Yet though his true essence was drained, his body remained that of one tempered 100 times over. His resistance to such abnormalities was immense, and the slight discomfort posed no hindrance to his movements. Soon he traversed the treacherous road and arrived before the Qi Ling Hall. Aside from the omnipresent mist, everything matched his memories: the clean level plaza before the hall, the 8 formless statues that symbolized the supreme Dao lineage, and most important of all, the Qi Ling Hall of Lingshan itself, seemingly ordinary yet holding the highest authority in the mortal realm. When he reached the hall's front he saw its great doors tightly shut and his brows knit once more. The status of the Qiling Hall was exceptional, only the Mountain Lord could open or close its doors. For the sake of convenience Song Yijing ordinarily never closed them at all. In theory for anyone other than the Mountain Lord of Lingshan to open these doors would be almost impossible, even a true immortal descending to the mortal world would find it exceedingly difficult. Yet just then Wang Lu saw the tightly closed doors slowly parting before his eyes. At the same time the Feishing Lu flashed into being by his side without being summoned, its pages opening of their own accord. Under a gentle golden glow several unfamiliar lines of text slowly unmistakably emerged upon the parchment. Transmitter Wang Luo detected. Initiating inheritance protocol. Error detected in Ling Mountain, inheritance protocol unexpectedly interrupted. Initiating backup protocol. Mountain Lord inheritance completed, Mountain Lord authority confirmed as transferred. Confirming Wang Luo as the 84th Mountain Lord of Lingshan. At that moment the doors of the Qiling Hall swung fully open, at last releasing a deep muffled boom like a heavy drumbeat striking within Wang Luo's sea of consciousness. Even after having his worldview hammered by Lu Jiao's kaleidoscopic stories, Wang Luo still felt that his capacity for comprehension was being stretched to its limits. He had gone to the Dingling Hall for seclusion merely to condense a core. How had the world turned utterly unfamiliar in the blink of an eye? His senior sister, his master and the others had all vanished from contact. The mountain was swathed in poison fog and he himself had inexplicably become Mountain Lord of Lingshan. Wang Luo did not doubt the veracity of the Feishing Lu's records. The root of this Lingshan treasure was bound to the immortal ancestor Qicheng himself. To deceive or alter the Feishing Lu would require bribing Qicheng personally. In all the 10,000 years of immortal history even successive mountain lords had never been able to fabricate words upon the Feishing Lu. Moreover, as a disciple of Lingshan, and especially as the final disciple of the Mountain Lord, Wang Luo was particularly sensitive to the Mountain Lord's position. Song Yijing had been grooming him as an heir. In theory, among the new generation of Lingshan disciples Lu Jiao was the most outstanding, yet Song Yijing had once declared with fierce resolve that he would sooner pass the Mountain Lord's mantle to a dog than to Lu Jiao. At the time Lu Jiao's secret workshop had just been raided and a great number of unauthorized depictions of Song Yijing had been exposed throughout the mountain. Though his words were spoken in anger, they carried considerable weight. In any case, the moment the words appeared upon the Feishing Lu, Wang Luo understood with absolute clarity that his identity was no longer that of an ordinary Lingshan disciple. He had truly become Mountain Lord of Lingshan. Yet the situation remained utterly abnormal. Even if Song Yijing had indeed been cultivating him as an heir, the training cycle was measured in centuries. Barely a fifth of that time had passed and elder figures such as acting Mountain Lord Song Yiming were still present in the mountain. How could it suddenly have fallen to him to take up the mantle? To speak bluntly, judging by the succession order at the time he entered seclusion, unless Lingshan had been reduced to a single stray dog, there was no plausible way it should have been his turn to inherit the position. Thankfully the answers to all these questions lay just ahead. The Qiling Hall stood open, he need only enter and investigate. Wang Luo stepped into the hall only to discover that its interior differed greatly from his memories. First, the space was far more cramped and claustrophobic. Second, the hall once housed a dazzling array of displayed immortal artifacts, the jade diagrams that controlled the mountain protecting array and many other treasures. Now all of it was gone, as though Lu Jiao had cleaned it out completely, leaving only bare empty walls behind. Only then did Wang Luo remember a crucial detail. The Feishing Lu recorded him as the 84th Mountain Lord, yet Song Yijing was the 82nd. Who then had been the 83rd? Had Lingshan truly undergone a transfer of power during the short span of his seclusion? With that thought Wang Luo opened the Feishing Lu again. Name registry, he commanded. With the Qiling Hall reduced to an empty shell, the only lead lay in this inexplicably interposed 83rd Mountain Lord. From the familiar style of the text alone he already had a strong suspicion as to who it was. Once he examined the registry the culprit would be plainly revealed. Yet the next instant, as the Feishing Lu's pages turned to the registry, a sudden burst of golden light flared forth, catching him completely off guard. It was a page filled with golden names. On the registry, golden script signified that the person had already ascended, a supreme honor for any cultivator of the mortal world. Since Lingshan's founding over 10,000 years ago, a total of 2023 formal cultivators had entered their names into the registry. Of these, roughly a little over 10% were golden, in other words more than 300 had successfully ascended. Against the backdrop of a broader world where the ascension rate was only a few in 10,000, such success was like a dream made real. In truth, many Lingshan cultivators were not unable to ascend, but simply unwilling. If they had chosen otherwise, the ascension rate would have been higher still. As immortal cultivation spread over millennia, the ascension rate across the entire 9 provinces continent had risen accordingly. When immortal ancestor Qicheng first blazed the trail, the continent might see only 1 or 2 ascendants over several centuries, leaving Qicheng isolated even in the immortal realm. By Wang Luo's era, however, Lingshan's ascension rate had approached 30%. By the golden core stage, if not earlier, one could judge with high confidence whether someone would ascend. For example, Mountain Lords Song Yijing and Song Yiming were certain ascendants. It was only a matter of time. Third Uncle Master Zhou Fubo could not ascend and had long abandoned the notion. Fourth Uncle Master Hu Wanyang possessed great strength but no desire and likewise was bound to remain. Among the current generation of Lingshan cultivators, Lu Zhiyao could have ascended almost with her eyes closed. Second senior brother Fu Li's aptitude was somewhat inferior, yet he still had room to struggle given sufficient cost and sacrifice. Fourth senior sister and fifth senior brother had long agreed to enter reincarnation in the mortal world with no intention of ascending. Yet now on the final page of the registry that recorded the names of Song Yijing and the others, Wang Lu saw almost nothing but pure unbroken gold. From the 82nd Mountain Lord Song Yijing and Song Yiming down to his 7th senior brother Xingchong, every name shone with gold so intense it made his head spin. In comparison, the final unremarkable white script entry of Wang Luo, bearing the dignity of a mountain lord, seemed entirely out of place. So, staring at the dazzling gold upon the Feishan Lu, Wang Luo finally understood what had befallen Lingshan. From his master Song Yijing to his senior sister Lu Zhiyao, for reasons unknown, they had all ascended together in a single collective flight. The only one left behind had become the solitary lord of Lingshan. Standing before the Enlightenment Hall, Wang Luo felt an absurdity he had never known. Because he alone had not ascended, he was forced to inherit the position of Lord of Lingshan and enjoy an idle life. The problem was this so-called world where only he had not ascended, seen from another angle, was in fact a world where Lingshan had been wiped out. To be annihilated because of collective ascension, what kind of twisted logic was that? Yet beneath the absurdity, Wang Luo realized there was indeed a certain logic to it. With the might of Lingshan, no external enemy could possibly shake it in the slightest, but if the anomaly descended from the heavens, that would be another matter entirely. And was it possible for the heavens themselves to change? Of course it was. For instance, there was the legend that had been passed down for 10,000 years, the celestial gate opening ascension in broad daylight. This legend referred to those moments when immortal fate for no apparent reason suddenly favored someone, causing their cultivation to surge madly even to the point of ascending on the spot. It was as if the gate of the immortal realm opened above one's head and drew the cultivator away. The legend seemed elusive and unreal, yet over the long course of history it had indeed occurred again and again. Even the immortals of the immortal realm could not explain the reason. They only knew that some people were simply outrageously fortunate, ascending without effort. In fact, as the immortal Tao of the 9 provinces developed, the frequency of this once ethereal phenomenon grew ever higher. In the past it might occur only once in 1,000 years, yet in the last 50 years alone it had appeared 3 times, to the point that some cultivators simply lay flat waiting for immortal fate to fall from the sky. But the people of Lingshan had never cared much for this legend. On the one hand, ascension was already relatively easy to the extent that many developed a pretentious mindset and could ascend yet chose not to. On the other hand, the opening of the celestial gate was a purely random event that showed no special favor to any blessed land. Even though Lingshan stood as the leader of the immortal Tao in over 10,000 years, it had never once encountered such a celestial gate. Thus no one truly knew whether, when the celestial gate actually opened and forced ascension upon them, a cultivator had any choice at all. Wang Luo at least knew that once one went up, there was no coming back down. Ever since the immortal ancestor Qicheng opened up the immortal realm, that realm had indeed exerted tremendous influence upon the mortal world, yet there had never been a precedent of an immortal descending. Not even immortal ancestor Qicheng himself could accomplish such a thing. So if Song Yijing, Lu Zhiyao and the others had truly encountered some sudden event and collectively ascended, then it would indeed be equivalent to Lingshan's annihilation, and the sole survivor would be forced to inherit the position of Lord of the Mountain with tears in his eyes. For a moment Wang Luo did not know whether he should congratulate his master and senior sisters on successfully reaching the end of mortal cultivation, or lament that in a single night those closest to him had become forever separated by heaven and man. Then again, perhaps lamentation was unnecessary. With his talent, ascension would come within at most 100 years, and unlike his 4th senior sister Bai Chang and 5th senior brother Qin Muzhou, he had no emotional attachment to the mortal realm. If he could ascend, he certainly wished to do so. Thus they would simply reunite in the immortal realm in due time. There was no need to dwell on it. What mattered now was that this position of the 84th Lord of the Mountain was truly not an easy seat to take. In the more than 10,000 years of Lingshan's history, there had never been a Lord of the Mountain at the foundation establishment stage, and a cultivator at that level could not possibly hope to control such a position. Gazing at the empty Enlightenment Hall, Wang Luo had already realized that it was not that Lu Zhiyao had stripped the hall bare, but that as a mere foundation establishment Lord of the Mountain, he simply lacked the qualification to even see the profusion of immortal treasures within. Aside from that, he had unlocked very few of the authorities a Lord of the Mountain ought to possess. After inheriting the title, his Ascension Register was supposed to have gained multiple new functions. He had personally seen Song Yijing remotely manipulate the Enlightenment Hall with the Lord's version of the Ascension Register, leveraging the entire Lingshan so that within a few breaths rivers altered their course and the earth veins were rearranged. He had also seen Song Yijing pull directly from the Ascension Register the miraculous pills ranked among Lingshan's greatest treasures in the Brocade Pavilion. Yet now this 84th Lord of the Mountain could not even disperse the sea of clouds within the mountain. This was the very definition of virtue falling short of one's position, and such mismatch carried real risks. Lingshan as the leader of the immortal Dao in the 9 provinces drew the wind like a towering tree. It was not without enemies, and competitors were even more numerous. It was just that in over 10,000 years no one had ever been able to shake Lingshan's status. But now that the entire sect had ascended, who could possibly resist making a move? And once someone did move, could a mere foundation establishment lord of the mountain hope to hold the line? Moreover, even if no external enemy invaded, Lingshan as the foremost of the immortal Dao in the 9 provinces cast a vast shadow of influence. Its very existence required management and upkeep, and at present Wang Lu clearly did not possess that capability. What was more, although Lingshan's formal inner roster was not large, its outer mountain gates that handled mundane affairs were vast in scale, and Wang Lu had scarcely interacted with them before. In the Enlightenment Hall, Wang Lu pondered for a long time, feeling countless tangled matters surge toward him like a tide, each one disheartening. Fortunately, among all of Lingshan, the 2 people least acquainted with discouragement and dejection included him. Having gained nothing in the Enlightenment Hall, Wang Lu did not linger. He simply stepped out of the hall and headed elsewhere. He refused to believe that the entire Lingshan had truly been swept clean. Even if his master and senior sisters had been forced to ascend with no time to awaken him from the spirit fixing hall, they could at least have left a note, could they not? If they could leave behind the position of Lord of the Mountain, it was impossible that there were no other clues. Yet in the half-day that followed, Wang Lu found nothing at all, or rather Lingshan did not open up even the slightest hint to its new lord. During that half-day, Wang Lu walked on foot through 100 halls of Lingshan, yet every time he found the great doors tightly shut, and even with the authority of Lord of the Mountain he could not open them. In the end he did not find so much as a single scrap of writing. Matters had begun to take on an uncanny air. For in that half-day Wang Lu had not merely been wandering amid the sea of clouds. He had also carefully pored over the Ascension Register in his hands. Though he found no explicit clues, he discovered many suspicious signs. After inheriting the position of Lord of the Mountain, the functions of the Ascension Register had not increased, instead they had shrunk drastically. Even the simple storage function of a spatial treasure could no longer be activated, to the point that the supplies in his personal warehouse were effectively sealed away. Moreover, the function he valued most, the Chronicle of Lingshan's major events, had ceased updating the moment he entered the Spirit Fixing Hall, and it had not even recorded how Song Yijing and the others had ascended. Most outrageous of all, even the calendar function had become corrupted. The ink in the date column twisted into distorted strokes like a snarling beast, to the point that Wang Lu could no longer even determine how long he had been in seclusion within the Spirit Fixing Hall. With growing doubts, Wang Lu decided not to waste any more time in this marsh-like sea of clouds. Instead, he followed the mountain path outward. On the one hand, he could find no usable clues within Lingshan, on the other he could not even find usable resources. With the personal warehouse of the Ascension Register sealed and the Brocade Pavilion's doors tightly closed, he not only lacked pills to nourish his Dantian and Jade Palace, he did not even know what he would eat for dinner. So he might as well go down the mountain and hope that the outer mountain gates could bring him a pleasant surprise. Walking thus, another half-day passed. As Wang Lu drew closer to the foot of the mountain, the drifting clouds around him gradually thinned, revealing a wash of gold and crimson cast by the setting sun and the outlines of heaven and earth in the distance. Yet at that moment the mountain path suddenly dipped, leading into a winding mountain hollow, and the hazy golden scene was immediately blocked by towering cliffs on either side, which was rather disappointing. But Wang Lu knew the terrain well. Once he crossed this hollow, he would stand upon a broad platform. Though unremarkable in appearance, it was the very place where immortal ancestor Qicheng had ascended, and thus held great commemorative value. Moreover, although the ascension platform lay near the foot of Lingshan, its height still surpassed anything within several hundred li, making it an excellent vantage point for distant views. Yet before he could turn beyond the hollow, Wang Lu heard a faint clamor of voices not far ahead, as if dozens of people were laughing and chatting along the way. At once the breathing of the 84th Lord of the Mountain caught, not from fear but from caution. Though this place was near the edge of Lingshan, it was still truly Lingshan's domain, and truly a place where idlers were forbidden. In fact, not to mention common riffraff, even leaders of the outer mountain gates or direct scions of the guardian families were not permitted to enter Lingshan without authorization, much less approach this ascension platform of commemorative value. So who were these dozens of people? Had the peripheral formations of Lingshan already failed? Out of caution, Wang Lu immediately hid in the dense vegetation beside the path. Several waving peace ferns clung to him like affectionate little dogs, pressing their broad leaves against him. Their touch was cool, yet they concealed his figure perfectly, which brought him a hint of comfort. At least the plants and trees of Lingshan still acknowledged him as their master. Under cover of the vegetation, Wang Lu quietly rounded the bend and saw the scene from which the voices arose. On a mountain platform whose contours faintly resembled his memories, a shaded stairway rose at its far end, and then, the first thing to enter his field of view along that stair was a jaunty little triangular red flag, its pole bobbing step by step upward with exuberant energy. Beneath the red flag was an equally eye-catching little red cap. A bright youthful girl wearing the cap bounded up the steps, lively and springy like the newborn sun, dazzling to the eyes. Accompanying this ray of dawn was a crisp ringing introduction, clear as morning birds calling in a secluded valley. Everyone, please look over here. Up ahead is the last stop of our journey, Tianzhu Valley. It is the greatest disaster site in the history of human civilization, symbolizing the end of the classical era. After a brief pause, the young girl continued in a clear voice, 1,000 years ago a great calamity struck heaven and earth. The immortal realm fell, the land overturned, 4 of the 9 provinces were lost, and the heavenly Tao turned to desolation. During that calamity, the host of immortals of the heavenly court fell here. The corpse of Wanxian ancestor immortal Qiqing decayed and sank upon his own ascension platform, gradually slipping into the nether soil and becoming an eternal accursed land. Fortunately, it has been suppressed by the Great Law, and only thus can we, the later generations, stand safely upon this land and pay our respects to its former masters. As everyone knows, in the classical era, Lingshan was the foremost of the immortal Tao. Its renown was known from the immortal realm above to the nether soil below. By the time of the 82nd Lord of the Mountain Song Yijing, Lingshan reached an unprecedented peak. The disciples of 2 successive generations almost all ascended within a single day, treating the path of ascension as a level road. Yet it was precisely this unprecedented achievement that shattered the balance between the mortal and immortal realms. The pillars holding up the flourishing immortal realm could no longer bear its weight, and at last the heavenly court fell and the myriad immortals perished. Ahead lies a memorial hall enshrining the Lingshan ancestors who perished in the heavenly calamity, from immortal ancestor Qicheng to the final generation of mountain disciples. It is both our commemoration of the classical era and a silent warning. The crisis 1,000 years ago tells us. Beneath the crimson glow of the setting sun, the ascension platform shimmered with the same resplendent grandeur as Wang Lu remembered, yet with Little Redcap's cheerful narration that splendor began to crumble fragment by fragment. Her voice, crystalline as a dawn bird's trill, twisted in this moment into a grating metallic screech. Each word she spoke echoed like a profane incantation cast by an inner demon upon his nascent soul, making his ears ring and his heart race. 1,000 years ago. Heaven's court fell. 10,000 immortals perished. A cascade of question marks and exclamation points surged within his mind, until Wang Luo at last grasped the sheer ontological vertigo his master Song Yijing must have felt upon raiding Lu Jiao's clandestine workshop and beholding with his own eyes the illicit doujinshi featuring the Song brothers entwined with the tentacle king of Qidan Mountain. In mere sentences, reality itself seemed to unravel. Yet precisely because he recalled his master and senior sister, the tremor in Wang Luo's heart lasted no longer than a single breath. No matter how staggering the tale, it remained just that, a tale. Compared to his senior sister's wildly imaginative alternate world pineapple-themed fiction, Little Redcap's narrative was comparatively mild. After all, the annihilation of 10,000 immortals was preferable to their spiritual effusion. Moreover, not a shred of evidence yet confirmed her words as truth. And even if true, hysterics in a mountain hollow would change nothing. In his senior sister's stories, those predecessors who transmigrated or reincarnated invariably embraced their new lives with uncontainable joy, immediately setting off to seek out wide-eyed beast-eared maidens, rarely pausing to lament their lost bloodlines. Accepting reality was after all a core discipline for every Lingshan cultivator. Thus Wang Luo stilled his thoughts and listened attentively to Little Redcap's next chapter. Though this ancestral hall appears weathered, it is a historic relic erected by the founding pioneers of the new immortal era, over a millennium old, officially certified by the Golden Deer Pavilion as a National Intangible Cultural Heritage Site. Within its walls rest memorial tablets honoring generations of Lingshan cultivators and countless historically significant artisanal relics, perfect as mementos for our journey. Through the delicate fronds of peace fern, Wang Luo watched as Little Redcap stood shoulder-high with a crimson banner, speaking without pause, while before her 20-odd men and women all wearing identical red caps ascended the stone path in clamorous procession. Most appeared somewhere between middle and advanced age, clad in bizarre garments Wang Luo had never seen in life, shouting, jostling, moving like a marching horde of rodents. At their vanguard strode an elderly woman whose head tapered sharply like a pear, her body thick and spindle-shaped. When she spoke, her voice evoked the thunderous bellow of the frost ox galloping across Figzhou's grasslands. With one curt sentence she silenced Little Redcap's torrent. Enough. Stop peddling your counterfeit junk. What's the next stop? The young guy choked mid-sentence, frozen for several long seconds before replying, there is none. The Skyfall Valley is our final destination. In fact, this Lingshan ancestral hall. Before she could finish, the frost ox snapped back, what do you mean none? We've only just reached the foot of Lingshan. Aren't we meant to explore everything above? You sold us a Onadi Lingshan tour, and now it ends here at the mountain's base. Beyond this point lies a restricted zone, the girl explained, sealed since the founding era and never reopened. Ask any local in Rongqing, you'll hear the same. So the official scenic boundary stops at Skyfall Valley, and frankly there's little worth seeing inside the forbidden zone. If there's nothing worth seeing, why sell tickets at all? Don't you feel ashamed, girl? Never mind, I'm too tired to argue. No sights. Then we're leaving. We won't even bother with this shabby hall. As the frost ox spoke, she waved her arms behind her. What say you all, shall we turn back? Instantly the rodent-like chorus erupted in agreement. Let's go. This trip's truly uninspiring. National Intangible Cultural Heritage. More like a scam, far worse than that overpriced Lingxi ancient town. At least they put on Sun Gandan's performances. All we've seen is rubble and barren hills, no scenery whatsoever, just relentless peddling of local souvenirs. Pure exploitative consumerism. We'll file a formal complaint the moment we return. Amid this cacophony of criticism, Little Redcap flushed with frustration, but bit her lip and maintained her radiant smile. Since everyone's tired, let's head back for lunch. Per our itinerary, I've reserved a group meal at the Jinxing restaurant. She was cut off before finishing. No Jinxing restaurant. We checked its reputation on the Taisu network. It's infamous for serving pre-cooked meals and defrauding customers. But the Frost Ox interjected, everyone, I've just secured tables at Wang Lu. Let's feast on frost-boiled hot pot. Let's go, follow Sister Lin. Frost-boiled hot pot sounds perfect. Heard it's the newest local delicacy, off we go. In moments, consensus solidified among the elders, leaving Little Redcap helpless. She took a deep breath, then beamed again. Wang Lu works fine. I'll summon a cloudbearer to ferry us there. No need for your cloudbearer. The Frost Ox waved her sturdy arm dismissively. I've already researched it thoroughly on the Taisu network. The official cloudbearers are pure ripoffs. Renting a shared ding-dang cloud is far more economical. For our group, one large cloud costs only 300 spirit leaves. Without waiting for reply, she rolled her eyes upward, shook her torso toward the sky, wiped her nose and chuckled to her companions. It'll arrive shortly. And indeed, within moments a faint tangerine-hued cloud descended from the heavens, soft as cotton wool, cradling the elder's feet. The Frost Ox gazed down at the orange cloud and declared, depart for Moonslant Street's Wang Lu. Instantly the cloud-bearer pulsed with gentle tangerine light, bathing the crowd in surreal shifting hues. Then swaying unsteadily, it lifted off, carrying them downward like a laboring black bear descending the mountain. Just before departure, the elder woman turned sharply and roared once more, girl, don't forget to refund our meal and cloud-bearer fees. Or we'll file a complaint. Another elder laughed. Sister Lin, you're truly calculating. This entire trip cost each of us barely a few dozen spirit leaves. Sister Lin scoffed. I left her some dignity. If I filed a real complaint and flooded the Wang Yu department's review portal with negative ratings, she'd owe us money. Sister Lin is incredible. Listen well, when traveling always prepare ahead. On the Taisu illusory realm, countless Qinglu scholars teach how to eat, drink and play. I learned this from a local Rongqing Qinglu scholar. He visited Lingxi ancient town for a full day and spent only 20 spirit leaves. As the elders' triumphant banter faded into the distant Skyfall Valley sank back into the profound stillness it had known for millennia, even the mountain wind rustling through the trees grew hushed and reverent. Only Little Redcap's sigh lingered echoing across the valley, long, deep and unbroken. Mirroring Wang Luo's own. If her opening remarks had struck like his senior sister's privately printed doujinshi, jarring, visceral, unforgettable, then her animated exchange with the elders had in truth transplanted that thousand-year-old cataclysmic mythos directly into lived reality. And upon sober reflection, that mythos held unsettling coherence. First it explained the eerie silence of Ling Shan's 100 halls. Why did Ling Shan, the very pinnacle of immortal cultivation, its peaks wreathed in celestial qi, now lie veiled in mist and deserted? Because this was a world 1,000 years later, and every Ling Shan cultivator had perished. As for how Wang Luo, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, could slumber through a millennium without exhausting his lifespan and turning to dust, that was the doing of the Dingling Hall. Renowned across the 9 provinces as the supreme sanctuary for secluded cultivation, the Dingling Hall shielded its occupants flawlessly, not only from external tribulations or internal spiritual collapse but also from the slow erosion of natural longevity. Theoretically, one could indeed extend life indefinitely within its walls, yet such a method was even more egregious than stealing heaven's secrets, for it amounted to outright theft of cosmic destiny, its backlash so severe that no prudent cultivator would dare attempt it. Hence, in over 10,000 years of Ling Shan's history, scarcely a handful had ever tried. Yet this very rarity clarified Wang Luo's present weakness. Having entered the hall supremely confident in forging his myriad marvels, golden core, his awakening to failure, though accepted, carried a disorienting absurdity no less jarring than Little Redcap's millennium-spanning chronicle. The answer now seemed clear. Soon after his entry, Ling Shan, or rather the entire Tianwu continent, had suffered a celestial tribulation and the Tao itself had withered into desolation. Thus his golden core, aligned perfectly with heaven's way and destined for ascension, became rootless, impossible to manifest. Yet the preparations made for that golden core remained intact. With Ling Shan's legendary opulence, the rare materials assembled for Wang Luo would make even great perfection cultivators salivate. Combined with the Dingling Hall's sovereign authority, preserving a foundation establishment youth for 1,000 years proved no extraordinary feat. As the sole disciple of the era's paramount cultivator, Wang Luo possessed innate talent and constitution far surpassing ordinary mortals. His lifespan therefore followed no mortal measure. Before Little Redcap sighed a second time, Wang Luo had already pieced together the logic in his mind, accepted the truth, and revised his life's title from I alone failed to ascend, thus inheriting the mountain lordship and leisurely savoring eternity, to savoring solitary existence in a world 1,000 years adrift. Once while strolling amid the sea of clouds he'd imagined reuniting with his master and senior sister in the celestial realm a century hence, but now knowing they'd vanished in a cascade of mass ascension and universal annihilation, reunion could only occur across severed realms. Even for one so practiced in acceptance, grief pierced deep. Meanwhile, after her sigh, the girl removed her red cap, sank to her knees in exhaustion, and buried her face in her arms, silent yet radiating palpable despair and agitation. Watching from afar, Wang Lu felt she embodied the archetype of a lone survivor more profoundly than he himself. The stranger displaced a millennium into a world stripped of all belonging. Yet she did not linger in desolation. Soon she rose, slapped her cheeks twice with crisp precision, and rallied her spirit. She drew a deep breath and strode toward a distant corner of the ascension platform. Wang Lu followed her gaze to find tucked away at the platform's edge a dilapidated wooden ancestral hall, its black lacquered plaque emblazoned with golden characters reading Lingshan Ancestral Hall. Its door hung half ajar, revealing rows of neatly arranged memorial tablets within. Little Red Cap halted before the threshold, not entering but bowing deeply toward the tablets with clasped hands. Shiryue, outer sect disciple, pays homage to the immortal ancestors of Lingshan. Wang Luo's eyebrows lifted sharply. Though her posture appeared casual, the precise alignment of her thumbs, pressed together and pointing skyward, was the unmistakable outer sect mountain-bowing form. She was an outer sect disciple. Instantly Wang Luo summoned the ascension record and silently issued the mountain lord's command. Outer sect. As pages fluttered, blank sheets materialized at the end of the Lingshan lineage registry, dense with names, the complete roster of outer sect disciples numbering over 1 million. Yet with Wang Luo's focused intent, irrelevant entries receded, leaving only a single line. Outer sect disciple Shiryue. With both the mountain-bowing form and the ascension record as proof, Wang Luo confirmed her identity beyond doubt. Indeed, she hailed from the outer sect, and bore the surname Shur, marking her as heir to the mountain-guarding Shur clan among the elite of that sect. Judging by her gait and breath control, her cultivation foundation was exceptionally solid, likely at the foundation establishment stage. Given she appeared no older than 18 or 19, such progress ranked her among the prodigies of any major sect. Who would have thought, after Lingshan's ruin a millennium hence, the outer sect's descendants would flourish even more robustly? Though perhaps unsurprising, civilization advances, and even after calamities like the 10,000 immortals' annihilation, modern humanity inevitably surpasses its ancient forebears. As Wang Luo contemplated approaching her, his peripheral vision arrested him, only now noticing what he'd missed earlier: the memorial tablets within the hall bore names achingly familiar. Sonijing Song Yimingzhou Fubo Huanyan, then the next generation Fuli Kong Fong by Chang. These names corroborated Shiryue's account of the millennium-spanning cataclysm, the annihilation of 10,000 immortals. Yet at the very edge of the altar table rested one final tablet, its surface carved with 2 stark characters. Wang Luo. Ever since awakening in the Divine Spirit Hall, Wang Luo felt as if he were experiencing significant shifts in his worldview at a pace of one surprise per chapter. He thought that after a dream spanning a millennium in a world where countless immortals had perished, nothing could ever shock him again. However, a small wooden plaque in a modest shrine made his pupils tremble once more. Wang Luo. Wang Luo. The name on the plaque was unmistakably his. Being worshipped as a dead person was indeed ominous, but what concerned Wang Luo was a simple fact: if even a living person like him was treated as a deceased, could it be possible that others considered dead might still be alive? Upon closer examination, he noticed that among the plaques on the table his name was an unwelcome addition, while one that should have been there was missing. He did not see Lu Zio's name. The moment Lu Zio's name became a variable, it meant that anything was possible. In fact, Wang Luo could hardly imagine the downfall of that exceptionally talented senior sister. Thus let's stop here for now. Wang Luo did not let his thoughts drift too far, for excessive yearning could easily lead to madness, resulting in a fall into darkness. Analyzing the current situation rationally, the conclusion was to avoid any further rational analysis given the scarcity of effective clues. After all, the analysis would only lead to subjective conjectures. It was better to clarify things with Shiryue first than to engage in any analysis. With this thought, Wang Luo stepped forward. However, as soon as he took that step without making any sound, he saw Shiryue in the distance, her body tensing up like a startled cat, her back slightly arched, toes taut, and her internal true essence accelerating as if boiling. In an instant, a wave of faint red energy surged from her dantian as if igniting a fire. The light flickered through the gaps in the green leaves and entered Wang Luo's eyes, reminding him of the fire in the stone that was recorded in the books where the mountains were aglow. The fire ignites from the dantian, burns as one wishes, remains as steadfast as rock, and never extinguishes. The supreme skill of the outer mountain sect, also recorded in the myriad methods of the spirit mountain and ranked at the top, was the fire in the stone. This ultimate skill was created by the 27th generation master of Spirit Mountain, Shur Suiying, who had an auxiliary lineage from the outer mountain sect. He faced many hardships from a young age but remained as resilient as rock and as fiery as flame. Not only did he obtain a formal position in Spirit Mountain, but he also inherited the title of master, ultimately using fire in the stone to endure through 13 heavenly tribulations, forcefully opening the immortal gates to ascend to the heavenly court, leaving behind a dazzling legend. After Shi Suiying's ascension, the fire in the stone simplified by him was passed down through the Shi family for thousands of years and remained the foundation of the protective family. To ignite the fire in the stone, even if it was as faint as mist with a sluggish momentum that barely reached 3 feet in front, belonged to the most basic level. At this moment Shi Yu truly lived up to being an excellent descendant of the Shi family, even if she didn't bear the surname Shi. As the excellent descendant of the Shi family activated the fire in the stone, maintaining it 3 feet from her body, she slowly approached the hollow in the mountain where Wang Lu stood and spoke aloud. "This is private property, no trespassing. The scenic area of Spirit Mountain has just closed. No matter who you are, please reveal yourself immediately and leave." Wang Lu couldn't help but chuckle at this. A girl from the outer mountain sect actually speaking about private property to the 84th generation master. Of course, ignorance is no crime. For someone who considers the fall of countless immortals and the history of a millennium as common knowledge, she might indeed think of Spirit Mountain as her personal belonging. This laughter was keenly caught by Shi Yu, and she immediately showed a change in expression. With her right hand lightly brushing her waist, a blue iron chain appeared out of nowhere, coiling around her wrist like a spirit snake. Seeing this iron chain, Wang Lu couldn't help but admire it again. That chain was the standard protective treasure of the Shi family, the evil binding lock. Although this item was a mass-produced treasure within the boundaries of Spirit Mountain, it could suppress enemies even up to the god transformation stage. However, there were two issues. Firstly, the mass-produced type could only be manufactured within Spirit Mountain, and the forge was currently sealed within the Heavenly Crafts Hall in the 100 Palaces of Spirit Mountain. Secondly, the design of the evil binding lock did not prioritize longevity, so once the supply was cut off, the stock had to be meticulously maintained for long-term use. And lastly, only those who were loyal and had a solid foundation could utilize this treasure smoothly, while many direct descendants of the Shi family couldn't even meet those conditions. Now, seeing the evil binding lock obediently coiling around Shi Yu's wrist like a pet snake, it was clear to infer that she not only carefully maintained the treasure but also met the conditions for its use, proving to be a rare and exceptional talent who was both loyal and dedicated. Such an exceptional talent, though only at the foundation establishment stage, could easily restrain an average golden core cultivator within the boundaries of Spirit Mountain, and demons and evil beings would be even worse off. Wang Lu was certainly not an average golden core cultivator. He was a foundation establishment cultivator who had failed to condense his core, and at this moment his true essence was depleted and his physical body was exhausted. Thus, if a conflict were to arise, Wang Lu had no confidence against a foundation establishment expert equipped with the fire in the stone and the evil binding lock to control his hands and not kill the opponent. The foundation establishment cultivators affiliated with Spirit Mountain, even when drained, could not be measured by typical foundation establishment standards. Naturally, the possibility of armed conflict was theoretically non-existent, so Wang Lu remained unhurried. In the vigilant gaze of Shi Yu, he stepped out from the shadows of the mountain hollow, revealing himself. In the next moment, his immaculate body, which had remained unblemished throughout the ages, was fully exposed before Shi Yu, causing her face to instantly flush red, and her scream echoed through the valley. "What a pervert!" Shi Yu's scream was beyond Wang Lu's expectations. Before revealing himself, he had considered that their first meeting might not be very pleasant. After all, his appearance meant that Shi Yu suddenly had to contend with an additional master over her head, and even the private property had to be returned to its rightful owner. Yet Wang Lu never imagined that her first reaction would be to call him a pervert. Wang Lu could not fathom where he exhibited any perverse traits. He lowered his head, inspecting himself. Although this body had weakened somewhat after a failed retreat under the protection of the Divine Spirit Hall, his skin still retained its luster, his muscles were still smooth and full, and his reproductive organ was robust and healthy. In fact, even under the most critical scrutiny, this body was flawless. This was the Heavenly Tao body. The reason why Song Yijing took Wang Lu back to Spirit Mountain to become his close disciple despite being on the verge of ascension and having no time for mundane matters was primarily due to Wang Lu possessing this Heavenly Tao body. As the name suggests, it is a body bestowed by the Heavenly Tao in immaculate form and ranks among the highest of extraordinary physiques. Moreover, a Heavenly Tao body nurtured with care by the Master of Spirit Mountain is even more exceptional. As the name suggests, it is a body bestowed by the Heavenly Tao in immaculate form and ranks among the highest of extraordinary physiques. Moreover, a Heavenly Tao body nurtured with care by the Master of Spirit Mountain is even more Wang Lu's nonchalant display of such a treasure was undoubtedly a charitable act, and there was truly no reason for anyone to call him a pervert. However, Wang Lu's calm demeanor only caused Shi Yu's face to redden even further, and even the fire in the stone began to flicker. The girl took a half step forward, the evil binding lock in her hand radiating a faint purple glow, and sternly admonished, "Put on some clothes and come out slowly. I command you to put on clothes." Wang Lu shrugged internally, dismissing Shi Yu's lack of discernment, but he didn't hold her rudeness against her. After all, her failure to look was her own loss, not his. In the next moment, Wang Lu raised his hand and beckoned to the clouds soaked in the setting sun, and in an instant a tempest arose. The thin clouds he selected rolled down like a dragon, sucking water, wrapping around him to form a sleek, form-fitting white robe. Spirit Mountain's magic art, the cloud garment. After casually adjusting his collar, feeling the unique texture formed from the clouds of Spirit Mountain, Wang Luo couldn't help but recall the fifth senior brother Qin Muzhou, who invented this magic art and passed it on to him, along with his dual cultivation partner, the fourth senior sister Bai Chang. In the past, Wang Luo learned a lot from that pair of dual cultivation masters, but the most practical now was this simple trick that could be used even when his true essence was exhausted. However, this trick, which Wang Luo found trivial, appeared to Shiryu as if a divine miracle had descended. The girl stared dumbfounded as she watched the naturally rolling clouds descend from the sky. Who exactly are you? Wang Luo answered candidly, the 84th generation master of Spirit Mountain, Wang Luo. Shiryu was taken aback and then sneered, you might as well call yourself the true ancestor of sincerity. As she spoke, the blue light flickered on the iron chain in her hand, and combined with the fiery energy from her dantian, the threat was unmistakable. Wang Luo was not surprised by this reaction. To be fair, if an unfamiliar person suddenly claimed to be an ancestor from 1,000 years ago, it would be strange for Shiryu to accept it calmly. However, for Wang Luo, rather than racking his brain to concoct an easily accepted identity, it was better to candidly share the truth and let her digest it slowly. After all, there were many ways for the mountain master of Spirit Mountain to prove his identity before the disciples of the Outer Mountain sect. Wang Luo cast a glance and softly said, Ascension Record. With the emergence of golden light, Wang Luo's Ascension Record appeared directly before Shiryu, capturing the girl's attention instantly. Because she was both loyal and dedicated, she recognized this Ascension Record, which theoretically only existed in historical texts at first glance, and couldn't help but fall into confusion. She instinctively reached out her hand to touch the Ascension Record, but her fingers seemed to poke through a bubble, going straight through the pages. Awakening from her reverie, she took a half step back, forcibly turning her gaze away, glaring at Wang Luo. What an impressive illusion! Wang Luo said, can't you truly tell whether it's an illusion? As a disciple of the Outer Mountain sect, you should know how to identify cultivators from Spirit Mountain. Shiryu pondered for a long time before replying, indeed I know very well, but unfortunately I'm not the only one who knows. Spirit Mountain was the leader of the immortal path in an earlier era, and even the protective family was quite affluent. Over the past 1,000 years, far too many people have disguised themselves as descendants of Spirit Mountain to swindle wealth, and several of them appeared more authentic than you. She paused before adding, your only advantage is that since the Shur family's fortunes have declined, it has been a long time since any high-level swindlers have appeared before the Shur family. After all, creating such a convincing Ascension Record must be expensive, at least I couldn't afford it. As she spoke, there was a hint of envy in her gaze. Honestly, if you had the money to create a fake and had that skill in weaving clouds, why would you choose to be a swindler? Wang Luo couldn't help but be curious. What do you think I should do instead? This reverse questioning made Shiryu roll her eyes. I recommend you go to the Qingping office and turn yourself in. What is the Qingping office? The Qingping office is. Don't pretend to be an ancient person with such kindergarten-level questions. These days even the protagonists in popular time travel novels wouldn't speak like this. After saying this, Shiryu gave Wang Luo another thorough look, her temper slightly abated, and said, in any case, whether you are an artist running wild in the mountains after being high on something, or a delusional time travel junkie from reading too many novels, or truly just a persistent fraudster, don't seek a sense of existence at my expense which I can't afford. Just go home quietly and I can pretend you never came here. Wang Luo caught the sensitive words and asked, in debt? Shiryu laughed at herself, saying, yes, millions in debt. Just the interest alone is a 4-digit figure daily. So if you have the ability to squeeze money out of me again, you might as well go to the bank to apply. They need elite employees like you who can squeeze oil from stones. How did it get so bad? The protective family was famous throughout the 9 states for their financial acumen, and many Spirit Mountain practitioners were accustomed to entrusting their external assets to you for management. Shiryu retorted back, then Spirit Mountain was the leader of the immortal path in the 9 states, and every mountain master was just one step away from ascension, a true earth immortal. Now let the self-proclaimed 84th generation master look in the mirror and see how he resembles a true earth immortal. So why would it be surprising that the once financially savvy protective family is now in debt? Wang Luo was not angry, instead he nodded, you're right. Times have changed. Even Spirit Mountain is on the brink of collapse, and it is already quite remarkable that the protective family can still survive as a remnant. So please, Master Mountain, don't make it difficult for me, the last remnant of the protective family. Just go home early, wash up and sleep. Who knows, you might wake up as the true ancestor of sincerity. Wang Luo considered for a moment and felt that waking up as the true ancestor was certainly impossible, but going home to wash up and sleep was not out of the question. Though he was quite curious about what the 9 states had become a millennium later. Wang Luo had certainly not read the popular time travel novels Shiryu mentioned. However, he had read plenty of scripts written by his senior sister Lu Zhiyao which were focused on time. Wang Luo had certainly not read the popular time travel novels Shiryu mentioned. However, he had read plenty of scripts written by his senior sister Lu Zhiyao which were focused on time travel themes. Some of them detailed how newcomers were captured by curious local natives and used as experimental subjects for repeated time travel experiments in various body cavities. The content was rich and vivid, opening the eyes of dual cultivation masters by Chang and Xin Muzhou. Wang Luo's current experience of crossing over a millennium was already thrilling enough. He had no need to experience body cavity time travel. Back then Wang Luo and several leisurely friends from Spirit Mountain had discussed what to do if they really encountered such time travel issues. Everyone agreed that in the case of sudden time travel in an unfamiliar place, the most rational choice would be to find a safe place to enter seclusion and cultivate until one's divine skill was perfected before venturing out to sweep the world. Unless one encountered a situation where the laws of heaven and earth were entirely different, making cultivation impossible. Otherwise, with the innate talents of Spirit Mountain cultivators, not practicing and upgrading would be a disservice to themselves. Therefore, rather than continuing to waste time with Shiryu, it would be better to return to the Divine Spirit Hall to meditate. Although most of the 100 palaces of Spirit Mountain were sealed by fog, at least the Divine Spirit Hall and the Awakening Hall were still functioning normally, which meant he could continue to meditate. Even without extraordinary treasures to assist him, Wang Luo was confident that with the help of the Divine Spirit Hall he could recondense his golden core in a short time. It was just that due to the changes in the Heavenly Tao, the originally designed myriad marvelous golden core might not be achievable, but accepting another type of first-grade true pill was not unacceptable. With this in mind, Wang Luo waved his hand at Shiryu and said, "Alright then, let's part ways here." After saying that, he turned to walk back, but as soon as he took a step he was called back by Shiryu. "Wait, where are you going?" Wang Luo pointed up the mountain to the Divine Spirit Hall. Shiryu sneered, "Why don't you just say you're going to the Heavenly Court?" Wang Luo asked in confusion, "Didn't you say the Heavenly Court has already fallen? The corpse of the true ancestor of sincerity is rotten now. Don't you understand sarcasm?" Shiryu was quite displeased with this lack of engagement with her wordplay. "Forget it, I just wanted to remind you of a basic fact. Ahead is the forbidden zone of Spirit Mountain, which has been sealed by the founding heroes for over 1,000 years. Even I, a descendant of the protective family, cannot enter. If you go further, be careful of being struck by lightning on the spot." Wang Luo was curious, "Will there be lightning?" Shiryu replied irritably, "I don't know, I've never seen it." The nature of this Spirit Mountain restriction has always remained a legend. Over the centuries many people have come to the Shur family's doorstep to scam them. None dared to boldly trespass into the forbidden zone of Spirit Mountain while facing the prohibition of the founding heroes. "So are you planning to let me open my eyes?" Wang Luo said, "I just came down from the mountain." "Why didn't you say you were coming from?" "Forget it, do as you wish." Seeing that the other party was determined to go his own way, Shiryu gave up on her futile attempts at sarcasm. After a moment of hesitation, she pinched a spirit talisman for emergency communication in her hand, watching Wang Luo proceed as he pleased. As Wang Luo walked back along the original path under Shiryu's complex gaze, he soon crossed the hollow in the mountain and stepped onto the familiar rugged mountain road. At the same time, a faint mist began to rise around him. However, before he could continue walking, he heard Shiryu's astonished voice behind him. "Is this for real?" He walked past. Then there were hurried footsteps approaching rapidly. But as Shiryu crossed an invisible boundary, the sky suddenly darkened. The sunset faded like ink, and then white lightning burst forth from the sky, dyeing all things in black and white. Wang Luo frowned, and the ascension record in his hand radiated brilliance. "Disperse." Under his command, the enveloping darkness was as if being crushed by an invisible force, causing the space to twist unnaturally and then explode, rendering the furious roars of thunder powerless. As the darkness dissipated, Shiryu looked around uncertainly in the hollow, and as her gaze locked onto Wang Luo and the ascension record in his hand, this sharp and capable girl finally revealed an expression of immense difficulty in accepting reality. Known conditions: the Spirit Mountain Forbidden Zone, which was jointly sealed by the renowned Yuan Xuan, is now as easy for Wang Luo as walking on flat ground. Another known condition: if an ordinary person like Shiryu were to emulate Wang Luo, it would provoke a change in the heavens and earth as if a demonic realm were descending. Yet another known condition: the restraint that changes the heavens and earth was broken by a single word from Wang Luo, allowing Shiryu to step onto the land of the Forbidden Zone that had not been trodden for thousands of years. What should be the most reasonable deduction based on the above conditions? No way. After a prolonged murmur to herself, the confusion in Shiryu's eyes gradually faded. Once she calmed down, she made her own rational judgment based on the known conditions. She turned to Wang Luo and said warily, "You are a Mo Lin agent." Wang Luo asked curiously, "What is a Mo Lin agent?" Shiryu did not answer and continued her reasoning. Since the establishment of the Forbidden Zone, the Mo Lin people have always been obsessed with the legacy of the old immortal calendar, infiltrating other countries for thousands of years and intruding into the old sites and forbidden zones. And you are obviously the agent sent by Mo Lin to our Zhu Wang. You must have known that the Spirit Mountain's restraint had been worn down over the years, so you hid nearby waiting for the power of the restraint to weaken and then used secret methods to break it. You just happened to be caught by me, the manager, and pretended to be an ancient person reborn, trying to mislead me into thinking you're just an ordinary fraud to escape. After this lengthy exposition, Shiryu looked at Wang Luo with 9-part scrutiny and 1 part expectation, as if a confident detective awaited the confession of a caught criminal. Wang Luo, after a moment of silence, nodded and praised, "Not bad, at least your thinking is broad." Shiryu coldly laughed. "Feigning ignorance won't help. I just activated a spirit talisman and reported to the nearest Qingping bureau. No matter which country's agent you are, intruding into the Spirit Mountain Forbidden Zone in front of me, the guardian of the mountain, is underestimating me too much." Wang Luo raised his hand and pinched a piece of soft jade resembling a leaf. The jade seemed alive, struggling in his hand like a caged beast, yet it could not break free. "Is this the spirit talisman you mentioned?" He caught the talisman, which had shot up into the sky after Shiryu activated the restraint, nearly crashing into the dark clouds, resolving everything in one go. Seeing that this talisman was unique in design and appearance, Wang Luo was momentarily tempted to preserve it. However, this scene of valor made Shiryu's expression change. The purple and blue binding lock in her hand immediately emitted a faint glow, and the fire within the stone burned even brighter, clearly ready to fight at any moment. Wang Luo smiled and casually tossed the spirit talisman back to Shiryu, and then turned to face the mountain path he had come from, asking, "As the guardian of the mountain, do you want to witness the true face of the spirit mountain, which you regard as a forbidden zone?" Shiryu hurriedly caught the spirit leaf, and as the green jade piece circled her fingertips, it shrank and directly entered her body, refusing to move again. As the girl saw Wang Luo's calm demeanor, seemingly without malice, and glanced at the spirit mountain path hidden in the mist, which had not been explored for thousands of years, she couldn't help but whisper, "You don't plan to trick me into the forbidden zone and then kill me to silence me, do you?" Indeed, a broad line of thought. Wang Luo, not caring about her words, thought that no matter what Shiryu said, his loyalty on the Ascension record had indeed risen from 28 to 35. Thus he led the way, and the faint mist covering the mountain path parted like water waves under his movement, opening a passage for those who followed. Shiryu bit her lip, first looking back only to see the evening glow like blood gradually sinking into the night, as if leaving her a retreat to return to her normal life. But before her lay a foggy expanse. She thought of returning, yet her steps moved forward. The path up the mountain was rugged and long. Just like in the old days. Wang Luo still remembered how his master Song Yijing brought him back to the Spirit Mountain from a battlefield soaring through the clouds, covering 1,000 miles in almost an instant. But upon reaching the Spirit Mountain, it was Song Yijing who let go of Wang Luo's hand, allowing him to walk step by step from the foot of the mountain. It took Wang Luo an entire day to traverse the long mountain path. At that time he was still a child without any cultivation, starving and thirsty. He did not stop relying on his innate Tao body and a stubborn will, overcoming countless perilous paths, arriving at the Qiling Palace and becoming the closed-door disciple of the mountain master Song Yijing in front of all the practitioners of the Spirit Mountain. Unfortunately, apart from the mountain path beneath his feet, everything else had changed drastically. Look to the left behind the clouds. You can vaguely see the Golden Peak, which is the heavy gold palace where we raise spirit pets. Originally it was a place for the elders of the mountain gate to recuperate and relax, but one year a spirit bird in the mountain unexpectedly attained the Tao and pecked the elders out of the heavy gold palace, taking the palace as its throne. Later, instead of making the spirit bird into roast fowl, the mountain master accepted it as a disciple and even rewarded it with the heavy gold palace. That was one of the few predecessors recorded in the Ascension records as a non-human body. Unfortunately, the descendants of that Spirit Mountain Bird King had no affinity with the Tao, and the heavy gold palace gradually degraded into an exhibition area for spirit pets. "This palace is not closely related to us, so I want to take you to see it up close." Wang Luo spoke as he walked, while Shiryu behind him looked confused, gazing at the golden peak that appeared and disappeared in the clouds, her mind in turmoil. As a guardian of the mountain, she had a deep understanding of the history of the Spirit Mountain in the old immortal calendar. She vaguely remembered that there was indeed such a story in the history of the Spirit Mountain, and although the images of the heavy gold palace recorded in ancient texts were blurry and indistinct, the outline was indeed exactly the same as what she saw in front of her. She wanted to ask in detail but couldn't bring herself to speak. Unbeknownst to her, the two had already walked far along the mountain path. Although there were no traps or mechanisms, the terrain of the Spirit Mountain was steep and strange, and the path was not only rugged but also perilous. However, with Wang Luo leading the way, their journey was uneventful. On the path of ascension, Shiryu's loyalty increased almost step by step. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of a magnificent hall. Wang Luo sighed and said, "This is the Nourishing Hall, which was originally a pharmacy for alchemy, but later an elder of the Spirit Mountain became enamored with medicinal cuisine, and the Nourishing Hall was gradually transformed into a cafeteria. Unfortunately, the hall's doors are tightly closed now and I can't open them, so I can't take you inside to taste the unique cuisine of the Spirit Mountain." Shiryu nodded, wanting to say something but hesitating. The two walked and talked, and as the glow of the sunset faded and night fell, Wang Luo finally brought Shiryu to see the Qiling Palace of the Spirit Mountain. This is the Qiling Palace. Although it looks a bit dilapidated now, it is still the heart of the Spirit Mountain, and As Wang Luo spoke, he walked to the center of the empty hall. Shiryu nodded, wanting to say something but hesitating. The two walked and talked, and although the 100 palaces of the Spirit Mountain remained close to him, and the clouds and seas in the mountain concealed endless secrets, and although he had failed in forming his core and was now merely at the foundation establishment stage still, I am the only practitioner in the world qualified to stand here, the 84th mountain master of the spirit mountain Wang Lu. On the other side Shiryu slowly bent down, kneeling on one knee on the ground. Outer mountain disciple Shiryu pays respects to the mountain master. If it can be said that initially Wang Luo's ability to casually lift the restraint and step into the forbidden zone had lacked sufficient persuasive power, unable to overshadow Shiryu's broad-minded hypothesis of him being an Mo Lin agent. Then later, when he led Shiryu to tour the Spirit Mountain, explaining the history of the Spirit Mountain behind the clouds and even allowing her to witness the legendary Qi Ling Palace merging with the Spirit Mountain before her. Some things, no matter how absurd they seemed, could not help but be believed as truth. However, after rationally accepting the reality, Shiryu's doubts only multiplied 100-fold. So you really are the mountain master of the Spirit Mountain. But according to legend, the mountain master of the Spirit Mountain has the power of life and death over the outer mountain disciples and the might to capture souls. Wang Lu nodded, holding up the ascension record. Oh, you mean the mountain master's tyranny, right? Indeed, there is outer mountain disciple Shiryu. Get down. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shiryu felt her other knee go weak as if crushed by an invisible force, and without resistance both knees knelt to the ground. Soon her back and waist also felt weak and she could not help but lay down flat on the ground. For a moment Shiryu was filled with shock and anger. Previously she had knelt on one knee due to the overwhelming impact of the Spirit Mountain scenery she had seen along the way, and also because she recognized Wang Luo's identity, a rational judgment she made. But even so, kneeling on one knee was already the limit. In the new era, equality of personality is emphasized regardless of status or wealth. Even if an honest immortal ancestor were to be reborn, there is no reason for people to kneel and bow to him. Thus Shiryu's full prostration was truly beyond her control, and for a moment she instinctively felt a surge of anger wanting to rise, but her limbs seemed to have lost control, refusing to exert any strength, and neither her binding lock nor the fire within the stone responded to her predicament. Fortunately, this weakness only lasted for an instant. The next moment Shiryu felt her strength returning and immediately sprang up, retreating several steps, looking at Wang Luo with a mix of surprise and suspicion. What did you just? Wang Luo said, this is the power of life and death you wanted to witness. Although I am currently not in the best condition, as long as my identity as the mountain master is correct, I have the ability to command practitioners from the outer mountain with my words carrying the weight of life and death. Why didn't you do this from the start? Shiryu asked, finding it hard to accept. Because this method is rather despicable, Wang Luo replied. My senior sister often says that another term for oppression by power is tyranny and despotism. Although this was mostly something she used to silence her master after getting into trouble, I still find it quite reasonable. Shiryu said blankly, but the old texts often say that practitioners of the old immortal calendar prefer a rigid hierarchical system, and those with higher realms do not regard those with lower realms as human, treating worldly beings as nothing more than ants. Wang Luo replied, that is not incorrect. Both my senior sister and I do not like to oppress others with power, nor do we adhere to institutional laws. However, we essentially live at the pinnacle of the 9 provinces, naturally enjoying all the conveniences brought by the Spirit Mountain's transcendent status. In my senior sister's words, a rich second generation should not tell stories of self-struggle in front of the poor. Your senior sister's phrasing is quite uncharacteristic of the old immortal calendar. Wang Luo said nonchalantly, she crossed over after all. Furthermore, the cultivation environment of the people of the Spirit Mountain is exceptional, and everyone possesses remarkable talent cultivating without external aid. Therefore, apart from a few who are restless and dislike tranquility, most people rarely interact with other sects and certainly do not frequently engage with the mundane world. This attitude, regardless of how we perceive it, is indeed evaluated as looking down on worldly beings as ants. However, a terrestrial immortal in the Great Ascension stage can move mountains and fill seas, altering the geography with a single thought, and can affect the lives and deaths of millions in a certain region. To equate such a person with mortals is indeed quite laughable. Wang Luo then shifted the topic. Are you saying that it is not like this now? Shiryu was caught off guard by the question, momentarily unsure of where to start, only nodding and murmuring in agreement, her gaze towards Wang Luo growing increasingly curious. Clearly there were countless questions on both sides. This was also the reason Wang Luo led Shiryu all the way to the Dingling Palace. He knew nothing about the new world, and the only person he could rely on was this guardian of the mountain whose loyalty barely reached 52. Wang Luo said, how about this, you and I take turns asking a question, you go first. Shiryu was not polite. You previously said you are the 84th mountain master Wang Luo, but the historical records clearly state that the last disciple of the Spirit Mountain Wang Luo perished during the heavenly tribulation. Though there were later many fraudsters claiming to be Wang Luo trying to deceive our Shi family for money, along with eccentric historians claiming that the people of the Spirit Mountain were not extinct. But the orthodox academic community's viewpoint has never wavered. Wang Luo retorted, so who wrote such a convincing historical record? Shiryu took a deep breath and said, your senior sister, the 83rd mountain master of the Spirit Mountain, Lu Jiao. Hiss. Wang Luo inhaled sharply, no wonder it's her. Sister Lu Jiao is undoubtedly the most unique among the people Wang Luo knows. The story about her is truly too vast to describe, yet after spending so much time together, Wang Lu believes he has come to understand her to some extent. He anticipated that his sister had survived the heavenly tribulation. There is a memorial tablet for Wang Lu in the Ling Mountain Shrine, but none for Lu Jiao, which clearly proves the unbreakable truth that calamity leaves behind enduring consequences. However, he did not expect that the tablet belonging to him, which puzzled him greatly, actually came from his sister. Why would she write herself dead in the historical records? There could be many speculated reasons, such as to hide and protect the younger brother who was in seclusion in the Dingling Palace, or perhaps Lu Jiao, who always likes to say that history is a little girl dressed up by others, would one day take the opportunity to write history and craft the most bizarre tales. Perhaps in the historical records that Shuriwei trusts so much, the 82nd generation mountain master Song Yijing is portrayed as a hopeless homosexual. But these speculations only lingered for a moment in Wang Luo's mind. Without evidence, it is useless to think more. So in response to Shiyu's question, Wang Luo could only explain sister Lu Jiao has always acted unpredictably. There is a possibility of mischief. Shuriwei remained silent for a moment before saying, it is well known that among the distinguished figures of Dinghuan, Lu Jiao is the most dignified and composed, which is why she can become the leader of the distinguished ones. Dignified and composed, is that what the historical records say? Wang Luo was truly astonished. Although my sister acts in eccentric and bizarre ways, she has never liked to beautify herself according to public aesthetics. She must have hit her head during the heavenly tribulation. Please do not speak such words carelessly. Insulting the distinguished ones is a serious crime. Even without me reporting it, the patrolling blue robes will come to apprehend you, Shuriwei admonished. Wang Luo pondered. So after the heavenly tribulation, not only did my sister escape disaster, but she also gained a very high status in the secular world. Why did she not continue to lead Ling Mountain, but instead put the position of mountain master aside for 1,000 years before passing it on to me? And why did she allow Ling Mountain to fall into disrepair, with even the guardian families declining? Mountain Master, it would be best to ask her directly rather than putting me in a difficult position. However, based on common sense, the revered Lu Jiao, your sister, had to sever ties with Ling Mountain after the heavenly tribulation. Can you elaborate? Wang Luo asked. Shuriwei sighed and took out a thin book from her red robes. This is a textbook compiled by several revered masters of the Immortal Alliance, encompassing knowledge of governance, history and culture, which is a compulsory course that every modern person must learn. The answers you seek should be in here. Wang Luo took the book and saw neatly printed words on the cover: Zhu Wang Children's General Knowledge Textbook. Shuriwei was somewhat annoyed. Do not look down on children's general knowledge. The points in this textbook, if tested on passers-by on the street, 99 out of 100 wouldn't be able to answer fully. Revisiting the basics is a tradition in the Shur family. The ancestor Shur Suying, who created the Surefire, always kept a copy of the introductory breathing technique and would review it until the night before ascending. There is nothing to look down upon. Thank you, Shuriwei said awkwardly. I do not know the story you mentioned. Shur Suying was both a rebel of the Shur family and a rebel of Ling Mountain, so it is not surprising that his story has not been passed down. But it is quite impressive that you can walk the same path as Shur Suying without the guidance of ancestral stories. As he casually praised Shuriwei, Wang Luo gained 2 points of cheap loyalty while flipping through the book. He read at a remarkable speed, finishing the children's textbook in no time. Then he understood why Shuriwei used the textbook to answer his questions. Simply put, after the heavenly tribulation, the survivors, reflecting on their pain, decided to shift the blame onto Ling Mountain. Or rather, the classical cultivation system represented by Ling Mountain. Their theory, in Wang Luo's view, is quite absurd. Modern people believe that cultivators of the classical era overly emphasized individual strength while long neglecting the foundation of the masses. Despite having developed a flourishing immortal civilization over thousands of years, with the sincere immortal ancestor opening the radiant immortal spirit realm, the fundamental structure of the classical era was top-heavy. As the foundation, the Jojo continent is populated mostly by ordinary folk, and the splendor of the immortal way has no connection to them, with even the afterglow failing to reach Jia's land. In such a world lacking foundation, it could not support a group of great Luo Jingxians who could summon winds and rains. Thus the immortal realm ultimately fell, the heavenly court crashed, Jojo collapsed, and the heavenly way became desolate. Survivors took decades to barely piece together the situation, reconstruct civilization, and initiate a new immortal era. By that time, Jojo was already in ruins, with over 90% of the population reduced, and the 4 states west of Ling Mountain had become permanent wastelands no longer suitable for human habitation. The textbook does not delve into the details of the disaster, but from these few lines it is not difficult to infer the severe psychological impact that the upheaval of Jojo had on the survivors. And when they decided to bind the source of the disaster to Ling Mountain, everyone had to sever ties with Ling Mountain, including Lu Jia. The general knowledge textbook also does not elaborate on Lu Zio's deeds, but the few key points mentioned are already substantial. First, she is a survivor of the heavenly tribulation. Second, she is an outstanding survivor, leading others to clear the wasteland and calm the desolation, revered as the Dinghuan Yuanshuan. Third, after successfully stabilizing the wasteland, she established a nation called Zhu Wang at the old site of Ling Mountain, which is now undoubtedly the strongest country among the 5 states and hundreds of nations. Fourth, as the creator of the New World Order, Lu Zhiyou personally laid to rest the legacy of Ling Mountain and the classical era. And severance is her conclusion. The information in the general knowledge textbook is far from limited to this, but having digested this much, Wang Luo's doubts have been answered and he is not eager to continue reading. The reason his sister wrote him dead in the historical records is now sufficiently justified. Whether for protection or severance, a Ling Mountain junior brother accidentally in seclusion in the Dingling Palace is best left to exist only in the historical records and memorial tablets. In fact, the fact that Wang Luo can awaken leisurely 1,000 years later instead of directly returning to the cycle of heaven and earth shows Lu Ziyou's protective intentions have been quite clear. Although he does not know why it took so long to awaken him, nonetheless this history before and after the heavenly tribulation signifies. It seems that my identity as the mountain master of Ling Mountain is not suitable for public disclosure. Shuriwei breathed a sigh of relief, bowing to Wang Luo. Mountain master is wise. Clearly this was something she wanted to say but could not express directly. Now that Wang Luo has deduced it himself, she has saved a lot of effort. Wang Luo said, in the future for similar matters you can remind me directly. I know nothing of the new world and still need to rely on your guidance. Shuriwei was quite flattered. Does Mountain Master truly trust me so much? Wang Luo glanced at the ascension record in his hand and said, in the classical era the Shi family served Ling Mountain for 10,000 years and was always trustworthy. Loyalty is quantified and laid out before one's eyes. Its reliability is clear at a glance, and of course it is trustworthy. The untrustworthy had already been prevented from causing trouble. Now it's your turn to ask. Shuriwei immediately inquired, may I ask, Mountain Master, now that you have died and come back to life, what are your plans? Wang Luo replied, to you I am dead and reborn, but for me the experience is closer to a physical crossing. As for my current plan, it is naturally to confront the instigator. While speaking, Wang Luo opened the ascension record and locked onto the golden words Lu Zhiyou in the list, silently sending a communication request. The result was as expected, like a stone sinking into the sea. There was neither an answer nor even a signal. Wang Luo pondered this. On the other side, Shuriwei twitched her mouth and said, revered Lu Zhiyou has not appeared in public for 500 years. Although the Golden Deer Hall has never announced her death, many people speculate. It can't be. If she were truly dead, you would have seen her major news from time to time over the past 500 years. Looking at Shiyu's bewilderment, Wang Luo could only sigh. Explaining Lu Zhiyou to someone who has not experienced it is truly like trying to explain ice to summer insects. However, according to Lu Zhiyou's temperament, not showing herself for 500 years would be an extreme situation, like senior brother Qin Muzhou and senior sister Bai Chang abstaining for a week. Of course, it is not surprising for extreme situations to occur, as over 1,000 years have passed since the last time the two met, which means Lu Zhiyou is already 1,200 years old. Even by 500 years ago she had already lived through 700 years. And if a cultivator cannot ascend, their lifespan should be limited to 1,000 years, unless one is a special case like Wang Luo, who was protected by the Dingling Palace and has stolen heavenly secrets. Otherwise, even someone as strong as Song Yijing cannot escape this mortal limit. Wang Luo does not doubt that Lu Zhiyou has sufficient means to live for 1,000 years, but he also does not doubt that her life over this millennium has been far from easy. Not showing herself for 500 years may indeed mean it is truly inconvenient for her to appear. Thus confronting her is not an easy task. Moreover, since awakening from the Dingling Palace, sister Lu Zhiyou not only did not proactively seek him out, but she did not leave any contact information or other clues, perhaps hinting to him not to contact her at this stage. After pondering for a long time, Wang Luo, relying on his understanding of his sister's vast story, made a judgment. For now he should not rush to pull this line with his sister, but rather act as a qualified Ling Mountain person as discussed in the collective discussion with his brothers close in seclusion, and wait until the end of time. Since I cannot contact my sister, I will focus on my cultivation. I previously failed to refine pills in seclusion and need to gather another batch of spiritual herbs and treasures. Are you familiar with these materials? As he spoke, Wang Luo casually gestured in the air, condensing his true essence into tangible golden threads, weaving them into neat characters that fell before Shuriwei. Though it was merely a small magic trick, it left Shuriwei dumbfounded, and after a moment she regained her composure to read the characters seriously. With just one glance the girl's brows furrowed tightly. Wang Luo asked, do you not recognize them? Shuriwei sighed, I do. I have seen everything you wrote at the auction house while working part-time at the ceremony pavilion in Rong City. Any one of them can instantly help me pay off my debts. That's fine. It's already fortunate that they survived the heavenly tribulation. Shuriwei, however, said, but Mountain Master, after the heavenly tribulation the heavenly laws have changed significantly from the old days. Are you sure the pills and techniques from before can still help you refine pills now? I am not certain, Wang Luo said frankly, but since the auction house can sell them, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. The indebted girl couldn't help but be deeply impressed by his lavishness and asked with a hint of expectation, does Ling Mountain still have any valuable legacies? Based on the situation in the Qiling Palace, the only valuable legacy of Ling Mountain should be me. Truly worthy of being the Mountain Master. Wang Luo noticed Shiyu's loyalty decreased by 1 point and couldn't help but praise inwardly, this guardian is quite pragmatic. So what do you think I should do now? The same question had been asked not long ago on the Ascension platform, and this time Shiyu's answer was it is still the Qingping division. Because you need to obtain a seed of the Jinmu tree from them, which is necessary for identification. So what exactly is the Qingping division? It can be simply understood as the former patrol office mainly responsible for maintaining public order but also has many similar functions to household registration management. This may be hard for people from the classical era to understand. In the new immortal calendar era, the way society operates is quite different from before. Wang Lu naturally responded, it's a modern service-oriented government, nothing hard to understand. Since the creator of the new order is his sister, the new world will naturally take her shape. Shiryu's warm reminder made Wang Lu recall the common settings found in the crossover novels of his senior sister. For a traveler, the biggest challenge after crossing over is actually the issue of being an undocumented person. A person who appears out of nowhere is bound to be out of place with everything around them. This issue is not a big problem for worlds with a low degree of civilization organization. For example, in the classical era of the Jojo continent, no one would care if one person suddenly appeared or disappeared. However, in a world with a high degree of civilization organization, it is different. From the moment one is born, society has already assigned them rights and obligations. In other words, everyone comes with a mission, each person has their own role, and having one more or one less person inevitably affects the whole system. From Wang Luo's limited observations after awakening as well as Shiryu's words, it is easy to determine that the new world 1,000 years later is highly organized and less tolerant of travelers. Therefore, if one's true identity cannot be exposed, then one can only find a way to forge a new identity. Just as Wang Luo was about to think further, a rumbling sound of writhing guts echoed from within the Qiling hall. Wang Luo looked at Shiryu, who shyly turned her head aside and said, I haven't eaten since this morning. Oh, I haven't eaten since 1,000 years ago. Shiryu was left speechless and could only clasp her hands and say, I admit defeat. Regardless of winning or losing, the hunger in their stomachs was an undeniable reality, seriously interfering with their conversation. So after hesitating for a moment, Shiryu asked, if the mountain master doesn't mind, why not come to my house for a simple meal? We can discuss the remaining questions as we walk. Wang Luo readily accepted, saying sure. The Shi family's family banquet was famous throughout Jojo, and I have always wanted to try it. Shiryu fell silent for a moment and then said, back then the mountain master of Ling Mountain could manipulate the mountains and rivers with divine thought, even guiding meteors to fall. I have never had the chance to witness it. Wang Luo asked, do you want to see it? Just wait a moment. Shiryu, seeing that Wang Luo took it seriously, was utterly shocked and exclaimed, I was just joking. You don't need to show me. Wang Luo then paused his actions of flipping through the Ascension records and curiously asked, don't you want to see it? There happens to be a recorded footage of your ancestor Shi Suiying splitting the mountain's vital veins in the Ascension records. I thought you would be interested, but if that's not the case, then forget it. Shiryu was taken aback as it just looking at the materials. Wang Luo was even more surprised. Otherwise, were you expecting a foundation establishment cultivator to demonstrate divine abilities for you live? I admit defeat. In Shiryu's concession, Wang Luo resumed leading the way, leaving the mist-covered Ling Mountain with her. As they returned to the Ascension platform, the night had deepened. Ling Mountain behind them was shrouded in night fog, resembling a place of death. But ahead on the plain beneath the mountain there was a dazzling display of lights. It was the civilization fire of a bustling city with countless stars illuminating the plain. The afterglow stretched all the way to the horizon. At the core of that city, numerous slender lines of light extended outward like nimble little guides, weaving together the prosperity belonging to this city with other places. According to Wang Luo's memory, the location of that city was precisely where the outer gate of Ling Mountain once stood. Represented by the Shi family, the guardians of Ling Mountain established a small town named Lingxi, where more and more people gathered over time, and the town eventually transformed into a small city. 1,000 years have passed and the small city has undergone a complete transformation, its flourishing appearance forming an extremely ironic contrast with the withered Ling Mountain. Times have changed. Now it is called Rong City, Shiryu said. It is the largest city in our Zhuang nation and the first city built by the founding heroes on the ruins. Until 500 years ago it was still the capital of the nation, but later with the master retreating, the capital was moved to the more convenient Yu city. This old capital was forced to wash away its splendor. That said, housing prices haven't dropped at all. I also owe my ancestors' blessings to own a property in Rong City, although it is still financially burdensome. As they spoke, Shiryu took the lead with light steps, walking on a dilapidated blue brick road. Wang Luo was no longer familiar with the path behind the Ascension platform, so he let this part-time guide, the debt-ridden girl, lead the way. Wang Luo, after a moment of silence, nodded and praised, not bad, at least your thinking is broad. By the way, as an old capital, Rong City has preserved many relics from the classical era. For example, the Rong City History Museum displays a bell claimed to be 5,000 years old. The museum also frequently exhibits artifacts from other countries. If you are interested, Mountain Master, you might want to find time to visit. There may be useful clues. Oh, but you need the seed of the Jinmu tree to verify your identity before entering the museum. We will have to think of a way for that. I almost forgot, Mountain Master. To supplement my family's income, I have rented out a few empty rooms in my house, so there are currently a few tenants living with us. If we meet, we will need a reason to explain your identity. How about saying you are a new tenant from Nanxiang? As Sure Yu chattered away, the two quickly finished the dilapidated mountain road and reached the foot of the mountain. Before them lay a wide and clean road stretching out like black satin, winding towards the distant brightly lit Rong City. Sure Yu laughed self-deprecatingly. Compared to the road of Ling Mountain, this is a stark contrast, right? This is the difference that comes with or without a public maintenance budget. She then took out a pale bone whistle from her red shoulder bag, placed it in her mouth and blew into it, producing a sharp piercing sound. The bone whistle was uniquely designed and the shrill sound exceeded the hearing range of ordinary people. Sure Yu blew it vigorously and did not seem bothered at all. However, to Wang Luo it felt as if a cold eerie aura pierced into his head through his ears, causing a slight pain. In the next moment, several pale ghostly flames suddenly ignited before his eyes, and amidst the blaze a skeletal carriage laden with the chill of the underworld rushed towards them. The underworld path. Wang Luo instantly recognized the origin of this skeletal carriage. Although its design was quite different from his memory, the aura of death and decay flowing through the bones was indistinguishable from that of the underworld path, which ranked first among the demonic sects in his recollection. And Ling Mountain and the three demonic sects have always had a relationship like fire and water. This made him exert some effort to suppress the impulse to dismantle the skeletal carriage on the spot. After all, times have changed. Even Lu Zhiyou had become a dignified and composed person. Perhaps Ling Mountain had long since become close with the three demonic sects. Moreover, since the whistle was blown by Sure Yu, if he dismantled the skeletal carriage here, the girl's loyalty would be completely lost. After suppressing the killing intent in his heart, Wang Luo observed the skeletal carriage of the underworld path again and made new discoveries. It was about 10 meters long and 3 meters wide and high, crafted from thousands of different white bones into a square-framed cabin. On both sides were semi-transparent windows formed from ghostly mist, and underneath the cabin were 4 writhing fleshy spheres slowly rolling. In terms of bizarre and terrifying design, it was indeed in line with Wang Luo's memories of the underworld path. However, apart from that, it hardly felt eerie. There was no damp poisonous gas that eroded living beings, nor were there resentful spirits and fierce ghosts carrying suffering and torment. Even the bones forming the framework faintly exhibited a sense of uniform beauty. Seeing Wang Luo's astonishment, Sure Yu couldn't help but laugh. Haha, surprised aren't you, Mountain Master? Times have changed. The Underworld Path is now a legally compliant social organization with industries spread across the 5 states and 100 nations of the heavenly right. Although it is still not very popular. Alright, let's hurry and get in the car. If we stay too long, there will be extra charges. Saying this, the little guide took Wang Luo's hand and hurriedly stepped onto the carriage. Inside the carriage sat a snow-white skeleton in the driver's seat, wearing a dark blue hat and dressed in a crimson work uniform. Its right hand held a meat-like control string, while its left hand reached into a moist grayish flesh sack. The bottom of the sack had multiple writhing veins extending throughout the cabin, clearly serving as the control mechanism. Despite its neatly arranged attire, the driver's appearance was still extremely frightening. Yet after Sure Yu and Wang Luo boarded, the driver even stood up, voluntarily opening its mouth towards them. Its jaw joint made rhythmic cracking sounds as if trying to present a welcoming smile. Sure Yu instantly shivered and nearly jumped out of the carriage, while the stone fire in her dantian also swayed slightly. No wonder the underworld path's prices are half that of their peers. Their business must be bleak. This is too horrifying. Wang Luo immediately dismissed this, saying, they are warmly welcoming you, yet you spread ideas of discrimination based on appearance and sect that is truly shameful. I was wrong. Sure Yu lowered her head helplessly, feeling guilty for a moment about her prejudice against the underworld path's driver. But regardless of whether it was shameful or not, the reality was clear. Apart from the driver and the two of them, the carriage was completely empty, with only 24 seats arranged in 12 rows. Moreover, the seats were cleverly designed based on bones and covered with flesh membranes. While maintaining the underworld path's expected eeriness, each seat was equipped with grayish-white flesh straps for safety and magazines placed in the flesh pockets on the front row seatbacks. The skeletal framework even featured specially designed lumbar support, showcasing a touch of humane warmth amidst the chilling eeriness. So why does the underworld path insist on maintaining its expected eeriness? Wang Luo couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, times have changed. That underworld path, once particularly sinister and ruthless, has now integrated humanization into the mainstream. That expected eeriness seemed more like a farewell song sung by the old and the young to remember the traditions. What exactly has the underworld path experienced over the past 1,000 years? After taking their seats, Sure Yu continued her role as a guide, explaining, when the heavenly tribulation descended, the entire Jojo continent was on the brink of disaster. During this life and death moment, the distinction between good and evil was no longer significant. Moreover, with the fall of the Celestial Court and the destruction of the immortal realm, the heavenly Tao of Jojo underwent serious distortion, causing many cultivators to become monsters due to this distortion. This phenomenon is scientifically termed transformation of desolation. The demonic monsters post-transformation are more terrifying and dangerous than any demonic cultivator. During the fall of Mo Prefecture, the three demonic sects nearly suffered total annihilation, retaining their lineage only with the help of the righteous path. Among the later founding heroes of the desolation, there were no shortage of formidable figures from the demonic path. Subsequently, the heroes ascended to the heavenly heart and established the grand law, fully merging the immortal and demonic paths. Therefore, even those who specialize in the demonic path can now walk openly in the sunlight, though the underworld path still prefers to operate at night as the daytime celestial laws are unfavorable to them. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu let out a hiss and flipped open the elementary general knowledge textbook that Shiryu had given him. Taking advantage of the skeletal carriage's journey, he was just in time to complete the remaining important sections. This was what Shiryu had just mentioned as the grand law. In fact, this grand law is the core standard distinguishing classical from modern and new from old celestial histories. As Shiryu said, the greatest harm of the heavenly tribulation lies in the destruction of the immortal realm, which nearly destroyed the heavenly Tao as well. The heavily distorted heavenly Tao also twisted countless cultivators who relied on it for their cultivation. At that time, the survivors had to rebuild civilization, and the first step was to reorganize the heavenly Tao, cutting out the parts that had become desolate. In theory, the heavenly Tao is ethereal and unreachable by human strength. Even the ancestor of the immortal realm with utmost sincerity has always regarded themselves as a seeker. It seems that as humanity's achievements rise, they grow ever farther from the heavenly Tao. Yet when the heavenly Tao was transforming into desolation and on the brink of collapse, it left a shortcut for humanity. Then, led by Lu Jiao, the founding heroes of the desolation successfully touched the heavenly Tao along that shortcut, leaving behind a mark belonging to humanity. That mark is called the Grand Law. It weaves the heavenly Tao with human hearts, thus achieving unity between heaven and humanity, fostering mutual coexistence. From then on, the heavenly Tao was no longer ethereal and would not treat all beings as mere fodder. The heavenly Tao stands on the side of humanity, and of course humanity stands by the heavenly Tao. This mutually beneficial relationship is what distinguishes the pre-tribulation era from the post-tribulation era regarding the Grand Law. The introduction to the Grand Law in the general knowledge textbook is very vague. Although there are a few examples provided for explanation, they still leave one feeling somewhat clouded. For example, the book records that in the classical era the heavenly Tao was unpredictable. Countless mortal dynasties were destroyed by natural disasters, and many exceptionally talented cultivators perished in heavenly tribulations, causing the progress of civilization to be hindered more than once by the heavens. This led the ancestors to lament about the indifference of heaven and earth. However, in the era of the Grand Law, traditional natural disasters have almost vanished. Instead, humanity, relying on the great powers of heaven and earth, has created many artificial wonders, greatly accelerating the progress of civilization. Another example is that in the classical era the heavens had no concept of good and evil. Countless cases of good people living short lives and calamities lingering for 1,000 years emerged endlessly because the heavenly Tao simply did not care for humanity's virtues or vices. But in the era of the Grand Law, the notion of retribution for good and evil has been written into the heavenly Tao. Those who accumulate virtue and do good deeds find that even if they merely set up a street stall, their business will thrive more than that of ordinary people. Conversely, those who commit heinous acts will truly face heavenly retribution. Upon reaching this point and reflecting on the changes in the underworld path, Wang Lu finally gained an intuitive understanding of the Grand Law, while also vaguely realizing why his senior sister Lu Jiao is portrayed as dignified and composed in the official history. It turns out she is also afraid of heavenly retribution. The existence of the Great Law has altered the entire world. Unfortunately, the teaching materials provided by Shiryu were ultimately only meant for children's enlightenment, offering no deeper exploration of the Great Law, merely educating the children about obeying laws through simple examples. Nevertheless, even so, the limited textual descriptions still left Wang Lu in awe. Unexpectedly, the Tao of Heaven, seemingly serious and unattainable, still ended up being corrupted in the hands of his senior sister after encountering the crisis of transformation. For a cultivator living in the old era of the immortal calendar, it is hard to imagine the Tao of Heaven being used by others. Of course, what he sees before him in this new world is already beyond imagination. For instance, the bustling underworld path. Through the ghost mist window, a broader and more magnificent scenery gradually appeared before Wang Luo's eyes. There are so many vehicles on this road. As he spoke, a shuttle-shaped flying vehicle gleaming with platinum light zipped past the bone carriage, leaving behind a stunning trail like a bolt of lightning. Shiryu merely glanced at it and let out a sigh of poverty while flipping through a small red ledger in her hands, troubled by the ever-increasing financial deficit, and casually explained the Black Silk Road is one of the 17 main roads of Rong City. Although the part near the Spirit Mountain is somewhat desolate, the traffic in the urban area is still quite dense, and if luck runs out there can be significant congestion. Wang Luo nodded upon hearing this, observing the flow of vehicles outside the window and sighed. The quality of these vehicles is not low. By classical standards, modern vehicles are basically genuine magical treasures. The quality of individual items may not catch the eye of someone from the classical elite, but in terms of quantity, indeed the numbers are truly astonishing. In the brief moment of conversation, Wang Lu had already counted over 1,000 magical treasure-level vehicles in his field of vision. While the quality of individual items was indeed not high, the combined effect of thousands of low-quality items was quite considerable. Moreover, the focus is not on the power of these magical treasures but rather on the resources and production capacity represented by these thousands of transportation magical treasures. In the classical era, even a wealthy place like Spirit Mountain could not casually produce so many transportation magical treasures. Being able to forge a treasure for ascending to immortality does not imply the ability to craft 10,000 common treasures. Furthermore, magical treasures require a master. Even if thousands of magical treasures could be produced, where could one easily find thousands of cultivators knowledgeable in their use? However, these problems seem to no longer exist in the new era. From Wang Luo's perspective, almost every vehicle contained a skilled cultivator at the helm. Their cultivation may not be high, but each one has a stable realm and solid foundation with a minimum level of foundation establishment, and many surprisingly at the golden core stage. Thousands of foundation establishment and golden core cultivators, such a feat could only be assembled by the top large sects in the classical era. And this was merely the result of Wang Luo's casual glance at the main road on the outskirts of Rome City. Moreover, these thousands of foundation establishment and golden core cultivators are exceptionally young. Shiryu explained, under the protection of the Great Law, the cultivation speed of cultivators in the new era is significantly faster than in the past. It is not uncommon for someone to reach the golden core stage by the age of 20. Wang Luo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. In his day, challenging the myriad wonders of the golden core at just over 20 was considered an extraordinary achievement. Generally, cultivators could only form their cores within 50 to 60 years. Even if it was merely a low-grade scattered core, it would be regarded as a rare talent. Most cultivators only managed to form their cores close to 100 years old and then had to strive to advance in the following decades, or else they would exhaust their lifespan. He never expected that in the new era the immortal path had developed to such a degree. However, something seemed strange. Wang Luo observed carefully, furrowing his brow, to pose a question. With so many foundation establishment and golden core cultivators, how come there isn't a single nascent soul, let alone transformation into divinity? Shiryu replied, oh, this part wasn't included in the general education materials, perhaps because they felt it shouldn't dampen the enthusiasm of the children to strive for progress. According to the Great Law, the cultivation limit of the new era stops at the nascent soul stage. Wang Luo displayed unprecedented astonishment. The limit stops at the nascent soul stage. In fact, the nascent soul is merely the privilege of a very few. The vast majority reach only the golden core stage. From forming cores in their 20s to passing away before 100, they spend nearly 100 years slowly refining their golden core, only to watch it gradually decline until it ultimately dissipates and they perish. To advance to the nascent soul and extend one's lifespan by another 100 years, one must obtain government approval. Wang Luo was puzzled. Why? Because excessively pursuing individual power could lead to a repeat of the failures of the old immortal calendar. This world no longer needs immortals, and we certainly do not wish to be crushed by the immortal realm again. Even so, limiting individual power to the nascent soul stage seems excessively corrective. Isn't the nascent soul enough? Compared to ordinary people without cultivation or beginners just starting to channel chi into their bodies, a nascent soul is already comparable to a natural disaster. In a stable, highly organized society, there is no need for such powerful individuals. But collective strength will be greater than that of past immortals. Shiryu's tone was calm, but the confidence belonging to the era revealed in her words was deeply moving. But collective strength could surpass that of the immortals. Wang Luo found it hard to agree with such fanciful notions. While thousands of foundation establishment and golden core cultivators are indeed impressive, they are absolutely insufficient to bridge the gap with true immortals. Wang Luo found it hard to agree with such fanciful notions. While thousands of foundation establishment and golden core cultivators are indeed impressive, they are absolutely insufficient. Hundreds of golden core cultivators and a dozen nascent soul transformation experts assembled into an unprecedented family formation under the command of a combined stage power still could not withstand a full-force strike from a great ascension level. Others may not understand this truth, but how could senior sister Lu Jiao not comprehend it? Soon, however, Wang Luo's doubts began to dissipate. As the bone carriage officially entered the urban area of Rome City, the most prosperous and magnificent side of this new world finally presented itself before him up close. A rich and almost unbelievable spiritual energy rushed towards him, not inferior to any famous sect's blessed land of the past. In such an environment, even a person of mediocre talent could develop simple immortal techniques after decades of cultivation. Amidst the dense spiritual energy, tall and shining buildings stood shoulder to shoulder on the ground, supporting a realm of dazzling immortal light. These structures were constructed of inexplicable materials, their surfaces flowing with crystalline and silky light, appearing like exquisite jade under the night. Amidst the dense spiritual energy, tall and shining buildings stood shoulder to shoulder on the ground, supporting a realm of dazzling immortal light. Wang Luo had never seen such a magnificent sight, not even in scrolls depicting the immortal realm nor in the heavenly court crafted by the immortal ancestor Qi Chang. Meanwhile Shiryu had already closed her ledger, softly explaining that is the Jianmu carrying the highest governing body of the city. Each city within the territory of Zhuwang expands gradually around the Jianmu. The Jianmu of Rong City is the oldest in Zhuwang, the first stop in the reconstruction of Lingzhou after the heavenly tribulation. At that time Master Zhiyao named the city Rong City, taking inspiration from the meaning of a young deer growing antlers symbolizing vitality. Wang Luo nodded slowly. This naming style indeed had a hint of Lu Zio's flavor. Although what lay before him was no longer a mere young deer with growing antlers. After a millennium Rong City resembled a sharp pair of antlers with building clusters akin to a magnificent forest of swords. In the next moment the light outside the windows suddenly dimmed as the bone carriage had left the black silk-like main road and turned into a dark winding path. Point of a new world. In the next moment the light outside the windows suddenly dimmed as the bone carriage had left the black silk-like main road and turned into a dark winding path. In an instant the magnificent and beautiful city seemed to be isolated in another world. Shiryu said, "Ah, we are almost there." The bone carriage came to a halt with a nauseating sound of flesh grinding against the ground, and a mournful female voice echoed, "The final stop, Wanqing Bridge, has arrived. Please ensure that all passengers take their belongings with them. We shall meet again in the underworld." Shiryu's mouth twitched slightly as she suppressed her urge to voice words that could imply discrimination against the Dao lineage, and she led Wang Luo off the carriage. After the two disembarked, the ghostly flames surrounding the bone carriage flickered as if tearing open an invisible door, and then the entire vehicle gradually vanished from sight. Before it completely disappeared, Wang Luo caught sight of the skeletal driver bowing respectfully to him. "How polite." Wang Luo marveled. "Indeed, I've never heard of the underworld path being polite before. Perhaps they've been losing too much recently." Shiryu sighed. "I hope it doesn't really go out of business. It's hard to find such cheap and convenient public transport anywhere else." Shiryu sighed. "I hope it doesn't really go out of business. It's hard to find such cheap and convenient public transport anywhere else." Shiryu sighed again. "I could, but it would consume more true essence and the extra food expenses would be much more expensive than transportation costs." Wang Luo couldn't help but be even more curious. The spiritual energy of this Rong City was so dense it was almost tangible. What kind of loss could not be compensated? In fact, throughout his journey the spiritual energy he casually absorbed had already replenished about 1 to 2% of his exhausted Dantian and Jade Mansion. Surely the spiritual energy of this new world isn't charged right. What a wicked exploitative society. Meanwhile Shiryu had already walked ahead, pointing towards the winding road ahead. "Just a short distance from this Wanqing Bridge and we'll reach my house. As you can see, it's not a glamorous place." Wang Luo looked around and saw the muddy dirt road beneath him located directly below a massive bridge. Looking up, the bridge resembled a terrifying spider connecting countless structures on the ground. The bridge was bustling with traffic, with a continuous flow of pedestrians contrasting sharply with the prosperous scenery of Rong City. Yet amidst the prosperity hardly any passerby glanced down towards the bridge's underside. It was as if they existed in entirely different worlds. The world beneath the bridge was filled with low and chaotic houses, occasionally interrupted by half-crumbled walls covered in graffiti with weeds sprouting between the bricks. Indeed, far removed from glamour. After surveying the area, Wang Luo pondered for a moment and remarked, "It's a good thing in a way. If someone with millions of debts could still live in luxury, then this society would be doomed." "That makes sense. I was wrong." Shiryu and Wang Luo chatted as they walked, noticing the winding path beneath their feet that sometimes branched off and sometimes merged, resembling a massive web woven into a grand maze. Shiryu moved like a diligent spider, traversing the intricate web, exchanging simple greetings with every passerby, welcoming them with a smile. Similarly, the passersby responded with their own simple and sincere warmth. After about 10 minutes, as they delved deeper into this unremarkable world beneath the bridge, the scenery before them opened up suddenly. The path widened to accommodate 4 vehicles side by side, the muddy dirt road now covered with smooth bricks, while on both sides stretched shops and stalls that seemed to have no end. The dazzling lights from the shop signs, the bustling noise of pedestrians, and the fragrant aromas from food stalls intertwined in an instant, forming a melody that resonated before Wang Luo. What a hidden prosperity beneath the surface glamour. Welcome to Shiji. The girl in the red hat finally revealed her most sincere smile of the day. It is said that this is the starting point of the ancient Lingxi town where our Shi family ancestors first lived. So how does it feel to walk on a street with thousands of years of history? Wang Luo leaned down, running his finger over the bricks, leaving a layer of stone dust. This construction time cannot exceed 10 years. Shiryu's expression froze and she smiled helplessly. "All right, I was wrong again. But judging by the location, this is indeed the Shiji of Lingxi town in my memory." "Then that's good. To celebrate the resurrection of the Mountain Master today, we won't eat at home. We'll treat you to Li Ji roast meat. Li Ji is very famous around here." As she finished, Shiryu's smile remained, but the corners of her mouth twitched with poverty. I might not be able to afford the expensive meat, so please be gentle when ordering, Mountain Master." Wang Luo nodded in agreement. Understood. As they spoke, Shiryu led Wang Luo into a bustling little shop. The shop was cramped with only 6 round tables tightly arranged, each surrounded by diners, making the interior feel congested. Amidst this, a plump woman moved gracefully through the narrow gaps like a skilled dancer, swiftly serving each table with fragrant dishes. As Shiryu lifted the door curtain and stepped in, the woman suddenly turned her head, a sweat-drenched smile on her face, and called out in a voice that was both loud and penetrating, "Xiaoyu is here. Come in quickly and sit down." Before the words had left her mouth, she seemed to master the art of creating space, swiftly clearing a small area with her large hands, then retrieving a wooden table and 2 stools from the wall, setting them up on the spot. Meanwhile, the other diners continued to eat and drink, oblivious to the crowding around them. Only a table near the door waved at Shiryu. Clearly, on this ancient street with thousands of years of history, the young Shiryu had already gained a bit of fame. Grateful for the proprietress' kindness, Shiryu politely thanked her and employed the solid techniques expected of a foundation establishment cultivator, weaving through the crowd to sit at the small round table. When she turned to look at Wang Luo, he had already mysteriously taken a seat across from her. Shiryu, unfazed, pulled out a menu from under the table, explaining the top half consists of Uncle Li's specialties, affordable and worth ordering. The middle 2 rows are exquisite dishes, but I can't afford them. The items at the bottom are not only unaffordable for me but also not tasty, they are just there to rip off tourists. As she finished speaking, a vibrant shout came from the kitchen. "Xiaoyu, you're talking nonsense again. Which of my dishes is not delicious?" Shiryu made a face, casually taking a teacup and teapot from a small cabinet behind her to pour hot tea for the 2 of them, then waved at the woman, saying, "Aunt Yang, 1 serving of signature roast meat and 1 serving of fried noodles." Then she leaned down and quietly said to Wang Luo, "I personally recommend the chicken and vinegar stir-fried cabbage." Wang Luo glanced at the menu, and indeed it was the cheapest option. However, his mind was not on the taste of the food at this moment, so he nodded in agreement, allowing Shiryu to relax her grip on her wallet. What Wang Luo cared about was how overly developed the dining scene was in this new era. He had not tasted the dishes and thus could not comment on the flavors, but the rich spiritual energy contained in each dish was something he could clearly sense even with his eyes closed. Each dish was genuine spiritual food which, as the name suggests, replenished true essence when consumed and even enhanced one's cultivation with effects comparable to miraculous elixirs, yet it also satisfied one's culinary desires. In Wang Luo's era, this was undoubtedly a luxury. While there were many heavenly materials and earthly treasures that could enhance cultivation, ingredients that could also satisfy the tastes of practitioners were much rarer, perhaps because there were not enough people willing to study the tastes of cultivators. As for merging both aspects, providing spiritual nourishment while being delicious, that was a privilege only a select few could enjoy. According to the old standards, everyone in Li Ji roast meat shop was part of the privileged class. However, such privilege was unnecessary. The flourishing of mundane dining was because mortals needed to eat to replenish their energy. But a qualified cultivator, even in the qi induction stage, must practice abstinence. Once on the path of cultivation, the most effective and economical way to replenish true essence was always to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and to satisfy culinary cravings one could use various illusions and supernatural methods. Whatever one desired could be dreamt of. There was simply no need to go to such great lengths to develop a spiritual food that was not cost-effective. With this puzzlement, Wang Luo observed the diners in the shop and made new discoveries. Though they all appeared unremarkable, each had cultivation. Even the least among them had completed the qi induction stage, while the exceptional ones had condensed a golden core, their true essence resonating powerfully. Such a large and dense gathering of cultivators, although their realms were not high in Wang Luo's eyes, would inevitably affect the flow of spiritual energy in the surroundings. Because each cultivator would naturally inhale and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into their own true essence. When several or even dozens of cultivators breathed together, it was like throwing pebbles into a river. While the direction of the water might not change, it would certainly create ripples. Yet the spiritual energy in this roast meat shop flowed silently, seemingly ignored by this group of cultivators. Wang Luo raised his finger, capturing a segment from the invisible flow, creating a small vortex at his fingertip and then absorbing it into his body. The taste was rich and thick, comparable to the finest paradises of the past, second only to extraordinary places like the Ling Temple. Although spiritual energy itself had no taste for any cultivator, such quality of spiritual energy could be considered an unparalleled delicacy. Yet the cultivators in the shop were completely absorbed in their meals, oblivious to the spiritual energy flowing beside them. Recalling Shiryu's earlier comments about meal costs and transportation fees, Wang Luo couldn't help but form an interesting hypothesis. Have the cultivators of the Great Law era lost the ability to absorb spiritual energy? Shiryu, who was eagerly swallowing saliva while waiting for the dishes, was momentarily taken aback. Before she could respond, a large hand resembling a fan suddenly appeared before her, holding a plate of signature roast meat piled high with enticing aroma. The signature roast meat is here. Then came a mountain of chicken pieces, shrimp and water chestnuts. The chicken stir-fry is here. Wang Luo glanced at the 2 mountains of meat before and then looked at the plates of surrounding diners, which had shrunk by at least a third, and couldn't help but ask, "Are these your foster parents?" Shiryu nearly choked on her tea. Aunt Yang laughed. "That's right, my goddaughter. Old Li, add another serving of roast meat strips." After saying this she patted Wang Luo on the shoulder and quickly went to attend to other customers. Sure you smile, Aunt Yang seems to like you. She rarely shows such warmth to strangers. Especially since Shiji has indeed been quite turbulent lately. Everyone is having a hard time with business. This mention of turbulence and poor business immediately drew sighs from the two tables next door. Isn't that the truth? Those young troublemakers are really annoying. A stout man in a white tank top and gray shorts with most of his belly exposed expressed his greasy lament. I'd been thinking of just closing the shop to avoid them coming to cause trouble every few days. Whether it's expired licenses or violations in shop decorations, damn it, even putting up a poster of a mirage at the door can get torn down for being inappropriate. Where does this so-called decorum come from in Shiji? A thin man chuckled, lowering his gaze as he said, with that belly of yours, if they caught you you'd at least get a fine. Damn it. The stout man tried to suck in his stomach, but it was of little effect. Is being fat a crime? An older man at the next table, bald on top with wrinkled skin and excess fat, frowned and said, whether it's a crime or not, isn't it just a word from those troublemakers? As long as you pay your respects you could commit murder and arson without anyone caring, but if you don't your belly would at least get you a sentence of slow slicing. The stout man became furious. You old bastard with a face like a tripe, how dare you talk about me? If I were to be sliced you'd at least deserve a 5-horse dismemberment. Another person angrily added, let's not insult each other, don't bring up bellies. It was a diner who had just ordered a special dish. Seeing how his words sparked noise in the shop, Sure you smiled wryly and quietly explained to Wang Luo, recently the Qingping Bureau from Rongqing has set up a special team claiming they want to rectify the appearance of Shiji, making it unbearable for us locals. As soon as she finished speaking, Aunt Yang's energetic voice rang out from above, what a load of crap. Just a bunch of troublemakers. At the same time she placed a plate of rich savory roast meat strips on the table. Sure Yu's eyes lit up and she instinctively swallowed, then said, Aunt Yang, add 2 bowls of rice. Before she could finish her sentence 2 large bowls of fragrant glistening white rice were already on the table. Aunt Yang said, your favorite Haijiu rice. Sure you laughed. Aunt Yang, you don't really plan to adopt me as your goddaughter, do you? If you're willing to call me that, this shop is yours. If Old Li dares to make half a complaint he'll directly hammer him. A stout grunt came from the kitchen, unafraid of his wife, but a moment later Aunt Yang brought another plate of vinegar stir-fried alfalfa, saying it was a gift from Old Li. However, the blatant preferential treatment went unnoticed by the surrounding diners, who remained engrossed in the previous topic. What exactly do those troublemakers mean? How long will this special rectification work last? Degu, you have connections, any news? The person referred to as Degu was the only one in the shop who had condensed a lower-grade golden core. He shook his head, nothing special, just the well-known facts. The group was proposed by Guoliang Manor, approved by the governor's office in Rongqing, and then led by the Qingping Bureau to form. It has a significant backing. So I've been advising everyone to keep their heads down for now and act like turtles for a few days. The stout man questioned, it's easy to hide, but at least give us a clear signal on when this will end. They can't be rectifying forever while we remain hidden indefinitely. Suddenly an unfamiliar voice joined the conversation. The special rectification will last until the operating environment of Shiji is lawful and compliant. With the sudden sound the air in the shop instantly froze. Time seemed to stand still at that moment as everyone looked in the direction of the noise. A young man dressed in a blue uniform wearing a matching soft hat stood tall at the entrance of the shop. He appeared refined and scholarly, with delicate features and a pair of frameless crystal lenses on his nose added to his genteel demeanor. However, what was more striking than his scholarly air was his condescending posture. Being already tall, his gaze looked down upon others almost as if he were looking at them through his nostrils, igniting a collective fury among the patrons in the shop. Li Dongyang! How dare you show your face! In an instant a tumult erupted in the shop with a barrage of insults showcasing the vibrant street culture of Shiji. Yet the young man named Li Dongyang suppressed all the angry voices with a light chuckle. He. I enforce the law according to the rules, everything is above board, so why shouldn't I stand here? As he spoke, Li Dongyang scanned the crowd, his gaze so tangible that it forced everyone who met his eyes to look away. No matter how fierce the previous insults were at this moment, they had no choice but to quiet down. This was not merely a suppression of cultivation level but a crushing of morale. Though faced with the accusations of the masses, Li Dongyang remained unperturbed. For cultivators, the phrase justifiable and righteous bore actual weight. A person who is extremely confident in their own beliefs often gains an advantage in such confrontations. Just like Li Dongyang, who overwhelmed all the indignant patrons present. Sure Yue, however, was unaffected, simply displaying her disgust as she communicated telepathically with Wang Luo about the background of this person. This person is the deputy leader of the Special Rectification Team, and for the past few days he has been leading the efforts to admonish and issue fines. He comes from Shiji, so everyone regards him as a traitor. Wang Luo nodded, her opinion of Sure Yu raised a notch. Although she was a failed tour guide, her fundamental skills were solid, her explanations were concise and impartial, always enabling the audience to understand the situation in the most straightforward manner. With Sure Yu's explanation, Wang Luo looked at Li Dongyang with newfound interest. Leaving aside the phrase justifiable and righteous, this person indeed had the credentials to look down on the crowd, as he was a veritable golden core cultivator. Unlike Dege's similar but fundamentally different scattered core, Li Dongyang's golden core was round and full, with the fluctuations of his spiritual energy resembling a surging tide, endless and unextinguishable. Even in classical times he had the qualifications to stand tall and dominate a region as a golden core true person. The gap between a true person and an ordinary person was as vast as that between a human and an insect. However, Li Dongyang displayed his cultivation not to pressure others but rather as an instinctive show of strength. After suppressing the insults in the shop, he remained unyielding and declared loudly the Shiji Special Group was established under the guidance of the city lord, led by the Qingping Division, and comprises elites from various fields. It was formed to eradicate the long-standing issues of Shiji, allowing this historically rich street to rejuvenate. It is definitely not for personal gain. You all are merely being petty. The neighbors labeled as petty at that moment immediately erupted in anger, with a few standing up angrily, while others were simply too cramped to rise. Li Dongyang, you ungrateful beast! Without us petty people you'd have starved to death at home. I should have just choked you to death back then. Amidst the cacophony of insults, Li Dongyang remained unyielding like a rock amidst crashing waves and continued, of course I understand that old habits are hard to change and stubborn diseases are difficult to cure. During the special rectification period it is natural for everyone to feel uncomfortable or misunderstood, leading to dissatisfaction. Our group will not blame you for this. In fact, promoting a local person like me as the deputy leader provides a reasonable outlet for your grievances. However, stubborn habits and bad practices must ultimately be eradicated, or else we will be left behind by the times. As a local person I owe my upbringing to all of you, which allowed me to gain admission to the academy. Now I must guide everyone from barbarism into civility. Even if you misunderstand me, insult me, or even make voodoo dolls behind my back, I believe that one day you will thank me. As he reached the end of his speech, Li Dongyang couldn't help but lift his head, close his eyes and extend his arms as if reveling in the weighty historical mission. Meanwhile the patrons' shouts had become increasingly chaotic due to their extreme anger. Until De Ge let out a cold laugh and said, after studying at the Rongqing Academy for a few years and being recruited by the Qingping Division, Li Dongyang, you really think you are impressive, huh? You speak of barbarism and civilization. What? This laughter was keenly caught by Shi Yue, and she immediately showed a change in expression. With her right hand lightly brushing her waist, a blue iron chain, Li Dongyang frowned. Lin Tongda, you also studied at Rongqing Academy, albeit only in the outer court. At least you have seen the civilized world. Can you not see the crisis in Shiji? Everything here is completely at odds with civilization. The streets are full of barbarism, and if this continues we will only be cast further away from the civilized world. Now, with the city lord prioritizing humanitarianism, it is imperative for the Qingping Division to lead the establishment of a special group. This is the only shortcut for us in Shiji to step into civilization. Others may misunderstand, but I truly do not understand what you are resisting. De Ge waved his hands. Don't. By saying this you are making my impression of Rongqing Academy worse. Back then the academy was filled with elites, and even the outer court was not lacking in noble families treating us poor fellows like ants. But someone like you coming from a poor family and then looking down on the neighbors is truly rare. Li Dongyang sighed and said, I have never looked down on the neighbors. It is purely your fragile self-esteem at play. I have always enforced the law according to the rules. Ask yourselves, when have you not violated the rules, first leading to my issuing you a fine? Take this Li Ji roast meat, a small shop with 6 tables and over 30 seats packed tighter than a can of sardines. I had informed you before leading the team that this severely violates business safety regulations, yet you did not listen at all. Moreover, the kitchen lacks the necessary clean wood and elemental water bottles. Aunt Yang glared angrily and said, according to your regulations my little shop would have to shut down. Li Dongyang replied, other shops in Rongqing operate like this. Yet I have not seen them shut down. Ultimately, isn't it still the stubborn habits that are hard to break? Aunt Yang retorted, how other shops operate is none of my business. My little shop has been running for over 20 years without any issues, but now you come in and seem dissatisfied with everything. Whether we are violating rules or not is entirely up to your word. If one day you say that even breathing is a violation, then you might as well send all the people of Shiji to Nanchang. Li Dongyang sighed again, ignorance and arrogance. This is why Shiji increasingly diverges from the civilized world. You always think others are targeting you, yet you never reflect on what you did wrong. As he spoke, the tall young man reached to his waist, lifting the hem of his clothing to reveal a palm-sized emerald insignia on his belt. The insignia glowed with a faint light at his touch, and a needle-like wooden pen and a large green leaf floated into the palm of Li Dongyang. Seeing the pen and leaf, everyone present changed color. Wang Lu turned to Shi Yue, who explained seriously that is the return to law set made from the essence of the tree of creation. The blue-clad holders with wooden pens and green leaves can report illegal activities to the Great Law. This is what we call return to law. In simpler terms, it means that the officials in blue can report illegal activities to the Great Law, which then enacts divine punishment. Wang Lu asked in surprise, divine punishment? Will lightning strike down? Sure, you replied, how badly do you want to see lightning strike? But it generally doesn't happen. The Great Law rarely directly intervenes in reality, let alone harm humans. In cases requiring divine punishment, designated executioners will perform the necessary rituals. The divine punishment resulting from the return to law usually means something like damaging feng shui. Businesses that receive fines will encounter continuous bad luck and declining sales, while individuals may find their cultivation stagnating or even their abilities collapsing. Of course, conversely, businesses praised by the Great Law will naturally thrive and individuals will experience rapid increases in their cultivation. Wang Lu nodded, and rewards and punishments are determined by humans. The framework cannot violate the Great Law. For instance, you cannot randomly issue a fine to a passerby. Completely unfounded returns to the law will not be recognized by the Great Law. What a pervert! Shiryu's scream was beyond Wang Luo's expectations. Before, Shiji shops have been operating for so many years, and strictly speaking there are indeed many violations of Rongcheng's laws, but without the special group's inspections the Great Law would generally not take notice. Wang Luo nodded thoughtfully, gaining a deeper understanding of this new world. Meanwhile, as Li Dongyang brought out the return to law set, the atmosphere in the shop grew even tenser. Several patrons shouted in unison, Li Dongyang, what do you mean? Dare you write a fine? Li Dongyang sighed for the third time, it's my duty, I dare not decline. Even if I don't issue this fine, others will, and they may not be as lenient as I am. Li Ji roast meat is exceeding the number of stalls, lacking safety measures and failing hygiene standards, violating business regulations. According to Rongcheng laws, it will be suspended for 30 days and its rating will drop by 3 levels. As he spoke, he wrote swiftly on the blue leaf detailing the penalties. At this moment even Shiryu's expression changed slightly, a drop of 3 levels in rating. He really dares. A small shop like this being forcibly downgraded by 3 levels, it might take half a year to recover. It's a pity that Aunt Yang helped him back then. As Li Dongyang finished writing the return to law terms, he was about to post the leaf on the shop door. Stop. A patron sitting near the door could no longer bear it, stood up and reached out to snatch the leaf from Li Dongyang's hand. But Li Dongyang reacted swiftly, pressing his pen downwards, an invisible force forcing the patron to sit back down and even freezing his spiritual energy. At that moment the blue uniform he wore began to emit a faint light, reminding all the neighbors present that Li Dongyang was no longer the poor orphan who needed assistance, but a Qingping division official with real power and golden core cultivation not to be trifled with. Considering the traditionally violent nature of Shiji's people, if someone attempts to interfere with the Qingping division's lawful duties, I can overlook at this time. But this is the last warning. If there are any more lawbreakers, I will have to enforce the law fairly. Li Dongyang's tone was calm and his condescending posture seemed to be lecturing a stubborn pet. This caused the shop's shouts to reach their peak. Heartless beasts. It would have been better if you had starved to death back then. If you're so capable, then kill us all. Seeing the atmosphere in the shop boiling over again, Li Dongyang was somewhat exasperated. Speaking disrespectfully to an official is strictly speaking also a form of lawbreaking. Don't push me. At this moment, however, Shiryu stood up. Li Dongyang, you come from Shiji, do you really not know the situation there? Those rules you mentioned, whether it's the number of stalls or ensuring hygiene and safety, may work elsewhere, but in Shiji most of the shops will likely go out of business. And if you enforce the regulation symbol you have in hand, downgrading this small shop status by 3 levels, the shop that has operated steadily for over 20 years will immediately face a swarm of pests. Aunt Yang and Uncle Li have spent their whole lives running this small shop, their livelihood and lives are tied to it, and they will probably suffer from this misfortune. When your family faced a sudden change back then, many neighbors helped you. Didn't you eat here as well? Have you forgotten? How can you repay kindness with enmity? Li Dongyang's arm was suspended in midair and he helplessly said, of course I haven't forgotten, which is why I've tried my best to handle the downgrading. If it were someone else enforcing the rules fairly, would indeed mean a 3-month suspension and a 5-level downgrade. Li Dongyang gritted his teeth, raised his eyebrows and continued, I remember very clearly that Li Jianye and Yang Tianyuan supported me with a total of 23 meals along with various snacks worth about 2,300 spirit leaves. Now I have spared them 2 months of suspension and a 2-level downgrade, which is worth 10 times more. Isn't that enough to repay their kindness? This statement left Shiryu utterly dumbfounded. Li Dongyang, you. Li Dongyang continued, I know you must think I am ungrateful, but what else could I do? Should I become a beast of burden for you just because I once accepted your help, allowing you to continue breaking laws in the wild? Stop using those outdated values to deceive yourself. Lift your head, open your eyes and see the real world. It is already a blessing that someone like me who has clearly stepped out of the wilderness is willing to turn back and guide you into a civilized society. Qingping Division appointed me as the deputy leader to oversee this work. I don't know how much loss I can help you reduce, but you need to have a little gratitude now. The reckless words made Shiryu's face turn crimson with rage, as if a fire were about to ignite within her. Yet Li Dongyang grew increasingly aggressive. Moreover, I should make it clear that the transition from ignorance to civilization has always come at a price. The pains, even severe ones, are unavoidable. But we must all go through this, and it is better to endure the short pain than the long one. It is better to suffer early than late. Otherwise, do you plan to remain as lowly beings beneath the bridge for your entire lives? Do you want your descendants to also become lowly beings? Closing a Li Ji roast meat shop today will at least allow Shiji to take a step closer to civilization. I find that this account is quite reasonable. His words were powerful and imposing, coupled with his golden core cultivation and his formal attire, which left the shop in complete silence. Shiryu's lips twitched several times, but she could not muster a strong rebuttal. Then someone who shouldn't have spoken suddenly did. Shiryu was surprised that Wang Luo spoke at this moment and hurriedly transmitted, "Lord Mountain Master, don't get involved, you are still an unregistered person." Shiryu was surprised that Wang Luo spoke at this moment and hurriedly transmitted, "Lord Mountain Master, don't get involved, you are still an unregistered person." Attracting the attention of the Qingping Division's officers is not a good thing. Wang Luo replied, "But if I don't speak, you will be verbally tangled up and suffocated. Do not debate rules with those who have the power to enforce them. If they intend to pressure with their might, we must address the person, not the issue, understand?" Shiryu was bewildered. Wang Luo was nonchalant. "That's fine, I'll demonstrate it for you." He then turned his gaze to Li Dongyang and spoke softly, "I am curious about one question. Did the Qingping Division appoint you as deputy leader just to issue penalties to the people of Shiji to reduce losses?" Wang Luo's voice was not loud and his tone was calm, yet it immediately drew everyone's attention. Even Li Dongyang involuntarily turned his head, asking with a hint of confusion, "Who are you?" Wang Luo smiled without answering and asked Li, group leader, thinking from the perspective of the Qingping Division, what benefits does appointing a local person to lead bring? Would the Qingping Division benefit from reduced losses in Shiji? Li Dongyang frowned and said, "This is not about benefits. Don't think of the Qingping Division as so narrow-minded." Wang Luo continued, "Generally speaking, appointing a local to lead is merely to improve the precision of enforcement, reduce friction, and lower the cost of enforcement. After all, ensuring that those being enforced are convinced is certainly better than facing constant appeals afterward. But now it seems has the friction been reduced? Though Group Leader Li repeatedly calls for gratitude, it is evident that the people here do not appreciate your words." Li Dongyang was somewhat annoyed and said, "As an officer of the Qingping Division, enforcing the law fairly is my duty. I do not care whether others appreciate it." Wang Luo asked, "But if no one appreciates it, what difference does it make whether the Qingping Division sends you or someone else? Your only advantage lies in your identity as a local, making it easiest to handle matters discreetly and peacefully, yet you have instead aggravated the conflict. I ask you, would your superior be satisfied with such a performance?" It was then that Li Dongyang truly froze. After a long pause, he finally asked in a deep voice, "What do you want then? Do you think that by not penalizing the officers in red will be satisfied? The higher-ups appointed me as deputy leader, likely intending for a peaceful and low-profile resolution, but if the locals absolutely refuse to cooperate, as long as there is a result, it doesn't matter if it isn't peaceful." Wang Luo shook his head. "I don't care whether you enforce penalties or not. I am merely curious, since the Qingping Division appointed you here, if there are no benefits and you clearly do not care whether your actions benefit the Qingping Division, why were you appointed in the first place? Of course you can explain that the Qingping Division is fair in all matters, but I want to ask, did the leaders of the Qingping Division specifically choose you, or did you volunteer and promise much to gain the position of deputy leader?" As soon as this question was raised, Li Dongyang's expression suddenly changed. "Don't make baseless guesses." Wang Luo observed the change in Li Dongyang's expression and pressed on with increasing confidence, "The next question is, what benefits does volunteering bring you?" As soon as this question was raised, Li Dongyang's expression suddenly changed. "Don't make baseless guesses. Is it because you genuinely wish to repay Shiji with civilization, or is it because you are enjoying the vanity of rising above us?" As he finished speaking, Li Dongyang's face had turned pale, his eyes fixed on Wang Luo, speechless as he stepped forward, his blue officer's uniform glowing brightly, his imposing aura almost palpable, causing the surrounding diners to struggle to breathe. Shiryu couldn't help but turn pale and whispered in fear, "Lord Mountain Master, what you referred to as addressing the person rather than the issue is to directly frame him. This is not good. The patrolling officers have absolute immunity while performing their duties, and interfering with their law enforcement actions will lead to a retaliatory crackdown. His cultivation is a genuine golden core, low tier, first grade, and he has the standard equipment of the blue-clad officers, which possesses great power enough to suppress any same-level golden core within the authorized jurisdiction. And if you frame him like this, Li Dongyang will definitely take action. Taking action is even better. Better. You are still at the foundation establishment stage and you are injured. Wait, you aren't planning to get suppressed rolling on the ground while spitting blood and claiming that the blue-clad officer hit you, right?" Wang Luo chuckled. "That's quite a broad line of thought. It's a good idea to try sometime when the opportunity arises, but right now." Facing Li Dongyang's unabashed threat, Wang Luo responded with even more audacity. "I heard that Group Leader Li comes from Shiji, and thanks to everyone's assistance he was able to enter Rongqing Academy and step into the civilized world. However, among the natives of the civilized world, those from Shiji are probably the most discriminated against. Surrounding people do not see you as an equal. So as the deputy leader, you don't even have a subordinate during enforcement. After all, who would want to be a subordinate of a lowly person? At this moment Li Dongyang took half a step forward, his tall figure pushing the tables and chairs in the shop into disarray, causing diners to stagger. Yet Wang Lu remained unfazed, lightly tapping his index finger on the dining table, fixing one person at each table in place like rocks amid crashing waves, standing firm. And the self-important you, of course, is unwilling to accept the status quo. In your eyes the fault does not lie in the discrimination from the civilized world but in the burden of your background. If those who helped you were not so poor, downcast and vulgar, if those who raised you were genuinely upper-class individuals, you volunteered to execute tasks against Shiji in order to use strict regulations to demonstrate a break from your impoverished and backward past to genuinely live as an upper-class person as a sort of pledge. Ha ha ha, good good. In the next moment infuriated Li Dongyang waved his left hand and a golden wooden seal floated in his palm. As this seal appeared, everyone in the shop involuntarily shrank down a notch. Sure, you quickly transmitted her vital energy and warned Mountain Master, be careful, that is the golden seal standard for blue-clad officers, its power. Before she could finish, the wooden seal was shot out by Li Dongyang as fast as lightning. Wang Lu, without needing a reminder, could see that the power of this item was considerable. After all, just its appearance was able to destabilize dozens of Foundation establishment diners in the shop. Even accounting for Li Dongyang's own golden core influence, it was evident how strong the sealing power of the golden seal was. Overall, it was probably not much inferior to the binding evil lock in Shiryu's hands. Thus Wang Lu earnestly raised his right hand to meet the incoming golden seal, holding his breath and concentrating. As his focus sharpened, time seemed to freeze. Wang Luo's once withered primordial spirit suddenly released, instantly encompassing all surrounding details. The approaching Qingping Division golden seal, Shiryu's slightly panicked gaze and the distorted expressions of diners still caught in shock. In the next moment time resumed its flow and Wang Luo had grasped the golden seal between his fingers. That imposing symbol of Qingping Division, which seemed as if it would not tolerate any infringement, had vanished without a trace. He then flicked his wrist, completely dissipating the overwhelming impact of the golden seal within his palm, and deftly pressed down. With a muffled sound he opened his hand and there lay the once mighty golden seal, now standing upright on the table, motionless as if a startled little beast. Beside the golden seal, the just served sweet and sour alfalfa also lay steadily in the dish, not a drop of sauce spilled outside. Everything felt like a dream. Li Dongyang stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open, as did everyone else. Since entering the shop, Wang Luo had not concealed his vital energy fluctuations. Any practitioner could tell that his cultivation was merely at Foundation establishment and clearly injured. In this dog food restaurant in a poor area, he belonged to the vulnerable group. Even if Li Dongyang did not use the golden seal with his own cultivation, he would be more than capable of suppressing a Foundation establishment cripple, let alone with the golden core backing and the blue-clad golden seal representing the authority of the Qingping Division. Once the golden seal was unleashed, dozens of people in Li Ji roast meat shop were left trembling in fear due to the residual wave, while Wang Luo directly faced its edge without a scratch, instead pinning the golden seal onto the table. After a long while, Li Dongyang was the first to regain his senses. Who exactly are you? Wang Luo countered, and who are you? Repaying kindness with enmity, flattering the powerful despite coming from poverty, draped in official robes yet filled with self-interest, what are you exactly? Li Dongyang's face shifted between red and green. Upon hearing this, his body began to tremble and his mouth opened and closed without forming a complete word. Wang Luo gently stroked the golden wooden seal, his vital energy flowing like silk penetrating into the wooden handle, carefully feeling the internal structure of this treasure symbolizing the Qingping Division. After a moment he sighed, saying, the power of this seal is authority. By the authority of the Qingping Division, it grants power to the treasure, allowing it to suppress those who violate laws, gaining the support of the Great Law, achieving twice the result with half the effort. But if you reverse it, using personal interests to disrupt public order, even if you are a dignified golden core, you cannot suppress me, a mere Foundation establishment. He then raised his head and looked at Li Dongyang, delivering his final words. Abandoned by former neighbors, forsaken by superiors and colleagues, and now even cast aside by the blue-clad golden seal, what face do you have left to stand in this world? In the next moment Li Dongyang spat out a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth, collapsing to the ground, his clothes stained with blood, and then curled up like a shrimp, his face hidden in his knees, his body trembling uncontrollably. The surrounding diners were all dumbfounded. Did he just talk someone to death? Damn, I've seen it all. I thought this only happened in stories. A golden core cultivation, yet he could be so enraged that he collapses. As discussions broke out, Gu quietly approached to check his expression, suddenly changing. Wait, this isn't just ordinary anger. Li Dongyang's Dao heart has shattered. The entire room was filled with question marks. Even Wang Luo, the one who instigated it all, raised an eyebrow in curiosity. The Dao heart shattering. However, before the diners in the shop could discuss the outcome, Li Dongyang suddenly struggled to stand up, gritting his teeth and roaring, nonsense, how could I have a shattered Dao heart? You ignorant lowly people, wait for me. Though his tone was fierce, the words wait for me clearly belonged to the standard powerless rage. Moreover, Li Dongyang seemed to spit blood with every word, as if his very flesh and blood were repelling his insincere words. As he spat out a few mouthfuls of vital blood, this formerly recognized blue-clad officer no longer had the capability to flaunt his power. Although he barely straightened his legs and stood upright, he resembled a withered leaf in the wind, swaying with every step. The diners who had just surrounded him all wore expressions of schadenfreude, clearing a narrow path for him as they watched him stagger away. As he struggled to lift the door curtain and step outside, Wang Lu casually tossed the confiscated blue-clad golden seal back to its owner. After Li Dongyang fled in disarray, Wang Lu remained and leisurely finished the meal on the table, not wasting a single grain of rice. The other diners murmured among themselves, but few dared approach Wang Lu to speak. Even Aunt Yang quietly slipped 2 extra meat cakes to old Li and murmured a thank you. The atmosphere felt oppressively tense. It was not that anyone feared Li Dongyang's later revenge. The diners were convinced that a man of his temper would be too ashamed to recount what happened to his comrades when he returned. And even if he did, what would it change? They had done nothing wrong. Li Dongyang had simply been verbally shattered until his Dao heart cracked. Besides, if Qingpingxi wanted to retaliate, what punishment is harsher than forming a special task force and plastering fines along Stone Street every day? The diners were somewhat afraid of Wang Lu. Clearly by mere verbal sparring he had driven Li Dongyang, a proud patrolling Qingyi, until blood spurted from his mouth, his robe discolored. Then using flesh and blood to receive the Qingyi golden seal, Wang Luo's display of supernatural ability was not merely grand but terrifying. Respect and fear mingled. Yet for sure the fearsome aspect of Wang Luo had already been sampled on Lingshan. What remained now was boundless curiosity. Not long after leaving Li's roast meat stall with the streets still noisy and crowded, Sure Yu could no longer contain herself and blurted, "Mountain Lord, how on earth did you do it?" "Which part?" "Everything." Sure Yu was impatient. "How did you know what he was thinking?" "All those things he said to cut ties with Stone Street as a token of allegiance. I at first thought you were fabricating them from thin air, yet seeing his reaction you hit every point dead on." Wang Luo answered, "I guessed." Sure Yu was dumbfounded. "Guessed? Then isn't that the same as fabricating from thin air?" "Exactly, fabrication from thin air." Sure Yu's astonishment doubled, her throat felt dry. "But what if your fabrication was wrong?" Wang Luo replied, "Right or wrong doesn't matter. As long as I anger him and silence his grandiloquent rhetoric, I win." The aim wasn't to argue rightness of matters, it was to silence the man, not the case. Sure Yu found this hard to accept. But then wouldn't that be an implicit admission that Li Dongyang was right on principle? "Yes, if you speak in lofty principles he will be right." Wang Luo nodded. "So I said don't argue principles with him, don't even appeal to favors or sentiment. Strike him personally until he breaks, then it's over." "But how could he be right?" Wang Luo said, "Principles can be correct without a thing being just." The phrase great principle itself carries the risk of dismissing nuance, and nuance is truth. Li Dongyang considers himself a civilized superior and dogmatically applies his civil rules to those he deems inferior. This is his greatest mistake. Sure Yu blinked, thinking it over. Wang Luo elaborated, "Consider a cultivator of extraordinary talent who never forgets what he reads and reasons by analogy. That is a blessing, but if he scolds an average cultivator for not having the same faculty, saying one read is enough more is wasteful, that is a grievous error." What Li Dongyang did was force someone who could not memorize and extrapolate into reading only once. Sure Yu nodded. So read only once becomes the so-called great principle because it works for geniuses, and since geniuses' attainments are higher than the mediocre find it hard to deny the maxim's validity. Wang Luo said, "Yes. At its core it is bullying by virtue. There's no need to argue, make him lose composure and he'll shut up." Sure Yu shook her head. "He is a patrolling Qingyi of the Qingpingxi. To make him break and fall silent is to invite the Qingyi's golden seal. Apart from you, Mountain Lord, who could bear that? Speaking of which, that's my second question. How did you catch a golden seal with your bare hand?" "That is a golden core artifact." Wang Luo considered and tersely said, "A golden core of poor quality is nothing." Sure Yu was left speechless. Someone who had formerly studied at Rongqing Academy, achieved a low-rank first class and successfully condensed a core and risen into Qingpingxi's civic elite, reduced to a poor golden core. Sure Yu could not find words. Wang Luo said the rank was barely acceptable, but actual combat ability was essentially zero. That level of golden core used to be found in demonic forges or livestock pens. Sure Yu's voice was slightly dry. "Every patrolling Qingyi undergoes full combat training before taking post. Their fighting strength is far above ordinary folk." Wang Luo replied, "So some of what I say next might sound rude. I concede. The mountain-guarded maiden, stung by the impolite implication, reflected, when I was in basic instruction preparing for foundation establishment, my history mentor said that cultivators of classical times excelled in combat. Their practical prowess at the same rank far surpassed modern cultivators, even if the latter enjoyed superior systems and treasures." Many students argued with the teacher then. It seems we were naive. Wang Luo nodded. If modern cultivators were only as capable as those he had seen in Rongqing, there would be no contest. In fact, this was one of the starkest differences Wang Luo noticed after descending Lingshan into the New World. The cultivators here seemed exquisitely neutered. Leaving aside an upper limit locked at the nascent soul, even at foundation establishment and golden core levels though ranks existed, many could not breathe in spiritual energy and relied on spirit food for sustenance. Most behaved like herbivores with no combat experience. When Li Dongyang was broken by Wang Luo's words and the Qingyi golden seal was brandished, the treasure's might filled the entire shop in an instant. Granted, Li Dongyang had targeted only Wang Luo, but by ordinary logic any cultivator facing such a menace should even by instinct erect talismans or trigger escape arts to avoid collateral harm. Instead, the diners were only terrified and enraged without the slightest countermeasure. That reaction proved they had not only never faced real combat but had not received even basic combat training. In the old immortal calendar, even the most reclusive sects subjected newcomers to desensitizing combat drills. When fists came, at least do not close your eyes and gawk like a stump. Even against a hopelessly superior foe, one should before death rip flesh from the enemy. That custom in the old days arose from brutal circumstances. Compared with everyone's desire to ascend to immortality, Jojo could scarcely provide enough resources. A single Mahayana cultivator's daily intake could drain an entire mid-grade spirit vein. Forging an immortal-grade treasure often required dozens of millennial rarities. When supply far outstrips demand, only personal ingenuity remains. When a precious material appears, hundreds or thousands of hopefuls flock to it. With luck they can negotiate a split, with misfortune they fight to the death in what senior sisters call a last-man-standing contest. What about those who do not seek rare materials and prefer modest comfort? Can they thrive? To some extent, yes. Join a reputable sect, live under the protection of ancient elders, play the part of a loyal functionary, practice and work on schedule, and depending on talent expend one's allotted years and die content. It is the dream of many cultivators. Ascension is too tenuous and securing a decent life is precious. But Jojo is vast and the number of prestigious sects limited. Stable positions they can offer are rarer than the occasional appearing precious materials. Competition for those posts is therefore fierce. Even the benevolent Taiching men clears double-digit corpses at each great disciple elevation ceremony. So what if one avoids popular resources and retires to a picturesque retreat to farm, breathe and seek ease? Would that work? In theory, yes, but most desirable retreats have owners. Ownerless lands have flaws, perilous feng shui or poor resources. Cultivating a lifetime in such a place might never clear the foundation establishment hurdle. You might as well become a wealthy mortal in the mundane realm. Moreover, even remote paradises do not guarantee escape from wars. Wang Luo knew this well. Such a cruel jungle demands that every cultivator become a hunter. Even on Lingshan, with its favorable conditions, real combat training was indispensable. Across its millennia, many of Lingshan's folk died unnatural deaths. Those who survived that environment were each formidable fighters. On the other hand, Wang Luo did not think modern cultivators' combat weakness was a fatal flaw, because although individual strength was poor, there were far more of them. A single poor neighborhood eatery could pack dozens of foundation establishment cultivators. Considering modern cultivation, reaching foundation establishment from initial breathing often took only 10 years, far more productive than the infamous blood demon sect's pens. While he ate, Wang Luo learned that Rongqing's resident population reached 23 million, of whom 10 million had attained foundation establishment. 10 million foundation establishment practitioners. If every inch of Jojo were mined, it might not yield so many. Now a single nation's old capital surpassed the former Jojo, and alongside 10 million foundation establishment there were over 2 million golden cores. The figure of 2 million astonished Wang Luo even more than the 10 million foundation establishments. First, it implied a condensation success rate in the new era above 20%, 5 times the old rate. Second, one old capital alone holding 2 million golden cores begged the question, what of the entire country? And what of the world? Even if many were poor quality golden cores from forges or pens, sheer quantity can produce qualitative change. That change does not mean a million golden cores can solve everything by people wall tactics. Honestly, even 10 million golden cores would bloody the earth against a true land immortal like Songyijing. Yet Rongqing's 10 million foundation establishments and millions of golden cores sustained a prosperity surpassing the celestial courts. 10 Songyijings could not design such a dazzling cityscape. Moreover, Li Dongyang's golden seal was indeed an insult to the golden core level and a stain on Qingpingxi's name, but there were 30,000 such Qingyi ranks in Rongqing. Perhaps not all had Li Dongyang's skill, but each carried a standard golden seal. They could reportedly request stronger treasures in dire straits. Wang Luo judged that catching 1 or 2 golden seals barehanded was child's play. Many more would truly trouble his battered body. Thus in this new world, personal might, especially individual martial prowess, was not crucial. In truth, even if he could not have received Li Dongyang's seal, it would not have mattered. The seal's function was mainly suppression, not lethal force. Even if he had been subdued, Li Dongyang's Dao heart would still be broken and the battle counted as Wang Luo's victory. While pondering, Wang Luo heard Shiryu's curious question again. Mountain Lord, how did you break Li Dongyang's Dao heart? I know ancient cultivators' martial might is terrifying. Foundation establishment slaying a modern golden core seems easy enough, but can force shatter a Dao heart? Wang Luo smiled and shook his head. Of course not. A Dao heart that can be broken by brute force is not worthy of the name. In old times, even a Mahayana land immortal could not smash the Dao heart of a child who had just drawn chi by sheer might. A Tao heart is the most tenacious and inexplicable thing in the world. The path of cultivation is long, harsh, strewn with failure, and seemingly endless. Even among Lingshans privileged, only a few ultimately ascend, most fall before the goal is reached. To persevere on that road requires answering two questions: why do I cultivate, and what is the path I cultivate for? Only those who can clearly state answers to both can through centuries maintain their heart toward the way. Put simply, the combined answers to why cultivate and what is the cultivation for form the Tao heart. With a Tao heart, a cultivator can exceed limits and achieve success. Tao heart shattering means the answers the cultivator held were mercilessly contradicted. For example, one might cultivate to protect the mortal homeland, not seeking longevity or ascension but national peace. Yet years later political turmoil overturns allegiances, the royal line is toppled, and those who defended the old order are spat on as traitors. Such a cultivator will likely suffer Tao heart collapse. Or someone cultivates to spend a lifetime with a beloved partner only to discover that the partner is merely a favor-kept woman of a great cultivator, her emotions, marriage, even children assigned by her master. When the truth emerges, the Tao heart is often beyond repair. The consequences of a shattered Tao heart are simple: everything won by that heart is lost. Because it is the Tao heart that sustains centuries of breathing and spiritual energy and accumulating true essence. When it breaks, the true essence gathered by it dissipates. Divinely attained abilities formed by that essence vanish. Moreover, Tao heart collapse often brings a collapse of worldview, and since worldview and primordial spirit are entwined, the primordial spirit is often grievously wounded as well. As for Li Dongyang, since it wasn't Force Mountain Lord, how did you break Li Dongyang's Tao heart? Wang Lu pondered and said, perhaps because I exposed the nature of his abuse of power and corruption. He felt guilt toward his official robes, and thus his Tao heart shattered. Sure, you blinked. Are you serious? Serious. That cannot be right. Sure, you protested. There are countless corrupt officials like Li Dongyang. Hundreds or thousands are dismissed by the Jin Luting each year. The worst are struck down by the Jin Luting's Zhonglei Shi's heavenly lightning. Yet we hear a few having their Tao hearts shattered by exposure. Perhaps they simply never met me. Sure Yu's protest fell silent. After a long pause she cupped her hands and bowed. I admit defeat. Amid Sure Yu's repeated concessions, the two finally reached the end of their journey. They passed through a bustling shopping street, down a winding narrow alley. After a short walk the view opened onto a roomy little square. On one side of the square stood an old, simple yet tidy and elegant courtyard. Gray bricks and ochre tiles with a jujuberd wooden door bearing a black background gilt plaque. Though weathered, the two characters Shifu remained neat and strong, full of spirit. The red-clad girl's mood soared to its highest point of the day. Mountain Lord, we're home. Wang Lu felt an inexplicable familiarity emanating from the mansion before him, but before he could scrutinize it further, a cheerful voice of a young man came from the courtyard. Yu Jia is back. The voice from the courtyard was full of vitality, as if it possessed its own life force. Listening to it, Wang Lu could easily conjure an image in his mind of a robust and lively young man. The young man was brimming with vitality, his flesh and bones resilient, his physical cultivation talent extraordinary. His true essence flowed through his limbs and bones like gushing spring water, clearly indicating a well-rounded development and a solid foundation establishment, merely a step away from perfection, capable of condensing a golden core at any moment. What was even more remarkable was his exceptional spiritual sense, akin to an invisible elixir that gently expanded with each breath. Such foundational skills, when compared to Shiryu, who had inherited the role of a guardian, seemed slightly lacking, yet he was still vastly superior to the self-proclaimed extraordinary Li Dongyang. In the old days, although he wouldn't qualify for an examination at the Spirit Mountain, he would likely have had the opportunity to earn a recommendation letter stamped with the Spirit Mountain's name, making the path to joining an outer sect or a prestigious sect like Tai Ching or Haley much smoother. Thus Wang Lu nodded, issuing an important directive. This person is quite good. Shiryu replied. The mountain master is satisfied. He is my tenant Zhao Xiuwen, 18 years old, currently working part-time while preparing for the Rongqing Academy entrance exam. As a tour guide, Shiryu's business was undoubtedly failing, but her capabilities were unquestionable. In just a brief sentence she managed to convey essential information. No sooner had she finished speaking than the courtyard door was pushed open from the inside, revealing a young man with thick brows and big eyes, his face radiating simplicity. If it weren't for the dazzling neon lights of the bustling Rongqing Upper District illuminating Zhao Xiuwen from above, making his dark complexion appear almost to blend into the night, one might have thought him flamboyant. Upon seeing Shiryu, Zhao Xiuwen beamed, his 2 rows of pearly white teeth practically glowing, but before he could greet her he caught sight of Wang Lu and was taken aback. Wow, so handsome. Is he your boyfriend? Shiryu's previously cheerful smile instantly froze. Zhao Xiuwen, you're acting crazy again. Is it because the rent is too low? Zhao Xiuwen quickly recoiled. Sorry, I just finished a call with my girlfriend and I've still got love on my mind. Seeing anyone feels like a handsome guy and beautiful girl. So who is this? Shiryu glanced at Wang Lu and replied, he's the new tenant, let's say. A distant relative of mine. Zhao Xiuwen's eyes brightened, instantly ignoring the obviously insincere distant relative remark. He cupped his hands and smiled. A new tenant then? That makes us neighbors. What a fateful encounter. I'm Zhao Xiuwen living in the East Wing. I'm from Nanxiang here in Rongqing to study. Currently I'm working at Old Hong's home cooking. If you come by at night I can treat you to some free appetizers. Wang Luo replied, cupping his hands. Wang Luo, a local practitioner from Lingzhou. Wang Luo's introduction was brief, but Zhao Xiuwen was unfazed, laughing heartily. Brother, your timing is perfect. I was just about to make some late-night snacks. Today Old Hong was particularly generous, distributing a portion of offal to those of us working the night shift. I also spent some money on discounted pork belly and I got a pot of old broth from Old Hong. We can set up a pot for braising. Sure, you frown, it's late at night, are you crazy? Though she said that, saliva began to unconsciously drip from her mouth and her stomach started to churn as if the earlier meal at Li Ji barbecue had been nothing. In fact, for those with particularly solid foundational skills who diligently practice or work hard, conventional 3 meals a day are often insufficient. It's just that some people can afford extra meals while others cannot. So Zhao Xiuwen didn't take Shiryu's disingenuous words seriously, chuckling. Although Old Hong sometimes uses cheap meat and sells some low-quality dishes, that pot of old broth is never skimped on. During these past 2 months I've been enjoying the flavors of the late-night regulations in Rongqing, and the taste is absolutely unmatched. Shiryu swallowed, murmuring, then it would indeed be a bit of a pity to miss it. Wang Luo asked curiously, late-night regulations? Shiryu explained, it's the law that makes late-night snacks more delicious. 3 months ago the Wenyu division, in order to promote dining, collaborated with the regulation division to announce the late-night regulations. Before September, any cooking done at night in the city would receive a certain flavor enhancement. Does the grand law cover this? Zhao Xiuwen laughed. There's nothing in heaven or earth that it doesn't encompass. It governs everything. That's the grand law. Shiryu added indifferently, except for the lower class, the poor are excluded. The late-night regulations cover all of Rongqing but don't include Shiji. Old Hong is careful not to attract the attention of those in Qingyi who might come to collect debts. Zhao Ziyawen's smile turned bitter as he said, Yujia, don't be so cynical. The grand law must rely on human effort to improve step by step. Shiryu replied, more than 200 years ago Shiji could still enjoy the protection of the law. Thanks to you regulators improving it step by step, now the people of Shiji can only experience the grand law when they receive a fine. Zhao Xiuwen had nothing more to say. Let's just eat first. Shiryu, of course, was merely venting her frustrations, and she quickly reined in her cynicism, swallowing again. But tonight be careful not to disturb the other tenants. Zhao Xiuwen laughed. Don't worry, Sister Fan and Uncle Qin aren't here tonight, so we can cook in the courtyard. Saying that, the young worker hurried back to prepare the late-night snacks. Shiryu led Wang Luo past the courtyard gate, around a screen wall smoothed by the passage of time, and over another slightly lower small door, arriving at an inner courtyard surrounded by 4 wing rooms. A low but lush tree stood proudly in the center of the courtyard, and upon Shiryu's arrival it lowered 2 supple branches as if welcoming her like a young maiden. Wang Luo nodded involuntarily. This was the steward tree, with its leaves and roots holding various powers. One tree could manage a mansion with utmost care, not magical but incredibly practical. At that moment Zhao Xiuwen was setting up a pot beneath the tree. He first carried out a large pot, though aged it was well maintained and shone like silver. Then he placed an iron rack underneath and finally took out a yellow booklet from his pocket, tearing off a talisman paper to place under the iron rack. Several fire pillars the thickness of fingers leapt from the paper, instantly turning the pot red hot, revealing exquisite deep red patterns on the pot's surface. Wang Luo glanced and recognized that these were high-precision magical tool engravings. As long as sufficient fire was infused, they would automatically activate their magical powers. As for the magical effects, even heat distribution, uniform stirring, impurity removal, and spiritual essence circulation. At a glance there were no less than 5 or 6 types. While they were all simple, practical little magical powers, their cumulative effect was impressive, involving extremely sophisticated magical tool crafting and engraving design. But this was merely a cheap pot used by a poor family. The ingredients had long been prepared: awful pork belly, several pieces of white flour, fire roasted until they were cut into bits, and the old broth that Zhao Xiuwen praised. Once the talisman fire was lit, the pot of meat broth boiled furiously, instantly releasing a fragrant aroma. While arranging bowls and chopsticks, Zhao Xiuwen sniffed and shook his head regretfully. It's a real pity Sister Fan and Uncle Qin aren't here. Shiryu replied, Sister Fan can't eat greasy food and Uncle Qin isn't fond of the Rongqing specialties. If they were here I wouldn't allow you to cook offal in the courtyard so late at night. Then Shiryu began to explain the backgrounds of these people to Wang Luo. In the small courtyard of the Shi family, 4 wing rooms had been rented out, with Zhao Xiuwen renting the east wing while the west wing was occupied by a woman named Fanli. Sister Fan is a few years older than us, a top student at Rongqing Academy who specializes in painting and calligraphy. She currently works at a workshop creating original paintings for Tai Su, often working late into the night. Since she rented the west room, she spends 2 out of 3 days sleeping at the workshop. Zhao Xiuwen sighed. So every time I think of Sister Fan I can't help but feel discouraged. No matter how much effort I put into getting into the renowned Rongqing Academy, in the end am I just going to be worked like a beast? I'm working part-time and many people say it's tough, but compared to Sister Fan my life is still too easy. The one renting the south room is a man called Uncle Chin Yu. Sure, you said Uncle Chin is a local from Rongqing. He used to live on Shuyuan Street but fell on hard times, so he ended up staying with us. He currently works as a gatekeeper at the meat factory on Shiji. And he has a really good personality. Zhao Shouwen agreed. Uncle Chin is indeed a good person. He often shares the welfare meat from the factory with us. As they spoke, the meat broth was ready. Zhao Shouwen ladled out 3 bowls and distributed them to the two, then asked, "So Wang Luo, where are you planning to stay? There shouldn't be any empty rooms left in this courtyard, right?" Sure Yue, just as she was about to lift her bowl, suddenly froze. This question had never crossed her mind. Or rather, the experiences of the day had not given her the time to contemplate how to host Wang Luo, the mountain lord who should have died 1,000 years ago. She also hadn't realized that she had smoothly invited him home and then how to deal with it. Fortunately, Shi Yu was quick to react, promptly replying, "Isn't there a back storage room behind the northern room?" Zhao Shouwen was taken aback, turning to look north. Indeed, there was a narrow back courtyard behind the north wing along with a small room roughly the size of a toilet. "Are you letting your boyfriend stay in a storage room?" Before Zhao Shouwen could finish his question, Shi Yu gritted her teeth and said, "I'll just stay in the back storage room. The northern room will be given to Wang Luo." Wow! Zhao Shouwen nearly dropped his bowl. "You're giving away the northern room? You still say he's not your boyfriend?" "Oh wait, a real boyfriend should live together, so he must be your ex-boyfriend." Shi Yu was at a loss. After all, she had recognized Wang Luo as her mountain lord. She couldn't let the guardian live in the main room while the mountain lord stayed in the storage room, could she? At that moment, Wang Luo interjected, "The back storage room is fine, I quite like it. It doesn't need much upkeep, just leave a place for me to stand." Shi Yu quickly replied, "That won't do, I should move instead." Wang Luo chose not to argue further and instead fixed his gaze on the back storage room, giving a slight nod. Shi Yu sighed, "Fine, as long as you don't mind." Zhao Shouwen swallowed a piece of pork belly, eyeing the two with some curiosity before speculating, "Your relationship is definitely not that of ordinary friends." "I get it. It's an arranged marriage. The ancestors of Wang Luo's family did a favor for yours, but now things have changed and Wang Luo has nowhere to go, so he brings an arranged marriage contract from 100 years ago to seek you out. You don't take the engagement seriously, but family debts remain. Besides, Wang Luo isn't a bad person, so you just say he's a distant relative and invite him into your home." Shi Yu, holding her bowl in one hand, had dropped her chopsticks to the ground with the other. Her jaw was somewhat stiff, or rather her whole face was a bit rigid. Zhao Ziyuan's wild imagination was simply unfathomable. If it weren't for her having just experienced the even more unfathomable resurrection of the Mountain Lord, this would have been the most absurd thing she'd encountered all year. However, after the shock, Shi Yu couldn't help but think. Although this idea was absurd to the point of being unbelievable, it was actually not bad. At least it was much more believable than the idea of the Mountain Lord resurrecting. Wang Luo's true identity was inconvenient to disclose, and she was struggling with how to fabricate a new identity. Unexpectedly, Zhao Shouwen presented her with an idea on a silver platter. Just then Wang Luo spoke up. "Strictly speaking, I am her superior, the 84th Mountain Lord of Ling Mountain." Zhao Shouwen nearly choked on his second bean paste ball, the soup inside bursting into his throat in shock. Shi Yu almost dropped her bowl, staring in disbelief. Wang Luo, however, continued calmly, "I am a practitioner from the era of the old immortal calendar. When the heavenly tribulation came, I was in Ling Mountain's Ling Hall in closed-door cultivation, narrowly escaping death. I then fell into a deep slumber for 1,000 years and just awoke this morning." Zhao Shouwen was still coughing. Despite having reached foundation establishment and possessing balanced internal and external cultivation, he was now choking on a bowl of meat soup, struggling to catch his breath. Shi Yu remained wide-eyed in disbelief. "Fortunately, shortly after waking up, I encountered the descendants of the mountain guardians who brought me all the way to Rongqing, allowing me to witness the splendor of the new world. And I even enjoyed some delicious late-night snacks." At this point, Zhao Shouwen finally stopped coughing, looking at Wang Luo with an incredibly complicated expression, then turned to Shi Yu. You can't be so desperate for money that you believe every con artist, right? Xiao Lu told me that I should never trust handsome men. The handsomer they are, the more likely they are to deceive." Shi Yu sighed, not saying a word. Strictly speaking, even after experiencing so much throughout the day and having rationally and emotionally accepted Wang Luo's identity, she truly couldn't think of how to explain to Zhao Shouwen that a person who should have died 1,000 years ago had suddenly come back to life. Wang Luo, however, said, "But you have actually believed half of it in your heart." Zhao Shouwen couldn't help but laugh. "Why would I believe your ridiculous story?" Shi Yu was also puzzled. Why was Wang Luo so open-hearted with Zhao Shouwen, sharing his bizarre background without any embellishment? He wasn't even this straightforward with her, the mountain guardian. Was it just because he was complimented for being handsome? At that moment, Wang Luo fixed his gaze on Zhao Ziyuan's eyes and said, "You have balanced internal and external cultivation, especially valuing spiritual refinement. On average, you must expend 60% of your effort on refining your spirit." Zhao Shouwen was taken aback again. "Are you reading fortunes?" Wang Luo continued, but your talent does not lie here. You are more adept at physical cultivation than at spells and magical powers. Even if you intentionally slack off in your daily physical training to balance your internal and external achievements, your talent is still evident. Zhao Xiuwen was genuinely stunned. Why, you can tell that too. This isn't fortune-telling, it's common sense. Zhao Xiuwen grew increasingly confused. Do you remember how you referred to me when we first met? Zhao Xiuwen recalled and uncertainly asked. Handsome guy. Sure, you burst out laughing. Is it really because of handsome guy? Wang Luo nodded. Because normal people wouldn't call me that. Impressive self-awareness. Wang Luo smiled. So Zhao Xiuwen finds me pleasing not because of my good looks. Sure, you objectively commented, with a bit of grooming you could still look quite handsome. But if it's not because of your face, then what is it? Wang Luo pointed to his collarbone and chest. This body of mine embodies the supreme mysteries of physical cultivation. While ordinary people might be blinded and fail to see the truth, for those with decent physical cultivation talent, every inch of my physique, every exposed skin and muscle resonates with the principles of nature. It is an unparalleled beauty. The better the physical cultivation talent, the more beautiful this innate Tao body becomes. Zhao Xiuwen exclaimed in surprise about Wang Luo's handsomeness, which indicates his extraordinary talent. Sure, you was dumbfounded. You can even twist it this way. While praising others, you don't forget to brag about yourself. On the other hand, Zhao Xiuwen seemed to be oblivious, his gaze locked firmly on Wang Luo. Wang Luo stated calmly, for physical cultivators, principles are not to be spoken, they are to be demonstrated with the body. In ancient times, the immortal Shaoyijuan, who reached the upper realm by relying on his physical body and broke through the void, once famously said, "If you are a physical cultivator, then let your body speak." With that, Wang Luo's divine sense activated, causing the cloud-like garments on his upper body to naturally slide off his shoulders, revealing a flawless and perfect physique as pure as jade. Transform. Sure Yu's voice of astonishment was still caught in her throat, while Zhao Xiuwen had already emitted a loud splatter, blood gushing from his nose. The inner courtyard of the stone mansion was slightly in disarray. After Shiryu and Zhao Xiuwen hurriedly wiped away the blood on the ground, it seemed as if a long time had passed, yet the stew in their bowls was still steaming hot and the fire talisman beneath the pot had only curled at one corner. Shiryu awkwardly said, "I'm master of the mountain, you can put your clothes back on now." Wang Luo glanced at Shiryu, noticing that she had no resonance with his flawless physique, and could only shake his head regretfully, saying, "Your talent is commendable, but unfortunately it is completely not allocated to body cultivation." Shiryu replied, "It's fine that it's not allocated, at least I don't have to bleed from my nose just by looking at you." Wang Luo responded, "Bleeding from the nose once is worth at least 3 months of hard cultivation. I can't tell you how many people were willing to bleed rivers for it back in the day." Shiryu pouted, finding it hard to believe in such historical anecdotes that resembled lowbrow literature. But soon she stared in astonishment as she saw Zhao Ziyuan's skin emanating an unusual glow. His originally dark complexion lightened at an astonishing speed until it reached a light brown. "You?" Zhao Xiuwen nodded. "Yes, I've achieved minor success in the condensing jade body, and I've also purified my skin. I had initially expected to cultivate for another 3 months." "You?" Zhao Xiuwen nodded. "Yes, I've achieved minor success in the condensing jade body, and I've also purified." However, Wang Luo had already put on his cloud-patterned robes again and said, "Among body cultivators there exists a reliable language of communication. By observing a person's skin, flesh and blood vessels, one can generally know what kind of person they are and whether they can be trusted." Zhao Xiuwen and Wang Luo simultaneously turned to her, their gazes resembling that of one observing a lowly creature, causing her to feel embarrassed and angry. All right, I have a dull aptitude." Zhao Xiuwen and Wang Luo simultaneously turned to her, their gazes resembling that of Zhao Xiuwen and Wang Luo simultaneously turned to her, their gazes resembling that of one observing a lowly creature, causing her to feel embarrassed and angry. All right, I have a dull aptitude and can't grasp your body cultivator's aesthetics. But just because he looks good, do you really believe he is the reincarnation of the Spirit Mountain's master? Wang Luo said, "If he can trust the engagement we made a century ago, he can certainly trust that I am the master of Spirit Mountain. Some people are naturally insightful and not bound by common sense. Moreover, he should only be about halfway convinced at this point, just like you." The latter part of his statement left Shiryu momentarily speechless. Indeed, even now her trust in Wang Luo was not absolute. This was evident from the loyalty displayed in the Ascension record 79100. A meal, at least roast meat, had increased it by 20 points, yet it still fell short of being fully satisfied. But Wang Luo was not overly demanding, for even if he maximized her loyalty at this moment, it would merely make this young girl more submissive and behave more like a subordinate. Wang Luo never cared for such superficial niceties. As for winning Zhao Ziyuan's trust, it was partly done out of convenience. After all, they lived close to each other, and having more trust was never a bad thing. The other part was that just as Zhao Xiuwen found him agreeable, Wang Luo also felt a degree of admiration for this young man with exceptional talent in body cultivation. He was very suitable for admission to the Outer Mountain Gate. Looking at the empty page for the Outer Mountain Gate in the Ascension record, Wang Luo had already labeled Zhao Xiuwen for admission in advance. After a brief interlude, this late-night meal became particularly lively. For Wang Luo, Zhao Shouwen had countless questions, and Shiryu also took the opportunity to bring up the questions she had previously missed. Of course, compared to these two, Wang Luo had even more questions in his heart, but he was quite restrained and did not rush to ask them, instead slowly savoring and digesting the answers to each question. To Shiryu and Zhao Shouwen, the 84th master of Spirit Mountain was like a sudden splash of color in their lives, something to be curious about, worth delving into, and perhaps even capable of changing their future, but that was all. However, for Wang Luo, this brand new world was both his present and his future. After finishing the late-night meal, the sky was already brightening, and it turned out they had eaten for 5 or 6 hours. The large pot had been completely divided among the three after the first hour, leaving not even a drop of broth behind. Zhao Shouwen had temporarily brought in 10 jin of dry-fried noodles, which soaked up the broth before being fished out entirely. For the remaining time, the three simply chatted away with a large pot of plain water that Zhao Shouwen had brought. By the time the sky began to brighten, Shiryu and Zhao Shouwen were already showing signs of fatigue. Though both had achieved foundation establishment and maintained a balance internally and externally, logically speaking they should be able to stay up for a dozen nights without a care. However, the problem was that both had been overworking for a long time before the late-night meal. Ultimately, it was Zhao Shouwen with an apologetic expression who called for a stop first. "I'm sorry, I still have many things I want to say, but if I don't take a break now I'll have to skip the morning class." Shiryu nodded. "I need to go to the literary travel office to take orders. If only I could find a guiding job at a place like the Ningyuan Pavilion Museum." Wang Luo said, "Then I'll go to the Qingping office to get an identity certificate for myself." Shiryu looked a bit worried. "Do you really not need me to come with you?" Wang Luo waved his hand. "You have work to do, focus on that. If I'm to live in this new era of immortals, I can't rely on the mountain guardian for everything." After saying this, Wang Luo stood up first and stepped out of the inner courtyard. As he reached the door, Shiryu chased after him and handed him a small jade-like translucent leaf. These spirit leaves were the currency circulating in the kingdom of Zhu Wang and even among the 100 nations of the Immortal Alliance, akin to the spirit stones of the old immortal era, except that spirit leaves contained no spiritual power but rather incorporated various anti-counterfeiting and circulation mechanisms designed by Zhu Wang's highest authority, the Golden Deer Hall. The number of spirit leaves was limited, but it was evident that Shiryu had exhausted her possibilities to gather them, so Wang Luo accepted them politely and then used his divine sense to store the spirit leaves within his body. This way, at least before going to the Qingping office, he could have a breakfast at Stone Street. The morning at Stone Street was far from as lively as at night. Only a little over half of the shops along the long street were open, but the aromas of various delicacies still filled the street. Following his instincts, Wang Luo found a bustling steamed bun shop, purchased a steamer of buns and a bowl of fried liver with the spirit leaves in his hand, and leisurely ate while surrounded by the chatter of diners before turning to head towards his destination. Qingping office, Little White Building. To be precise, it was the Qingping office's Stone Street branch. As the agency responsible for maintaining public order, Qingping office had established over 100 branches in Rong City, each branch overseeing several smaller stations and a total of over 2,000 Qingping small stations, along with 100,000 staff members, both contracted and non-contract, working diligently within, forming a dense net that enveloped the entire city. Wang Luo was about to visit precisely this node that governed Stone Street. The Little White Building on Stone Street was particularly eye-catching among the low buildings of Stone Street. The five-story building stood out like a crane among chickens, its snow-white walls and golden eaves accentuating its nobility. In fact, according to Shiryu and Zhao Shouwen, the Little White Building of Qingping office held more actual power than any other governmental institutions on Stone Street. In the bustling upper district, institutions like the Literary Travel Office, Construction Office, and even the Breeding Office often overshadowed Qingping office, but for a lower world that relied on scrounging for late-night meals, Qingping office was the main character. Stone Street was not very extensive and was mainly located in the lower section of Rong City's three-dimensional structure, resembling an underground world in the literal sense. Yet this underground world housed nearly 1 million people. And that towering five-story building was the administrator of these 1 million people. By the time Wang Luo arrived, the area in front of the building was already bustling with traffic. A once relatively wide street was crammed with various Stone Street residents. So much so that the clerks working here often had to fly through the air, entering directly from the second or third floors. The busy scene before him was just a typical day for the Little White Building. As the administrator of 1 million people, Qingping office naturally had to respond to the daily needs of 1 million residents. Aside from basic public order issues like neighborly disputes and business conflicts, all decisions had to be made by Qingping office. Although most issues could be handled at the small stations, matters exceeding their authority, such as processing identity certifications for individuals without any background, could only come to the Little White Building. Shiryu and Zhao Shouwen had explained the detailed processing procedures, and following their instructions, Wang Luo first found a self-service wooden platform in a crowded area of the small courtyard outside the building, placed his hand on the surface, and a semi-transparent number appeared on his palm, which was his service sequence number 97. Afterward, he patiently waited for the number in his hand to change color. The work efficiency of the Little White Building was quite high. After about an hour of waiting, Wang Luo felt a slight warmth in his palm as the semi-transparent number 97 emitted a milky white light and then leaped from his palm, floating ahead to lead the way. Following the guidance of the number Wang Lu walked into the small building, and the moment he crossed the entrance, the space before him suddenly expanded, revealing a much larger service hall than it appeared from the outside. At the same time, an invisible pressure descended upon him as if he were under an immensely dignified will, making all fanciful thoughts and distractions retreat. Many Stone Street residents who had been clamoring for justice outside the building immediately lowered their voices upon entering, even their backs bending slightly, making them seem shorter. Wang Lu, however, was entirely unaffected. Instead, he traced the source of this invisible pressure with his divine sense and soon appeared to be in thought. While pondering, the number 97 had led him to a service window where a young woman in white was seated behind a brown office desk. She looked up at Wang Lu, revealing a face that, despite being lightly made up, still bore little beauty, and asked in a low and impatient voice, "What do you need?" Wang Lu replied, "I need to process an identity certification specifically for the seed of the world tree." The woman clicked her tongue and said, "This window can handle it. What's your situation? Have you lost your seed of the world tree?" For people in the new era, the seed of the world tree, serving as proof of identity, was forcibly implanted in the body at the moment of birth by the Great Law, meaning it should always be present as long as the person was alive. In fact, it could even be extracted from a corpse after death. However, in reality, the seed of the world tree was not absolutely stable. Many accidents could lead to its loss, such as cultivating certain arts and accidentally going astray, or a certain law adjuster misplaying a law string while adjusting the Great Law. In summary, for Qingping office, reissuing identity certifications was a routine matter, especially in a mixed place like Stone Street where the Great Law was relatively weak. Individuals who had lost their seed of the world tree were always coming and going. But Wang Luo's situation was different. "It's not lost. I never had a seed of the world tree. I need Qingping office to implant a new one for me." The woman in white lifted her eyelids again, eyeing Wang Lu with a look of uncertainty. "You have no seed of the world tree. What's your situation?" A person who lived 1,000 years ago certainly wouldn't have an identity certification from 1,000 years later. But this was something that couldn't be said. Wang Lu could tell Shiyu and Zhao Xiuwen about his true identity, but it was clearly inconvenient to disclose it to Qingping office. Thus he decided to stick to the explanation crafted by Shiyu and Zhao Xiuwen. "I come from the great wilderness of the southern region where I have never been exposed to the Great Law. Last year my settlement was invaded by wild demons and I was the only one left alive. Fortunately, I was rescued by a hunter from Rong City. He told me some stories about Rong City that captivated my imagination. At the same time, I considered that it was becoming increasingly difficult to survive alone in the southern region, so I made my way to Rong City." The woman in white blinked, looking at Wang Lu with an expression that seemed to say, "Do you think him an idiot?" Objectively speaking, the story concocted by the duo from the late-night meal was entirely reasonable. 1,000 years ago, when the heavenly tribulation descended, the heavenly court fell, directly shattering the Jojo continent. With Spirit Mountain as the axis, the 4 western states turned into wastelands where demons still roamed. To ensure the safety of the civilized world, the nations bordering the wastelands erected great barriers. The southern region was on the border between Zhuang and the wasteland, where the barrier's effectiveness was weakest and the Great Law was the most chaotic. There lived more than 5 million people there, of which over 100,000 resided in the great wilderness, collecting various heavenly materials and earthly treasures unique to the wasteland. Those living in the wasteland would naturally procreate, but their newborns would not have identity certifications from the civilized world. Generally speaking, people settled in the wasteland did not often leave the southern region, either due to their unfamiliarity with the civilized world or simply because they could not survive long enough to leave. However, if someone truly became fed up with the chaos and disorder of the southern region and wanted to embrace the civilized world, then from both a humanitarian perspective and based on existing legal principles, these individuals should be accepted by civilization. In fact, Zhu Wang's Qingping office provided identity certifications for many drifters from the southern region each year, helping them settle down and training them in work skills, all of which were publicized as commendable deeds. Shiyu and Zhao Xiuwen had referenced numerous on-site cases to design such a cliché story for Wang Lu. But clearly this story did not move the woman in the little white building. Wang Lu was unsure where the problem lay. Perhaps the story was too patched together, or perhaps his aura was too different from those drifters from the southern region. But regardless, he at least knew how to resolve the issue. Facing the woman's skepticism, Wang Lu smiled and said, "You have quite good talent in body cultivation." "Ah." The next moment, Wang Lu reached out and slightly pulled open his collar, revealing his collarbone. The woman in white froze, her cold gaze softening at an astonishing speed. Strictly speaking, Wang Luo's seduction technique is not absolutely necessary. Although the story of the late-night snack group is not compelling enough, as long as Wang Lu submits a request, the staff must follow the regulations and carry out the subsequent procedures for him. Whether his story is credible does not need to be judged by a little girl in white who hasn't even obtained the qualifications of a Qingyi. But evidently, with the enthusiasm of an insider driving things, any situation can achieve twice the result with half the effort. So since Wang Lu noticed that the girl in white had a decent talent for body cultivation, he unhesitatingly bestowed upon her a small portion of the profound mysteries of the Tao body. Unfortunately, the talent of this girl in white was merely passable, far less outstanding than Zhao Shouwen, so after observing her for a moment her gaze only softened and her attitude shifted from indifferent to ordinary. Applying for the seed of the Tree of Creation as a person from the southern region requires many procedures. It can't be completed in a day. Wang Luo smiled and said, "That's fine, I'm not in a hurry." "Then fill out these forms first and remember to use this pen," said the girl in white, handing him a uniquely designed ink pen seemingly made of countless thin threads. As Wang Luo took the pen he felt it tremble slightly and those thin threads unwound themselves, transforming into wriggling tentacles that plunged into his right hand. There was no sensation as the tips of the threads turned from solid to ethereal. Upon touching his skin they sank into Wang Luo's body, adhering to his blood vessels and meridians, causing no harm, yet capable of discerning whether a person was sincere through the circulation of qi and blood. These invisible threads require the pen holder to offer no resistance at all, and relying on qi and blood to determine authenticity is not absolutely reliable. Those skilled in controlling their bodies have These invisible threads require the pen holder to offer no resistance at all, and relying on qi and blood to determine authenticity is not absolutely reliable. Those skilled in controlling their bodies have many ways to deceive magical tools. However, as a standard magical tool for a service window it was already quite effective. Under the watchful gaze of the girl in white, Wang Luo methodically wrote on several forms. Most of the content on the forms required him to recount his background, including where he had lived, who his relatives were, what cultivation techniques he had practiced, his level of achievement, and whether he had encountered the wild demons. Wang Luo completed these sections quickly, half based on the story of the late-night snack group and half improvising as needed. Some other content required him to state whether he had a stable residence in the Feng City as well as contact persons and guarantors, which Wang Luo naturally attributed all to Shiryu. The forms were soon completed and the tentacles on the pen withdrew. The girl in white took back the pen and checked it, somewhat surprised. "So you actually filled it all out truthfully? It's quite rare to find someone as honest as you among the drifters." Wang Luo chuckled. Of the information on those forms, aside from his real name Wang Luo and the fact that he was male, 9 out of 10 statements were fabricated. Once the forms are filled out you need to undergo a physical examination followed by another round of interviews. Only after passing all will you be assigned a dedicated person to connect you with the Great Law and condense the Tree of Creation seed that can prove your identity. Wang Luo nodded, saying understood. "When can I do the physical examination?" The girl in white initially thought to say go home and wait for a notice, but just then Wang Luo raised his hand, revealing his arm hidden in his long sleeves. The perfectly sculpted muscle lines made her words take a sudden turn. "Wait a moment, let me check if I can expedite your process. The room number 3 on the second floor is currently vacant, you can take this form up there." While saying this the girl in white efficiently stamped the form twice and pointed the way to the second floor for Wang Luo. Then a milky white light sphere was released from her fingertips, floating in front of Wang Luo to guide him. Such attentive service not only earned Wang Luo's thanks but also astonished the people from Stone Street who were there for business. "Is there a superior red-clothed inspector coming to inspect the Qingping office recently? Is it your first day at Stone Street?" If there were indeed an inspector they would likely dispatch 800 Qingyi to turn Stone Street upside down, dismantling what needs to be dismantled, driving away what needs to be driven away, and sealing up the complaint box. Just like that special task force these days. So that little girl at that table just graduated from the academy and doesn't understand the rules of the Qingping office. Are you blind or have you been single for too long? If we consider her a little girl, you and I are both in our prime. I previously went to her to replace my proof, and obtaining a Tree of Creation seed made me run back and forth 8 times. Amidst the noisy discussions Wang Luo had already arrived at the door of the physical examination room on the second floor. This time he had average luck. The one in charge of the physical examination was a seasoned Qingyi with mediocre cultivation and no talent for body cultivation at all. Upon seeing Wang Luo she couldn't even be bothered to lift her eyelids, merely gesturing for him to enter the room. It was indeed self-serve. There were no magical tools in the examination room requiring manual operation by the Qingyi. There was only a large floor-to-ceiling mirror, and as soon as Wang Luo entered a ripple-like glowing effect appeared on the mirror, followed by a few cold invisible beams of light sweeping over him. These were techniques not seen in the old era, but their effects were clear at a glance, merely probing a person's various physical indicators. And for the physical examination mirror of the Qingping office, more importantly, it examined a person's pollution value. Many who came from the southern region carry the pollution of the wasteland, whether light or heavy. Those with mild symptoms merely have some deformities in their bodies, and their minds often echo with whispers from the cursed land. But as long as they take medication regularly and avoid contact with the wasteland, these symptoms will quickly disappear. However, for the severely polluted, simple medication is not enough to suppress them. Heavily polluted individuals not only experience serious mutations in their bodies but also have their minds twisted at any moment. More importantly, severe pollution can sever the Great Law, rendering social control measures ineffective. Placing such individuals in modern society is akin to indirectly creating horrific tragedies. Thus once the examination mirror shows that the examinee's pollution value exceeds the standard, the Qingping office must immediately detain the person and use various pills and techniques to remove the pollution to within acceptable levels before allowing them into civilized society. But evidently the little white building on Stone Street did not pay much attention to this procedure. The Qingyi in charge of the examination sat with her legs crossed, lost in thought. Because normally a heavily polluted drifter would never be able to reach Feng City. From the southern region to Feng City there are countless checkpoints like layers of filters keeping all threats to civilization at bay. In fact, over 200,000 regular troops are stationed just in the southern region, and anyone leaving the southern region to enter the heart of civilization must first undergo military scrutiny. To date there has not been a case of someone slipping through the cracks for nearly 100 years. Thus the Qingping office's examination is merely a formality. If there were real risks, the examination process wouldn't be placed so far back. Soon the examination concluded. The floor-to-ceiling mirror shimmered with rippling light and a gentle green glow finally appeared on the frame. Outside, the Qingyi lazily called out, "All right, the examination is passed. Take this report and proceed to the next step." Damn, the middle lane has been killed again. Why haven't these students opened school yet? Although Wang Lu did not understand the latter part, he knew he had successfully passed this stage, so he stepped out and took the standard examination report from the absent-minded Qingyi. The form recorded the diligent results of the examination mirror. Aside from height and weight, none of the other information was accurate. Clearly this new era's technology does not perfectly adapt to cultivators from the old era. Fortunately, although the data was erroneous, it was not outrageous. According to the form, Wang Lu should be a human male under 20 years old with cultivation at the mid-foundation establishment stage and a slightly higher talent in body cultivation, categorizing him as an ordinary person slightly below the average male in Zhuo Wenqing commonly found on Stone Street. Wang Lu glanced at the form and felt that this result was quite satisfactory. Given his current status in this highly prosperous new world, there was no need to reveal his true trump card to everyone. Being able to conceal oneself among the masses is the best approach. The next step after the physical examination was the interview. Normally this stage might require a long wait, as the interviewer would need to strictly review the previous examination results before determining the interview content. However, thanks to the connections of the girl in white, Wang Lu smoothly met his interviewer immediately after the physical examination. An elderly lady dressed in Qingyi but wearing a red hat appeared to be nearly 100 years old. Her golden core dimmed and both her qi and true essence clearly diminished. Yet her complexion remained rosy and her demeanor was warm and friendly. A pair of round glasses perched on her nose without distancing her from others. Upon seeing Wang Lu, she broke into a gentle smile and gestured, saying, "Come sit down and talk. No need to be nervous, it's just some simple questions." Wang Lu confirmed that this elder had no talent for body cultivation, so her friendly demeanor was clearly not driven by a desire for his innate Dao body. So what was she after? When I was young I was also from the southern region. I only moved to Feng City at 30 and have been living here for over 60 years. But I can still vividly remember what the southern region looked like. However, in the next moment the elder's smile faded and she began to scrutinize Wang Lu. The gaze behind her glasses was not harsh, but it was serious enough. Wang Lu suddenly realized that although she had a kind disposition and a natural fondness for drifters from the southern region, that did not mean the interview would be easy. In fact, Zhao Xiuwen had also warned that ordinary people from the southern region who wanted to move to Feng City would face some obstacles. As for unidentified drifters wanting to obtain the Tree of Creation seed in Feng City, it was even more challenging. Because there is a very simple reason: if you are truly a drifter from the southern region, why not get the seed back home in the southern region instead of running all the way to Feng City? Without a Tree of Creation seed, how did you make your way here? Did the layers of filtering checkpoints not stop this drifter? Thus, compared to genuine drifters from the southern region, it is more likely that you are a fugitive who has been forced to abandon your original identity due to some illegal activities and has disguised yourself. The little white building of the Qingping office does have the function of reissuing identification proof, but that does not mean they are obligated to fulfill this function. Fortunately, Wang Lu had already prepared for these questions. After sitting down, the elder nodded and asked, "The form states you are from the southern region and have always lived in the wasteland. I recall that there are not many human settlements around the southern region because the living conditions are truly harsh. Has it improved in recent years?" Wang Lu replied, "It was fine until the wild demons broke through the barrier and slaughtered most of my family and friends." Sorry." The elder was taken aback, apologetically saying, "I forgot you were. So do you still have contact with the hunter who saved you back then and told you stories about Feng City?" "Yes, I pray for his soul every night. Just last night I dreamt of him. He spoke a lot to me and congratulated me on my smooth arrival in Feng City." The elder's mouth twitched unnaturally and she awkwardly turned to the next question. "After leaving the southern region, did you come to Feng City alone? Didn't you make any stops at other towns?" Wang Lu replied, "I actually passed through a few small towns along the way, but every time I wanted to stop and rest he would appear before me and tell me that it was not Feng City." The elder quickly flipped through the form in her hand. "Your mental examination result seems to be normal. Wang Luo said yes last night. He told me that now that I have arrived in Feng City there is no need for him to guide me anymore. From now on we really have to part ways. The elder's hands began to tremble slightly. She took off her glasses and repeatedly checked whether the lie detection magical tool had malfunctioned. Wang Luo sighed. Actually, when I left the southern region I also underwent a similar examination. I told my experiences to the interviewer, but he would rather shatter the mirror than let me into the pollution clearance facility. He said it is better to kill mistakenly than to let someone escape. The elder's hands, which were wiping the lenses, could no longer shake. So I came all the way to Feng City daring to accept the examination and apply for the Tree of Creation seed. After all, he said that other places might misunderstand me and reject me, but Feng City would definitely accept me. The elder put her glasses back on and her gaze was now filled with guilt and sympathy. Her questions became gentler. I see you wrote down a contact person who is from Stone Street. How did you meet her? At this point the scrutiny had almost disappeared and it was purely an elderly woman chatting about daily life with topics no longer revolving around the southern region and the wasteland. Wang Luo naturally responded fluently, and by the end of the interview the elder even voluntarily gave him her contact information. If you encounter any difficulties, come find me anytime. We all come from the southern region, so we should look out for each other. After leaving the interviewer's presence, Wang Luo earnestly committed this name to memory. Since descending the mountain, this was the first favor he had received. In the future he must repay this favor when the opportunity arises. Sure, you admired him because he had repeatedly demonstrated the Mountain Master's powers in front of her, and the Mountain Guardian girl clearly had her own requests from the Mountain Master. This obedience was commendable but did not count as a favor. Li's barbecue was exceptionally delicious, but it was meant for Shiryu and not directed at Wang Luo, so it also did not count as a favor. Moreover, Wang Luo had expelled Li Dongyang, thus rendering a favor to the latter. Zhao Ziyuan's late-night snacks were of high quality and the knowledge he shared with Wang Luo was quite practical, but this was because he had personally witnessed the beauty of the innate Dao body. Only this interviewer was someone Wang Luo had deceived first, and she had made an exception to let him pass later. This counted as a genuine favor. Wang Luo had never been in the habit of owing favors without repaying them. Having passed the interview, the entire process of applying for identification was essentially complete. He only needed to wait for the Qingping office to send someone with the ability to tune the laws, and once connected to the grand legal system, Wang Luo would acquire a unique seed of the Jianmu. With this seed it would mean officially integrating into the new world, allowing him to travel freely across the 5 states and numerous nations of the Tian continent. If interested, he could even head directly to the current capital of Zhuang to pay respects under the Jianmu said to have been transformed from the meditation of Master Xiao. However, as the saying goes, those who travel 100 miles are only halfway there. Events often take unexpected turns at the last moment. Just like now. When Wang Luo gathered the forms and returned to the first floor hall to apply to the woman in white for the next step, the other party responded calmly and indicated that the senior in charge of the planting was just in the Xiaobai building, and if all went well he could obtain the Jianmu seed before noon. But soon a look of astonishment appeared on the woman's indifferent face. Eh? No one. She looked at the manual on the desk, which was glowing red for communication with colleagues, feeling perplexed. She asked her colleague, who was also dressed in white, I see in the roster that Senior Shah is on duty today, why can't we reach him now? Seated beside her was a plump woman under 40. Without raising her head she replied, Sha Shuang. It's almost lunchtime, of course you can't find him. Isn't it still half an hour until lunch? Isn't that close enough? The woman in white blinked, sighed and said, Wang Luo, could you please wait a moment? I'll call you again when work resumes in the afternoon. Wang Luo nodded, responding positively. Logically, a drifter from the southern region wanting to obtain the Jianmu seed in the Qingping office's Xiaobai building would typically take 3 to 5 days, even if every step passed smoothly. To complete all procedures in a single day would be an unexpected delight. Waiting for an afternoon was not a big issue. However, as the afternoon progressed, Wang Luo still had not received his last step. At that moment an elderly man sitting beside him suddenly spoke, waiting for Sha Shuang. Don't wait any longer, go home. Come back in a few days to try your luck with a different planting official, perhaps it will work out. Wang Luo turned his head in curiosity to see an elderly man in a white shirt and grey vest hunched over. He looked ordinary with unimpressive cultivation, but the eyes hidden behind thick glasses were quite spirited. What's wrong with Sha Shuang? The old man replied, he doesn't like Shiji, doesn't like southerners, and doesn't like the Qingping office he belongs to. So he's misanthropic. The old man was taken aback. It's the first time I've heard someone use the term instead of cynical. Whether cynical or misanthropic, now that I have completed the procedures, shouldn't he fulfill his duties according to the law? The old man chuckled. Since you have seen people like Li Dongyang in the Qingping office, you should know that fulfilling one's duties according to the law is often the most difficult. Wang Luo was somewhat surprised. Do you know me? What happened last night will be known to half of Shiji in less than 2 days. I just didn't expect you to be from the southern region. You don't look like a southerner. The old man shook his head again, but it doesn't matter where you're from as long as you have good intentions. Shiji welcomes you. I am Kong Zhang, usually running a small stall in the triangular alley of Shiji. Today I came to renew my stall permit and I didn't expect to bump into you. If you have time in the future, feel free to visit me. I can always treat you to a cup of tea. Okay, I noted that. By the way, there's something I need to remind you of, even if I don't say it others will. You were brought back by Shiryu and are currently renting a room in her courtyard, right? Yes. That child has a good character, is intelligent and works hard, but unfortunately luck has never been on her side. You were brought back by Shiryu and are currently renting a room in her courtyard, right? Yes. That child has a good character, is intelligent and works hard, but unfortunately luck has... After saying that, the old man smiled, pushed himself up from his knees and left. The old man's words felt like an ominous prophecy. As night fell, the first floor hall was already bustling with people in white packing up, preparing to leave work when Wang Lu finally realized he would not receive his required procedures today. He stood up and looked for the young woman in white with good physique qualifications again. Has Sha Shuang not returned yet? The woman in white had just dealt with a muddled applicant and was somewhat impatient, but when she looked up at Wang Luo and saw his well-defined jawline, all her irritation vanished. Then she leaned slightly forward and whispered, Senior Sha should be in his office, but for some reason he has not been responsive to the procedures here. I just saw him leave for the day. If you're not in a hurry, you can come back in a couple of days. By then it might not be Senior Sha's turn anymore. Wang Luo nodded. This suggestion coincided with Kong Zhang's, indicating that Sha Shuang's misanthropy was well known. He certainly did not want to wait 2 days in vain. Patience is a virtue, but wasting time is not. Where does Sha Shuang live? The woman in white was startled. What do you intend to do? I want to obtain my Jianmu seed. As he spoke, Wang Luo caught a glimpse of the work manual in the woman's hand, which should contain detailed information about every staff member in Xiaobai building. Could I take a look? Of course not. The woman in white was alarmed and quickly tucked the manual into her bosom. Don't be impulsive. I'll urge him again when I return to work tomorrow. Wang Luo thought for a moment and smiled. All right, then I will trouble you. The woman in white fell silent for a moment and said, to be honest, you'd better wait a few days. Senior Sha has always disliked Southerners and has been in a particularly bad mood lately. If you insist on pushing your application onto him, you might find yourself delayed for a long time. It would be better to wait a few days and change the person on duty. Is it permissible for him to work so openly unreliably? In response, the woman in white could only offer a bitter smile. At that moment, the colleague in white who had finished dressing called her to go home, and she hurriedly responded and waved goodbye to Wang Luo. In any case, I'll notify you when I have news. It's time to get off work. Goodbye. Leaving Xiaobai building, the sky outside was already painted blood red with the sunset. The crowd that had been queuing had dispersed and the once bustling street finally returned to tranquility, with only a few frustrated applicants complaining while some recently off-duty staff in white and green discussed dinner plans. Wang Luo gazed into the distance and caught a glimpse of the silhouette of Ling Mountain amidst the sword-like architecture of Rong City. Ling Mountain was not far from Rong City. With free time at hand, perhaps. Just as Wang Luo was contemplating whether to walk back to Ling Mountain, he suddenly felt someone approaching from behind and reach out to pat his shoulder. He immediately turned around to face the approaching person, his swift movement startling the other party. What the hell? Shiryu took 2 steps back, her raised right hand awkwardly halting midair. Wang Luo shook his head. Why did you think you could successfully ambush me? Shiryu retorted. Why would you think I was coming to ambush you? I was just passing by after work and wanted to greet you, but you scared me. So how did everything go? Wang Luo briefly recounted his day's process. Shiryu was stunned in the first half, but her expression drastically darkened in the latter half. Sha Shuang indeed is capable of such things. Wang Luo nodded. I plan to wait a couple of days to see. The identification is not urgent. Shiryu hesitated for a moment and said this matter might be related to me. Sha Shuang usually doesn't come here for duty. Wang Luo was puzzled. What does it have to do with you whether he comes for duty or not? It really has nothing to do with me, so you can consider me overthinking it. However, in the past 2 years, many people who have interacted with me for a long time suddenly had their luck turn bad. If you stay in Shiji for a few more days, you will probably encounter someone warning you to keep your distance from me. Wang Luo smiled, knowing he wouldn't need 2 days. Yet he also didn't care about such ridiculous talk. Don't think too much. How could a mountain guardian possibly harm the mountain master of Ling Mountain? When the old demons of Majo were most rampant, they attempted to ambush the outer mountain gate, sacrificing thousands of cultivators to cast curses, yet they couldn't diminish the mountain master's fortune in the slightest. At that time, many of your ancestors had their blood spilled on the spot. It didn't hinder anything. Sure, you forced a smile. I'll take that as comforting. So what are the plans next? Shall we go back for dinner? Sure, still lease barbecue. Recalling the sweet and sour alfalfa and the grilled meat strips from last night, Wang Luo indeed felt somewhat reluctant to part with them. However, Shiryu's smile suddenly turned grim. Mountain Master, please don't joke. Do I look like someone who can afford to dine out every day? Of course I will cook at home. If we must eat out, I can at most treat you to a bowl of soup noodles. Moments later, in the well-known affordable dining area of Shiji, southwest corner. 2 bowls of shredded meat noodles, thank you. With a mix of amusement and helplessness, Shiryu used the little cash she had left to serve both of them a bowl of hot noodles costing 4 spirit leaves. A few pieces of vegetables, several strips of tofu, a few indistinguishable pieces of shredded meat, and plenty of noodles for 4 spirit leaves. Even in Shiji, this was considered a conscience meal. Around this honest noodle shop, a large group of aspiring youths gathered, most of whom were at the threshold of foundation establishment, with some barely achieving it while others struggled. Shiryu, a girl who had successfully established her foundation, shone brightly in this place. Upon seeing Shiryu, the aspiring youths warmly greeted her. Why is Xiaoyu here? Bringing your boyfriend along. Long time no see, how's business lately? Their attitude was generally friendly, and although some teasing crossed the line, it was quickly curtailed by their companions. Thus Shiryu replied to the crowd with grace before picking up her chopsticks and sighed at Wang Lu. Mountain Master, I apologize for the poor hospitality. Wang Lu pondered for a moment and said, in the past my master had me descend the mountain alone to visit a renowned talisman family in Lingzhou. I was only 12 years old, newly established in my foundation, yet they prepared an incredibly luxurious banquet for me that featured many rare delicacies not seen even in the Ling Mountain cafeteria. Shiryu shrugged. Forgive my inadequacy, I can only let the Mountain Master reminisce about bitter and sweet times. Wang Luo replied, however, that banquet in my view does not compare to this bowl of shredded meat noodles before you. Because although the banquet was extravagant for a wealthy cultivation family, it was merely a drop in the bucket. But this bowl of noodles was all the cash you had on hand. Shiryu was taken aback. You're making me feel embarrassed. So how did you end up in such financial straits? I remember you had a few hundred spirit leaves left after settling the bill at least barbecue yesterday, and you even gave me 50 for pocket money this morning. Shiryu put down her chopsticks, revealing a bitter expression of not being able to eat. The money shop said my debt interest rate had to be slightly raised, so I had to use all my money to pay off the interest, but thankfully I managed to cover it. Wang Luo was somewhat curious. I've always wanted to ask, how did you end up with so much debt? In fact, this was a question he had long wanted to ask. Shiryu remained silent for a moment and said, my father was a chronic gambler and was schemed against. He mortgaged the management rights of Ling Mountain for a loan and lost everything, then simply disappeared. Hiss. Wang Luo felt the noodles in his bowl lose some warmth. Although he had known about Shiryu's indebtedness since they met, he never expected such a tragic story lay behind her facade. Shiryu smiled. It's fine. Just take it as reality motivating me to strive harder and avoid complacency. Moreover, despite the heavy debts, I still managed to get by with the rent and management subsidies from Ling Mountain. Shiryu was taken aback and then replied seriously, Mountain Master, since you're asking, I will be frank, I really can't afford to support it. Wang Luo had always admired those who were diligent and optimistic. As he raised his evaluation of Shiryu again, he said, right now your financial situation is tight and I can't rely entirely on you to support me. Do you have any ideas for making money that could work for me? Shiryu was taken aback and then replied seriously, Mountain Master, since you're asking, I will be frank, I really can't afford to support another person right now. After this meal there will be barely any food left at home. We can't expect to rely on Ziyuan's late-night snacks every night. He isn't financially stable either. If you're willing to earn money yourself, I truly have no reason to oppose it. Wang Luo said, my senior sister used to tell me that the best way to integrate into society is to work, although she usually said that to trick me into helping her secretly print booklets. Shiryu smiled and said, Mountain Master, you asked if there are any ways to make money. With your abilities there are certainly many ways to earn money. But if you disregard illegal paths, the vast majority will require you to first obtain the Jianmu seed, which is your identification. After that there will be qualifications for cultivation, divine powers and techniques. Only with these qualifications can you take on jobs, and the more lucrative jobs have stricter requirements for qualifications. So what can I do now? Wang Luo asked. Shiryu fell silent for a moment, her gaze drifting to a recruitment notice posted on the wall of the noodle shop. Positions available, waitstaff cleaners requirements. Favorable treatment. Wang Luo's interest peaked. Isn't this great? Are you serious? The Mountain Master working as a cleaner. Why would you, a member of the working class, have occupational discrimination? Shiryu explained, I thought you would have. The book says ancient cultivators generally hold themselves in high regard and scorn labor. The book also says the Shur family banquet is world-renowned. Stop scolding, it was my fault. In any case, if you're willing to work, that's great, but don't come to this place. They pay low wages and the boss likes to find reasons to deduct money. Before her words fell, the noodle shop's owner shouted, Shiryu, you have no conscience at all. I even gave you extra shredded meat. When did I ever find reasons to deduct money? What are you looking at, Xiaoli? If you keep looking, don't expect to get paid this month. After bidding farewell to the owner of the noodle shop who never deducted money, Shiryu directly led Wang Luo to the bustling dining area of Li Ji Roast Meat, stopping in front of a particularly lively storefront. Old Hong's home cooking has an unpretentious sign, yet the lively scene in front of the door is more persuasive than any extravagant advertising, and the rich aroma of meat makes one's appetite stir. Shiryu swallowed, saying, "If you want to work, I personally recommend this place. Previously Xiaowen came here through my introduction. It might be busy and tiring, but the pay is prompt and there are employee benefits." Suddenly they heard a furious roar from inside the restaurant. "Get lost. If you can't even wash the vegetables properly, why don't you just eat shit?" A bald young man stumbled out in a disheveled state, followed by a few flying bowls. The diners outside chuckled, but this was a common sight. Shiryu added, "Old Hong has strict requirements for his subordinates, but with your abilities you should be more than adequate." Then she led Wang Luo directly through the back door into the kitchen, where 7 or 8 people were gathered around 3 black clay stoves, each focused on their tasks. An old man, black and thin, stood beside a large bucket, using his true essence to fuel the fire slowly simmering. Upon seeing Shiryu and Wang Luo, the old man lifted his eyelids and said, "If there's something, say it later." Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaowen rushed out from a partition covered in blood. "Hey, you guys are here. The free appetizers I promised earlier, just wait and I'll cut them for you." The old black man was furious. "These two haven't even ordered any dishes and you want to give them free appetizers? Get lost. You should eat shit too." Zhao Xiaowen laughed. "First use the free appetizers to attract customers and then charge high prices for the main dishes." The black old man, disturbed by Zhao Xiaowen, didn't rush to simmer the soup but instead looked up at the two and asked, "Xiaoyue, are you here to introduce a job again? What is this person's background?" "Shiryu," replied Wang Luo, "similar to Xiaowen, comes from Nanxiang, currently staying at my place. His character is very reliable and his skills are decent. Uncle Hong, you can try him out." Old Hong said, "The person you recommend, I don't need to test their character, but I must see their skills myself." "What can you do?" Wang Luo said, "From my observation, I can do everything that needs to be done here." Old Hong nearly choked on his breath. "You can do everything? Then can you help me with cooking the soup?" "Sure." Wang Luo stepped forward, his true essence transforming into gentle yet resilient wood element fire, ready to press down on the pot. Old Hong was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. "What do you mean sure? You dare to do it, but I don't. Why are young people so reckless nowadays? This just happened. I just kicked out a useless person who couldn't even wash vegetables. You go take over his position and let me see if you can handle it. If you can, I'll pay you tonight." Wang Luo smiled. "Okay." After introducing Wang Luo to the job, Shiryu hurriedly took her leave as she still had to work until dawn. After bidding farewell to Shiryu, Wang Luo also prepared to support himself. The vegetable washing station that Old Hong mentioned was a square-shaped fountain with fresh water constantly gushing from a spring at the bottom. Beside it, a huge bamboo basket was filled with fresh spiritual vegetables, still carrying the scent of soil. Washing ordinary vegetables removing dust and dirt is certainly not difficult, but these spiritual vegetables were cultivated in special soil and the dirt on their roots and leaves is extremely sticky. If brute force is used during washing, it would inevitably damage the leaves. One must gently break down the adhered dirt and then rinse it with clean water, making it a meticulous task that greatly tests one's eyesight, strength and patience. Moreover, the huge bamboo basket was piled high with spiritual vegetables, and if washing was done slowly, that would be unacceptable. Old Hong instructed Wang Luo to wash the vegetables, but he did not expect this newcomer to be of much use. Having operated this small restaurant for decades, he could tell at a glance whether someone had ever stepped into a kitchen. Wang Luo exuded a sense of detachment that suggested gentlemen keep away from kitchens. Such a person may have exceptional skills, but those skills clearly had nothing to do with washing vegetables. However, Wang Luo then walked directly to the bamboo basket, picked a perfectly round jade fat ball that resembled jade, weighted in his hand, glanced at it, confirmed the dirty spots, and then flicked his finger at the vegetable root. Bang! With a muffled sound, a deep brown smoke seemed to rise from the jade fat ball, and all the sticky dirt clinging to it was shaken off. Wang Luo then dipped it into the clean water pool, and upon pulling it out, the jade fat ball appeared transformed faintly, revealing a true jade-like luster. Meanwhile, Old Hong, who was watching from the side, had his mouth agape. Wang Luo, unfazed, picked up a bundle of longleaf greens, held it in his hands, and flicked his finger at 3 different places on it, causing 3 layers of differently colored smoke to rise. After dipping it in water, the slender leaves emitted an enticing sheen. Old Hong's mouth gaped even wider. When Wang Luo continued this impressive washing technique for over 10 spiritual vegetables, Old Hong finally regained his senses, closed his mouth, and asked, "Who is this young master of a divine chef?" Wang Luo retorted, "Why do you ask that? Your finger-flicking technique, I saw something similar in my youth." At that time, the Sanwei Mountain Villa, which specialized in culinary teaching, had specially invited a top chef from one of the 5 major nations whose vegetable washing technique resembled yours by 70 to 80%. Wang Luo curiously asked, "Do divine chefs also wash vegetables?" "They may not be responsible for it, but they must be skilled. A qualified divine chef should be adept at every step of the process, so even washing vegetables should be done with a flair." Is that so? I just thought this way of washing would be more efficient. It turns out we align in our methods. You wouldn't suggest that I'm copying techniques, would you? Who copies techniques when washing vegetables? Old Hong stared at Wang Luo for a moment, shook his head. Forget it, however you learned your skills, it's none of my business. As long as you can work, that's fine. However, a flashy washing method like yours consumes a lot of eyesight and energy. I don't provide meals here, so don't expect to recoup your losses from eating here afterward. Wang Luo chuckled. Okay. In fact, Old Hong's reminder was very practical. This flashy washing technique indeed has a lot of showmanship, and the consumption of physical and mental energy is considerable. However, Wang Luo was not a diminished cultivator relying solely on food to recover. As long as he breathed normally and circulated his energy through a few cycles, he could easily replenish it. In fact, during the time spent washing vegetables, his true essence was actually increasing. While washing vegetables, Wang Luo also took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. As one of the most popular home-cooked restaurants on Stone Street, the kitchen was bustling with talented workers, including chefs, vegetable cutters, and those responsible for ingredient pre-processing, even Zhao Xiuwen at the water station. Although their cultivation levels were not high, not even a golden core, their foundations were solid and their movements were skilled and clever, making it easy for them to handle various complex spiritual meats and vegetables. So, the labor costs here must not be low, right? Old Hong snorted, worried about your pay. The vegetable washers are paid 300 per day. If you can maintain this current level, I can pay you for a full day's work tonight. Wang Luo raised an eyebrow. That number was somewhat beyond his expectations. A vegetable washer could earn 300 a day, so the chefs would at least earn double. Over a month, the income would not be less than that of many young people in the upper city. So why doesn't you work here? The pay must be more than what she makes as a tour guide, right? Wang Luo casually asked, but he noticed Old Hong's expression suddenly darken and the movements of several skilled workers nearby became sluggish, as if they recalled some unpleasant memories. I think I understand now. Old Hong sighed. Yu is indeed a good girl, but she absolutely is not suited for the restaurant industry. Her luck is truly unfortunate. Since you are her friend, do help her out from time to time. After that, the old man's attention returned to the soup pot, no longer distracted. The busy hours continued into the deep night, and as the last table of customers left patting their bellies in satisfaction, the enchanted utensils jumped into the water pool on their own, finally easing the tense atmosphere in the kitchen. Old Hong set down the soup pot and took out a piece of green bamboo from his pocket. Meanwhile, all the skilled workers had lined up, their eyes shining, resembling military dogs waiting in line to eat. Fang Qingqing 1000, Zhao Jinxin 800. For each name mentioned, Old Hong would tap the bamboo against the person's hand, and light droplets of liquid would flow from the bamboo, directly seeping into their skin. These were condensed spiritual leaves, easy to store and circulate. Although not as convenient as credit currencies like the Tai Su Divine Note, they were closer to physical spiritual leaves, providing the hard-working individuals with a tangible sense of reward. And money that feels substantial is cherished more when spent. Zhao Xiuwen 500, Wang Luo 300. At the moment the liquid spiritual leaves entered his hand, Wang Luo felt a coolness in his fingertips and warmth in his palm. The coolness at his fingertips came from the refreshing spiritual leaves as the droplets seeped into his body, naturally entering the true essence cycle, and with the flow of his spiritual sense a cultivator could access it at any time. At the same time, these droplets were highly encrypted, indigestible and unmodifiable. The cultivator's body was merely a container for them. This encryption relied not only on the material and processing of the droplets, but also subtly pointed towards the great laws. It can be said that this is a design with a very modern style. The only drawback is that due to different personal qualifications, the human Buddha's capacity is limited. While it is fine to keep some loose change, large amounts of concentrated spiritual leaves must be contained in external objects like bamboo. The warmth in his palm came from the Ascension record. A part of the text on a page near the front suddenly became clear. Spiritual mountain assets cache 300. The content revealed in the Ascension record is sparse yet profound, leaving countless spaces for imagination. What do the sudden appearance of these two lines of text imply? And what about this cash amount of 300? The money in his hand clearly exceeds 300, there's still some pocket money that you had given him. In just 2 lines it feels as if a major update has occurred. Without any task guidance, it can more effectively stimulate one's desire for exploration, showcasing a very senior sister's style of emergent design. The 84th Mountain Master, brought out by the senior sister, quickly devised his next course of action in his mind. The suddenly appeared asset page clearly reminds Wang Luo that as the Mountain Master he must accumulate wealth for Ling Mountain. Once a prosperous place, Ling Mountain is now devoid of riches. Considering that the 100 halls of Ling Mountain are generally closed tight, it's possible that with the accumulation of assets some buildings will also unlock and be made available to the Mountain Master. The cash amount of 300 evidently indicates that the Ascension record recognizes only labor income and not other gifts. It's easy to imagine that illegal gains like robbing the rich to give to the poor or even violence and pillaging will not be acknowledged. Thus what needs to be done next is quite simple: work diligently and strive for wealth. Based on an income of 300 per night, working for a year would yield an income of 100,000 spirit leaves, and after 100 years he could help Shiryu pay off her debts, assuming interest is not considered. As his first job in the new world, the start is quite promising. Meanwhile, after distributing the last 2 wages, old Hong waved his hand signaling everyone to leave while he stayed behind to tidy up the shop. The skilled workers cheerfully left in groups. These people were so busy at work that they couldn't utter a single casual word, but once off duty and paid they became chatty. A few skilled workers were clearly not first-time partners and were already familiar with each other. Among them the most lively was the head chef Fang Qingqing, who earned the highest wage. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, she appeared to be around 25 or 6, average in looks but lively and cheerful in temperament, with a well-proportioned and appealing figure. At least the other skilled workers frequently cast glances at her. As the leader, Fang Qingqing actively called everyone to go drink together. "Do you want to drink together later? It's on me. Come on, Sister Qing, what can you treat us to with just 1,000 spirit leaves? Come on, can't I afford Yenrong rice wine? 1 barrel per person, don't leave until it's finished. Are you using Yenrong rice wine to treat newcomers? That's too stingy, Sister Qing. They say he can play the great washing technique. He could be a runaway young master from some noble family. If you win him over, you might even become his concubine in the future. Get lost, get lost. Let your mother do that, I'm not interested in men. Anyway, old Hong is off tomorrow, let's work till dawn." "Well, I'll pass, I have to go back to study." Zhao Xiuwen politely declined. Although it was a letdown, his companions did not blame him but instead encouraged focus on studying. "If you really get into Rome City Academy, remember to introduce us to some female students." Zhao Xiuwen awkwardly smiled and then looked at Wang Luo. "Shall we go together?" Wang Luo, however, was surprised, saying, "Why? I don't need to study, someone is treating us here." "Then I won't disturb your drinking." Zhao Xiuwen sighed, turned to leave and then pulled out a book from his pocket, reading as he walked. Fang Qingqing watched Zhao Ziyuan's departing figure and said softly, "Xiuwen is really impressive." The one in charge of serving Zhong Tai curiously asked, "Sister Qing, you rarely praise anyone. Is it just because he's working while studying?" Fang Qingqing sighed, saying, "Because he has such a beautiful girlfriend, yet he can still focus on studying when he gets home. What a waste of talent. Why don't I have a beautiful girlfriend?" The one in charge of cutting vegetables, Zhang Dun, sneered, "Aren't you surrounded by wives and concubines in the Taishu scroll? Why envy someone else's girlfriend in reality?" Fang Qingqing's spirit lifted at this. "That's right. Today the card pool for spirit control has updated and the immortal crane fairy has been re-released. I feel like my chance has come." Zhang Dun continued to sneer, "Every time the card pool updates you think it's your chance. This time it's for real." As they spoke, they arrived at a small tavern. The tavern only had a window open to the outside. Fang Qingqing knocked on the glass and called out loudly, "Boss, 6 barrels of Yenrong rice wine and a bag of green peanuts." A moment later the window opened, revealing a plump middle-aged man who lazily handed over a row of small barrels, saying, "Discount of 100 spirit leaves." Fang Qingqing was taken aback. The price has gone up again. "It's a special inspection, everything is going up." The group immediately cursed the special inspection team in unison while exchanging stories about Li Dongyang's Dao heartbreaking, a tale that surprisingly no one noticed that the culprit behind Li Dongyang's Dao heartbreaking was right beside them. Afterward, Fang Qingqing took the barrels while Zhang Dun pulled out a few ground lotus platforms from his pocket and directly planted them in front of the tavern's window. The group leaned against the wall, forming the shape of a blind flow of Rong City. For the workers of Rong City with a bit of surplus, this was the perfect nightlife. For Wang Luo, however, it was a novel experience that he had never encountered before. Holding the chilled barrels and sitting on the soft lotus platform, Wang Luo was looking forward to the upcoming night chat. In fact, he stayed behind to drink with these newly met co-workers just to understand what the new world looked like in their eyes. However, next he saw Fang Qingqing and the others open a barrel and down half of it in one go. Then they pulled out a delicate small porcelain bottle from their pockets, poured a bit of powder into the wine and swallowed it, revealing a look of comfort. Wang Luo was shocked. This nightlife was quite different from what he had imagined. Should he call the patrolling Qingyi immediately to maintain social order, or should he respect the camaraderie of his co-workers and pretend not to see? But next Fang Qingqing opened her eyes and curiously asked him, "Didn't you bring Li San-san?" "What is Li San-san?" Fang Qingqing's eyes widened gradually and she couldn't help but burp slightly, saying, "I'm starting to believe you're the..." Fang Qingqing's eyes widened gradually and she couldn't help but burp slightly, saying, "I'm starting to believe you're the legendary reclusive aristocrat's child. Have you been subjected to closed education since childhood, never experiencing the world?" Wang Luo thought for a moment and found this description quite accurate. "So what exactly are Li San-san and Taishu?" At this moment Zhang Dun, Zhao Jingxing and others also opened their eyes, starting to observe the reclusive aristocrat's child as if unaware that Li San-san and Taishu were extremely incomprehensible matters. However, the little general knowledge handbook that Shiryu had given didn't mention these two terms. Shiryu and Zhao Xiuwen had hardly ever brought them up. Well, if you must dig deeper, Taishu is virtual reality. A second world. Lee San is the key to entering Taishu. This explanation is still somewhat abstract, but after listening, Wang Luo felt enlightened, vaguely recalling that his senior sister had described similar concepts to him, an incredibly bizarre and splendid concept related to the internet. However, the subsequent explanations from Fang Qingqing made Wang Luo realize that Taishu and the virtual reality mentioned by his senior sister were still quite different. Taishu was established based on the great laws connecting countless cultivators across the world, constructed from their primordial spirits. To enter Taishu, cultivators need to immerse their own primordial spirits within, and most of what they see and hear in Taishu is provided by their own spirits in terms of material and computational power. This brings up two issues. First, when a cultivator's primordial spirit is immersed in Taishu, it often becomes difficult to manage real-world affairs. Dividing the primordial spirit and multitasking is a skill that can only be achieved after reaching the God transformation stage. Secondly, due to differences in cultivation levels, the strength of primordial spirits can vary by dozens or even hundreds of times. The material and computational power they can provide upon entering Taishu, as well as their experiences, are vastly different. Such individual disparities are not encouraged by modern societal values, and they inherently affect Taix's stability. Thus there is Lee San, a drug that also relies on the great laws, capable of greatly enhancing a cultivator's primordial spirit within a short time. With some simple techniques of lesion, it can completely divide the primordial spirit and enter Taishu in a relatively unified and stable form. In short, there's no need to call Qingyi for divine justice. Fang Qingqing said, "Are you interested in giving it a try? I happen to have a bottle of the old version of Lee San. It can still be used. You are from an aristocratic family, so your foundation is good. Learning the Lee San technique will be easy for you." Wang Luo nodded eagerly. The Lee San technique, just as Fang Qingqing said, was easy to learn, as its essence was merely to clear the mind and calmly accept the influence of Lee San. That seemingly ordinary little porcelain bottle and the white powder inside were the true core technology. After swallowing Lee San, Wang Luo felt his primordial spirit swell as if an invisible giant was rising within him, and the exhaustion from his failed golden core formation seemed to vanish. Then he saw a river in a chaotic void without light or dark. A vast river rushed towards him from an endless distance while flowing toward the distant sky. "This is the Taoyin River, the entrance to Taishu." Fang Qingqing's voice came from beside him, and then Wang Luo saw a fire figure waving at him. "It's me, Fang Qingqing." The fire figure smiled, its face glowing with flames. "What do you think of what you see now, my virtual form?" "Very fitting for you," Wang Luo remarked, looking at himself only to see a white robe, a perfect and flawless Tao body. Generally, the initial appearance in Taishu reflects each person's idealized self in their subconscious. "I didn't expect you to look quite introverted, yet you were so confident in reality." The virtual image looked exactly the same as in reality. It was my first time seeing such a thing. Wang Luo was not particularly concerned. Because the basic prerequisite for condensing the myriad wonders of the golden core is the perfect unity of the true body and spirit, his primordial spirit's form naturally resembled that of his physical body, though for most cultivators this consideration only arises when forming the golden core or achieving the nascent soul stage. Conversely, if the primordial spirit's appearance differed from the physical body, that would indicate a significant problem. "If you want to enhance your appearance, I can recommend a nice skin shop, but you look pretty handsome this way," Fang Qingqing said, reaching out to pull Wang Luo up. "Let's first cross the Taoyin River. After crossing, we will truly enter Taishu." Then the fire figure soared into the air, taking Wang Luo up above the Taoyin River, where the river seemed to be blowing a brisk wind, and their primordial spirits flew with the wind, swiftly crossing countless miles. This process was incredibly marvelous. Wang Luo felt as though his primordial spirit was rapidly being tempered to adapt to the complex and stringent laws of the Taishu world. Meanwhile, everything in the real world remained within his awareness. "How does it feel? Isn't it quite marvelous?" In reality, Fang Qingqing clapped him on the shoulder. "Newcomers might struggle to adapt to the experience of Lee San's division, feeling flustered, but you seem to be handling it quite well." Wang Luo took a sip of the cool rice wine and replied, "That's how it is for aristocrats. If all the young masters from those big families were like you, that would be fantastic." Fang Qingqing laughed. "We're almost there." On the other side, above the Taoyin River, other Taishu travelers, also known as virtual friends, were gradually becoming visible. As the Taoyin River surged, more and more virtual friends appeared on the river's surface until they crossed an invisible barrier and the scenery before them opened up. To the left and right, front and back, countless Taoyin rivers surged together, converging ahead into a vast sea where innumerable boats drifted, their lanterns flickering like stars, intertwining to create a dazzling reflection of the starry sky. Above the starry sky, thousands of Taishu travelers were coming and going, each with different appearances, many of whom were even non-human. The most exaggerated individual stood over 5 meters tall, shimmering with golden light, and had a pair of flowing wings over 10 meters long flapping behind them. "Don't stare, that skin set costs 2,888 spirit leaves at a discount, something not even we common folks can aspire to. Of course, if you really are some aristocratic child or second-generation immortal, that's a different story. Don't stare, that skin set costs 2,888 spirit leaves at a discount, something not even we common folks can aspire to. Of course, if you really are some aristocratic child or second generation. Today I'll first show you the Taishu scroll. This is what I'm most familiar with. Then with a wave of Fang Qingqing's spirit the waters of the Taoing surged, revealing a slender light boat that floated up. The sides of the boat were adorned with beautiful landscapes, and a beautiful girl with red hair stood at the bow greeting Fang Qingqing with a bow. Welcome back, Lord Inghua. Wang Luo looked curiously at this girl, who was clearly not a real person but bore a semblance of life, and when she saw Wang Luo looking over, she even returned a sweet smile. Fang Qingqing introduced. Inghua is the name I use in the scroll. I often play spirit control. She is the little steward Honger in the scroll, and everyone entering the scroll of spirit control through this Taishu portal relies on her for guidance. Honger, let's go home. Yes, Lord. In the next moment the light boat set sail, and the waters of the Taoing swelled with rapid currents, propelling the boat forward swiftly. Soon the scenery on both sides became sparse. The river gradually narrowed, and after a moment a massive mural stretching for miles suddenly unfolded before them like a welcoming red carpet. The light boat floated up from the Taoing River, and upon touching the mural the surrounding scenery transformed, and they found themselves within it. The light boat disappeared, replaced by a hard stone brick ground, and the surroundings were no longer the dark and chaotic void of the Taoing River but a sunny and lush forest landscape. High in the forest stood a magnificent stone castle, and Wang Luo and Fang Qingqing were now standing on the terrace of the castle's top floor surveying the surrounding mountains. So how does the scenery look? Fang Qingqing smiled. Although both of our Lisansan are of the old version and spirit control is not a next-generation scroll, its artistry is particularly impressive and can achieve remarkably realistic sensory effects with limited computational power. This scroll has officially operated for over 5 years and remains a leader among similar scrolls. Her words contained pride, evidently showing her genuine love for this scroll. Wang Luo then asked, are all Taishu scrolls such large-scale illusions? Fang Qingqing explained, not necessarily. The Taishu scrolls come in many varieties. The Yuling type emphasizes immersive experiences, allowing one to embody a brand new character and partake in a meticulously woven story. For example, in Yuling I played the role of the lord of a solitary mountain fortress tasked with saving the world. Some scrolls focus more on social interactions and competitions, but those are mostly the playgrounds of the wealthy. We commoners are merely there to provide them with paid experiences. If you're interested in Taishu scrolls, I highly recommend Yuling. The benefits for newcomers are incredibly generous right now, especially with the recreation of the immortal crane fairy. You can quickly form a solid main team. Wang Luo chuckled. Alright, I'll consider it. Hey, I want to tell you more. I need to prepare for my card draw. With that, a pair of fiery wings unfurled behind her, and she flew with Wang Luo toward an altar not far from the terrace. Next to the altar stood two people. One was a young man with a heroic demeanor cloaked in radiant light, resembling an ancient hermit who bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Jinxie. The other, dressed plainly, was evidently Zhang Jun, his primordial spirit resembling his true form by about 70 to 80%. Upon seeing these two, Fang Qingqing snapped, "What are you two doing here?" Zhao Jinxie replied, "I've never seen the immortal crane fairy. I came to broaden my horizons." Zhang Jun candidly said, "Just here to catch some good fortune. When you draw your cards, they'll go draw mine in Fei Yuan record." Fang Qingqing immediately summoned Honger. "From now on, Zhang Jun is not allowed in my stone fortress again." "Come on, I was just joking," Zhang Jun said insincerely. Fang Qingqing raised her fiery middle finger at Zhang Jun and lost interest in this shameless co-worker. Excitedly she approached the altar, cracking her knuckles. The altar was crafted from pure white stone, over a meter high and 3 meters square, adorned with exquisite carvings. In the center there was a small circular pool less than half a meter in diameter. Fang Qingqing walked up to the pool, raised her hand to summon a small pouch, and poured several shiny spirit stones into the basin. After a series of delightful splashes, a purple glow illuminated the small pool. As the glow appeared, Zhang Jun and Zhao Jinxi's laughter erupted nearby, and Fang Qingqing gritted her teeth, saying, "If you keep laughing, we're done." The two quickly composed themselves, while Fang Qingqing with a look of anger fished out 10 jade tokens of varying colors from the pool, 9 blue and 1 purple, which looked ominous. Without even glancing at the tokens, Fang Qingqing crushed them into countless stardust and threw in dozens more spirit stones. Again there were 9 blue and 1 purple. Zhang Jun and Zhao Jinxie held back their laughter, remaining silent. Fang Qingqing gritted her teeth and made a third investment of spirit stones. Once more there were 9 blue and 1 purple. Even her foolish friends couldn't find humor in it now. Zhao Jinxie exclaimed, "This is too unfair. Not only did you not trigger the guarantee, but you didn't even get a few purple cards." Zhang Jun took half a step back, saying, "I came to catch good fortune, not bad luck." Fang Qingqing stood motionless in front of the pool, her fiery aura diminishing at an alarming rate as if her vitality was waning. Wang Luo was startled and was about to step forward to check the situation when suddenly the flames reignited. Fang Qingqing lifted her head, abruptly gritting her teeth. "Another 50 draws. I refuse to believe I can't get her." As she spoke, she raised her hand, in reality separating 1,000 spirit leaves she had just obtained from Lao Hong, scattering them into the void. In Taishu, Fang Qingqing's hand suddenly held over 1,000 spirit stones. Zhao Jinxie exclaimed, "Qingqing, is this really necessary?" Spending money on card draws is a bottomless pit. We aren't like those rich guys. Earning money is not easy. Zhang Jun also advised, don't challenge your luck. I've told you before that your account has issues with luck. I've seen very few people play Yuling with luck as bad as yours. Fang Qingqing retorted, I've been waiting for the immortal crane fairy for a year. Even if this card pool leads to the depths of despair, I will fill it. Just another 50 draws and I should trigger the guarantee. I refuse to believe I won't see her. Thus the next few moments bore witness to a miracle. 9 blue and 1 purple, 9 blue and 1 purple, 9 blue and 1 purple. At this point even Zhao Jinxia was stunned. Qingqing, have you come into contact with something unclean recently? This drop rate is rarer than double gold in a 10 draw. Zhang Jun trembled continuously, a string of prayer beads appearing in his hand, spinning faster than a fire wheel aimed at Fang Qingqing. Fang Qingqing had only 200 spirit stones left, enough for 10 draws, yet she stood frozen in front of the pool, unable to throw them in. This pool has an accuracy rate of only 80%, which means there's a 20% chance of failure, right? Zhao Jinxia remarked, the more you say this the more likely it is to fail. Don't bring bad luck upon yourself. Fang Qingqing, hearing this, became even more uncertain. Her fiery aura flickered like a virgin on the wedding. After a moment Fang Qingqing actually retreated from the altar, trembling. I can't bring myself to do it. Who among you has good luck? Help me draw. Zhao Jinxia replied solemnly, Qingqing, you know me, I don't play scrolls because my luck is too bad. Zhang Jun also said solemnly, Sister Qing, you know I can't waste my stored good luck on someone else's scroll. Fang Qingqing then looked at Wang Luo. I heard that newcomers have a metaphysical benefit when drawing cards, why not? Wang Luo agreed eagerly, sure, I'll give it a try. Zhang Jun interjected, wait. Wang Luo, you were introduced by Shi Yue, right? I remember that those associated with Shi Yu tend to have terrible luck. Wang Luo chuckled, how could that be? It's just a rumor. No, it's really not a rumor. Look at Xiu Wen. Before arriving in Rome City he was the local child of fortune in Nanxiang. He successfully established his foundation, received a recommendation from a renowned master, and even got a beautiful girlfriend. But once he arrived in Rome City he immediately hit a bottleneck in cultivation and he was separated from his girlfriend. While studying in the academy he encountered a scammer and ended up losing a hefty sum in tutoring fees. Can you say this has nothing to do with Shi Yu? Wang Luo remarked, this only shows that Rome City is full of treacherous waters and bad people and the security environment is poor. Qingyi is ineffective, right? How come you're so skilled at criticizing Rome City? Meanwhile Fang Qingqing impatiently stepped forward, handing over her last 200 spirit stones to Wang Luo. Whether the luck is good or not doesn't matter anymore. From now on it all depends on you. I don't expect anything else, just don't let it fail. Wang Luo did not hesitate, accepting the spirit stones and approaching the altar. Following what he had seen, he first tossed 20 spirit stones into the pool. Fang Qingqing's spirits lifted. Single draw. Single draws are great. Single draws can yield surprises. What? It really worked. As she reassured herself, a golden light erupted from the pool before Wang Luo. Wang Luo leaned down to retrieve the object from the pool and found a golden token engraved with the serene and beautiful face of a woman. In the next moment the token melted in his hand like liquid and a woman dressed in white with white hair appeared, instantly filling the altar with a refreshing floral fragrance. The woman riding the fragrant breeze approached Fang Qingqing, the owner of this place. In her astonishment she cupped the fiery girl's face and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, then gracefully landed softly saying, I am Gua He, honored to meet you, Lord Enghua. In the next moment Fang Qingqing's cheer echoed into the skies. Zhao Jinxia and Zhang Jun also sighed in relief, each reflecting, fortunately the guarantee didn't fail. It seems it's not all bad luck. Otherwise if I died from a heart attack out of anger, Lao Hong would have to find me to take charge when I go to work the day after tomorrow. Wow, it didn't fail. Should I draw again later? Wang Luo asked, you still have 180 spirit stones. What do you think? Fang Qingqing, holding the hand of the immortal crane fairy and gazing into her eyes, appeared entranced and casually replied, just throw them all and let's pad the next card pool with a few draws. All right. Wang Luo then tossed another 20 spirit stones into the pool. Zhang Jun frowned, saying, after getting a good item there's no need to single draw for metaphysical luck. Everything before the guarantee is just padding. Just as the word padding left his lips the pool shimmered with golden light once more. This time even Fang Qingqing, who was mesmerized by the fairy's beauty, was jolted back to reality, staring in disbelief as Wang Luo once again fished out a golden token from the pool. Ha! Why is it her again? Wang Luo asked curiously as the token melted again, but this time instead of transforming into the white-haired fairy it became a stream of pure white light flowing into the immortal crane's body. The ethereal woman trembled slightly, her aura's fluctuations intensifying. Wang Luo's curiosity grew. What's happening? This is a breakthrough for a character. Zhao Jinxia remarked, I've never seen a character breakthrough so closely before. Zhang Jun's face turned pale. It's over, my vision is gone, I can't see anything anymore. Fang Qingqing exclaimed excitedly, this is a character breakthrough. Drawing the same character card strengthens the existing character. The Immortal Crane Fairy's first and sixth breakthroughs are qualitative changes. A fully leveled sixth breakthrough Immortal Crane is the strongest water element fairy even a year from now. Wang Lu inquired, so to fully level I need to draw 5 more character cards. Fang Qingqing sighed yes, but as commoners we can't expect much. The Immortal Crane Fairy's card pool costs 20 spirit stones per draw. Because the character's rarity is particularly high, the overall drop rate including guarantees is only 1 in 1,000. Simple multiplication made Wang Luo gasp, so a character card from a Taishu scroll is worth 20,000 spirit li. Fang Qingqing clarified, it's not that simple, the scrolls provide many benefits and spirit stones based on daily activity, so you don't have to convert everything with spirit leaves. When I opened a pool last year I used all the saved benefit spirit stones, but unfortunately I still couldn't draw anything before running out of resources. Now that the card pool has been recreated and the guarantee is inherited, I've only topped up that 1,000 spirit stones. However, if I continue drawing I would have to use real money based on the expectation of 20,000 per character card. Moreover, if I want to fully level the Immortal Crane I need to draw her destined magical treasures as well. Wang Luo nodded, understood. This indeed isn't a game for commoners. There are a few incredibly lucky ones who can draw 2 or even 3 cards in a 10 draw. Zhao Jinxia scoffed, those are just official endorsements, I've only seen people showcase that in the hall who in reality can draw 3 Immortal Cranes in 10 draws. Zhang Jun pointed out, but isn't there one who can draw 3 Immortal Cranes in reality? As the words fell, Wang Luo made his third investment of 20 spirit stones and once again the golden light erupted. The scene fell into a profound silence. Wang Luo retrieved a token from the pool, reading the name aloud curiously, Yu Liang. In the next moment the token transformed and a petite girl with light golden hair hopped in front of the stunned Fang Qingqing, formally bowing. I am Yu Liang, honored to meet you, Lord Inghua. Fang Qingqing then cried out, enjoy Yu Liang. The best partner for the Immortal Crane. With Yu Liang assisting, the Immortal Crane's strength can double. Zhang Jun commented, its rarity is only 1%, it's not considered a top-tier character card. Zhao Jinxia retorted, but it's still a golden card. Saying it's 1% makes it sound easy to draw. Plus having a first breakthrough Immortal Crane with Yu Liang is much better than a second breakthrough Immortal Crane alone. But that still doesn't compare to 3 Immortal Cranes in 10 draws. Who are you comparing with and why does it make sense? As the two argued, Wang Luo seized the opportunity to invest spirit stones once again. As the spirit stones landed in the water all eyes turned to watch intently. Then almost like a joke the golden light flashed once more. What the hell? This must be abnormal. Zhang Jun was immediately in despair. Whether the golden tokens in the pool were the top-tier Immortal Crane level or the ordinary rare Yu Liang level, Wang Luo's 4 consecutive draws of gold were enough to shatter one's worldview. Moreover, the token transformed into white light flowing into the Immortal Crane, indicating that Wang Luo had drawn the Immortal Crane Fairy's character card once again. Even Fang Qingqing, who had been eagerly awaiting the Immortal Crane Fairy for a year, felt a chill run down her spine. While getting good draws is undoubtedly great, having it happen like this. She worried about whether she would be hit by some drunken celestial second generation on her way home. Wang Luo then decided to pause, asking, so should we continue drawing? Fang Qingqing gritted her teeth and shook her head vigorously. No, I still want to live a stable life. I really can't afford such celestial traces. Now that I have a second breakthrough Immortal Crane Fairy and Yu Liang, it's already beyond my expectations. I don't desire more. Wang Luo appreciated this restrained mindset and smiled. Alright, then I'll return the remaining spirit stones to you. No need, you keep them, Fang Qingqing said. Consider it a part of my gratitude. Afterward, when I have money, I'll treat you to a grand meal. Wang Luo was astonished. So I just helped you draw a few times and earned 120 spirit leaves plus a big meal. Fang Qingqing replied, you saved me several thousand spirit stones, and the spirit stones in the scroll cannot be converted back into spirit leaves. You can only spend them in the scroll. I'm sorry, I really don't have cash on hand. Wang Luo of course didn't mind, he wasn't looking for a reward. However, the next moment Zhang Jun suddenly jumped up. I have cash. I want to request a proxy draw. Zhao Jinxia awoke from his dream quickly, saying, in reality I have it too. I also request a proxy draw. Damn, didn't you say you didn't play scrolls? Can't I start playing now? Wang Luo shook his head, saying, sorry, I won't be drawing cards anymore, nor will I come to Taishu scrolls again. The others were taken aback, and then Fang Qingqing looked guilty. Is it because I made you overextend? No, it's because my senior sister once warned me not to engage in gambling. Wang Luo explained, what I witnessed and experienced just now, this game of using real money to gamble on probabilities, is no different from gambling. Thus, although I find it quite interesting, I cannot go against my senior sister's orders. Zhang Jun hastily clarified, this isn't gambling, you're mistaken. While there are probabilities, it's different from gambling. How is it different? Zhang Jun couldn't come up with an answer. Fang Qingqing inquired, why has gambling been forbidden for you? Your luck is so good. Wang Luo replied, good fortune comes at a cost. Fortune comes at a price. Wang Luo deeply resonates with this statement, thus expressing it with utmost sincerity. Undoubtedly his luck is exceedingly good. How could a person with bad luck possibly be born with a top-tier Dao body? The rarity of such a constitution is far more uncommon than merely achieving 3 consecutive yellow ranks. But how could a lucky person lose all their family during the childlike era due to war? Yet how could an unlucky person be the sole survivor when the military's iron hooves ravaged the entire village? When the immortal master Song Yijing discovered Wang Luo, he happened to be lying amidst a pile of collapsed wooden furniture, avoiding the gaze of all military bandits and escaping the falling beams and bricks. But how could a lucky person encounter the greatest heavenly tribulation in the 9 provinces just as their cultivation began to take shape on the verge of forming the myriad wonders golden core? Yet how could an unlucky person survive amidst the calamity that claimed the lives of countless cultivators? To this day Wang Luo has developed a deeper understanding of the words of his senior sister Lu Jiao regarding luck. Fortune comes at a price. Although it is evident that Wang Luo's price is often paid by others. He has never liked to harm others for his own benefit, which has never been the style of the Ling Mountain people. Specifically regarding the drawing of cards from scrolls, given his usual luck, it may be impossible to maintain the miracle of always drawing gold, but the output rate must certainly be much higher than the average value indicated by the scroll workshop. Thus those who seek his assistance in drawing cards must obviously pay the price of this good fortune. For instance, they may become a wasteful person obsessed with the illusory scrolls, neglecting reality. Fang Qingqing tirelessly stirred a spoon in Lao Hong's shop for a whole day, finally earning 1,000 spirit leaves, then immediately tossed it into the scroll without even blinking. A person who originally had a somewhat dignified demeanor transformed into a flustered sycophant upon seeing the guardian crane. Lao Hong had never seen her act this way even when paying her salary. The attitudes of Zhang Zhuan and Zhao Jinsi further solidified Wang Luo's judgment, especially Zhao Jinsi, who had originally been able to maintain his integrity and stay away from the scrolls. However, after witnessing Wang Luo's card-drawing achievements, he resolutely decided to immerse himself in the scrolls. Thus Wang Luo would certainly not assist them in drawing cards. Fortune comes at a price. This reason is sufficient to deter them. The 3 workers indeed did not press Wang Luo further, seeing his firm refusal. Zhang Zhuan and Zhao Jinsi merely sighed in regret before leaving Fang Qingqing's stone fortress. Zhao Jinsi said he was going to Qinglu to hear the beautiful girl he was single-handedly promoting sing, and he wanted to post his recent record of 4 draws resulting in 4 golds prominently in the hall to attract attention. Zhang Zhuan on the other hand mentioned that he had a gang war to fight in Fei Yuan record. Although his enemies were formidable and his gang was bound to lose, he still wanted to play the tragic hero. Thus Wang Luo also took the opportunity to bid farewell. On one hand, he did not want to disturb Fang Qingqing's infatuation with the guardian crane, and on the other he had already satisfied his curiosity about the illusory realm and it was time to head home. Before long the group of blind drifters lined up in front of the tavern dispersed like birds and beasts. When Wang Luo returned to the stone mansion, Shiryu had just finished her night shift wearing a gray little vest with Universal City printed on the front and back. The girl looked exhausted, staggering as she greeted Wang Luo, her voice weak and full of the flavor of the city. Good late night, Wang Luo. Why are you out so late? I was drinking and wandering around the illusory realm with my co-workers after work. It was quite interesting. The girl's tired face immediately turned to one of disgust. Wandering around the illusory realm? Those people can't do anything serious. Don't learn bad habits from them, master. I've seen too many wasteful people obsessed with Qinglu and scrolls. Wang Luo found it amusing. Although Fang Qingqing, Zhao Jinsi and the others were not exactly top talents, their work attitudes were correct and their skills solid. How could they be considered wasteful in the illusory realm? Of course, compared to Shiryu, who worked tirelessly day and night, they were indeed somewhat wasteful, but the reality was that those wasteful people had spare money to draw cards from the scrolls while the exemplary girl was crushed by debts. However, Wang Luo did not hold this discrimination against Shiryu, but instead asked, "You look unwell. Is work not going well?" "It's alright, work is as usual, but after a busy day I found that the money I earn still isn't enough to cover the rising interest, which inevitably makes me a bit disheartened." Wang Luo was curious. The interest changed again. Can it really change just like that? Shiryu sighed. So now the most profitable business is running a money bank. I earn 300 spirit leaves from work today. You can use it. Shiryu was taken aback, revealing a smile that was somewhat touched, somewhat ashamed, and a bit aggrieved. "Master, I really don't know what to say. In any case, thank you. This is the first unexpected fortune I've had in the past few years." Wang Luo was surprised. The first unexpected fortune? Don't you ever find money when you go out? Shiryu's expression turned even more aggrieved. "I only lost money which was picked up by others." "Do you find money whenever you go out?" "Today I saw a total of 347 fallen spirit leaves, 17 pieces of scattered jewelry and several other miscellaneous items on the stone street." Shiryu stared in astonishment. "Is there really such a thing?" Wang Luo replied, "My luck has always been like this, but my senior sister taught me not to pick up lost items and not to enter gambling dens, so strictly speaking I haven't truly received any unexpected fortune." "Master, you have exceptional character. I admire that. But likewise, strictly speaking, the Shi family has always had good luck. If not, it would be impossible for a family to serve the Ling Mountain for nearly 10,000 years. There have always been wealthy families wanting to compete with you for the position of guardian family. Not at all. Wang Lu said, summoning the ascension record and flipping to the page of the outer mountain gate. Look, this is your personal information. Your luck attribute is. Before Wang Lu could finish, you jumped up from her spot. What is this? How do you have my information? I am the master of Ling Mountain. Of course I should have knowledge of the personnel information of the outer mountain gate. But it doesn't need to show my measurements. The girl's face was flushed and she was in a fit of rage, but interestingly her loyalty remained unwavering. Wang Lu patiently explained, the attribute display is based on reader demand. What you want to see is what is shown above. I had not seen these three numbers before. Sure, you are quite skilled, I respect that. However, strictly speaking, the Shi family has generally had good fortune. Without that, it wouldn't be possible for a family to serve the Ling Mountain for nearly 10,000 years. There have always been wealthy families wanting to challenge your position as the guardian family. It seems that I have embarrassed my family. Not at all. Wang Lu said, summoning the ascension record, flipping to the page of the outer mountain gate. Look, this is your personal information. Your luck attribute is. Before Wang Lu could finish, you jumped up from her spot. What is this? How do you have my information? I am the master of Ling Mountain. Of course I should have knowledge of the personnel information of the outer mountain gate. But it doesn't need to show my measurements. The girl's face was flushed and she was in a fit of rage, but interestingly her loyalty remained unwavering. Wang Lu patiently explained, the attribute display is based on reader demand. What you want to see is what is shown above. I had not seen these three numbers before. In my opinion, although your luck isn't exceptional, it is still worthy of the name of a guardian family. Here let's assume that the average luck of an ordinary person is 10 while your luck is 18, which already allows you to buy lottery tickets without losing. If I really had such good luck, how could I have fallen into a debt of tens of millions? Wang Lu was equally curious. Yes, what is going on? With sure use luck, perhaps she couldn't stop the decline of her family, nor could she prevent her father from becoming a gambling addict, but how could it be so dire that after a day of work she couldn't even earn enough for interest and was discussed as a bad omen by the neighbors? However, before the two could discuss it further, Zhao Ziyuan's cheerful and enthusiastic voice echoed in the courtyard. Is brother Wang and sister Yu back? Just in time, I've prepared supper, hurry and come try it. Crossing the inner courtyard door, Zhao Ziyuan was setting up a grill under the tree surrounded by dozens of skewers of meat marinated in advance in 2 large barrels of rice wine. Wang Lu curiously said, I thought you were back to study. I previously asked my girlfriend to send me some old books and she coincidentally sent me some grilled meat that the cafeteria was clearing out, saying I couldn't finish it alone and should share it with my landlord and neighbors to maintain good relationships. Sure, you said you really found a girlfriend who treats you like a mother. Zhou Lu takes care of you way too well. So after finishing the supper and going to study all night, I must meet Zhou Lu at the academy by the end of the year. I can't let her wait too long at the academy. Sure, you replied, you can definitely do it. Hey, has Fan Li returned? Not yet. According to protocol she should have finished her night shift yesterday and be back to rest today. But in that factory temporary overtime isn't unusual. Sure, you sighed. Every time I feel that work is hard, thinking of Fan Li and Uncle Qin makes me feel much better. Zhao Ziyuan laughed. How could that be? Thanks to you I can continue to accompany Zhou Lu and Rongqing prepare. If they weren't miserable, who would want to rent my house? The neighbors should have warned you that my luck as a landlord has always been poor and considered a bad omen. Zhao Ziyuan laughed. How could that be? Thanks to you I can continue to accompany Zhou Lu and Rongqing preparing for the academy. Moreover, if it were really a bad omen, how could I encounter the miraculous event of the master of Ling Mountain being reborn? As he spoke, Zhao Ziyuan took the initiative to offer Wang Lu a perfectly grilled lamb leg skewer. Come try it, it's Zhou Lu's favorite preparation. The meat was tender and infused with spiritual essence, clearly not an ordinary item but rather cultivated meat. Wang Lu took a bite, feeling a delightful flavor and a subtle stirring of true essence within him, greatly benefiting from it. Zhao Ziyuan said the cafeteria of Rongqing Academy is still trustworthy. Throughout Rongqing, apart from the top-tier restaurants, the cafeteria of Rongqing Academy has the best supply. Lao Hong has been waiting for this kind of meat skewer for a long time but couldn't get it. Therefore I must get in by the end of the year and not let Zhou Lu wait too long. Haha, absolutely. I can't let her wait alone at the academy. There are indeed many talented youths there. As he spoke, Zhao Ziyuan appeared somewhat anxious. Her popularity in the academy is incredibly high. Wang Lu curiously asked him about his story with his girlfriend Zhou Lu. The narrative was quite simple. Zhao Ziyuan and Zhou Lu both came from ordinary families in the southern township, but they were diligent and gifted since childhood. After graduating from primary school, they received recommendations from their mentors to further their studies in Rongqing. Rongqing had several esteemed academies, but the most renowned was undoubtedly Rongqing Academy. When they arrived in Rongqing, it coincided with the academy's annual admissions examination. Zhou Lu managed to pass by a stroke of luck while Zhao Xiuwen fell short by a narrow margin. Afterwards Zhou Lu entered the academy for further study. Zhao Xiuwen, not discouraged by his temporary setback, worked diligently waiting for the next year to return with a vengeance. However, the academy is genuinely difficult to get into, especially for popular majors related to the Great Law. As Zhao Xiuwen tore at the meat skewer and drank rice wine, he began to speak frankly. If it were another major like 5 elements or concentration, I would have about an 8,090 chance of passing, but the Great Law is not something just anyone can learn. I scored only 43 on a practice test this morning. Wang Lu curiously inquired, what does laws refer to? Zhao Xiuwen explained its formal name is Lily, which along with adjusting law and harmonizing law is one of the 3 major professional disciplines in the Great Law, specializing in theoretical calculations of the Great Law. How should I put it, Master? You should know that in modern society everything is governed by the Great Law. However, the Great Law is not unchanging. It requires human effort to adjust continuously. How to adjust specifically requires specialized calculations. For example, the night market law launched by Rongqing recently was only finalized after the theoretical lawyers and the Commerce Department simulated it together. Sure, you simplified in simple terms, they are officials responsible for drafting policies. Most graduates from the legal department of Rongqing Academy end up working in various law offices, providing top-level design and policy research for the adjusting lawyers with quite generous benefits. What about the adjusting lawyers? Wang Lu pondered for a moment and then asked. Those are the elites, you could say. The legal calculations only provide solutions. The specific execution relies on adjusting lawyers. If they deem your proposal unsatisfactory, then your 3-day and 3-night calculation results would just be waste paper. Besides, most adjusting lawyers have solid mathematical foundations. However, for commoners like us, simply entering the legal department is a dream come true. Aspiring to become an adjusting lawyer is simply out of reach. Why? Are there requirements for adjusting lawyers based on background? Wang Lu asked. There are no explicit requirements, but nearly 90 of students in the adjusting department of Rongqing Academy come from wealthy families. The rest mostly have wealthy family investments. The harsh reality is evident. To become an adjusting lawyer, the unspoken requirement is for one to condense a high-quality golden core before graduating from the academy. This is incredibly difficult for commoner children. High-quality golden core. Does that refer to things like Rongyuan Dan or Jishuang Dan? Zhao Xiuwen chuckled. If I hadn't just crammed for ancient history recently, I wouldn't recognize those names. The standards for cultivation in modern times are not as strict as in ancient times. Achieving a flawless golden core in spontaneous true essence is already considered a high-quality golden core. In the past it might have been just the passing line for golden cores. But back then, condensing a golden core at that level often took 100 years and required all sorts of rare materials. Now a person has less than 10 years to condense a core. If they don't form a golden core before 30 years old, they can basically bid farewell to it. Without the resources invested by powerful families, how could one even think of condensing a golden core? Sure, you also sighed. Ultimately it still comes down to money. Without money, how can one cultivate immortality? Yes, Sister Yue, with your talent you could have gone to Rongqing Academy. Sure, you restrained her expression and raised her wine cup to interrupt. Let's not speak of my matters. Being able to graduate smoothly from Meng Academy and achieve foundation establishment is already satisfying enough for me. So you were forced to discontinue your cultivation? Wang Lu asked. Sure, you said helplessly. If I could advance in my cultivation, who would willingly stop at the threshold of forming a core? Even working for others, the wages during the golden core period could be significantly higher. But now, burdened with debt, where would I find the money to pay for tuition? Zhao Xiuwen then nervously said, Sister Yue, please rest assured I will definitely pay the rent on time. You can rest assured your rent will not increase. Father and daughter. This is the term that Wang Lu summarized to most accurately describe his relationship with Shiyu. Sure, Xiuxing owed over 10 million and vanished without a trace. How could someone impersonate him? But no matter who you are, since you're staying here and seem to know Shiyu, let's go together for a bit. Wang Lu didn't mind being used for a bit, so he followed and asked what exactly happened. The old Qin living in your courtyard, Qin Yu, has gotten into trouble again. The Qing, he said, while he was patrolling the factory at night. Several aunties from the bathhouse next door reported that his behavior was suspicious, suspecting him of peeping. He was taken to the Qingping Bureau overnight. We just sent someone to check the surrounding trees and basically confirmed his innocence, but according to protocol we still need someone from your side to act as a guarantor for his immediate release. After all, his guarantor registered with the Qingping Bureau was Shiyu, so I came over early to call someone. Wang Lu was a bit curious. He merely rented Shiyu's house. Does the landlord need to guarantee his character? Qingyi laughed and said, with so many floating populations in Shur Street, there will always be someone who irrationally commits crimes. Unfortunately, we have limited manpower and can't catch all the criminals, so what else can we do? Wang Lu nodded. Understood. Since we can't catch the hard-to-catch ones, just grab a few local residents to take the blame. That's how it is, so remember not to randomly guarantee for others in the future, and also don't bully Sure You too much. Someone as honest as her, the fewer the better. If Sure You isn't here, can I guarantee? Aren't you Sure You's father? Then of course you can guarantee. As they spoke, the two arrived in front of the small white building on Sure Street. Although Chi Chingy was greasy all over, he evidently had considerable influence within the Qingping Bureau. Upon entering, he saw the younger blue and white-clad officials nodding and greeting him. An adorable girl in white sweetly called out, "Good morning, Senior Han Yu." The middle-aged man named Han Yu merely hummed in response, treating it as a reply to everyone. At that moment, a senior blue-clad official with red-trimmed clothing came down from the second floor and frowned upon seeing Han Yu. "I told you to call for Sure You. Can you not even distinguish between genders?" Han Yu replied, "Sure You isn't home. I saw he also lives in Sure Yu's house, so I brought him back since it was convenient." The senior blue-clad official replied unhappily, "What do you mean by convenient? How can there be convenient in handling cases?" Han Yu responded candidly, "In our case handling, hasn't it always been convenient to finish? For instance, this time those aunties clearly overestimate themselves as troublemakers. If we were to seriously investigate, we should first check if they falsely accused him. So what do you say, group leader? Will you fulfill your duty and investigate further?" The senior blue-clad official immediately showed a hesitant expression. Han Yu said, "Right. You can't investigate, can you? If we really checked their false accusations, those aunties would rally their relatives and friends and come to our door every day to make a scene, which would be quite disgusting. So let's just gloss over this matter. Just tell them this is the guarantor. Can they even confirm its authenticity? At most let old Chin apologize to them later and say a few soft words. After all, he doesn't care about this bit of face and the matter will pass." The senior blue-clad official sighed. "Fine, you have more experience in handling these matters." After dealing with the group leader, Han Yu led Wang Luo toward the second floor, reminding him as they walked, "You heard what I said earlier, so keep quiet and don't get entangled with those aunties. Just lead the person away." Wang Luo nodded. Later, in a room at the corner of the second floor, he saw his daughter Sure Yu's guarantor, the neighbor from the southern wing, Qin Yu. Upon seeing this person, Wang Luo felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. Qin Yu appeared to be nearly 50, standing just over 1.70 m, but his hunched and shrunken posture made him seem quite small. His features looked as if they had been soaked in water, hanging down unnaturally. His cultivation was a mess. The framework suggested foundation establishment, yet everything from his true essence to his physical body and spiritual sense was like a dilapidated ruin full of holes, with each gust of wind carrying the taste of life's bitterness. If last night Sure Yu and Zhao Xiuwen were akin to bitter water, then the Qin Yu before him was a human embodiment of a bitter sea. Wang Luo had never seen someone with such a bitter appearance before. One wondered how much suffering one must endure in life to mold such a person. In the old days, among the three demonic sects, the leaders who loved to manipulate fate and torment others with misfortune and suffering would probably marvel at the craftsmanship of nature upon seeing Qin Yu. Fortunately, we are in a new era. No matter how bitter life is, there is always a great law protecting humanity, so Qin Yu at least retained his human form and didn't take on too much of a grotesque appearance. In contrast to Qin Yu, there was a group of middle-aged women with sharp tongues and aggressive demeanor. "I tell you, that old man is definitely not peeping for the first time. Look at his lewd face. He's so adept at apologizing. If he really didn't peek, why would he apologize? Just because the tree eyes didn't see anything doesn't mean he really didn't do it." With the contrasting performances from both sides, Wang Luo naturally pieced together the entire situation. In the midst of the commotion, Han Yu quickened his pace, coughed twice to interrupt the women, and said, "I've already called the guarantor. According to his statement, Qin Yu has had no misconduct. This time was also a misunderstanding, so Qin Yu, you can leave now." Wang Luo remained silent, merely nodding slightly. On the other side, the group of middle-aged women was obviously unwilling, starting a protest and even shouting insults. Han Yu did not argue, merely nodding as he said, yes, we will definitely pay more attention to prevent similar cases from happening in the future. We won't miss any bad person." Then he gestured for Wang Luo and Qin Yu to hurry and leave. Qin Yu looked up at Wang Luo, his gaze revealing no curiosity, only a kind of numbness akin to a puppet. Wang Luo was not polite either, waving his hand, "Let's go." Qin Yu obediently followed behind. As they stepped out of the building, Wang Luo paused. "Can you make it home by yourself? I have things to do here, so I won't see you off." Qin Yu nodded, forced a smile, trying to express sincerity through his bitter face, saying thank you. Wang Luo was about to wave goodbye when he suddenly frowned. Qin Yu nodded, forced a smile, trying to express sincerity through his bitter face, saying thank you. Wang Luo was about to wave goodbye when he suddenly Then Wang Luo noticed there was something wrong with his features. "You shouldn't be this miserable." Qin Yu felt bewildered, instinctively recoiling. Wang Luo took the opportunity to examine the old man more closely. The bitterness was real, the marks of suffering were undeniable. But on the other hand, he shouldn't be this miserable. His features actually leaned more towards those of a fortunate person. Of course facial features do not determine everything, and Wang Luo's understanding of physiognomy was only superficial, but the gap between Qingya's facial features and his actual life was too great, far more absurd than Shiyue, who was burdened with debt as an 18-year-old girl, so Wang Luo would not be mistaken. However, before he could examine further, a particularly harsh commotion caught his attention. "Damn Qin, old man, why aren't you watching the door and just wandering around here?" Wang Luo turned to see a fat man with golden hair and blue eyes storming over his flabby body, jiggling as he walked like waves rippling across the surface. Following behind him were three subordinates, also swaggering, exuding a sense of entitlement as if they owned the place. However, after taking just a few steps, they were stopped by a passing blue-clad official. "What do you lot think this place is? Making noise so early in the morning and swaggering on the street. Do you want to eat prison food?" The fat man's momentum immediately wilted and he started to bow and apologize. Yes, we will definitely pay attention, definitely pay attention." The blue-clad official's anger lessened a bit. He glanced at the fat man's golden hair and blue eyes, scolding, "Zhang Fatty, you've made yourself look like a ghost. Be careful that your father doesn't break your legs." Originally Zhang Fatty was about to lower his head into his chest, but suddenly he raised his head and said, "This is a trend. Recently golden hair and blue eyes have been particularly popular in the Tairu realm. Stop playing around with Tairu scrolls. Your father's factory has been waiting for you to inherit it. So I came early to check on my post, but I ended up seeing the doorman slacking off. Your family's factory is at the eastern end of Shur Street. What are you checking here for? Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. I still have to go to work. Remember to behave, don't keep embarrassing your father." After the blue-clad official left, Zhang Fatty let out a sigh of relief. His drooping golden hair perked up again and his pair of slender eyes swept over his subordinates. The three subordinates immediately straightened their chests and lifted their heads, not looking sideways. At this moment Zhang Fatty couldn't act all high and mighty either. He merely glared at Qin Yu before swaggering into a nearby lavishly decorated shop. Wang Luo was a bit curious, "What's that shop for?" But Qin Yu didn't answer and instead shrank back and said, I have to go to work now." Wang Luo turned back and asked, "You just worked a night shift and were dragged to the Qingping Bureau. Aren't you going to rest a bit?" Qin Yu once again forced a twisted smile. "No, it's not necessary. I'll take my leave now." Watching the old man's hunched and shuffling figure, Wang Luo felt increasingly out of place. However, just as Qin Yu still had work, Wang Luo had matters to attend to as well. He still needed to expedite the seat of his Jianmu. After reporting smoothly to the white-clad woman, Wang Luo received some not so good news. "Today's shift is still Senior Sha Shuang. I just submitted a follow-up request, but they are not responding at all." Wang Luo frowned, his gaze shifting to the wall behind the white-clad woman where the Qingping Bureau's work rules were printed, shining with the words "Loyal Service, Law Enforcement for the People." So he openly violated the work rules and trampled on others' rights due to his discrimination against the southern region, and someone like this can still hold a normal position in the Qingping Bureau. The white-clad woman was initially reluctant to say much, but upon seeing Wang Luo's muscular arm she softly explained, "Senior Sha Shuang is an elite from a proper academy, although he offended the upper management and cannot be promoted once he was assigned to this small white building. If he doesn't deliberately cause trouble but just slacks off, there's nothing we can do about it. Fortunately there's a rotation system, and after a few days when the next person comes in things will be settled quickly. Rest assured, although Sha Shuang often deliberately makes things difficult for people, he wouldn't go so far as to make people work extra shifts to trouble others. When the time comes he will take a break." Although the white-clad woman was sincerely comforting, Wang Luo felt even more absurd upon hearing it. Was Sha Shuang some kind of natural disaster? Do we really have to wait until the natural disaster passes to enjoy one's rightful benefits? However, considering that his current identity as a drifting guest from the southern region was almost entirely fabricated, he couldn't really be too self-righteous, so Wang Luo decided not to dwell on it for now. "Alright then, I'll wait a bit." Just as he turned around he saw a familiar face. An elderly man in a white shirt and grey vest was waving at him with a gentle smile. "Kong Zhang. You're here to handle business too?" The old man smiled and said, "I only completed half of the paperwork yesterday, so I'm here to finish the rest today. What about you? Is Sha Shuang's shift rotation so quick?" Wang Luo replied, "It's still him, so the Jianmu seed still can't be released. Can't rush it. The rotation of the tree planters in the Qingping Bureau is quite slow, and Sha Shuang has been in a bad mood lately, likely deliberately extending his rotation to annoy southern region people like you. If luck runs out it might even take a month to clear it up." Wang Luo asked, "What about if luck is good?" Kong Zhang was taken aback and then chuckled, "Luck is good. Then we can hope that Sha Shuang makes a mistake, goes into a frenzy and has to take sick leave, then the Qingping Bureau will have to quickly get the next tree planter in place." Just as he finished speaking, a young woman in white rushed down from the second floor whispering to a senior blue-clad official whose expression changed, prompting him to grab the work manual and write down the latest instructions. Moments later all the reception white-clad officials received the instructions, each with different expressions, and the one Wang Luo was most familiar with hesitated for a moment before secretly waving at Wang Luo. Wang Luo, raised with impeccable manners, obtained his Jianmu seed without difficulty. The procedure was simple: wait for your number, ascend the second floor, greet the attendant on duty, and once your identity was confirmed the planting attendant would reach out, connect to the Great Law, and a crystalline seed like polished jade would descend from the void, merging into the arm and bloodline. The whole process took no more than 15 minutes. Considering the new attendant was a genial, loquacious Nanxiang native like Yuzhu who chatted with Wang Lu about hometown tales for 10 minutes, the actual formalities likely occupied under 5. Possessing an intact Jianmu seed meant Wang Luo had received certification from the Great Law, a recognized Zhuang citizen and a Nanxiang wanderer embraced by civilized society. According to the planting attendant, in the present age the status of a Nanxiang wanderer often proved more advantageous than that of a local Nanxiang when seeking education or employment. Of course, when it comes to specific job prospects, I'm no specialist, so I can't be precise. I recommend you visit Taishu Zhaotang and check the Hall of Rongqing for and see. They update recruitment notices first. It suits a young man like you newly settled in Rongqing. However, since you only just obtained the Jianmu seed, you probably haven't registered with Taishu yet. Temporary visitors must be accompanied by an official Taishu traveler to cross the Taiyin River. So you should first register at a nearby Taishu station. There are many in Rongqing. The nearest is the second shop from the left at the junction opposite this little white building. They generally sell Lishan sand there, by according to your budget. The planting attendant, believing Wang Luo was a fellow countryman, offered thoughtful and meticulous advice. Wang Luo thanked him earnestly, left the white building, and following the directions found a gaudily decorated shop on the left side of the junction. It felt strangely familiar. Not long ago the blonde blue-eyed Zhang Pengzi had strode into that very shop with 3 lackeys in tow. At that moment the shop echoed with Zhang Pengzi's triumphant laughter. Ha ha, the Qizhu Wushan is mine. Next guild war, prepare to be wiped out by me. Ha ha ha. Then a voice full of indignation and reproach: Zhang Pengzi, have you no shame? We reserved that card first. The voice jarred Wang Luo's ears. He perked up. Zhang Dun. At the other side Zhang Pengzi's laughter continued and his lackeys sneered. Zhang Pengzi, did you call him that? Zhang Dun retorted angrily, my surname is Zhang too, who says you can hog the name Zhang Pengzi? You pauper, you don't deserve the surname Zhang. Damn you. By the time Wang Luo reached the shop he found himself before a vulgar profanity-laced brawl. On one side stood Zhang Pengzi and his 3 cronies, opposite them were Zhang Dun and 2 shabby companions. A few passers-by leaned against the counter with the shopkeeper watching the spectacle. Clearly such scenes were not new to them. Seeing Wang Luo enter, Zhang Dun brightened. Brother Wang, you're here. When had I become your brother? Before Wang Luo could protest, Zhang Dun furrowed his brow, pointed at Zhang Pengzi's nose and declared with fierce resolve, Zhang Fuhuang, you're finished now. Zhang Pengzi froze, glanced at Wang Luo, then back at Zhang Dun and sneered, finished? What do you mean? Did you find another seller of Qizhu Wushan? Wake up, I have a Qizhu Wushan too, so even if you buy it, what good will it do you? His smile faded into wariness. Wait, you aren't trying to buy the Jinying Dadi, are you? A lackey hurriedly warned Brother Zhang, a single Jinying Dadi costs at least tens of thousands of spirit leaves and hardly ever appears on the market. How could those paupers afford it? They would mortgage everything for a mere Qizhu Wushan that costs a few thousand spirit leaves. Only then did Zhang Pengzi's surprise turn to glee. True, even I can't buy a Jinying Dadi. Why should those paupers? Ha! Treating a Qizhu Wushan like a treasure, pooling funds and taking loans, so poor and yet playing Feiyuan. Honestly, I don't really need a Qizhu Wushan. In the upcoming guild war, with or without that card, I will steamroll you all. I came here to snatch your deal, partly to save you from wasting money on a game you can't afford. With that, Zhang Pengzi left, his heavy laughter trailing behind him. Zhang Dun and the others clenched their teeth and feigned impotent fury. When Zhang Pengzi's back had receded, Zhang Dun approached Wang Luo solemnly. Brother Wang, whatever it takes, please help us this time. Helping is fine, but first explain the whole matter, Wang Luo replied. Zhang Dun hurriedly explained. Brother Wang, didn't we say last night would fight a guild war in Feiyuan Lu? The opponent is that fat bastard. His father runs the big business on Shiji Street, he has money to spare. The meatworks on the East End belong to his family. He uses his wealth to bully us. This time we found a seller willing to part with a Qizhu Wushan, but somehow that fat man learned of it and came to buy it at a higher price ahead of us. Wang Luo nodded. So you want me to expose an unscrupulous seller? That's not necessary. The seller acted dishonorably, but card trading in reality has no strict rules, higher bidder wins. It's not wrong. Besides, I have no money and must disappoint you. Zhang Dun blurted, but Brother Wang, you always hit the jackpot when you draw cards. The Qizhu Wushan is hyped, but at most it's an ordinary 09000 general card. With your luck you could pull a 1 in 10,000 Jinying Dadi or even in Shui Moshersan and our guild war could turn around. Before Wang Luo could answer, a cold laugh came from outside the door. Head, turn the tide. Even if you do, what then? Winning at Taishu Huiwan will not make you richer than Zhang Pengzi. Zhang Dun was taken aback and turned to see a man in a white shirt and black trousers, about 30 urbane and wearing a cool arrogant. Behind him one shabby companion flushed. Brother. Why are you here? This doesn't concern you. How could it not concern me? Wasn't the 1,000 spirit leaves you borrowed from me my money? I wondered why you suddenly took a loan, so I followed you only to find you're fighting for a hollow name in a game. Hollow fame or not, that's our affair. In your elder brother your matters are mine. The man spoke sharply, then more gravely, I won't sermonize about elder brother obligations, let's be practical. What good will fighting Zhang Panzi do? Winning in the game won't earn you a single spirit leaf. On the contrary, you scramble to gather funds to beat him. A powerful card is pocket change to him, to you it is ruin. How long will it take to repay 1,000 spirit leaves? Even if you win today, what about next time? The more resources you pour in early, the greater your loss when you fail. That argument silenced his brother and left Zhang Dun and another Fei Yuan Lu friend wavering as if their will might fracture. Seeing this, the white-clad man smiled with satisfaction, cleared his throat and said aloud, there is an old saying, indulgence in play can ruin resolve. Taishu Huijuan, dazzling though it may be, erodes one's fighting spirit. You are still young, do not deceive yourselves. He then turned to the shopkeeper who had been watching and said seriously, shopkeeper, I know Taishu business is your livelihood. But even livelihood has dignity. Serving as a trading platform for Taishu Huijuan is not exactly dignified. The shopkeeper taken aback sighed at length. I'm just a bystander who got caught in arrows while lying down. Fine, since you're dragging me into this, I'll speak up. He smoothed his gleaming bald head, which even made the white-clad man narrow his eyes. First, an introduction, my surname is Luo Shao, owner of this Taishu station. And you are? The white-clad man narrowed his eyes and answered haughtily, no need for formalities, Gufan, senior scribe at Xinglan Properties. Hearing that, Luo Shao smiled. Xinglan Properties, that is a major firm. Being a senior scribe there would indeed elevate one above Shiji folk, no wonder you speak from such hauteur. A pity it reads like the idle dreams of the rich. Gufan, not offended, said, please enlighten me. Luo Shao continued, what you said just now is noble sounding and reasonable. Indeed, becoming stronger in Taishu brings no direct change to one's real life. No matter the outcome of a guild war, Zhang Fuhong remains Shiji Street's famed rich son, while Zhang Dun and his kind are merely day laborers. But if the day laborers stopped playing Taishu Huijuan and used that time to work or strive, could they become wealthier than Zhang Fuhong? Zhang Dun replied with a rueful smile, and the highest earner among the three of us, 600 spirit leaves a day, around 12 to 13,000 a month. Gufan showed obvious surprise and hesitation. But even if I worked without eating or sleeping for 10 years, I still couldn't match the red envelopes Zhang Panzi gets for a single birthday. The shopkeeper added, after all, Zhang Fuhong's father Zhang Yu was indisputably the richest man on Shiji Street. But in the scale of Rongqing he wouldn't make the top 20, and in Zhuwan he wouldn't be in the top 100. Compared to true magnates, Zhang Yu is a small fry. And what are we? Little ants. Not only in wealth and status but even in cultivation and ability we are mere insects. That Zhang Fuhong is a worthless student at Meng Academy, but his father's donation of 5 million spirit leaves to Rongqing Academy bought his son a place in the Outer Institute and the opportunity to pursue condensation Ningdan training. There are countless richer scions, to them the whole of Shiji Street is garbage. No matter how hard the people of Shiji work or cultivate, they remain ants, they lack even the right to lift their heads toward those elites. Yet in Taishu Huijuan we can compete on even terms and sometimes win. So to win, even if it is a fleeting and virtual victory, what is a little money? That expenditure buys us a relatively fair contest, a bargain. Moreover, every spirit leaf we spend is earned by our labor. It symbolizes our effort and contribution to the world. True, even if Zhang Dun's group happens to win this guild war, Zhang Fuhong can simply spend to reclaim victory next time. But a single win, however rare, would be a miracle we little people could remember forever. Of course, as a small shopkeeper who profits from Taishu products, these words sound like defending my livelihood. Yet the reason I run this station is because I dream that even in Taishu the world might be a little more just. When the bald shopkeeper finished his oration, Wang Luo was the first to applaud. It was superb. In truth, Wang Luo did not wholly agree with Luo Zhao's stance, but back on Lingshan, Master Song Yijing often admonished him never disdain another's devotion without cause. As his senior sister put it, don't be so fatherly, it's nauseating. Luo Zhao's speech, in contrast to the white-clad man's sanctimonious superiority, carried a vastly different power of persuasion. Wang Luo applauded, and Zhang Dun and the others were fired up, brimming with fierce resolve, ready to pound their chests and howl to the heavens. Gufan's face alternated between flush and pale. He tried to retort but found no words and finally spat useless wood cannot be carved, before fleeing in a huff. Having made his point, Luo Shao returned behind the counter, sipped his hot tea, took a dose of Li Shinsan and let his mind drift into time. Zhang Dun, panting, approached Wang Luo in earnest. Brother Wang, I know someone of your ability would surely look down on the empty diversions of Taishu Huijuan, but I beg you, help us. This guild war is not only about pride, it's about protecting our home. It's a 2-year labor of dozens of brothers. Zhang Fuhong covets our spirit vein and threatens to attack, promising to raise our buildings if he wins. We cannot lose this guild war. We absolutely cannot. Wang Luo was silent a moment then said I can help. Zhang Dun was stunned then ecstatic really. Brother Wang Yu. But my senior sister forbade me from entering gambling houses so I cannot assist with drawing cards. Zhang Dun urged I know good luck comes at a price so we won't let you work for free. We saved 5,000 spirit leaves to buy a Chiju Wush and all of it we offer you. Just help us draw a Jinying Dadi. Luo Xiao intrigued set down his teacup and asked, what are you discussing? Zhang Dun promptly recounted Wang Luo's fee from last night drawing 4 golds and 4 pulls in Yuling prompting gasps from the shop. An onlooker frowned and dismissed it. What kind of impossible tale is that? You must be dreaming. Luo Xiao was equally incredulous. How could such a thing happen? Have you been drinking again? Offended Zhang Dun snapped, you ignorant fools, I'll make you kneel and hail Wang as a god later. Wang Luo, uninterested in adulation, replied, I said no gambling. Zhang Dun was distraught and had no satisfactory reply. Hearing this, Luo Xiao grew animated. Brother, you're wrong to call Taishu Huiwan draws gambling. While both share the investment of real money and uncertain outcomes with profit expectations, if we define Taishu that way then the Nanxiang Task Force's hunts would be gambling too. They spend real funds, outcomes are uncertain and the rewards can be great. Shall we call those heroes gamblers? Wang Luo frowned, you're equivocating. Luo Xiao replied, strictly speaking it's not me equivocating, it's our Zhuang Jinlu Hall and even the Great Law that have blurred the definitions. Look at this. He produced a thick volume from behind the counter and explained this as the compilation of statutes jointly issued by the Law Department, Commerce Department, Taishu Division and Qingping Division under Jinlu Hall covering commercial regulations. It defines precisely which industries count as gambling and which do not. And Taishu Huiwan is expressly not classified as gambling. Curious, Wang Luo thumbed through Luo Xiao's compendium and found rules that indeed distinguish traditional gambling from card draws in Taishu Huiwan. In essence, as long as virtual items in Taishu cannot be redeemed directly through the Huijuan's workshops for real currency, any resources Taishu travelers spend there are mere consumption. If players trade cards for real spirit leaves in the real world, that simply reflects a vigorous commercial atmosphere in Zhuang and a thriving grassroots economy. Luo Xiao added, technically even lotteries could be termed gambling, but... Wang Luo waved his hand, I won't touch lotteries, but I understand your point. Strictly speaking, Taishu Huiwan should not be labeled gambling, so my senior sister's prohibition does not automatically apply. Zhang Dun, like a pet called to dinner, rushed forward with shining eyes, then Brother Wang, about drawing cards. Wang Luo added, I must clarify, my luck is not omnipotent. First, it cannot conjure prizes from nothing. If the operator hasn't put an item into the pool, I cannot pull it out. Zhang Dun nodded repeatedly, understood, it can't overcome a rigged pool. But the workshop running Fei Yuan Lu is the largest in Zhuang, so they have some credibility. If the pool lists an item, it should be there. Wang Luo continued, secondly, luck's essence is the redistribution of resources. When someone's fortune increases and others decreases. I've noticed many Taishu pools use honest probabilities. If I draw many top prizes, it necessarily means others draw fewer. Such predation invites backlash. Zhang Dun's excitement cooled a little. So after a 10 pull yielding 3 golds, I might be injured by a flying shuttle the next day. Wang Luo thought for a moment. The specifics are complicated, but you can understand it that way. The three exchanged glances and adopted resolute expressions. Brother Wang, we aren't afraid of injury. Please help us draw a Jinying Dadi. Luo Xiao, now thoroughly interested, urged, given these men's track record in Fei Yuan Lu and how they've been crushed by wealthy players, granting them a Jinying Dadi wouldn't be excessive, provided of course you can actually pull one. Wang Luo's good fortune had often astonished people since the era of Ling Mountain. Yet luck remained merely luck, not an omnipotent law of causation, hence he occasionally found himself unable to pick up money when going out, and there were times when he did not win the grand prize in a lottery. Moreover, good fortune always comes with a price, which meant that Wang Luo often had to deliberately restrain his luck. However, within the realm of the Taishu scroll, his luck seemed to be bolstered by an unseen supreme power, allowing him to run rampant. For example, right now. Holy crap, holy crap. Is it really happening? The true Shadow Emperor, the living true Shadow Emperor. Oh my, so there really is a true Shadow Emperor in this card pool. In an open grassland, a 10-meter-tall giant slowly emerged from a shrine piled with flowers, grass and fruits. Clad in pitch-black armor and wielding a demon-slaying crescent blade, he exuded an aura that seemed to devour light, leaving all present in a daze, speechless. Zhang Dun was ecstatic, kneeling on the ground and bowing fervently to Wang Luo. Brother Wang. From today onward you are my father. Wang Luo frowned and turned to the side. Yet more people drew closer, continually kneeling and worshipping Father Wang. Father. Please accept me as your filial son. Please, Father Wang, draw again. Mommy. Wang Luo then swiftly withdrew from the Taishu, returning to reality unaffected by this unearned incense. Zhang Dun hurriedly ran over. I'm sorry. Everyone is just too happy to encounter a long-awaited blessing. With the true Shadow Emperor, it would be useless for Zhang the Fat to buy any more red column war gods. In any case, thank you Brother Wang for your generosity. Here are the 5,000 spirit leaves we agreed upon. To be honest, this amount is definitely not enough. A true Shadow Emperor can sell for at least several 100,000 on the market. Wang Luo countered, would you sell it? A true Shadow Emperor can sell for at least several 100,000 on the market. Wang Luo countered, would you sell it? Zhang Dun was stunned, then became tearfully grateful. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao, who had witnessed the whole event, wore a solemn expression. Brother Wang, I have a question I'd like to ask. Please go ahead. You are really not a certain lawbreaking expert from the Taishu division disguised and visiting incognito, are you? During this time I've witnessed countless rises and falls within the Taishu scroll, experiencing many strange tales, but I've never encountered anything as outrageous as you. During this time I've witnessed countless rises and falls within the Taishu scroll, experiencing many strange tales, but I've never encountered anything as outrageous as you. Wang Luo asked, you've never seen a living true Shadow Emperor? Luo Xiao replied, I have seen, bought and sold them. The true Shadow Emperor is indeed the highest level warrior character card in the Flying Abyss record, and it can be drawn from the card pool, albeit with an extremely low probability and limited draws for each virtual friend, making it a rare commodity. As a part-time intermediary, how could I not have seen them? However, I've never heard of someone like you claiming to draw a true Shadow Emperor just by drawing it. He then leaned over the counter and asked earnestly, is it really just luck? Wang Luo replied, or you can treat me as a lawbreaking expert from the Taishu division. Luo Xiao withdrew and said, if it is indeed luck, have you considered utilizing your luck well? For example. No, Wang Luo replied decisively. Luo Xiao, unwilling to give up, said, this isn't illegal, I'm part-time working as a trading platform for Taishu scroll items. If you draw rare cards in the scroll, I can sell them on your behalf, taking only a 5% profit. With your luck and considering the current physical market for Taishu items, conservatively estimating you could earn a few million in a month. If I just want to earn money, I could buy a lottery ticket. Didn't you say that doesn't count as gambling? Luo Xiao was taken aback, shaking his head and sighing, that's true, if your sole purpose is to make a fortune, there are more convenient avenues. So how about being a dedicated drafter? This time it was Wang Luo's turn to be curious. What is being a dedicated drafter? It means being a person who draws cards on behalf of others. For example, the popular Spirit Guardian, the card pool for the Crane Immortal, has been recreated, but the card drop rate is only 1 in 1,000. The average expectation is 20,000 Spirit Stones for one card, and if luck runs out you might need 40 or 50,000 Spirit Stones to guarantee a draw. At this point, if someone were to say, give me 25,000 Spirit Stones and I guarantee you will get a card, what would happen? Wang Luo pondered for a moment and said, the expectation is a loss, but it can effectively avoid risks. Many people would likely choose that. Luo Xiao said, you understand quickly. Being a drafter is essentially like taking out an insurance policy. As the Qingshan industry developed, many practitioners would offer some profit-sharing drafts, losing money to attract attention. Some highly popular practitioners would collaborate with workshops to obtain discounted card drawing prices. Of course, besides drawing cards, all matters related to probabilities such as equipment enhancement and item drops in the scroll could be similarly derived. In short, that's roughly what being a dedicated drafter is about. Wang Luo contemplated for a moment and asked, but compared to ordinary drafters my cost advantage is immense. But how is this different from bulk card selling? Luo Xiao replied, the difference is that you can choose your clients, selecting those you deem worthy of help. This time it was Wang Luo who was astonished. Luo Xiao added, I understand your reluctance to profit from your good fortune, but you can use it to help others, assist those whose luck is abysmally poor, unable to experience the joy they deserve in the Taishu scroll, like Fang Qingqing and Zhang Dun. To put it grandly, it could be seen as walking the path of righteousness. This could be considered the correct use of luck, right? Wang Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Luo Xiao's understanding of luck was somewhat biased. Whether it was to walk the path of righteousness or to be helpful, the intention was too strong and essentially indistinguishable from pure profit-seeking. Seeing that Wang Luo seemed somewhat moved, Luo Xiao quickly added, I can help you with initial client screening. Whether or not to take on the orders is up to you. I'll handle the rest of the operational matters, including tax payments and account maintenance, and well, split the profits 80-20 with me taking 20. Thus Luo Xiao's suggestion did indeed have some feasibility. If he could choose his clients and meet some interesting virtual friends, he genuinely would not mind sharing some of his good fortune. Seeing that Wang Luo seemed somewhat moved, Luo Xiao quickly added, I can help you with initial client screening. Whether or not to take on the orders is up to you. I'll handle the rest of the operational matters, including tax payments and account maintenance, and well, split the profits 80-20 with me taking 20% of the pure profit. How does that sound? This swift and smooth proposal left Zhang Dun and the others dumbfounded. They began to vaguely understand why Luo Xiao's unassuming little Taishu shop had been able to stand tall on Stone Street for 20 years. Wang Luo chuckled, carefully reviewed the contract, glanced at Luo Xiao to confirm the sincerity, and then signed his name. He had no real desire for profit, and since Luo Xiao's contract was fair, there was no need to waste time entangling over details. Once he signed, the freshly sprouted seed of the Jianmu tree within him gently trembled, flowing a hint of coolness that intertwined with the contract. When Luo Xiao also signed his name, the contract paper glimmered softly and gradually vanished into the void, absorbed by an invisible force emanating from the heavens. All right, the contract is in effect. From now on we are business partners, Luo Xiao revealed a straightforward smile. And I just happen to have a very good order, please be sure to consider it. As he spoke, he handed over a trading tag on which the name of the applicant prominently displayed was his own name. Actually, I also play Flying Abyss Records, so I intend to use 3,000 spirit leaves to buy a red column war god. Haha, I hope you don't mind me using public resources for personal gain, just seeking an internal price. Wang Luo chuckled, thinking that this bald boss truly was quite shrewd in business. He might not truly need an internal price, and he might not even need the red column war god, but evidently he needed to see it in person once more and establish a baseline price that both parties could accept. 3,000 spirit leaves for a red column war god was the price Luo Xiao offered, and it was a price Wang Luo was happy to accept. Upon leaving the Flying Abyss Record once more, Wang Luo found himself with over 2,000 extra spirit leaves. On Luo Xiao's account, although Wang Luo was unable to continue the miracle of winning with every draw, obtaining the red column war god within just a few dozen draws was still an eye-opener. Even Luo Xiao, the seasoned operator, momentarily became so excited that half a dad slipped from his lips. This was a side proof that he truly was a loyal virtual friend, or else he wouldn't have expressed such a reaction. Earning nearly 10,000 a day could be considered a windfall, but it was still just a windfall. On one hand, the Flying Abyss Records surprisingly did not count these 2,000 spirit leaves as assets in Ling Mountain. On the other hand, Wang Luo also did not plan to treat the drafting as a stable career. Wealth still had to be earned through hard work. So next, let's get down to business, Wang Luo said, causing Luo Xiao to pause. What business? To handle my Taishu registration, and also tell me where the business hall of the Taishu Zhaotang is located. I'm planning to find some odd jobs, something like by Chengtong with excellent compensation. The bald boss expression instantly twisted. Is there any odd job in the world that offers better compensation than being a drafter or selling cards? You just earned nearly 8,000 spirit leaves in less than half an hour, and now you're telling me you want to go deliver goods for Bai Chengtong. Wang Luo could certainly see through Luo Xiao's thoughts and did not mind only asking, this should be able to handle the registration, right? Of course it can. In fact, the trading of scroll items was merely a side business for this little Taishu shop. Luo Xiao's main operations included two things. One was registering Taishu for customers and providing basic guidance on Taishu travel. The other was selling the prescribed brand of Lisansen at the fixed price set by the Taishu division. It was evident that this wasn't a profitable business, but only by taking on this unprofitable venture could he part-time engage in more profitable businesses like the trading of Taishu scroll items. Now that Luo Xiao's business was thriving, he certainly hadn't forgotten his roots. His primary business remained proficient, and he personally handled the complete Taishu registration process for Wang Luo, taking him to the Taishu Zhaotang to browse all the official halls and then proposed his sincere suggestion regarding the odd job. I am in need of an assistant, and I think you would be perfect. A daily wage of 1,000. No, 1,005, how about that? As he watched the current assistant behind the counter reveal a look of terror, uncertainty, and helplessness, Wang Luo naturally declined the boss' enthusiastic invitation. It just felt like if he truly took on this job, the boss would sooner or later want to genuinely hire his father. It was just lunchtime when leaving the Taishu station. Wang Luo ordered a portion of stir-fried diced meat, a serving of braised chicken feet, a plate of chicken slices, an egg white, a smoked chicken, a plate of cold crispy celery, 2 barrels of spirit rice wine, and a bowl of stir-fried noodles at a well-reviewed small tavern in front of the Xiaobai building. Spending nearly 500 spirit leaves, a rare luxury expense in Shiji, just right to reward the hard-working Shiriwei and Zhao Xiuwen. Unfortunately, it was more suited for the gluttonous Wang Luo to eat alone. After satisfying his hunger and returning to the Shifu before he could enter, he felt a heavy atmosphere hit him, as if something sinister had entered the courtyard. But at this moment it was broad daylight, and there was an ancient bloodline steward tree in the inner courtyard of the Shifu. How could it allow evil to enter? With curiosity, Wang Luo stepped inside, and before his footsteps landed he heard Shi Yu's angry voice. I told you already, Shi Xiuxing has nothing to do with me. You can go find him for the debt COs. Don't come to disturb me. On the other side, a frivolous voice replied, what do you mean has nothing to do with you? He is your father, and it is only right for a child to pay off their parents' debts. I didn't inherit his estate, nor did I guarantee his debts, so why should I repay them? If we talk about what is right, it is only right not to lend money to a worthless gambler who cannot repay. If you two don't leave, I will call Qingyi. At this moment Wang Luo happened to cross the inner courtyard door and saw Shiriwei confronting two tall and burly men under the steward tree. The two men wore black vests and shorts, their exposed muscles striking in visual impact, yet their expressions were relaxed. You want us to leave? Sure, this is your home, we won't linger here, but the area outside the courtyard isn't under your control, right? Well, just sit at your doorstep to eat, drink, and take care of our needs, only leaving when we pay back the money. Right when you go to work we will follow. Wherever you go we will be right behind you. We won't do anything illegal but don't expect to live in peace. As they spoke they walked out together glancing curiously at Wang Luo without causing trouble and then boldly sat down at the courtyard entrance, their faces filled with disdain as if they were certain that they would win this confrontation. In the inner courtyard Shiyu's anger subsided, replaced by helplessness. Upon seeing Wang Luo she could not help but lower her head. Sorry for making the mountain lord laugh at me. Wang Luo replied, it's not laughable, the other party is quite professional, you didn't lose unjustly. Thank you for your consolation. What are you planning to do next? Shuriwei remained silent for a long time before saying, just drag it out until they feel it's not worth it and they will leave naturally. As the mountain lord said, the other party is a professional debt collection team and professionals expect to be paid every day they sit in front of my door is equivalent to losing a day. Wang Luo retorted, would a professional team do something so unprofessional? What else can we do? Shuriwei countered, should the mountain lord showcase the innate Dao body to seduce them away? Unfortunately those two, while muscular, are actually just an illusion created by injecting spiritual water. Their body refinement talents are virtually zero, belonging to the type that has eyes but cannot see. Is this considered a professional team? Shuriwei exclaimed. They would rather inject spiritual water to maintain an intimidating facade, of course that can be considered professional. Before he could finish, shouts from the professional team outside echoed, not just verbal insults but also various instruments to liven things up, those specifically for funerals. Shuriwei felt a headache coming on. In any case, does the mountain lord have a good solution? Wang Luo nodded, leave it to me. After saying this he stepped outside and saw the two muscular men in black vests, one playing the swana and the other singing lyrics, with a crowd of onlookers gradually gathering nearby. After saying this he stepped outside and saw the two muscular men in black vests, one playing the swana and the other singing lyrics. Behind the shadow wall Shuriwei covered her head with her hand. You are right, what should we do next? The subsequent events turned out to be surprisingly simple for Shuriwei. Wang Luo stepped forward and kicked each of the two men in black vests on the shins, the movement so swift that the kicked men didn't even react, only casting wary glances. However, just a few breaths later the man playing the swana suddenly changed his expression, his breath quivering, causing the swana to produce a discordant sound, and he instinctively curled up, clutching his abdomen as a low rumble emanated. The other man who was singing reacted a moment later but also turned pale, abruptly losing the pitch he had just started, and then clutched his stomach. Wang Luo kindly pointed aside, the restroom is over there. For modern people the cycle of grains has basically become merely symbolic. Even a child who has just passed the compulsory education and has barely cultivated might digest the food they consume quite well, with only a few remnants that can be expelled through methods like gas release or guidance techniques. However, in modern society food is a highly developed and refined product combining nutrition and flavor, and correspondingly digesting these products requires equally advanced and refined techniques, such as the digestive type worms implanted nationwide or the 5-Chi technique taught in the first year of compulsory education. Yet once these methods encounter issues, the consequences can be imagined. Would these methods fail? It is evident, just look at the public toilets scattered across towns and cities worldwide. Many times even someone revered as a nascent soul master can suffer from indigestion and urgent needs. In extreme cases such as food poisoning, one might even become a projectile human. Fortunately Wang Luo was not too heavy-handed, merely using light kicks to interrupt the true essence circulation of the two men in black vests, allowing them to stagger out in time before a disaster struck, rushing toward a nearby public restroom. Meanwhile the crowd that had just gathered around unaware narrowly avoided the risk of a messy situation and continued to marvel at the scene. Wang Luo merely regarded them with an amused expression. His gaze was so pure that the surrounding people quickly lost their smiles, feeling a chill in their shins and abdomens. Someone hurriedly explained, hey, we were just here to watch the commotion, we are not in cahoots with those two. Wang Luo found it quite laughable. If you are not in cahoots with them, then what are you watching for? Is it a special custom of Shiji to run to someone else's doorstep to see them embarrassed as a show of neighborly friendliness? At that moment a hoarse voice came from the distance, we are all locals of Shiji, anyone with eyes can see how Shuriwei is as a person. Allowing a diligent and ambitious young girl to be bullied by outsiders while coming to watch the fun is not very decent at all. As he spoke the crowd suddenly parted and an elderly man in a white shirt and gray vest appeared before Wang Luo. Kong Zhang. The old man nodded, I arrived a bit late, sorry for making you laugh. The people of Shiji are usually united and they wouldn't collude with outsiders to trouble their own people. Today is just a special circumstance. Everyone, the matter has been resolved, so let's disperse quickly. Kong Zhang evidently held special prestige in Shiji, and once he finished speaking the neighbors displayed expressions of guilt as if they had undergone a moral and conscience interrogation. Then they dispersed at an astonishing speed. However, not far away a middle-aged drifter stubbornly refused to give in and loudly said, Old man Kong, we are not intentionally making things difficult for the young girl, nor are we disrespecting you, but your Shoshing borrowed money from a lot of us. Wang Luo asked, including you. The middle-aged drifter was taken aback and retorted, the neighbors were too embarrassed to speak up, what's wrong with me speaking for them? Sure, Shoshing didn't just borrow money from the major pawn shops, the neighbors were deceived by him many times. Now that Shi Xiuxing has left the house has returned to Shi Yue and she can earn over 10,000 spirit leaves in rent every month. Of course the young girl works very hard but every penny she earns goes to pay off the big pawnshops first. If she truly considered herself a part of Shiji and regarded the neighbors as her own, why not sell the house first and repay the neighbors? Wang Lu listened and nodded without waiting for Kong Zhang to speak. That's right, so how about this tomorrow morning? Anyone who thinks that a daughter should repay her father's debts and thinks that Shi Yue who has just graduated from compulsory education should sell her only home to pay off Shi Xiaoxing's debts, bring your IOUs here and I will help her settle the money. The middle-aged drifter was taken aback. Who are you? Want to repay Shi Yue's debts? Wang Luo replied, you can consider me her new father. After bidding farewell to Kong Zhang, Wang Luo turned and returned to the Shi residence. The reddish-brown courtyard door slowly closed behind him and the small square outside had resumed its usual tranquility as if everything that had just happened was but a fleeting dream. However, inside the courtyard Shi Yu was already kneeling beside the shadow wall. Master of the Mountain Eye. Before she could say more, Wang Luo raised his hand slightly, gently lifting her with his soft true essence. In the past, the guarding family of the mountain served Ling Mountain for millennia and the act of bowing was never practiced. It's better to stand straight and speak. When Shi Yu stood up she couldn't help but wipe her eyes, then explained, thank you Master of the Mountain. It was not my intention to conceal the matter regarding the Jade Master. I understand. Wang Luo had only come from Ling Mountain to Rome City 2 days prior. As a relic of the old era he had much to learn and digest, and the matter of the Jade Master was not crucial enough to require immediate knowledge. For Shi Yu the title of Jade Master held no glorious historical significance and little actual value. It was understandable that she had not brought it up sooner. Wang Luo's understanding made Shi Yu breathe a sigh of relief. After pondering for a moment she began to play to her strength as a part-time guide once again. The name of the Jade Master of Shi Street comes from 3 jade talismans, which in turn are derived from the unique history of this street. 1,000 years ago, when the pioneers of the Ding Huang re-established civilization on this wasteland and built Rome City, they received significant assistance from the local people represented by the Shi family, to the extent that it could be said that more than half of Rome City was built on the ruins of external mountain gates. Thus Rome City granted the Shi family great privileges, self-governance. At the beginning of Rome City's establishment, Shi Street was a city within a city and the Shi family was the uncrowned king of this city. However, 1,000 years later, as the Shi family fell into decline, the self-governance that once covered nearly half the city had shrunk to encompass only this slum, and the concept of self-governance had become almost meaningless under the shadow of the Qingpingsis Xiaobai building. The remaining power had even been divided into 3 parts shared among the 3 holders of the jade talismans. Nevertheless, the influence of the Jade Master of Shi Street remains extraordinary. For those living at the bottom, the regulations of the Grand Law, the Jining Hall and even the Xiaobai building seem far too distant. What guides their daily actions is tradition, and the spokesperson for that tradition is the Jade Master of Shi Street. Holding a jade talisman does not enhance one's cultivation or accumulate wealth, but it earns the respect and recognition of the people of Shi Street. The rules established by the 3 Jade Masters are the laws that the people must abide by. To put it simply, the Jade Master is a typical elder of the clan. Shi Yue, as the legitimate and sole heir of the Shi family, happens to hold one such jade talisman. However, given her current situation, she clearly cannot exercise the powers of the Jade Master, and that Jade Talisman was even retrieved by someone else from the mad gambler Shi Xiuxing. Thus, until she can truly stand on her own, the Jade Talisman holds no value for her. Although the people of Shi Street admire and even respect Shi Yue, it is clear that they do not regard her with the kind of reverence one would show to an elder or a respected figure. Shi Yu initially thought it would take her a long time to regain the family prestige squandered by her father and to hold the Jade Talisman with dignity, but Wang Luo's appearance greatly accelerated this process. Therefore, Master of the Mountain, I truly do not know how to thank you. Wang Luo replied, strictly speaking, it is I who should thank you on behalf of Ling Mountain. The Shi family has remained steadfast over the millennia since Ling Mountain's decline. It is Ling Mountain that owes you a debt. Your words only make me feel more embarrassed. After the heavenly tribulation, the Shi family has been living quite well, relying on the remnants of the past. Moreover, most of the Shi family members did not plan to remain loyal to Ling Mountain. Over the course of several hundred years, they have gradually moved away with their divided inheritances. The decline of the main family into its current state is actually due to our own lack of ambition. Wang Luo remarked, in general, when a leader acknowledges their subordinates, a single refusal is sufficient. More than that would be considered disrespectful. I was wrong. After a pause, Shi Yu sighed in disappointment. All these years I have been trying hard to prove myself, but just now 2 debt collectors rendered me powerless. Wang Luo replied, they are professionals. Shi Yu said, but the Master of the Mountain handled it with ease. Because I am more professional than they are. Wang Luo explained, there have always been scoundrels like mud in any era. My senior sister took me down the mountain several times, and truly wicked people are quite rare. Instead, there are countless bullies everywhere. My senior sister always handled such situations beautifully. As he spoke, memories and reflections surged in Wang Luo's mind. His senior sister was truly an incredible person. Her way of interacting with the world could be seen as the epitome of being distanced from human emotions and worldly affairs. However, when she descended to experience the sufferings of the mortal realm, she could always adapt gracefully, using strength to dominate or gentleness to overcome rigidity. She was especially adept at punishing scoundrels. For those who naturally reside at the pinnacle of the 9 provinces, human emotions and worldly affairs may be the least necessary things. However, for them the consideration of whether something is needed or not is also the least necessary. Thus, while there are indeed Ling Mountain people who are completely ignorant of human emotions, there are also those who deliberately pretend to be ignorant. If it were my senior sister handling the recent situation, she would likely be even more skilled and smooth, perhaps making those 2 debt collectors spit out their words. After a moment of drifting thoughts, Shiryu had already changed the topic. Master of the mountain, before Shi Xiuxing fled, he borrowed over $1 million from the neighbors in Shur Street, so to repay the debts by tomorrow morning I need to hurry and contact the brokers to sell the house. Wang Lu waved his hand. Rest assured, tomorrow morning there won't be many people actually coming to demand repayment. You won't need to sell the house. Most of the neighbors are very kind and have always taken care of me. Indeed, there probably won't be many people coming tomorrow. But I actually don't want to take advantage of their kindness. After a pause, Shiryu added, once Shi Xiuxing leaves, he has no ties to the Shi family. I will not take on his subsequent debts. However, every spirit leaf borrowed in the name of the Shi family before he left I must repay without fail. That's a commendable determination. Wang Lu nodded, increasingly appreciating Shiryu's character, but in this case it seems like I am forcing you to sell the house. Shiryu replied, know your words, Master of the Mountain. Allow me to let go of some unnecessary entanglements. To be honest, with my current income speed I struggle to keep up with the fluctuating interest rates of the moneylender, let alone repay the debts to the neighbors. This small courtyard has actually long been sought after by someone and the offered price is quite good. But if you sell the house, what will happen to Zhao Xiuwen and the others? I will explain it to them, and besides, the buyer has had a friendship with the Shi family for generations. I can plead with him to allow Xiuwen and the others to stay for another year or 2. As for afterward, I will be powerless. Then Shiryu sighed. I rented the house to Xiuwen's sister Fan and Uncle Qin because I wanted to do my best to help those in need. However, a person's kindness should not exceed her ability. While I am in debt to the neighbors and selfishly act like a good person, isn't that a form of selfishness? Well said. Wang Lu nodded increasingly. This loyal and kind guardian of the mountain was becoming more and more to his liking. Although his innate talent was somewhat lacking, his character was sufficient to make up for it. In the past, Wang Lu would definitely have written a separate recommendation letter for Shiryu. Historically, many people with outstanding character were exceptionally admitted into the mountain. As long as one's qualifications are not too poor with Ling Mountain's natural treasures, even one could cultivate a qualified Ling Mountain person. Unfortunately, there are currently no natural treasures, and Wang Luo's privileges as the Master of the Mountain have only been restored to a fraction, leaving him unable to formally promote Shiryu. The only thing he could do was one matter. The debt issue was brought up by me, so I will naturally resolve it. It's only about $1 million a day is enough time. Shiryu blinked, feeling that her hearing was somewhat malfunctioning. Wang Luo then produced a spirit talisman and sent a message to his recently acquired business partner. Luo Xiao, I want to sell some Jinying Dadi cash on the spot today's transaction. Can you arrange it? On the other side, Luo Xiao, who was trying out the newly released Qi Zhuwushan at Taisu Station, almost choked on his own saliva. Brother Wan Luo, are you selling cards? Or processing in bulk? Didn't you say your senior sister forbade you from using your luck for gambling? Wang Luo replied calmly, the premise is that there's no shortage of money. When money is lacking, it's enough not to kill or set fire to anything. Your sect really stands out for its flexible bottom line. Luo Xiao was also wide-eyed. My funding gap is $1 million, can you arrange it? Of course, but if you're just looking to raise funds quickly, then selling Jinying Dadi in bulk isn't cost-effective. The essence of military general cards is that they are valued for their scarcity. Selling too many can easily affect the market. Although Fei Wan Lu is popular, the market isn't that large. It's better to find more scrolls to spread out the fundraising. Luo Xiao grew more excited as he spoke. I'll take care of this planning. As long as your luck remains consistent, I'll definitely be able to raise $1 million by today. Just let me contact the buyers first, and we'll meet at Taisu later. After retracting the spirit talisman, Wang Luo was met with a face of astonishment and shock. Master of the Mountain, if I understood correctly. Sure, you said with some difficulty you really can raise $1 million within today. Wang Luo thought for a moment. If that's not enough, raising another few $100,000 shouldn't be difficult. How can you do that? Shiryu was almost unable to maintain her rationality. You just got the seat of the Jinmu today, right? What kind of business can earn $1 million in a day? Even in the scorching summer heat, working on a construction site to apply waterproof spells, one wouldn't earn more than 2,000 spirit leaves a day. Drawing on behalf of others. Seeing this young girl who had just graduated from elementary school for a little over a year, barely 18 years old, unexpectedly less in touch with trends than Wang Luo, an ancient relic of over 1,000 years, the old relic could only sigh that poverty makes one lag behind. Drawing on behalf of others, simply put, is drawing cards for others in the Taisu scroll. Shiryu was even more surprised, her surprise mixed with an instinctive aversion. Tai Su scroll. Master of the Mountain, how did you get involved with that thing? As she spoke, the girl's expression turned wary. Tai Su scams a lot, sure Xiaoxing back then. Master of the Mountain, you must have been fooled. It's not too late to find Qingyi now. Before her words were finished, the spirit talisman in Wang Luo's hand began to glow slightly, transmitting Luo Xiao's excited shout. Wang Luo, we found a buyer. A definite major client. I showed the footage of you drawing Jinying Dadi for Zhang Dun and the others to the other side, and they are willing to pay 160,000 for a Blood Demon 13 and have directly given 100,000 as a deposit. Then Luo Xiao's voice became somewhat tense. Brother, I've seen very few clients this profitable in my 20 years of business. How's your current condition? Wang Luo laughed. Excellent. Great. By the way, I just transferred the deposit to you. Remember the 2/8 split we agreed on? Check it out. At nearly the same moment, a black and white small sword shot through the air and stopped in front of the Sure residence. Then the sword hilt turned upside down and gently knocked on the courtyard door. Wang Luo casually opened the door only to see a small sword tied with a green bamboo. After receiving the green bamboo, the small sword took off into the air once more. This was the most efficient delivery method in Rong City. 1 Jian Gui Feng. Flying swords for delivery were 10 times faster than the 100 cities Tong that Shi Yu worked for, and of course they were also 10 times more expensive. The green bamboo sent with such seriousness was full of color and crystal clear. Its value was evident without needing to refine the spirit leaves inside. Shi Yu rubbed her eyes vigorously, confirming it was not an illusion, feeling as if her entire worldview was slowly shattering like a bubble. Many scams start with small profits then. Wang Luo thus handed over a small profit worth 80,000 spirit leaves to Shi Yu, the light bamboo feeling as heavy as 10,000 pounds, causing her to lean forward and her arms to sink. As for the discussion of scams, it could no longer be continued. I understand now. The Master of the Mountain truly possesses great powers. 1,000,000 dead in just one day. Sigh, this is the gap between the Master of the Mountain and a down-and-out guardian. Sure, you forced a smile and added, of course this debt is ultimately mine. There's no reason for the Master of the Mountain to repay it for me. I will do everything I can to pay you back. Wang Luo replied, well, my senior sister once said that long-term debts can help young people maintain their fighting spirit, so I want to stir your efforts. Thank you. After saying thanks, a series of ringing sounds came from Shi Yu's gray shoulder pocket. The girl perked up. The 100 cities Tong has come through with work. In a single day I can earn several hundred spirit leaves. Master, let's talk again tonight. She hurried out, fighting for youth and interest. After seeing Shi Yu off, Wang Luo walked back to the inner courtyard and stood beneath the caretaker tree, falling into deep contemplation. Something felt off, very off. With Shi Yu's background, character and luck, how could she have fallen to such a state? If it were the old era of unpredictable heavenly laws, it might be understandable, but isn't there a grand law in the new era that is willing to help? Why is such a quality talent not favored by the grand law? Is it because the remnants of the old era are not considered human? As Wang Luo pondered under the butler tree, the door to the west wing creaked open. He was somewhat surprised and turned his gaze only to see a slender woman with long hair down to her waist, half her body leaning out from the door, looking around cautiously. Upon spotting Wang Luo, she seemed startled and fearful, quickly retreating behind the door and closing it almost entirely, leaving only half her face visible. Yet even this half of her face was enough to make Wang Luo marvel. Her exquisite features embodied the phrase, I see and still feel pity. In terms of beauty, aside from the idealized virtual images in Tai Su, this woman was the most stunning he had seen since leaving Ling Mountain and entering Rong City. Beyond her looks, her cultivation in the immortal way was also quite impressive. A golden core within her abdomen was round and full. Her true essence fluctuated lightly yet steadily, especially her mastery of divine consciousness, which was astonishing, subtly probing her surroundings without being ostentatious. She was undoubtedly a skilled practitioner from a formal background. Clearly this was Fan Li, mentioned earlier by Shi Yu and Zhao Xiuwen, who had concentrated on the arts of painting and calligraphy at the Rong City Academy. Unfortunately, Fan Li did not recognize Wang Luo. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke softly, I have already called for Qingyi. You are now trespassing in a private residence. You should leave quickly. Wang Luo was taken aback and then sadly realized that Fan Li had mistaken him for an accomplice of the black-clad men at their first meeting. However, considering her other impressive skills, it was understandable that her physical cultivation talent was inferior, resulting in her being oblivious. I am Wang Luo, the new tenant currently residing in the back room. Fan Li was startled and repeatedly apologized before asking, have those debt collectors already left? They shouldn't be back for a while. That's wonderful. Fan Li visibly relaxed and then said, I just reported this with the talisman, but the people from Qingping Division have been evasive and haven't come. I was just worrying about what to do. Wang Luo raised an eyebrow. Is this how Qingyi operates in Stone Street? Fan Li shook her head and then added, I rarely interact with Qingyi from this side, so I'm not sure if it's their usual way of doing things. But logically, if they received a spiritual talisman message, they should send someone regardless. Interesting. So should I file a complaint against them? Fan Li was startled. You want to complain about Cheng Yi? Don't. It would be troublesome to get on their bad side. Negligence and dereliction of duty, and they still want to hold a grudge. How can such things be so cheap in this world? But Fan Li wanted to explain but didn't know how to phrase it. Her cheeks flushed with anxiety. Alright, the idea of a complaint was just a casual remark. You need not worry too much. You should return and rest. Wang Lu kindly reminded her, noticing the obvious dark circles under her delicate face. Even if her physical cultivation talent was zero, it was astonishing for a golden core master to have dark circles, typically only seen after enduring the frenzied absorption of a master from the Hehuan sect. And yet Fan Li was evidently still a maiden. Regardless, when in such dire straits, the best choice was to rest in place. Upon hearing Wang Luo dismiss the idea of a complaint, Fan Li sighed in relief and gave a faint smile. Thank you for the reminder. I will be mindful to rest. With a light sigh, she closed the door, clearly indicating that what she had to do next was definitely unrelated to resting. As a young person of the new era, she exuded the essence of a role king rivaling Shiryu. Regarding this, Wang Luo could only respect, understand, and bless her with a hint of curiosity. Shiryu had previously held a strong bias against Taisu, especially towards Taisu paintings. How had he taken in someone like Fan Li who worked in a painting workshop? Was it because the role kings recognized each other's talents? However, putting aside these details for now, Fan Li's appearance ultimately raised another question. The two black-clad men causing trouble earlier might have had the tacit approval of Qingping Division behind them. Of course, it might just be that Qingping Division was temporarily busy and couldn't spare anyone, or perhaps as the current managers of Stone Street, Qingping Division wanted to assess the abilities of the Jade Master's reserve, or maybe there had actually been a Qing Yi present earlier, but Wang Luo resolved the issue so quickly that they didn't have a chance to intervene. But intuition told Wang Luo that things were likely not that simple. At this moment he stood in the inner courtyard of the stone residence, instinctively looking up at the sky. Through the gaps in the butler tree's branches he could only see a patch of blue. Yet amidst this clear blue it seemed as if countless invisible threads were weaving into a chaotic net, slowly enveloping him. Numerous thread ends resembled clawing tentacles, probing both the stone residence and him. This sudden surge of inspiration prompted Wang Luo to immediately channel his divine sense, setting up an invisible array beneath the tree, following his instincts upstream. For someone who could almost always hit the mark when drawing cards, intuition was always worthy of respect. However, when it came to calculations that did not rely on intuition, Wang Luo's progress became quite slow. He had just awakened from Ling Mountain, and his understanding of this new world was still very superficial. With the information he had, it was difficult to deduce much more, but since he was idle anyway. This calculation lingered until evening, when the door to the east wing creaked open, interrupting Wang Luo's thoughts. Zhao Xiaowen stepped out, yawning. This diligent student full of ambition from the south understood the importance of focus so well that he slept deeply, completely unaware of the events of the day. Thus, upon learning that Shiryu had been visited by debt collectors and that it was an unreasonable debt, Zhao Xiaowen felt both angry and a bit guilty. The rent Shiryu charges us is only half the market rate. Otherwise her pressure to repay debts would be much lighter. She is more short on money than any of us, yet she has never placed money in a position of irreplacability. We the tenants are actually being taken care of by her. So Zhao Xiaowen couldn't help but recount the stories of the stone residence and several tenants. Although he had not been in Rome City long, he was outgoing and inquisitive, and he knew the story of the stone residence quite well. First, the story of the stone residence. Many drifters in Stone Street believed that the stone residence was inherited by Shiryu from her father Shi Xiushang, but in fact the small courtyard had been passed down to her by her grandfather Shi since she was a child. At that time Shi Xiushang had not yet succumbed to gambling, but it was clear to the older generation that the future of the Shi family was already evident. Unfortunately, he passed away too early, and Shi Xiushang fell from grace too quickly, causing the family's only assets to be squandered by Shi Xiushang before they could be gradually handed over to Shiryu, nearly losing even the jade talisman. But regardless, Shi Xiushang's debts did not implicate this stone residence. So if Shiryu could live a more pragmatic life, shedding the burdens brought by her family, she could entirely keep this exquisite little courtyard, collect rent, and live a comfortable and affluent life. Yet she insisted on taking on the family's debts alone, and even this little courtyard was used to help others. The first beneficiary was Fan Li. Fan Li was exceptionally talented, forming her core at the Rome City Academy and working at the recently popular Taisu painting workshop, earning a decent income, making her an undisputed elite among commoners. Yet she had her own difficulties, as her original family had almost drained her of resources. On one side she worked tirelessly day and night, on the other most of her income went to fill the gaps of her original family. The money she could actually control was often less than that of Zhao Xiaowen, who was working his way through school. Such economic circumstances were completely insufficient to support her in renting an apartment in the thriving areas around the workshop like her colleagues. If Shiryu had not provided her with a near half-price West Wing room, Fan Li would have had to find a single room in the outskirts of Rome City, leading to a life of commuting 4 hours daily, worse than sleeping on the job. The second beneficiary was Qin Yu, a sorrowful-looking old man who rarely interacted with others. Zhao Xiaowen knew little about him, only that he had fallen from the elite gathering of the Academy Street to wandering in Stone Street due to personal misfortunes in middle age. If not for Shi Yu's help, Qin Yu would have been in a desperate situation. Shi Yu not only provided him with a low-rent southern room but also helped him secure a job as a gatekeeper. The third beneficiary was Zhao Xiaowen himself, who had come to Rong City with his girlfriend Zhou Lu, aspiring to enter the Rong City Academy. However, only Zhou Lu barely passed while Zhao Xiaowen fell slightly short. The cost of missing out was far from just losing a year of time. To enter the Rong City Academy, one must pass the entrance exam, and to participate in that one must first obtain eligibility. The ways to obtain eligibility are roughly as follows: first, being from a top-tier family where connections would have been arranged in advance, making eligibility a matter of waiting for the flying sword to arrive; second, having a recommendation from a first-rate academy teacher. Zhao Xiaowen had originally intended to go this route, but unfortunately he performed poorly in the entrance exam and the validity of the recommendation letter was only for one time. Thirdly, one could participate in the Academy's auxiliary program known as the Changyin Hall, essentially a tutoring program where those with excellent grades at the end of the academic year could obtain the precious eligibility for the entrance exam. This Changyin Hall had many requirements for students, the first being to have a stable cultivation location in Rong City. This requirement seemed simple but was fraught with hidden complexities, as according to Rong City law, regular residents could only be considered a temporary lodging. The term cultivation location held significant weight. Among nearly 10 million housing units in Rong City, those certified as cultivation locations were 1 in 100. In other words, this was a clause to filter out elites. If one couldn't even afford a cultivation location, what could they expect from the Rong City Academy? Moreover, in recent years the Academy had lowered its standards. Even rentals could count. If one couldn't afford to buy a cultivation location, could they not afford to rent one? Zhao Xiaowen happened to be among those who could not afford to rent. The housing prices in Rong City were already astronomical, and those with cultivation locations were even more outrageous. Even a tiny single room would cost 5,000 to 6,000 spirit leaves per month. Thus the stone residence was a rare exception in all of Rong City. With its historical roots, the small courtyard, though located in Stone Street and unassuming in appearance, could indeed serve as a small paradise for cultivators. Certified by the Golden Deer Hall 1,000 years ago, it was one of the few genuine cultivation locations among many in Rong City. Shi Yu rented the East Wing to Zhao Xiaowen for less than half the market price, even including a plethora of instructional manuals on various techniques, many of which were family heirlooms of the Shi family, worth quite a bit. So Shi Yu's affairs are my affairs. I currently have limited ability and can't help much with money matters. But now that debt collectors have come knocking, that's just too much. Most of my classmates at Changyin Hall specialize in law, and this sort of unlawful behavior is perfect for practice. As he spoke, Zhao Xiaowen's teeth were clenched in anger. Wang Lu reminded him that he didn't need to help with money matters, he had already resolved the pressing debt of 100,000. Zhao Xiaowen did not react as dramatically to the news of a daily income of 100,000 as Shi Yu did. He simply marveled that the legendary person from Ling Mountain truly was capable of anything, then said solemnly, "This matter is not about money, it's about the basic issue of legal justice. If Qingping Division allows ruffians to come and demand money today, will they allow robbers to come and loot openly tomorrow? I know that Qingping Division has always been dominant in Stone Street, so if it comes to that, I'll ask Zhou Lu to help. She's a legitimate student of the academy and her influence is far stronger than mine. Many of the students there like to get involved in social practice." As he spoke, a cheerful feminine laugh was heard from outside the courtyard. "Is there something you need my help with?" Before the laugh had faded, a girl in yellow had stepped through the inner courtyard door, appearing before the two. The girl looked to be only 16 or 17, with a beautiful and delicate appearance embodying a marvelous age where innocence and charm coexisted, her graceful curves already noticeable, particularly her long legs. It was clear that this girl who could enter uninvited was Zhou Lu, the girlfriend Zhao Xiaowen was proud of. Upon entering the courtyard, her first glance fell upon Wang Lu under the butler tree, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "So handsome. You are Wang Lu." She then smoothly shifted the topic to Zhao Xiaowen. "Just a little bit worse than my boyfriend." Zhao Xiaowen was momentarily taken aback and then forced to smile. "We should at least uphold the law while complimenting people." Zhou Lu approached and playfully patted Zhao Xiaowen on the shoulder. "Why are you suddenly so shy? Is there something on your mind? What were you discussing that you need my help with?" Zhao Xiaowen glanced at Wang Lu and, seeing he did not object, summarized the discussion they had just had. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lu became indignant. "This is too much. What does Qingping Division in Stone Street want to do? How can they ignore such unlawful behavior in broad daylight? Do they even deserve to wear the Qingyi? I'll discuss this with my senior sister right away." With that, Zhou Lu raised her hand, activating her talisman to contact her classmates from the academy. However, the content of their conversation was not suitable for outsiders to hear, so she turned and entered the East Wing. Zhou Lu's expression was clearly not a good omen, and Zhao Xiaowen couldn't help but ask, "Is something going wrong?" Zhou Lu replied, "I just contacted senior sister Han Ning." Han Ning. Zhao Xiaowen exclaimed in surprise. The daughter of Han Guming. The senior sister you mentioned is her. He hurriedly explained to Wang Lu. Han Guming is currently the governor of Rongqing, a significant figure with a noble title from the Golden Deer Hall akin to a prince in the past. He has only one daughter who is studying alchemy at the Rongqing Academy, and I never expected Zhou Lu to actually know her. Zhou Lu patiently explains senior sister Haning isn't as unattainable as the rumors suggest. She is very approachable. We met in the academy's cleansing pool and she even took the initiative to guide me in the 5 elements refining technique. Zhao Xiaowen warned, is this cleansing pool and refining technique legitimate? Zhou Lu retorted, senior sister Haning is straightforward. I'm not as charming as you think. Not everyone has ulterior motives towards me. Lastly, don't interrupt me with such vulgar thoughts. Zhao Xiaowen quickly apologized, but his expression clearly indicated he would do it again. Anyway, I just discussed the matter of the Qingping Bureau with senior sister Haning, thinking that if I could leverage her influence perhaps we could directly alert the governor's office. At the very least we could rally the academy students to collectively pressure the Qingping Bureau. But she told me that regarding the Stone Street issue I must not get involved for the time being. Pausing, Zhou Lu said with some frustration, it's rare for her to say such things. She has always been someone who despises evil. Zhao Xiaowen chuckled. The daughter of the Rongqing governor despises evil. Isn't that evil happening under her father's rule? Isn't her disdain for evil a bit unfilial? Zhou Lu shot him a glare. I can still distinguish between good and evil. We've seen plenty of hypocrites from the southern region to Rongqing. Zhao Xiaowen asked, then why did this truly righteous senior sister tell you not to get involved? Zhou Lu shook her head. She didn't say clearly. It's strange, as the daughter of the Rongqing governor she is used to being straightforward, seldom beating around the bush. So now that she hasn't said anything I find it difficult to ask further. However, she did mention that while the Qingping Bureau's matter is hard to handle, the 2 debt collectors and their backing gang can be taught a lesson. Consider it killing the chicken to warn the monkey. It might help prevent subsequent troubles. Zhao Xiaowen's eyes widened. Does that mean there will be follow-ups? Zhou Lu said senior sister is probably hinting at that, so her informing us about this matter is already a great help. You'll have to sincerely thank her later. Additionally, I will still try to contact some students and teachers from the academy to see if we can do something. However, there is only so much I can do. The debt issue with Sister Shiryu is fundamental and I truly have no way to resolve it. I previously consulted some professors at the academy and their responses were unanimous. Sure, Xiuxing used the management rights of Ling Mountain as collateral to borrow money from the money house, which is lawful. Neither the Qingping Bureau nor the Business Bureau can invalidate the loan. Even the most radical professors who despise money houses suggested I persuade Sister Yu to give up Ling Mountain, as this historical burden is simply too heavy for her to bear. In response, Wang Luo could only thank these 2 kind-hearted individuals on behalf of Shiryu. I will handle Sister Yu's matter. You 2 don't need to worry. Zhou Lu nodded, her frown easing as she smiled. Yes, I heard from Xiao Zhao that you are quite capable with the nickname What Mountain Pig. Zhao Xiaowen was taken aback. It's the Ling Mountain Lord. An Sin 1,000 years ancient cultivator who has just awakened. Oh, that nickname sounds impressive, but the character setting is a bit outdated. The concept of ancient cultivators traversing into the modern age was popular hundreds of years ago. Now it seems too cliched. Zhao Xiaowen couldn't help but cast an apologetic look at Wang Luo, who merely smiled indifferently. Zhou Lu said, in any case I trouble you with Sister Yu's matter. Although your character setting is a bit strange, you seem quite serious and very compatible with Sister Yu. I believe you can definitely help her out of her predicament. As she spoke, Zhou Lu patted Wang Luo's shoulder to show her trust. Zhao Xiaowen looked as if he might crouch down on the spot. Zhou Lu, however, remained oblivious to the awkwardness, chattering like a matchmaker. To be honest, Sister Yu is definitely a potential stock. Despite her current heavy debts and living in Stone Street, she was always at the top of her class at Meng Academy. If not for her family's debts, she would have gone to Rongqing Academy to study alchemy 2 years ago. Some may think her stubbornness is foolish, but conversely such fools are the most loyal in love, most willing to grow old together with their partners. Suddenly Zhao Xiaowen stood up, grabbing Zhou Lu's shoulder. Lu, let's study. Eh? Zhou Lu was surprised. I haven't finished my praise yet. Let's study. But. Let's study. Zhou Lu was stunned for a long time before slowly nodding. Okay. How did you do with the previous exercises I sent you? Zhao Xiaowen sighed. Other subjects are fine, but the calculations are horrendous, just waiting for you to save me. Speaking of coursework, Zhou Lu quickly switched her thinking mode and said, don't count on me, I'm barely getting by myself. Professor Song, who teaches calculations, even advised me last week to transfer to the Harmony Hall to avoid dragging down my own performance and the results of the Logic Hall. Wow, that's a bit too much. Should we complain about him? Zhou Lu replied, just kidding. Professor Song Hui is just strict with his words, but it said that he has been single for over 50 years. His academic level is well regarded. Wait, what does being single have to do with teaching? Being single for 50 years only means he lacks charm with women. What have you been learning at the academy? I was just describing how focused he is on scholarly pursuits. In any case, as long as you can persist in practicing with him, the future is still bright. Pausing, Zhou Lu added, moreover, the last time I passed by the cafeteria, I saw the vice president taking the initiative to greet him. Zhao Xiuwen immediately changed his tune. So do you think we should bring some gifts and pay a visit to Professor Song? Ha, stop with the flattery. Those senior professors are not so easy to approach and we can't afford any decent gifts. Quickly get out your homework and let's analyze what the problem is. After exchanging a few jokes, the two immediately switched into study mode. Zhao Xiuwen set up a small desk under the caretaker tree with several open calculation books and a number of crumpled papers filled with worries. Zhao Xiuwen pointed to a corner of the question book. Look, we're stuck here. Zhou Lu frowned. How can we be stuck on the first problem? Let me take a look. Upon examining it, it was as if a stone sank into the sea and there was no sound. After a moment, white smoke faintly rose from the top of the girl's head, indicating her divine sense was overworked. Zhao Xiuwen was also deeply focused, though without the visual sign of white smoke. His blood was boiling as he gathered all his resources to solve the problem. However, a long time passed with only the caretaker tree swaying its branches in understanding, bringing a gentle, refreshing breeze. The two excellent students from the southern region couldn't make a sound. Wang Lu, curious, leaned closer to glance at the problem and said the result should be raising the legal standard by 3 levels. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two excellent students found their breathing paused. After a moment, Zhou Lu was the first to come to her senses. Indeed, it should be inferred from the Baimu chapter of the Taishan classic. How did I not think of that? As she spoke, she curled her right hand's 4 fingers and quickly calculated the result. It really is raising the legal standard by 3 levels. Afterward, Zhou Lu looked at Wang Luo with a trace of respect in her eyes. May I ask which academy you studied at? Wang Luo shook his head. I've never attended an academy. Self-taught. Impressive. Zhou Lu exclaimed, but didn't delve deeper, returning her attention to the exercise book. Since leaving the southern region for Rongqing, she had witnessed many prodigies. These individuals seemed to know everything, starting from a height that was hard to reach. But what did that have to do with her? What mattered was to do her own things well. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiuwen wore a complicated expression as he quietly approached Wang Luo and posed his question. How did you know about the Taishan classic? This calculation classic was published by the Taishui of the Ziwuguo only 170 years ago, when the Qili laws were formally completed during the grand celebration of the Dalu law 200 years ago. Neither is old knowledge. Bang! 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 A series of urgent knocks echoed suddenly. To avoid disturbing the couple under the tree, Wang Luo gestured for the butler to activate the soundproofing charm, then went out to open the courtyard gate himself. Outside, Zhang Jun and several virtual friends from Feiyu and Lu looked ecstatic. Brother Wang, I heard you were going to draw Blood Demon 13. Can we come and witness it too? Yes. We've been playing Feiyu and Lu for years, and aside from seeing it in official promotional art and some mirage scenes, we've never actually encountered Blood Demon 13. When Blood Demon 13 appears, it will provide a continuous Onade Blood Shadow Curse effect to the non-enemy Taishu walkers around. Why not take advantage of it? In response, Wang Luo simply activated the communication talisman and said that depends on what the buyer says, they might not be willing to be observed. What could be the objection? Feiyu and Lu has been operating for over 5 years, and the truly active Blood Demon 13 is extremely rare. It's a genuine elite character card. Zhang Jun and the others chattered excitedly about the drawing roll, their enthusiasm evidently surpassing even their own excitement. Yes, if it weren't slightly less powerful, failing to match its rarity, this character card could probably sell for several million spirit leaves. Zhang Jun and the others chattered excitedly about the drawing roll, their enthusiasm evidently surpassing even their own excitement at obtaining the true Shadow Emperor. Indeed, from the perspective of the gang wars, the value of the true Shadow Emperor was slightly higher than that of Blood Demon 13. Perhaps this illustrates the principle of home flowers not being as fragrant as wild ones. While pondering this, Wang Luo's talisman gleamed and he received a reply from Luo Xiao. Sorry brother, I just confirmed with the buyer. They have additional requests. The transaction process must remain completely confidential. Just letting others know someone is buying Blood Demon 13 has made the buyer a bit displeased. In such matters, the one who pays has the most say, so let's cooperate. By the way, the buyer is ready. Please come to Taishu when you have time to prepare for the transaction. Wang Luo naturally had no objections, and thus amidst the thumping of Zhang Jun and others, he coldly closed the courtyard gate and returned to the inner courtyard, taking out a pure white flawless porcelain bottle from his white sleeve. This was the new Stipe Departure Spirit Powder recommended by Luo Xiao, designed and refined by the British-style workshop under the Taishu department. It had only been released in the country at the beginning of the year, and its performance was far superior to the previous generation of Departure Spirit Powder. Not only did it make the scenes in the drawing roll more vivid, but it also lightened the burden on the user's primordial spirit. Long-term use even had the miraculous effect of promoting the growth of the primordial spirit. Aside from its exorbitant price, it had almost no drawbacks, though the price was certainly a drawback for consumers. Wang Lu consumed the departure spirit powder and soon drifted along the Taiyin River meeting Luo Xiao. This time his image in Taishu was not much different from reality, but it was not due to a lack of originality, rather it was intentionally adjusted to create the image of a trustworthy businessman. Under Luo Xiao's guidance, Wang Lu quickly returned to Feiyuan Lu. This time the landing point was chosen as an isolated island surrounded by a pitch-black ocean. This is the North Sea Islands. Generally transactions requiring confidentiality are held here, Luo Xiao explained. The buyer will arrive soon. Since they do not wish to reveal their true identity, let's not ask too many questions. When the time comes, just exchange money for the card. As he spoke, a howling tide sound echoed from the ocean and the gray sky seemed to ignite as a crimson meteor tore through the cloud layers and sea tides rushing over. Luo Xiao was dumbfounded. Is this person here for a secret transaction or just to flaunt their outfit? Moments later the red meteor approached, revealing a red figure that swelled with each breath, resembling a burning fire or a pulsating heart. Luo Xiao had already donned a business smile truly worthy of the limited edition outfit launched for the 4th anniversary. Such a blood-colored garment, even in today's standards, is top tier. I couldn't even get my hands on it back then. The owner of the blood garment snorted coldly. Of course ordinary people can't get it. Enough of the nonsense. I'm about to activate the blood pool. If I can draw Blood Demon 13, the balance of 150,000 will be paid to you now. If I can't draw it, I won't ask you to refund the deposit, but you can just wait for your station to gain fame in Taishu. Luo Xiao laughed heartily. What you said. We dare to do this business, so we naturally have the confidence to succeed. It's a pity you want complete confidentiality, otherwise if we posted the process of this transaction in the drawing hall, my little station would truly gain fame in Taishu. The owner of the blood garment hummed in agreement, then turned his gaze to Wang Lu curiously, mumbling, I really can't figure it out. Then the owner of the blood garment focused and opened a spatial rift in front of him from which a torrent of blood poured forth, instantly staining the isolated island. Luo Xiao hurriedly said, brother, the limited card pool is open, hurry and draw. Just reach into the river of blood, whatever comes comes. This unique card pool left Wang Luo astounded. Back in the day, the blood demon sect among the 3 demonic sects had such a river of blood. He wondered if the workshop in Feiyuan Lu had remnants of the old blood demon sect. While contemplating, Wang Luo extended his hand toward the river of blood. With the aid of the new style departure spirit powder, his sensory experience in Taishu was unprecedentedly rich. He felt a slick searing warmth radiating from his arm, and then amidst the heat a particularly intense current seemed to possess its own consciousness and actively approached. Without hesitation, Wang Luo closed his fingers, gripping the surge tightly. In the next moment the river of blood came to a halt and the flow of time also ceased. The spatial rift trembled, and from the boundless distance beyond, the sighs of billions of beings echoed. Above the isolated island the gray sky cracked open and thick blood plasma cascaded down like a waterfall. Blood from the sky, blood from the ground, and the infinite blood within the rift began to resonate across space, guided by that current. A hazy female figure slowly coalesced within the resonance. As she appeared, all the blood in the world faded at an astonishing speed, as if everything had been drained by that minuscule figure. Even the blood garment had lost some of its color at that moment. After an unknown period, the figure stabilized and let out a hoarse sigh, yet said not a word before swiftly diving into the blood garment. At this point all strange phenomena also began to dissipate. Is that it? The owner of the blood garment asked, still somewhat incredulous. Luo Xiao replied, that special effect cannot be faked. Aside from the renowned Blood Demon 13, which other card has such a stunning summoning ritual? There are 7 or 8 cards in Feiyuan Lu stronger than Blood Demon 13, and a few cards that are more expensive, but none have such a strong sense of ceremony. You're right, the ceremony cannot be faked. But is it really that simple? The owner of the blood garment said, shifting his focus to summon the recently infused blood shadow, transforming it into a rather ordinary-looking figure. Is this Blood Demon 13? Why is it so obedient? Luo Xiao chuckled. After all, this is Taix's drawing role, not reality. No matter how unruly Blood Demon 13 is in the story today, it is a character card drawn with your real money. How could it not obey its master's commands? At most it might have a few more rebellious lines of interaction, treating you like an air cleaning worker or something. Yes, indeed, this is just a character card. I am the master now, the owner of the blood garment said, awakening from a dream and nodding repeatedly. I am now the master of Blood Demon 13. Congratulations, congratulations, Luo Xiao said repeatedly, offering his congratulations, not rushing the other party for pay. Fortunately, the owner of the blood garment was self-aware. After a moment of excitement, he looked at Luo Xiao and solemnly said, I've been playing Taishu drawing role for so many years, it's the first time I've seen someone draw cards as if pulling them from a bag. I don't know if you're just incredibly lucky or have mastered some loophole in the drawing role, but since I have obtained Blood Demon 13, I will naturally fulfill my promise. I will transfer the balance to you via the Taiyin River right away, and please don't tell others about today's transaction. Luo Xiao replied, of course, no problem. If you have any further needs, please feel free to contact my little station. After the two finished their small talk, the owner of the blood garment broke through the void and left while Luo Xiao took Wang Luo back to reality along the Taiyin River. Not long after, Luo Xiao personally arrived bringing 12 plump green bamboos, his sincerity at its peak. According to their previous agreement totaling 160,000 spirit leaves, the two would split it 8,020, with Wang Luo receiving 128,000 minus the deposit, resulting in exactly 120,000 spirit leaves. However, the accounting figures in Taishu and the cash in front of him were ultimately different. Raising such a large amount of cash in a short time demonstrated not only Luo Xiao's sincerity but also his abilities. I've heard you need money tomorrow morning and cash is the best, so I took my own savings to cover it first. Wait, you don't have a wife at your age? Wang Luo asked curiously. Luo Xiao's generous demeanor came to an abrupt halt, helplessly replying, brother, you really know how to talk. Just hearing that makes me think of my dad. In any case, I have the money. If you need anything else, feel free to ask. Don't treat me as an outsider. Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation in the future. Wang Luo smiled and did not refuse. With the completion of this transaction worth 160,000 spirit leaves, the subsequent deals were clearly already on the agenda for this shrewd boss. After sending Luo Xiao away, Wang Luo began to playfully fiddle with the green bamboo in his hand. A treasure worth 120,000 spirit leaves was merely a toy to him, as it did not reflect its existence in the asset column of the Feisheng Lu. In other words, Feisheng Lu did not recognize this 120,000. Naturally, this was no surprise. The several thousand spirit leaves drawn previously were also unacknowledged. So where did the problem lie? While pondering, Wang Luo suddenly noticed the respectful gaze of Zhao Xiuwen under the butler tree. Zhou Lu, did you see that? This is true divine power. Zhou Lu, however, remained focused on the calculations on the desk, not looking up as she replied, Sister Han Ning rode a flying shuttle worth 35 million spirit leaves when she came to the academy last week. Does that count as true divine power? Lord Governor Han Gumming can decide the rise and fall of a trillion-level market with just a word at the law department meeting. Does that count as true divine power? Zhou Lu was unable to stay long at the Stone Mansion after barely managing to collaborate with Zhao Xiuwen to solve half of the exercises. She had to return to the academy. As she was a poor student who barely passed the entrance exam, Zhou Lu could not secure any decent scholarship and thus had to cover her living expenses at the academy on her own. Fortunately, the academy provided quite a number of work-study positions for such students with easy jobs and a little help from Zhao Xiuwen. Zhou Lu managed to scrape by and achieve self-reliance. After sending Zhou Lu off, Zhao Xiuwen did not idle either. He immediately packed his belongings and hurried to the Academy Street in the upper town. As the name suggests, Academy Street was built adjacent to the Rongqing Academy, but over a millennium more than one academy dedicated to helping students refine their skills had emerged there. Naturally, apart from the Chang'an Hall, other private tutoring centers also sprang up. These private schools mostly charged exorbitant fees comparable to Chang'an Hall, while wealthy students often handed off miscellaneous tasks like homework to poor families like Zhao Ziyuan's. Watching the couple walk away, Wang Luo felt the bamboo in his hand lighter than a feather. Although they were not destitute, they were clearly struggling. Yet from start to finish they harbored not a shred of greed for the bamboo in Wang Luo's hand. So what weight could something that even the poor look down upon have? Early the next morning, Wang Luo was about to witness just how much weight that feather had. Before dawn, bustling sounds began to emanate from outside the Stone Mansion. Brother Xin, you're here too. This early? I haven't slept all night. How could I not be? It's strange, didn't we agree before that unless it was really urgent we wouldn't go asking for debts from Stone Girl? Why the sudden change of heart? Who knows, but it was old man Kong who called for it, so we couldn't just not come, right? Let's not talk nonsense. Is old Kong eyeing the talismans in Stone Girl's hands? Don't say that. If he really had his eyes on them, it would be the Blackheart Zhang. It said that Stone Yu suddenly gathered the debts and, not wanting to be exploited by the moneylender, hurriedly repaid the debts of the neighbors before the moneylender changed their terms. Gathered them. Is that true? Stone Xiuxing borrowed over $1 million in total, right? That little poor immortal who can't even keep her wallet when buying groceries. It said she met a benefactor. What kind of benefactor would take notice of a Stone Street person? You're just talking nonsense. It's not nonsense, I've seen the real person. It's a tall figure 9 feet long with hair like a waterfall, a handsome young man who previously went on a date with Stone Yu at Lee's roast meat and sent Li Dongyang's grandson running away with just a flick of his fingers. Oh wow, so it's that person. No wonder, no wonder. Who would have expected that the perpetually unlucky little Yu would have such a day of reversal? Haha, of course they can have a reversal. The Stone family is an ancient family that served the Spirit Mountain. Even in times of downfall, such a family has life-saving insurance measures in place. There are many such stories in the Mirage. Just look at them. For instance, there might be a ring hidden in the ancestral home of the Stone family containing a remnant soul of an ancient cultivator. Or perhaps the ancestors of the Stone family hid an oilcloth bag in a well in the Spirit Mountain scenic area wrapped around with a backup benefactor. As more and more people arrived, the discussions outside grew even more fervent. By 6 in the morning, the small square outside was already overcrowded to the point where latecomers had to expend their true essence to float in midair. At 7 in the morning, rays of sunlight from the distant east pierced through the sword-like upper town, illuminating Stone Street and wrapping the neighbors, floating in the air in golden red outlines resembling a string of overfried silkworms. The clamor of the crowd gradually subsided as if everyone was collectively anticipating something. After 7:30, the gate of the stone mansion opened. Wang Lu was the first to step out, with Stone Yu following closely behind her, expression grave. In front of the stone mansion, Kong Zhang had been waiting for a long time. The old man got straight to the point, saying, "The 73 neighbors who provided loans to Stone Xiaoxing are all present. The remaining neighbors are here as witnesses. Stone Yue, are you ready?" The girl nodded, her gaze turning to Wang Lu. Wang Lu took out 12 translucent bamboo pieces, prompting another wave of murmurs from the crowd. "Wow, this is serious. And it's cash. It seems the revival of the Stone family is in sight." However, Kong Zhang did not allow the neighbors to discuss for too long. He raised his hand and instantly silenced the noise, then spoke, "Well then, neighbors, please come forward in order to collect the money you are owed." With the third talisman master speaking, the debtors lined up before Wang Lu, exchanging money for receipts. In no time, the debts of the 73 people were cleared. Kong Zhang said, "The process has been verified. The Stone family's debts to Stone Street have been repaid. From now on, the Stone family remains one of the 3 talisman masters. Do any neighbors oppose this?" The crowd exchanged glances, with no one responding. Kong Zhang then glanced at a shady figure hiding behind the crowd. "Niu, this matter arose because of you. What do you have to say now?" The man was the blind man who during the debt collection yesterday had questioned Stone Yu on behalf of the neighbors. Now that Kong Zhang called him out, he instinctively shrank his neck and then revealed a twisted, fawning smile. "Old Master Kong, my name is not Niu. Well then, starting today you shall be named Niu. Do you have any objections to what I just said?" The newcomer Niu forced a smile, saying, "Old Master, it's not my place to speak on matters concerning the talisman masters. The debts of the Stone family are also not your place to speak on, yet you spoke anyway. So let's hear your thoughts on this matter." Niu wanted to evade but saw Kong Zhang suddenly take off his thick glasses, his gaze piercing like a sword. "I want your opinion. Do you not understand what I'm saying?" Niu shivered, his prostate trembling, and he fell straight down from midair. Fortunately, he was still at the level of chi drawing completion, so he only felt dizzy but quickly opened his mouth. I have no objections. I support the Stone family in regaining the status of talisman master." Kong Zhang nodded. "Good, remember to tell Zhang Yu the same when you go back." "Ah. I don't know Zhang." Kong Zhang ignored him and turned to Stone Yu, saying, "First of all, I should congratulate you on finally taking the first step towards revitalizing your family, but I must ask one more question from now on. As the holder of the talisman in the Stone family, you or this young friend Wang Lu?" I have no objections. I support the Stone family in regaining the status of talisman master." Kong Zhang nodded. "Good, remember to tell Zhang Yu the same when you go back." Members of Stone Yu, your disposition and abilities are well known to the neighbors. Having you as the talisman master is something everyone agrees with. Stone Yu sighed, "Yet I feel somewhat anxious. Anxiety is a good thing. In today's age, the position of talisman master is no longer as significant as before, but it still concerns the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of people on Stone Street. I, as the third talisman master, can be carefree, and the second talisman master Zhang Yu can be selfish, but you are different. No matter how the Stone family declines, it is still the face and backbone of Stone Street. Your anxiety about holding the talisman is a blessing for the people of Stone Street." As he spoke, Kong Zhang sighed. "These words from me, a talisman master who has achieved nothing, might seem ironic, so just consider them the ramblings of an old man and let it go." Stone Yu moved her lips, and after a long time she solemnly said, "No, thank you for your constant guidance. I will definitely not disappoint your expectations." Meanwhile, all the neighbors around silently witnessed everything. Many changes arrived with startling suddenness. As if overnight, Yu had transformed from the pitiable indebted girl under everyone's pity into the acknowledged Jade Lord of Shiji. So when the girl hurried to the place appointed by the Wenyu office to receive the pilgrims to Lingshan that day, the greetings from neighbors carried a newly acquired respect. To outsiders, these shifts might seem like mere inflections in tone, trivial and negligible to those who lived in Shiji. However, those extra degrees of esteem mattered profoundly. They mattered enough to set many hearts restless. By midday, Lao Hong's home-style eatery on Shiji was as ever packed to the rafters. At a square table near the main door, 2 men sat facing each other. One was about 20, clad in an exquisite silk shirt, a wooden box and a jade vial hanging from his belt like ornaments. He looked as if a lotus had risen from the mud, unsullied, out of place amid the coarse bustle of the market. "I still don't quite understand," the young man said, frowning. He put down his chopsticks and let the perfectly prepared sizzling intestines on his plate cool, curiosity overcoming him as he turned to his companion. That girl assumed the Jade Lord's position so easily. Simply because she repaid a trifling debt of 120,000 lingi on time. The friend opposite him was a well-to-do middle-aged man in a green cap and white jacket. He grinned and replied 120,000. Only young Master Bo could dismiss it as a pittance. In a poor place like Shiji, a person who can produce 120,000 lingyi in cash is 1 in 100, if that. Even if 1 in 1,000, the young man persisted, out of tens of thousands in Shiji there should be hundreds. Why then could she become Jade Lord? The middle-aged man said, young Master Bo, the Jinlanwu where you serve is a famed financial house in Rongqing. Its clerks are at minimum graduates of distinguished academies and lower-grade golden core cultivators. Yet despite such an assemblage of elites they still obey that Madame Gus orders without question. Bo chuckled. Guzai's father Gu Sangxing is the second master of Bolin Zhuanghe and the head Yuanyan are sworn brothers of long standing. Their household even shelters a retired would-be nascent soul elder from Jin Luting. When faced with the little princess of the Gu family, those menial golden core attendants dare not utter a word. But what of Shi Yu's father? The middle-aged man said Shi Xiuxing is a hopeless lifelong gambler, a man who has achieved nothing, yet he is still of the Shi family. Even if the Shi house has been stripped bare, the other replied, they still have history and tradition. He popped a slightly cooled slice of kidney into his mouth, chewed slowly and continued, you may not know this, Shi Xiuxing never formally inherited the Jade token, but as a quasi-Jade Lord he once borrowed over 100,000 lingyi from the neighbors. His gambling and debts were notorious even then. Yet people still handed over their savings, what little they kept in porcelain jars, just for him. Later when Shi Yu willingly took on his debts, hardly anybody from the neighborhood dared to press him for repayment. That is the advantage of bearing the Shi name. Try it with any other family who would be so generous. Even you, Boss Zhang, wouldn't they do the same for you? He laughed. If it were me, Zhang Yu, people would come to gloat and collect interest. After all, I am the one in Shiji most at odds with the word tradition. Young Master Bo nodded. Indeed, even in all of Rongqing your wealth ranks among the top 20, and in Shiji you stand far ahead of everyone else. So by at odds with tradition you mean the townsfolk resent the affluent. Zhang Yu continued, secondly, I often dine across the table from elites from the upper district like you. Bo laughed, so I am the one holding you back, Boss Zhang. Not at all. You should be glad that Shiji does not drag the whole of Rongqing down. After all, no two districts in a great city are identical. As long as one submits to the greater good and prioritizes Rongqing's interests, there is no such thing as a burdensome district. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu sighed, young Master Bo, you are truly magnanimous, alas. Bo interrupted, no need for lament. Rest assured, Boss Zhang, civilization is an irresistible tide. Those who follow prosper, those who resist decline. Traditions and the occasional parvenu Jade Lord should neither halt nor impede progress. I look forward to cooperating with you in a more civilized Shiji. Bo glanced around and asked with curiosity, Boss Zhang, you always choose this little restaurant, any particular reason? Zhang Yu replied, to be frank, I don't care for the proprietor, he is an odd sort, and the staff are hardly refined. Yet the cuisine here is unrivaled in Shiji. He added, I force myself to come here often. A merchant must judge quality and profit, the rest you endure with your nose pinched. I tell my children the same, and Shiji business is conducted thus. Young Master Bo inclined his head in assent. Zhang Yu went on, there is also a personal peculiarity of mine. Whenever I go out alone I put on this Qing Mao, a green cap studded with jade that bears a misting barrier. It lays down a field 3 meters around me so that those outside the veil perceive us as ordinary passers-by and our conversation is mere noise. Bo nodded again. Shangjingge crafts those Qing caps exclusively for sanking to your clients. Their effect is simple yet perfect for prominent people moving through common crowds. Were it not for that green cap I would not have agreed to dine and talk here with you. Zhang Yu smiled. It is when I eat freely and speak boldly in such a clamorous ignorant little eatery while those around remain oblivious that I truly feel myself to be a bona fide Jade Lord of Shiji. I was born and prospered in Shiji, an immutable truth. Even should I one day stand upon the stage of your upper district, the crowd below would mock my Shiji accent and call me a clown in borrowed robes. Young Master Bo smiled and made no denial. But that is no bad thing, one must not forget one's roots, and I am proud of mine. Young Master Bo smiled and made no denial. But that is no bad thing, one must not forget one's roots, and I am proud of mine. Bo demurred from accepting the courtesy. He rose, returned the salute with cupped hands and said, I cannot accept Boss Zhang's ceremony, yet I can on behalf of Jinlanwu thank you for your attitude. As for what follows, Boss Zhang may await good tidings, your efforts for Shiji will not be in vain. Zhang Yu brightened. With Jinlanwu's support I can rest easy. By the way, young Master Bo, regarding the matter of securing wasteland. The smile on Bo's face froze in an instant. He placed a finger to his lips and said, some matters must not be discussed outside regulated zones. Zhang Yu looked puzzled and adjusted his green cap. This is my home ground, no one can overhear us here. Bo replied, I understand. Frankly, even if I distrusted Boss Zhang, I could not doubt Shangjingge's workmanship. Their misting barrier is impervious even to the Qingpingsis green-robed agents, arguably it skirts the edge of legality. Yet rules are rules, and I dare not err on such matters. Zhang Yu felt a touch of disappointment. True enough. Some things will be revealed in due time. Indeed. When the time comes, Boss Zhang, it will not be far off. With that, Bo rose first, and though the dishes on the table remained untouched, he melted into the tide of Shiji's crowds before a mouthful had been taken. Zhang Yu, however, ate both portions with sullen relish until plates were clean, then summoned the staff to settle the bill. That will be 310 lingyi. Zhang Yu produced a stalk of emerald bamboo and placed 310 lingyi onto the table, hesitated a beat, then added another 10 as a tip before leaving without looking back. Wang Lu, the young man wearing the server's jacket, stifled a smile as he counted the coins. He wore no barrier spell and showed his true face, yet the two distracted diners never noticed that the one who had served them tea and dishes was Wang Lu, the rising newcomer from Nanxiang, already a small renown in Shiji. Perhaps for these two great men a mere Nanxiang newcomer hardly merited a glance. Thus in their discussion about how Shiryu had ascended, they never mentioned that the girl had a benevolent fatherly superior. Nor did they realize that the kindly fatherly figure was near enough to touch as they ate and spoke. It proved that no crafted barrier, however sophisticated, can blind people as thoroughly as their own willful ignorance. I truly do not understand. In the deep of night at the window of the Stone Street Tavern, Fong Qingqing held a wine barrel and asked in confusion. Do wealthy people have a problem with their brains? This question was immediately echoed by Zhang Zhuan and others. A millionaire earning 100,000 a day specifically coming to a dog food restaurant to work as a lowly waiter, it's no wonder we develop a prejudice against the wealthy. Meanwhile, Wang Lu, who was regarded as one of the wealthy, couldn't help but recall the mannerisms of those two truly affluent individuals during lunch, ultimately nodding in agreement. Indeed, there's something wrong. Zhao Jingxing then said, in this case it's still old Han's steady mindset. When he paid you, he seriously mentioned that he was giving you a bonus of 20% for your high work efficiency, completely unaware of the wealth of the person across from him. Wang Luo actually admired old Han's attitude. No matter what, he would do what he should without changing his demeanor based on the other person's identity. This was the reason he could stand out and remain unyielding in the fiercely competitive Stone Street dining scene. In commoner dining, the most important thing is to treat everyone equally and consistently. As for himself, it was also based on a calm mindset that he chose to continue working at old Han's restaurant. After all, an unusual daily income of 100,000 isn't recognized by the Ascension record, but working for hundreds of days and receiving wages can genuinely form an increase in spiritual assets, so what reason is there not to maintain a calm mindset? Moreover, if it weren't for working at old Han's restaurant, how could he have heard the interesting conversation between Zhang Yu and young Master Bo? I truly didn't expect it that Luo Guangtou is actually so wealthy. Fong Qingqing said, putting down the wine barrel and filled with emotion. 120,000 in cash. What does he mean by a bride price? Is he planning to marry how many wives? Zhang Zhuan curled his lips. That cash. Most likely borrowed from someone his own savings, or at most a few 100,000. Wang Luo, curious, asked, is that so? Zhang Zhuan explained, Boss Luo's business acumen is commendable. Don't underestimate that inconspicuous Taishu station. On the street in front of the little white building, few can earn as much as his little station. But that bald man also has significant daily expenses. He indulges in all kinds of scrolls and frequents all kinds of places. He claims he wants to save a bride price, but the money in his hands goes to support those fat artists in the scroll workshops to marry wives. Last time I drank with him, he inadvertently revealed that over the years the actual available spare cash at hand was only a few 100,000. Fong Qingqing sighed. Then his intentions must be quite sincere. Zhang Zhuan said, actually there's not much risk. The funds from this scroll transaction are reviewed at the Taishu office's reflection platform for only a day or two before being transferred to his personal account. He merely found someone to withdraw early. Of course it's still very sincere. That bald man has never been this attentive before. Zhao Jingxing said, don't forget that Luo Xiao also made a commission of over 200,000. If I earn 200,000 a day, let's not talk about attentiveness, I can even be overly attentive. Old Zhao, wake up. With your looks you can only overpay 200,000. As they joked, Wang Luo suddenly heard the spiritual talisman in his sleeve ringing, and upon opening it, it was indeed Boss Luo they were discussing. Brother Wang Luo, I've encountered some trouble. In an instant the crowd at the window fell silent, nervously looking at the talisman in Wang Luo's hand. Wang Luo pondered and asked, is there a problem with the transaction of Blood Demon 13? Luo Xiao said solemnly, exactly. It has been halted by the Taishu Green Robe on the grounds of illegal operations. In the worst-case scenario, not only will the 160,000 funds have to be fully returned, but we also have to compensate for the operational losses of the scroll workshop and pay fines to the Taishu office and the Qingping office. Wang Luo asked directly, so what do you need me to do? Luo Xiao was silent for a moment. Could you come to the store to meet first? Putting down the spiritual talisman, Wang Luo looked at Fong Qingqing and the others. Then I'll take my leave first. Several co-workers hesitated, wanting to follow and watch, but were stopped by their companions. The ensuing issues were clearly no longer suitable for outsiders to participate in. Luo Xiao's little station was not far from the tavern, and Wang Luo arrived at the scene in just a few minutes. The first thing that caught his eye was the seal on the door with black characters on white paper faintly glowing with a blue hue in the night, not only blocking the approach of outsiders with an invisible force but also suppressing all wandering thoughts with the imposing authority of the Qingping office. Luo Xiao stood at the door leaning against the wall, half of his face illuminated by the blue light of the seal, looking almost like a ghost. Upon seeing Wang Luo, this bald boss still revealed a warm smile. Have you eaten late-night snacks? The skewers over there are quite good. Wang Luo said, let's talk business. What exactly happened? Luo Xiao then restrained his smile. After yesterday's transaction everything was normal, but this morning the reflection platform of the Taishu office suddenly sent a notice saying there were abnormalities in my transaction. Before I could find someone to inquire further, the green robe from the adjacent little white building came to my door saying I violated Taixus operational laws. Wang Luo asked, is there indeed a violation? Luo Xiao nodded. Strictly speaking, it was indeed a violation. Do you remember our previous discussion about whether Taishu scrolls count as gambling? You said that Zhu Wang has very strict and detailed regulations. As long as the workshop does not provide cash exchange services for resources within the scrolls, it does not count as gambling. Exactly, but the current issue is you drew a character card from the scroll and directly earned 160,000. Wang Luo pondered for a long time and asked, then it's strange if such behavior is to be classified as gambling and prohibited, then all scroll transactions should be prohibited. There would be no need for the Taishu office's reflection platform to be established. Luo Xiao said, what you said is correct in most areas. Since the Jinlu Hall Taishu office allows the Taishu scrolls to have card drawing designs, they certainly would not obstruct real transactions and even encourage them. The reflection platform set up for capital supervision is specifically for this purpose. Wang Luo immediately realized the rules of Stone Street are different. Exactly, Stone Street is different. Luo Xiao sighed. I won't go into the historical reasons, but in reality the laws require stricter compliance for Taishu operations on Stone Street. On a larger scale you'll find many people on Stone Street are biased against Taishu, and on a smaller scale many operations cannot be conducted on Stone Street. By borderline I mean that strictly following the laws my little station should not have the qualifications to operate a scroll transaction platform, but the reality is among the hundreds of By borderline I mean that strictly following the laws my little station should not have the qualifications to operate a scroll transaction platform, but the reality is among the hundreds of Taishu little stations on Stone Street none have been thoroughly investigated for such matters. At most a few mischievous children spend money in Taishu without telling their parents, and we help them seek refunds from the workshops. Moreover, many green robes often come to buy and sell props at my place. Wang Luo immediately understood, so it's evident that the root of the problem lies not in the laws but that you have been targeted. And you believe that essentially you are suffering collateral damage and the Qingping office is truly targeting me. Luo Xiao shook his head. I wouldn't say it's entirely collateral damage. Involving a rare character card like Blood Demon 13 might also be due to some opinions from the operating workshop. But no matter who is being targeted now, I can only come to you for help. Wang Luo walked to the door looking at the glowing seal and fell into deep thought. But no matter who is being targeted now, I can only come to you for help. Wang Luo walked to the door looking at the glowing seal and fell into deep thought. Let's go to the little white building to file a complaint together tomorrow morning. This matter is not our fault and there's no reason for us to bear the losses. Having bid farewell to boss Luo, Wang Luo returned to the Shi residence where Shi Yu had already been waiting in the inner courtyard for some time. Judging by the exhaustion evident on the young woman's face, her day had been anything but pleasant. Becoming the Jade Master of Stone Street elevated her status within the district, but clearly did nothing to improve the caliber of tourists brought in by the Wenyusi Zhaotang for the Spirit Mountain pilgrimage. That expression, grim and battered as if she'd just been gored by a frostbolt, spoke volumes. She had once again reenacted the calamity of their very first meeting. And upon returning home she received fresh grim tidings. No wonder her spirit and body alike were utterly spent. Honorable Mountain Lord, I've already heard about the scroll transaction. Luo Xiao is now in grave straits. His cash was borrowed in advance from third parties to pay us. If he is formally adjudged in violation of regulation, he will immediately face bankruptcy, and his modest station may be permanently shuttered. Wang Luo nodded. Though Luo Xiao had not voiced these words aloud, they were self-evident. Shi Yu continued, Stone Street has never seen such a precedent in disciplinary enforcement. He is clearly being implicated because of me, so I cannot stand idly by. Wang Luo asked, what do you intend to do? Shi Yu replied, I wish to petition the local Simu envoy, the de facto head of Qingping sect in Stone Street, under my authority as Jade Master of Stone Street, and hear what he has to say. Though appearing before him in my current capacity may well invite only humiliation, I must at least make the attempt. Should all else fail, we'll fall back on the original plan, sell the residence to settle boss Luo's debts. Wrong. Wang Luo corrected her, when confronted with problems beyond your capacity, the first recourse should always be to seek help from others. Shi Yu gave a wry smile. Well then, I've come precisely to seek your lordship's aid. Wang Luo corrected her, when confronted with problems beyond your capacity, the first recourse should always be to seek help from others. Shi Yu gave a wry smile. Well then, I've come precisely. Shi Yu's eyes flickered with sudden understanding. Does your lordship suspect he is stirring the waters behind the scenes? Yes. Wang Luo then briefly recounted what he had observed during his noon shift, prompting Shi Yu's expression to harden with gravity yet also deepen with bewilderment. Why would Zhang Yu do this? I know he covets the jade talisman in my possession, but is such extremity truly necessary? Colluding with the Qingping sect to sanction a fellow townsman will only further erode his local reputation, a move profoundly counterproductive. Tell me about Zhang Yu. Ah, yes. Shi Yu blinked then instantly resumed her role as guide, launching into an account of Stone Street's wealthiest magnate. Zhang Yu was a native son of Stone Street, born and raised there. Yet unlike most residents, his family had amassed great wealth over 3 centuries ago, establishing themselves as one of the district's most prominent clans. From childhood Zhang Yu received elite education, and though his innate talent fell short of extraordinary, it was sufficient to meet familial expectations, not a once-in-a-century prodigy yet certainly no mere mediocrity. In his cultivation academy, top students graduated with nascent chi coalesced into a phantom core, mere steps away from full golden core formation. Even the lower-tier graduates had achieved foundation establishment in full, requiring only 1 or 2 years of refinement before attempting golden core ascension. Zhang Yu however stunned observers by attaining only chi guidance completion, yet failing even to reach mid-stage foundation establishment. Rumors abounded that without his family's relentless infusion of spirit herbs he might have stumbled even at the initial chi guidance stage, reaching a level where one could legitimately apply to the foreign sect for disability assistance. Though utterly unskilled in cultivation, Zhang Yu possessed exceptional social acumen. While still a student, he cultivated ties with numerous scions of upper district aristocracy, charming, negotiating, weaving connections with effortless grace. Leveraging those relationships, he swiftly assumed control of the family enterprise, and within just a few years expanded it into a sprawling conglomerate. By his mid-30s he had become Stone Street's wealthiest man, his influence permeating every corner of the district. Elsewhere such a trajectory would inspire universal admiration. Zhang Yu would be hailed as a paragon, cheered as Father Zhang wherever he walked. Yet in Stone Street he remained simply Zhang Yu, addressed respectfully as Boss Zhang or by mischievous children as Dad of Fat Zhang. Stone Street does not venerate authority or wealth. Third Jade Master Kong Zhang routinely sets up a street-side stall. First Jade Master often delivers goods personally. Thus even Second Jade Master, despite commanding assets worth billions, occupies a position no more exalted than theirs. Zhang Yu naturally found this deeply unsatisfying. He craved greater respect, deeper recognition, yearning to emulate the old Shi clan whose 3 jade talismans once converged under single authority, granting them dominion over the entire district. And the first step toward that convergence lay in seizing Shi Yu's talisman. Elder Kong is a revered elder of Stone Street's chess association, steadfastly neutral. Seizing his talisman would yield far more loss than gain. But I am different. The 3 jade talismans of Stone Street were gradually dispersed after the Shi clan's decline. In other words, the Shi clan possesses a proud tradition of losing talismans. You are correct. By the generation of Shi Xiuxing, the clan's decline had accelerated dramatically, nearly exhausting even the last vestiges of its public esteem. Thus should I ever lose my talisman, Stone Street citizens would hardly find it surprising. At that point Zhang Yu, holding 2 talismans, would force Elder Kong's neutrality into irrelevance. To acquire Shi Yu's talisman, Zhang Yu had exerted considerable effort, chiefly through exorbitant offers, high-priced acquisition, and high-priced acquisition again. Not that as a billionaire he lacked imagination, but rather only such blunt, financially driven solutions carried legitimacy in Stone Street's eyes. Stone Street's jade talismans bear no binding authority, unlike the green leaf and laupan worn by Qingping sect enforcers. They signify nothing more than popular allegiance, nothing but the collective will of the people. To possess a talisman while forfeiting popular goodwill is to sacrifice essence for form. Zhang Yu could purchase the talisman with wealth, and Stone Street would acknowledge his acumen in acquiring and deploying capital. Yet conspiring with the upper district to provoke the Qingping sect into raiding a local resident's ethereal station, coercing Shi Yu into surrendering her talisman, was beneath contempt. Yet having heard Shi Yu's analysis, Wang Luo grew even more certain of his conclusion. Luo Zhao's ordeal bore the unmistakable hallmarks of deliberate orchestration, and Zhang Yu, if not the mastermind, was at minimum a willing accomplice. For his senior sister had once imparted a simple, universally applicable principle: assume the worst of the wealthy, and you will rarely err. Tomorrow morning go see Zhang Yu. Adopt the demeanor of someone demanding favors for free. Shi Yu frowned in confusion. What exactly is the demeanor of someone demanding favors for free? Wang Luo paused, then offered an example. Boss Zhang, you are a native son of Stone Street, holder of a jade talisman, and thus unquestionably a pillar of our community. Now that our neighbors face crisis, you must lead by example. How can you stand aside? With your extensive connections across the upper district, might you not summon influential figures to mediate? Your fortune runs into the hundreds of millions, such incidental expenses are but a single hair from an ox. Yet to ordinary Stone Street residents they weigh heavier than mountains. Sure, you nearly choked your lordship. That's utterly outrageous. Can't you just appeal to reason and stir compassion? This time Wang Luo looked genuinely perplexed. What's the difference? I stand corrected. But will such rhetorical tactics truly sway a seasoned veteran like Zhang Yu? And frankly, I'm dreadful at speaking. Wang Lu of course was already aware. After all, during their first encounter this earnest mountain guardian had stood atop a stool waving a tiny red flag and wearing a little red cap, delivering an eloquent, technically flawless pitch that yielded precisely zero revenue. So follow this script precisely. Recalling the master strategist who had pioneered such psychological probing, Wang Luo proceeded to impart its essential principles to Shiryu. Shiryu listened for only a moment before her complexion paled faintly. Your lordship, if I'm beaten at the Zhang residence, will you come rescue me? The next morning Wang Luo appeared punctually in front of the Qingping Division's Xiaobai building. Meanwhile Luo Xiao, who had dark circles under his eyes, was already waiting there, having not only secured a number at the self-service counter but also holding a bowl of tofu pudding and a bag of steamed buns. Brother Wang Luo, have you had breakfast? I just brought these from the bun shop at the corner of Shangshan Road and they're still warm. Wang Luo was not courteous. That's thoughtful of you. Seeing Wang Luo eat heartily, Luo Xiao felt a sense of relief settle over him, though a small part of him remained uneasy and restless. His breakfast was just enough for one person. It wasn't that he had eaten earlier or that the buns were unappetizing, but rather that his mouth was full of sores, making it hard to swallow. Last night a brother I know from Taishu told me that my troubles this time might have far-reaching implications directly related to the recent special rectification of Shiji. Wang Luo chuckled. Doesn't that mean it's directly related to me? Not long ago he had put the deputy head of the special operation out of commission at Lee's barbecue. No, what I mean is my incident has become a typical case. Trying to overturn the current conclusion would be equivalent to directly questioning the special operation, which would be extremely difficult. Wang Luo then asked, what do you think about the special rectification by the Qingping Division? Luo Xiao pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, to say it has no merits would be overly disparaging of the Qingping Division while excessively glorifying Shiji. In the years the Qingping Division has managed Shiji, they have made significant contributions. But in recent years acts of misconduct done in the name of goodwill have also been laid bare for all to see. Over 20 years ago, when relationships were still harmonious, many Qingyi would go to Xiangshan Road for meals and the bosses would often offer an extra dish. But during the recent special operation the bosses often refused to accept payment. Wang Luo, understanding the underlying message, couldn't help but laugh. So as a person from Shiji, what's wrong with questioning the special operation? Luo Xiao was silent for a long time before explaining. Your question is akin to questioning the legitimacy of the reclamation orders issued by the Nanshan Reclamation Corps. As a pseudo-member of Nanshan, Wang Luo had to admit that he was ignorant of such orders. Yet the principles of the world are universally applicable. What Luo Xiao meant to convey was simply that in the face of the overwhelming power of the upper echelons, individual efforts are limited and hard to resist. But this is actually a classic cognitive fallacy. Though Luo Xiao's business acumen was sharp, his insights were confined to business. Regardless of how grand the plan is, it still requires people to execute it. Thus the issue at hand has never been about the intangible forces but about the tangible individuals. If the Qingping Division targeted individuals instead of issues, then he shouldn't be surprised if he was targeted in return. If the white-clad, green-clad and red-clad individuals inside Xiaobai building were united and determined, that would be another matter. However, Wang Luo did not believe that the current chaotic situation was what the Qingyi wanted. He patted Luo Xiao on the shoulder. Don't worry, just leave everything to me. Initially Luo Xiao was still anxious and restless, but after Wang Luo's pat on the shoulder it felt as if he had immersed himself in a hot spring amidst the icy cold, sweeping away all his worries. Phew. I understand now, I'll leave everything to you, brother. Leading Luo Xiao into Xiaobai building, the familiar spaciousness and the grand aura reappeared, yet along with this familiar feeling there was also a subtle sense of incongruity, as if he had become an incongruous oddity or a prey stepping into a trap. Numerous gazes of varying thoughts converged upon them with invisible pressure from all directions. The white-clad individuals behind the counter, the green-clad individuals looking down from the second floor, and the gray-clad individuals cleaning in the hall. Some were observing intently, displaying expressions akin to waiting for a show. Some frowned and curled their lips, seemingly unconcerned about the impending events. Brother! Luo Xiao whispered, following behind Wang Luo. Wang Luo waved his hand. There's no need to be so cautious. Even if you speak softly, the Qingyi can still hear you. Speak your mind openly. Luo Xiao had no choice but to muster his courage and say, they seem to have been prepared and knew we were coming. It's good that they were prepared. The more preparations they make, the more favorable it is for us. More favorable. Luo Xiao was genuinely puzzled. The more they do things that go against the will of the people, the easier it is for me to handle. Against the will of the people. Otherwise, do you think these Qingyi who spend most of their time on Shiji truly enjoy bearing the disdain of the locals while shutting down a Taishu station they might frequent? Do they really enjoy conducting their work openly yet feeling unjustified? As they spoke, Wang Luo with a gentle smile walked toward the familiar counter. The familiar woman in white was pretending to organize documents behind the desk, deliberately ignoring Wang Luo's arrival. It wasn't until Wang Luo reached her desk that she sighed lightly, lowering her voice. "I heard what you just said and know what you are here for." Wang Luo kindly reminded, "There's no need to be so cautious. Even if you..." The woman in white rolled her eyes and said loudly, "Then you should hurry back, your complaints won't be accepted." "Is that so? Then I want to file a complaint." The woman in white was so exasperated she almost laughed. "Who are you complaining about, me?" "Of course not. I want to complain about the Qingping Division's unlawful shutdown of Luo Xiao's Taishu station." The enforcement officer at the time was Luo Xiao quickly added, "It was the Qingyi Wuxiong." "Right, we want to complain about Wuxiong." The woman in white suppressed her anger. "Did you not hear what I just said? Your complaints will not be accepted." "Why not? Isn't filing a complaint the right of every citizen?" A man in white at the next table interjected. "You have already been listed as a typical case of the special rectification action. The higher-ups have long concluded this matter as a solid case, so of course your complaints won't be accepted." Wang Luo asked with a smile, "Who said that complaints regarding typical cases and solid cases can't be accepted?" The white-clad man thought for a moment and chuckled. "You've caught me off guard there. It seems there's no such rule. But unfortunately this information is useless to me." "Then who should I speak to?" The harmonious and friendly dialogue was suddenly interrupted by a burly green-clad individual standing in a corner of the hall. Seeing Wang Luo and the others chatting merrily, he frowned and sternly interrupted. "You two, if you want to cause trouble, take it outside. Don't disrupt normal operations in here." As he spoke, the green-clad man quickly approached, his face filled with a menacing scowl, ready to reach for the commoner Luo Xiao under the authority of Xiaobai Building. The two white-clad individuals behind the desk immediately masked their expressions and shrank back into their seats, afraid to speak further. Wang Luo turned his head and said, "Cause trouble? We are here to take a number, make reasonable requests and have a friendly discussion. What part of this seems like causing trouble to you? What right do you have to tell us to leave?" The green-clad man's brow furrowed unexpectedly. His authority could not suppress the person before him. So he stopped wasting words and simply reached out to grab Luo Xiao's shoulder. The green-clad man unleashed his aura, leaving the bald boss without any means to resist, forcing him to kneel. However, as he was about to reach for Wang Luo, he suddenly felt his heartbeat accelerate, pounding ominously as if a warning bell of doom was tolling. At that moment he was showcasing the power of the green-clad individual in front of everyone. Countless colleagues on the second and third floors were watching him. How could he back down due to an irregular heartbeat? Gritting his teeth, he placed his hand on Wang Luo's shoulder. The next moment he heard Wang Luo chuckle. Perhaps no one is instructing you. You purely want to show off in front of your superiors, which is why you act so recklessly." These words caused the green-clad man's heartbeat to quicken and an unprecedented sense of fear spread through him. Then he discovered that he could not move Wang Luo at all. With his golden core cultivation level and the aid of his green-clad magical artifacts, he could subdue even high-ranking figures in Xiaobai Building, yet at this moment he couldn't even budge someone at the foundation establishment stage. He felt as if his hand was sinking into an endless abyss. His true essence, energy and even courage drained away rapidly. Meanwhile, Wang Luo continued to speak. "You are incompetent, dull-witted and opportunistic, with a wretched character leading to a bad reputation in the Qingping Division. Not only can you not gain the trust of your colleagues, but you also cannot please your superiors. Your situation in the workplace is akin to a stray dog or rat crossing the street. Thus now that you see us, you mistakenly believe that an opportunity has arrived, allowing you to abuse your power downward in a bid to flatter upward. Being less than a beast, your green attire sullies you." Each word from Wang Luo struck like a hammer, rendering the green-clad man's face increasingly pale. As the final word fell, the sound of his heart pounding like a drum also erupted into a heavy explosive sound. An invisible Dao heart long covered in dust shattered at Wang Luo's words. The shattering of the Dao heart triggered a backlash from the law, and in an instant the green-clad man fell to the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, and his official robes rapidly faded in color. Everyone was shocked. The several white-clad individuals behind the window retreated in horror, while the green-clad individuals on the second and third floors exchanged stunned glances, some relishing the misfortune of the villain while others were bewildered at seeing their colleague collapse. Some reflexively reached for their golden seals at their waists, instinctively wanting to subdue Wang Luo regardless of the consequences, but upon seeing the bloodshot eyes of their pale green-clad colleague, they recalled the encounter of a certain deputy group leader in a barbecue shop on Shiji days before. Their courage to act diminished. Furthermore, when thinking of those stubborn officials who had created today's situation, they were even less interested in meddling in this matter. Some had just stood up wanting to do something, but upon seeing everyone around either intentionally or unintentionally remain still, they simply pretended to be oblivious. For a moment the Xiaobai Building was utterly silent. Wang Luo on the other hand surveyed the reactions of those around him and couldn't help but smile. He bowed and saluted, offering a gesture of respect to everyone. The justice of the public remains in people's hearts. When Wang Luo bowed in greeting, even the most radical of the Qingyi had completely abandoned any thoughts of using force against him. Without the impulse to resort to violence, people naturally calm down to contemplate more matters. For instance, is this shattered Dao heart perhaps reminiscent of something? It has been 2 days since Li Dongyang's Dao heart shattered on Stone Street, and naturally everyone in the Qingping division is aware of it. However, since the shattering of a Dao heart is exceedingly rare, few would associate it with anyone from the Stone Street barbecue shop. The most rational explanation is that Li Dongyang's mindset was too poor, his luck even worsened. By a twist of fate, he ended up shattering his own Dao heart, becoming a great joke that could be remembered for a century in the history of the Qingping division. But aside from Li Dongyang, there was also Xia Xuan, who inexplicably suffered damage to his Dao heart, although it did not shatter on the spot and the symptoms were less severe. Now seeing a colleague lying on the ground, it was startlingly reminiscent of Li Dongyang's case, prompting people to consider that impossible possibility. Who in this world could shatter a person's Dao heart? Just as people's hearts were unsettled, a weary Qingyi stepped in from outside the small white building. Upon entering the stagnant atmosphere in the hall, eased and many tense, Qingyi and Bai Yi alike relaxed upon seeing the person's face. Brother Han. Senior Han Yu. As Han Yu wiped the crumbs of pancake off his robe, he furrowed his brow and shouted, "What happened? No one is taking care of the colleagues lying on the ground." A Bai Yi hiding behind a counter stammered, "Brother Han, someone committed an assault. I know, I just saw it through the tree eye in the building." Wu Fan was sycophantic. Oh no, eager to make a name for himself and under public scrutiny, he attacked a civilian, resulting in his Dao heart self-destructing. This revelation caused many to nearly have their eyes pop out. To you, the assailant was actually the Qingyi Wu Fan. Otherwise, are you implying that the one who assaulted was Wang Lu and Luo Xiao, who remained completely still and only spoke a few odd words? Han Yu sighed. A dignified Qingyi can't even manage to apprehend someone on their own turf, leading to a self-destructing Dao heart, and others still have to slander the apprehended party as the assailants. Please have some dignity. The colleagues, ridiculed for their lack of shame, cast angry glances at the Bai Yi newcomer, who was the first to mention the assault. Fortunately, Han Yu then shifted his tone, but even if Wu Fan brought this upon himself and self-destructed, making a fool of himself, he is still a registered Qingyi. Are you just going to let him lie here in embarrassment? Li Gu, didn't you graduate from the Yuan Academy? You received a good evaluation in medicine. Hurry up and provide emergency aid. Li Gu, who was called out, was the Bai Yi woman who had repeatedly received teachings from Wang Luo regarding body cultivation. Hearing this, she quickly dashed out from behind the counter and bent down to check on the unconscious Wu Fan. Indeed, it is the backlash from the shattered Dao heart. Fortunately, the injury is not severe, he is merely unconscious. Han Yu nodded. Well, given his conduct, he clearly hasn't gained any benefits from his Dao heart, so the backlash is not heavy. Take him to the pool to soak him. He then walked over to Wang Luo, smiled and said, "You've truly opened my eyes. You deserve to be the foremost Jade Master." The Jade Master is sure you I am merely her father. Well, in any case, you are here to file a complaint, right? Xiao Zhao, come here to assist. The person mentioned was the Bai Yi who had previously sat beside Li Gu and chatted amiably with Wang Luo, who chuckled again. Brother Han, but the upper management said. Han Yu shot him a glare. What did they say? That a normal complaint process cannot be accepted. Who said that? Of course. Oh no, such openly illegal statements. No one has ever said that. It definitely wasn't me. As the Bai Yi spoke, he was even more delighted. Han Yu blared more fiercely. Stop being a source of amusement. The complaint will be processed as usual. If any Qingyi or Hongyi from above finds it inappropriate, let them come to me. At this moment, countless Qingyi and Hongyi on the second and third floors were watching the show, but no one stepped forward to express grievances to Han Yu. Han Yu said to Wang Luo, "All right, your demands will be processed as usual very soon. However, the Qingping division has many affairs and may not be able to address your complaint immediately." Wang Luo said, "So I plan to oversee your work here. If there is any deliberate procrastination or if there are any misunderstandings during processing, the one lying on the ground will be in good company." Han Yu gasped. This seems a bit domineering, doesn't it? Wang Luo said, "Your seals are more domineering." That remark makes it difficult to respond. Fear not, I still adhere to reason in my duties. Those who act according to the law and have a clear conscience need not worry about anything. Your division staff only need to perform their duties as they vow to the law. When they don their official robes, they will surely be at ease. Han Yu curiously asked, "What if we follow all the proper procedures and yet you still seal your small station? After all, if you are going to be strict with the law, then sealing could be justified." Wang Luo replied, "Then it indicates a problem with your procedures that should be corrected. Even the great law must make adjustments through lawyers to adapt to the needs of reality. Why is it that your Qingping division's procedures are flawless and immovable? Whether sealing boss Luo's small station is a matter of upholding the law or maliciously manipulating the rules, you should know in your hearts." Han Yu said, "But you are not a lawyer." Wang Luo replied, "So I cannot change your rules, I can only urge you to amend them in my own way." Han Yu fell silent for a long time before saying, "Brother, being so high profile, are you not afraid of being regarded as a monster and sent for dissection?" Wang Luo replied, "Who determines that I am the monster that should be dissected? Is it this one lying on the ground? Or someone hiding above? I obtained my own seat of the Jianmu under the supervision of the Great Law, and I am a legitimate citizen of Zhuowang. To label me as a monster means to openly trample on a nation's laws. How many Dao hearts does that person possess to shatter? Han Yu seemed to grasp something. Wang Lu continued. The Great Law is the foundation of civilization in the New World, and whether Qingyi or other bureaucrats, they all wield authority through the Great Law. Therefore, upon taking office, they must swear to uphold the law justly, and this oath forms the Dao heart of all of you. This Dao heart is not only the basis for the various regimes to gain the trust of the populace, but also a restraint imposed by the Great Law on those who enforce it. Thus, despite the fact that this restraint has not always been effectively enforced in recent years, with many corrupt individuals remaining unscathed, any regime established on the foundation of the Great Law across the 5 states and 100 nations dares not deny the authority of the Dao heart. Among these, Zhuowang, as the foremost of the 100 nations, is the largest beneficiary under the system of the Great Law. Therefore, in any place within Zhuowang, if you ask any expert scholar or official leader, the conclusion can only be one: the Dao heart shattered on its own. And I was merely fortuitous to witness it. After these words, not only did Han Yu fall silent, but the entire small white building was enveloped in a deathly stillness. In the silence, Wang Lu took out a well-printed booklet. Zhuowang Early Childhood General Knowledge Textbook, just some common sense of society being learned and sold. It's not worth such shock. You all should read more books regularly. Han Yu sighed. I have learned something. At this moment, Xiao Zhao, called to handle the complaint, eagerly completed the complaint process and excitedly said, the complaint has been sent to the monitoring wood hall. Thereafter, as per regulations, they should conduct a preliminary processing within 2 working days. Han Yu said, the regulations of the Qingping division are indeed like that. 2 working days is not excessive. You wouldn't find it slow, would you? Wang Lu replied, as long as everything is according to the law, whether I find it fast or slow does not affect anything. But whether it is fast or slow, whether it is dealt with justly or intentionally delayed, I believe the people in the monitoring wood hall are well aware. Wang Lu paused, his voice slightly cold. If they really don't know, then they must bear the consequences. Han Yu sighed again. Your domineering attitude is making it hard for me to keep up. Don't worry about the monitoring wood hall. They are not the same as certain people who are like birds of a feather. It won't be long before your complaint will be processed. Oh, since it won't be long, I will just wait here. You think this is your own home? As he spoke, Han Yu's talisman suddenly lit up and a young man's voice came through. Brother Han, there are reports of a robbery north of Wanxin Bridge. Please hurry. Wang Lu clasped his hands. Thank you, Qingyi Han. It turns out that when there is a sufficiently urgent motivation, the efficiency of the Qingping department can be extraordinarily high. The complaints processing procedure, which theoretically should be completed within 2 working days, was finished by the Jianmu Hall in just half an hour. Afterwards, they sent a proper Qingyi who brought internal documents to the first floor and explained to Xiao Zhao the handling opinion has been submitted to the newly appointed Simulang Lord and forwarded to the previous Qingyi enforcers. Our opinion is sealing the Taishu station and freezing related transactions are indeed inappropriate enforcement actions. We suggest unsealing it for the parties involved as soon as possible. Such an opinion made all the Qingyi and Baiyi present sigh. Jianmu Hall's straightforward reversal is rare in the history of the Qingping department in Rongcheng. Although most Qingyi did not think much of the previous sealing of the Taishu station by Wu Xiong, and other similar incidents had long become a common sight. Just because they thought little of it, do they not act? Can the orders issued by the lords in red be simply denied by Jianmu Hall? In the past, similar situations mostly arose because some careless Qingyi inadvertently harmed prominent families while enforcing the law. However, although there are tens of thousands of people in Shiji, there are no prominent families in the strict sense, the closest being merely the Zhang family. Moreover, the Qingping department's authority in Shiji is unique and incomparable to other places. Therefore, Jianmu Hall's opinion is simply groundbreaking in the history of this place. At this moment, while the people sighed, they could only applaud Jianmu Hall's decisiveness. First, most people indeed felt sympathy for Luo Xiao's predicament and disapproved of the Qingping department's rash involvement in the Jade Master struggle. Second, the lord who issued the order is not particularly likable. Third, Wang Lu, while waiting for Jianmu Hall to process the procedure in the main hall, was completely unwilling to be idle. Or rather, because he was idle, Wang Lu began casually guiding everyone's work while he waited. Li Gu, report all the errors according to the work manual. This should use the Qingbiao. The Baiyi over there, do not daydream during work hours, at least don't let your eyes dart left and right, making it obvious to everyone. To the Baiyi who left for 20 minutes to apply for the Wheel of Life, your colleagues have already begun writing the complaint. Please return to your post as soon as possible. To the Qingyi watching the show on the second floor, your messaging talisman has been glowing for so long, don't you need to respond? In such a short half hour, while Jianmu Hall processed complaints, Wang Lu single-handedly elevated the work efficiency of the entire Xiabela to a new level. When the Yuqing Lord from the governor's office came to inspect the place accompanied by many lords in red, they did not achieve this level of efficiency. It is unknown how he achieved this. Standing in the hall, it felt as if he connected with the tree eyes inside the building, gaining divine sight that allowed him to see every corner. He could point out any behavior that did not conform to the Qingping department's work standards at the first moment. Although Wang Lu merely provided verbal reminders without any other actions being publicly exposed for work errors or slacking off was already social death. Moreover, nobody knew if such slacking constituted neglect of duty or whether it might somehow damage one's Dao heart. Thus during this short half-hour the Qingyi and Baiyi in the building, while their work efficiency doubled, felt as if each second stretched like an Wang. Brother. Xiao Zhao, after receiving feedback from Jian Muhal, immediately sought to take credit from Wang Luo. Your complaint process is almost complete. Wang Luo nodded. Thank you all for your hard work. So when can we remove the seal and unfreeze Boss Luo's Taishu account? After the Simulang Lord signs off, we will immediately send someone to tear down the seal and give you justice. Oh, when will the Simulang Lord be able to sign off? Xiao Zhao's enthusiasm instantly cooled. I can't say for sure. Lord Zhang just took office and we haven't figured out his temperament yet, but I've heard he is usually diligent, so it shouldn't take too long. Since it shouldn't take too long, can I understand that if it takes a while it's because Lord Zhang is intentionally delaying? Xiao Zhao was left dumbfounded, feeling countless gazes from his colleagues piercing through him like a rain of arrows. Wang Luo chuckled, just joking. Although I don't know Lord Zhang, I imagine that as a member of the Qingping department's management he should be verifying Dao heart theory from multiple sources. I can wait a bit longer, but not too long. Boss Luo has only bought me breakfast and we still haven't figured out lunch. Pausing for a moment, Wang Luo asked, you wouldn't want to treat me to a meal here, would you? Xiao Zhao dared not even think of such a thing. Fortunately, the Simulang Lord responsible for the final review did not keep Wang Luo waiting too long. About half an hour later he marked his agreement on Jian Muhal's opinion. The Qingyi, who were already prepared, rushed out like they had been pardoned, tearing down the seal from the small station across the street and unfreezing Boss Luo's account in Taishu. Their actions were even more expedient than when they had sealed it originally. Thus Wang Luo did not linger and nodded to the people in Xiabela before getting up to take his leave. As he left Xiabela, many spectators had gathered outside. The gazes directed at Wang Luo were filled with awe. Even Luo Xiao enjoyed the accompanying treatment. Many neighbors who once affectionately called him Lao Tuozi, Lao Pangzi or Lao Guangto now all changed their address to Boss Luo. The flabbergasted Boss Luo looked at the reopened small station and the envious gazes all around, feeling a surge of emotions. Brother Wang Luo, I won't say any more unnecessary words. From now on, as long as you say the word, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you. Wang Luo waved his hand. No need to be so polite. The matter originated from me, so I should naturally be responsible for wrapping things up. The small station can continue to operate as usual and business will proceed as normal. Don't worry. After this incident it's as if the Qingping department has helped us with advertising for free and business will definitely thrive in the future. After a pause, Luo Xiao added, what do you want to eat for lunch? I know a restaurant in the upper city called Ziwuzu that specializes in various Haizhou specialties and has quite a good reputation, having received 2 stars from Meilin. I have a friend working there as a foreman and I can ask him to arrange a table for us. Before he could finish, a commotion arose not far away. An elderly woman with a sharp voice was tearing through the eardrums of the onlookers like a thunder drill used for home renovations. You shameless lecher. Is this what a cultured person from the upper city looks like? How can you have no conscience? What, playing dead? Let me tell you, if you think you can just gloss over this, you're mistaken. Beside the elderly woman, a young Qingyi radiating a faint glow was trying to maintain order and disperse the crowd while helplessly soothing the elderly woman. Upon hearing this thunderous voice and the Qingyi's helpless words, Luo Zhao's speech abruptly halted and he sighed. Old Qin is truly unlucky. Wang Luo asked curiously, how do you know it's Old Qin? There's no one else who provokes women's hatred like him. This is the 5th time this month. Luo Xiao replied, my small station is right across from Xiabela, so I see it clearly every time. I can only say it's astonishing. Then Luo Xiao suddenly realized Old Qin seems to be renting a place in Xiaoya's courtyard. He's your neighbor. Wang Luo replied, so I'll go gather him first. We can discuss lunch later. See you. To redeem the man, Wang Luo slightly disrupted his own schedule, foregoing the highly rated delicacies of Meilin to return to the White Lodge. His return caught everyone off guard. As he nonchalantly followed Qingyi and Qinyu into the first floor hall, a wave of panic swept through the crowd. The young man in blue robes ahead, oblivious, called for his colleague's help. Brother Han. Is Brother Han here? It's Old Qin, the gatekeeper from the East District meatpacking plant again. This time he's offended someone else and I can't handle it. Wait, why are you all looking at me like that? Is there a Yuqing inspector behind me? When the young man in blue robes turned in horror, he saw only the chattering old woman Qinyu with his head bowed in silence and a white-robed youth with a faint smile. It's nothing serious, right? Don't scare me like that. Joking about a Yuqing inspector might summon the real one. As the blue-robed man complained, a streak of blue light descended before him. His long-awaited senior Han Yu appeared with a look of stern disappointment, like a father grieving over an unworthy son. Shally, if you don't curb that loose tongue of yours you'll never earn a red sash in this lifetime, Han Yu said, patting him on the shoulder. Signaling that he would take over, he smoothly assumed control of Qin Yu and the old woman. Han Yu displayed no special expression or gesture. His words were blunt and direct, lacking the courteous demeanor of Shally. Yet the old woman responded well to this approach. Her tone softened and her aggression faded. Within moments she was nodding in agreement, though her gaze toward Qin Yu remained venomous. Freed from his duties, Shally turned to Wang Lu with curiosity. Who are you? Why does everyone keep staring at you? Are you a star from some recent Mirage performance? I don't usually watch mirages. Shaoli's chatter was cut short as an overwhelming pressure descended from all directions. This baffled him further. Wait, did I say something wrong again? No way, is not watching mirages a crime now? Have some sense. Finally, a blue-robed man with a red sash leaped down from the third floor, grabbed Shaoli and tossed him to the second floor. Then turning to Wang Lu, he asked cautiously, why are you back? Wang Lu pointed at Qin Yu nearby. In his guarantor here to take him home. The red-sashed man glanced at Qin Yu with confusion as if to ask, that's all. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Fine, fine. Take him and go. With that, the red-sashed man grabbed Qin Yu's arm and thrust him toward Wang Lu like a freebie. Then with a sweep of his sleeve he prepared to use the azure robe's mystic art sleeve of gentle breeze to send both out of the White Lodge. This breeze had no lethal power, it was merely used to disperse crowds and maintain order. Yet it was an authentic official mystic art backed by the great laws inherently suppressing commoners. In theory, even a nascent soul master would tremble before the breeze of a red-sashed azure robe. However, after the sleeve sweep, the red-sashed man was astonished to find he was indeed pushing against a nascent soul. Though Wang Lu moved with the wind, he only shifted 3 feet in place without even a stumble. This was not because Wang Luo's cultivation rivaled a nascent soul, nor because the red-sashed man's skills were lacking. The crucial element of the breeze, official authority, had proven utterly ineffective. The red-sashed man froze, a terrifying possibility dawning on him. Who could defy official authority? Who could shatter a Dao heart? Thus the second breeze he had prepared faltered. Wang Lu, who had intended to use the momentum to leave, paused instead. For at that moment he heard Shaoli's startled cry from the second floor. What? Zhang Simu was going to discipline Senior Yuzhu. Why? They had no grudge before, right? No MMPH. The cry was abruptly silenced as if a hot bun had been stuffed into his mouth, but the information was already out. Wang Lu glanced up at the second floor and murmured, Zhang Simu will remember that. Inside the Qingping Lodge even a whisper could be heard by all azure robes, yet Wang Lu deliberately lowered his voice. Some words spoken softly carry more weight. Wang Lu did not rush to check on Yuzhu, instead he methodically escorted Qin Yu out of the White Lodge. The grim-faced man uttered a quiet thanks, bowed earnestly to Wang Lu and trudged homeward with a numb zombie-like gait. Had he been free, Wang Lu would have analyzed his fate to see why a man destined for romantic fortune repeatedly met his doom through love. But as before, Wang Lu was not free. By his calculations, Shi Yu and Zhang Yu should have met by now, and he was curious about the outcome. Zhang Yu, Zhang Simu, surely this was no coincidence. Time rewound by an hour. In the East District of Stone Street, north of Xiangshan Road, amid the most bustling food district, stood a towering bamboo shoot-shaped building. Crystal clear, it was surrounded by an elegant miniature garden which itself was pressed against noisy shops with lush flora flourishing between them. Its design embodied the opulent style of the upper district, yet seamlessly blended into the grassroots street scene. Throughout Rongqing, few buildings could harmonize such contrasting styles, and on Stone Street it was unique. Thus it became a landmark of Stone Street, rivaling the five-story White Lodge of the Qingping Division. It was the residence of Zhang Yu, the wealthiest man on Stone Street. Those familiar with Rongqing's history, especially Stone Street's, would know that this modern bamboo shoot building had a history stretching back over 8,000 years. Back then Rongqing was called Lingxi Town. The Shi family ancestors, after over a millennium of pioneering, transformed the wilderness at the foot of Lingshan into a thriving town. As the family grew, the original Shi family courtyard became too cramped. The patriarch of the time sought a new site and built a spacious grand mansion. Over the next millennia the mansion underwent hundreds of renovations, always serving as the Shi family head's residence and the core of Lingxi Town City. The ancestral home gradually became a memorial and ceremonial site. In the 900s of the new immortal calendar, the declining Shi family could no longer maintain the mansion and was forced to sell it to the rising Zhang family of Stone Street, along with a jade talisman. The family moved back to the once despised cramped ancestral home. Over the next 2 centuries the Shi family huddled there, watching as the new masters renovated the old dilapidated mansion into something increasingly magnificent and alien. Fortunately, within the bamboo shoot building a hospitable host was now introducing the many changes of the past 200 years to a new visitor. This 3-story atrium houses rare spiritual plants from 5 continents and 100 nations. The ability to accommodate plants from diverse environments is thanks to this pure essence divine glass shield. A relic of the old era, it retains its divine power through celestial changes, far more valuable than the mere ornamental flora within. When I hired artisans from Xinglan Manor to expand this building, I insisted on centering the third and fourth floors around the shield regardless of cost. This both creates a hanging garden vista and honors the shield's original owner, the Shi family. Zhang Yu, hands clasped behind his backside with emotion. Whenever I behold this artifact, I remind myself of two things. First, the Shi family are Rongcheng's pioneers and Stone Street's former rulers, their influence so deeply rooted that every corner of this land bears their mark. I must always respect this nearly 10,000-year-old lineage. Second, nothing in this world lasts forever. The mighty Lingshan fell to heavenly tribulation. The prosperous Shi family of Rongcheng declined with the times, even forced to sell their heirloom. If I don't diligently manage the family, my descendants may be replaced by others. With that, Zhang Yu turned to his young visitor. May I ask, Miss Shi Yue, what are your thoughts on this? The greatest shame for a family is to have its precious heritage displayed in the exhibition cabinet of an enemy. Thus, when Zhang Yu showcased the Fengjing divine glass shield to Shi Yue, despite claiming to show respect for the Shi family, his true intentions were blatantly obvious. Unlike those family disciples who had long bowed to reality and were willing to flatter the nouveau riche, Shi Yue had never given up hope of revitalizing her family. Unlike those family disciples who had long bowed to reality and were willing to flatter the nouveau riche, Shi Yue had never given up hope of revitalizing her family. The seemingly ethereal traditions and glories always held a place in her heart. This was a kind of unreasonable and unyielding stubbornness. Every person in Shi Street knew of Shi Yue's obstinacy, and thus, while a few mocked her for her lack of self-awareness, many others chose to respect the young indebted girl. Zhang Yu was certainly aware of Shi Yue's temperament, and by broaching this topic he was almost openly provoking her. Shi Yue naturally felt anger rising within her, yet she did not unleash it. Faced with Zhang Yu's question, she suppressed her inner fire and chose to feign ignorance. Boss Zhang, I apologize for the abrupt visit. It's about Luoshao. His Taisu Little Station has been unjustly sealed by the Qingping Division, freezing an important transaction and cutting off funds, leaving him on the brink of bankruptcy. After a pause, Shi Yu recalled the words taught to her by Wang Lu and continued, Boss Zhang, you are the richest in Shi Street and are honored as the Jade Master, an undeniable prominent figure in this locality. Now that there's trouble in the neighborhood, you should set an example and not stand idly by. You have extensive connections in Rong City. Could you possibly reach out to some influential figures to help mediate? Your wealth amounts to billions, and such negotiation fees are merely a drop in the bucket for you, yet they weigh heavily on the ordinary people of Shi Street. Before Shi Yu could finish, Zhang Yu could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor. He instinctively relaxed his clasped hands behind his back and his eyelids involuntarily twitched. Do you even know what you are saying? Shi Yu responded somewhat blankly, to enlighten with reason and to move with emotion. You are clearly taking advantage of others' generosity. Shi Yu nodded. That could be one way to put it. At least it's more pleasant than saying I'm freeloading. Zhang Yu was taken aback, his gaze scrutinizing the young girl once more as he remarked, these words hardly seem like your own, they sound more like someone else's instructions relayed through you. Shi Yu did not deny it. That's right, everything was taught to me by Wang Lu. If you have any objections, you can address them to him. After all, Boss Zhang must know him, otherwise you wouldn't have so quickly incited the Qingping Division to check on Boss Luo's accounts. With this, it was clear that Shi Yu was no longer concerned about maintaining a polite facade. After all, the artifacts of the Shi family had been presented to provoke her. What was left to be subtle about? Regardless of whether Zhang Yu was behind the Qingping Division's actions against the little station, she would simply place the blame on him for now. Zhang Yu remained silent for a moment before stating, this matter has nothing to do with me. Why would I incite the Qingping Division to target the residents of Shi Street? You are being rather petty, Shi Yu. Shi Yu responded then with Boss Zhang's open-mindedness, would you be willing to help Boss Luo out of his predicament? Zhang Yu replied, I have no ties with Luoshao and I know nothing of his character. Now that the Qingping Division has determined he has issues, should I just absolve him because of your words? What would that do to the commercial order of Shi Street? What about the majesty of the law? Shi Yu sighed and said, so to summarize, Boss Zhang's stance is that you are unwilling to help. Zhang Yu stated, even if we took 1,000 steps back and I truly wanted to help, what could be done? The Qingping Division is currently conducting special inspections and rectifications, and everything will be treated with utmost severity. And although I have seen some success in business, why should I expect the esteemed Qingping Division to show leniency at this critical moment? Shi Yu responded, so to summarize, Boss Zhang's stance is that you are unwilling to help. Zhang Yu could hardly contain his anger. You come to my residence just to say these sarcastic words? Shi Yu said, so to summarize. Enough. Zhang Yu finally lost his composure, first anger surging within him. Is this how the esteemed Jade Master presents himself, as a clown? Shi Yu finally stopped her repetition, feeling a chill in her heart. In this game of seeing who would break composure first, she strictly adhered to the teachings of her master and as expected achieved an overwhelming victory. Zhang Yu's reaction, having lost his composure, also indicated a lot. Today her purpose of probing had essentially been fulfilled. So now she had to consider what to do if Zhang Yu called the guards to beat her up. However, at that moment a panicked girl dressed as a maid hurried down the stairs. The girl was beautiful and graceful, although she wore maid attire. Her hairdo and wrists were adorned with exquisite jewelry, clearly favored by her master. But at this moment Zhang Yu was clearly not in the mood to care for the girl and immediately frowned. "Didn't I say not to disturb me if there is nothing important?" The girl immediately realized she had come at the wrong time, but there was nothing she could do. She explained pitifully, "The third young master has returned and insists on seeing the master. I simply couldn't stop him." Zhang Yu restrained some of his misplaced anger and replied, "What is that good-for-nothing back for? Tell him to wait outside." However, just as he spoke, a series of heavy thuds echoed from the staircase, clearly indicating that the third young master did not intend to wait outside. Zhang Yu could only clasp his hands toward Shui Yue. "Please excuse me for a moment, Shui Wei. Take our guest to the tea room on the 4th floor to rest." The layout of the Zhang family's tea room is unique, a large shaped counter facing you within which the Fengjing divine glass shield nurtures precious teas from all over the 5 states, available for picking at any time. When esteemed guests come to visit, a dedicated tea master will arrive to showcase their skills. This is almost a standard feature of the wealthy families in Rome City. As the richest in Shur Street, Zhang Yu naturally followed suit, spending heavily to invite a master of tea ceremony from Yu City who was said to have dedicated his life to the art of tea, with every movement allowing one to savor the lush greenness. Unfortunately, after Shui Yu settled in the tea room, she waited for a long time without seeing the master arrive, while the maid Qi Shui Wei appeared visibly distracted, lingering at the door with her gaze wandering and her ears twitching as if eavesdropping. After a while she simply bowed to Shui Yu and excused herself. "I will go find Master Zhuang right away." It was clear that seeking Master Zhuang was just an excuse. The girl's departing figure did not seem like one that intended to return. Shui Yu was quite pleased with the quietness. Seeing Qi Shui Wei leave, she simply curled her lip. "What era is it now, and you're still using old titles like Master and Young Master? Are you trying to reenact the past? Even those who truly came from the old days didn't have so many rules like you." She then felt a bit thirsty. When she clashed with Zhang Yu she seemed to be at ease, but inside her tension had reached its peak. As a girl with a family in decline and debts in the millions, how could she not feel nervous facing the head of a family with billions and a history of 200 years? She relied on the burning of the stone fire within her to maintain a steady stream of courage. However, with too much burning, thirst was inevitable. Since the tea master had not yet arrived, Shui Yu stood up to find water to drink, but in this vast tea room with over 100 varieties of tea trees displayed in the counter, there wasn't even a kettle to be found. However, in the process of searching for water, Shui Yu unexpectedly discovered the arrangement of this tea room oddly familiar, as if she had been here countless times before. This was of course unrealistic. The decline of the Shur family was a long process that had lasted for hundreds of years. By the time Shui Yu was born, the Shur family could only be considered a moderately well-off family, and a moderately well-off family certainly could not have a dedicated tea room. In a moment of clarity, the girl suddenly remembered the source of this déjà vu. Long ago her mother had held an old book telling her stories about the past of the Shur family, recounting the details of the grand courtyard that had once housed thousands of years of family glory. Of course her mother had never lived in that courtyard. Her understanding of it came entirely from the ancestral records passed down for centuries, yet she seemed to truly live in the old Shur family, holding her daughter's hand, introducing her to every detail of their home. In her mother's stories, the Shur family had a tea room as elegant as this one, collecting various rare tea plants dedicated to the spiritual mountains of the immortals from all over the 9 regions. Many heads of the Shur family enjoyed practicing meditation and receiving honored guests in this tea room. Perhaps the tea room Zhang Yu arranged on the 4th floor, just like the Fengjing divine glass shield, was a heritage of the Shur family. Thinking of this, Shui Yu suddenly felt a surge of excitement, murmuring to herself, if this truly is a heritage of the Shur family, then according to the records in the book. As she spoke, she stood up and walked to a corner of the tea room, stood on an old square tile, and reached out to feel the wooden wall until her fingertip touched a small protrusion. Got it. In the next moment, the stone fire in her abdomen reignited, stirring her divine sense outward, and she indeed sensed an almost imperceptible invisible net. Through this fine net flowing within the Fengjing divine glass shield, Shui Yu felt as if she had connected to a tree's eye. Then she heard the conversation happening on the 3rd floor. In the courtyard on the 3rd floor there was a vibrant aerial garden, and a pair of father and son were at odds with each other. Zhang Yu, with graying hair and beard, regarded his younger son with a mix of anger and regret, observing his son's dyed golden hair and blue eyes along with his unathletic plump physique. He remained silent, yet his gaze was enough to pierce Zhang Fuhong's pride. Thus Zhang Fuhong glared back unceremoniously and said in a deep voice, "Father, I know you have always looked down upon me, believing I am inferior to my elder brothers, and have tarnished the Zhang family's reputation. Yes. I am slow in my cultivation, my mind is not particularly sharp, and even my appearance cannot compare to others. You look down on me, and I can accept that. But there should at least be some basic fairness among brothers." Zhang Yu sneered, "What do you find unfair this time? I just want to ask, what authority does my second brother have to directly move the funds from the public account?" Zhang Yu was slightly taken aback, but not because of the public account's funds. "You come here to cause a ruckus over such trivial matters while I am entertaining guests." Zhang Fuhong was left speechless. Such trivial matters. Father, do you think everything my elder brothers do is trivial? And when I take a day off it's a grave matter. Zhang Yu couldn't be bothered to argue further and waved his hand. You brothers can handle your own affairs. I do want to handle it myself. My second brother moved the public accounts funds without even informing me. My attempts to contact him through the talisman were in vain and he has never respected the rules of the public account from the beginning. Just then Zhang Yu let out a soft sound of surprise. Your second brother has sent a message. Zhang Fuhong couldn't help but say he moved the funds from the brother's public account but only speaks to you as father. No wonder you arranged for him to join the Qingping office and serve as the deputy to the Sun Toritire head officer. As the younger brother I truly have learned a lot. Zhang Yu ignored his son's sarcasm, activated the spirit talisman and asked Fulan, what is it? Father, the task you asked me to handle has encountered a problem. That Wang Luo is quite formidable. From my estimation he might be an inspector sent down from the Golden Deer Hall. Zhang Ye's expression changed immediately. Absolutely impossible. He personally visited this morning, breaking the Dao heart of a green-clothed individual, and then I used a disciplinary language talisman to test him, but I suffered backlash. Zhang Ye's expression shifted again. Are you alright? I'm fine, it's not serious, and fortunately I had a friend from the Harmonious Law Hall with me who lent me the pure good jade bottle to ward off the calamity trapping the backlash in the bottle. However, this bottle had been used by someone else, so I cannot return it to the Harmonious Law Hall and must buy it myself. I temporarily moved funds from the public account and will ask you to replenish it later. Zhang Yu disregarded the financial matter and asked again about the inspector. Are you sure? Is he truly from the Golden Deer Hall? But can a Dao heart really be broken by someone? Can only an inspector break a Dao heart? I'm not sure, but after considering everything this seems to be the only possibility. A regular inspector certainly wouldn't break someone's Dao heart casually, but what if it's a Golden Deer inspector? Legend has it that inspectors from the Golden Deer Hall are personally appointed by the master, and then they must ascend to the peak of the Jianmu, plucking leaves that bear the law, thereafter becoming the earthly embodiment of the great law, exclusively overseeing all illegalities and abuses of power within the country. Father, do you remember there is an article in the elementary educational materials that talks about how shortly after the establishment of Zhu Wang a certain governor was corrupt and abusive? The master sent a Golden Deer messenger, and upon their meeting that governor's Dao heart shattered and his mind collapsed. Isn't that a fairy tale for 6 or 7-year-old elementary students to learn to read? But only in fairy tales do we have accounts of someone casually breaking a Dao heart with a mere gesture. And recently there have been 3 Dao hearts shattered in the Qingping office, all directly related to him. Moreover, it is said that all green-clothed spells are significantly weakened against him. Father, right now I can only think of the 6 words Golden Deer Hall Inspector. Of course it's also possible that I am overthinking it, but this matter must not be taken lightly. As for the issue with Shi Yuat, I recommend we put it on hold for now. Zhang Yu responded, how can we put it on hold? This matter was something I personally promised to young Master Bo from the Jinlan Dock. Then let Jinlan Dock handle it. If Wang Luo is indeed the inspector from the Golden Deer Hall, only Jinlan Dock and the waves of the merchant association behind it can deal with it. After all, inspectors can only restrain bureaucrats and cannot impose restrictions on private merchant associations. And if Wang Luo is not an inspector, having Jinlan Dock verify it is better than us guessing blindly. Zhang Yu finally nodded. All right, I will discuss this matter with young Master Bo. In the meantime, you be cautious. Rest assured as it stands that Wang Luo's abilities are not invincible. He can only break someone's Dao heart without any other influence, so as long as I use the pure good jade bottle from the Harmonious Law Hall to counteract the backlash, there should be no major issues. Additionally, the special rectification work is about to enter the next phase. The team leader sent by the governor's office is quite strict and probably won't go easy on us. Let the third brother be cautious, spend more time in the factory to adapt and avoid messing around in the void. I have a meeting now, we'll talk in detail when I get back tonight. After retracting the spirit talisman, Zhang Yu looked at his golden-haired, blue-eyed younger son and asked, did you understand? Then you can leave. Zhang Fuhong widened his eyes. What do you mean? So I can leave after understanding. So my second brother can casually use the public funds and still expect you to make up the difference. Zhang Ye's frown deepened after hearing those matters just now. Is that all you can think of? Zhang Fuhong was somewhat exasperated and said, no, your implication is that I have a small vision and am holding back my second brother. But why should I have a grand vision? The major business in the upper city is managed by my elder brother. I rarely even see the account books. Meanwhile, my second brother has consumed all the family's resources holding the position of a grand officer in the Qingping office, and when we meet he acts like a father, constantly criticizing me for messing around. When it comes to my turn, I inherit a factory full of scheming commoners, and being there for half a day leaves me covered in filth. Even the maids at home look down on me. You should give me an opportunity for a grand vision. On the 4th floor tea room, Shi Yuat finally let out a breath after a long time. The dialogue between the Zhang family father and son was unexpectedly explosive, the density of information nearly overwhelming her spiritual consciousness. Zhang's second son actually serving as an officer in the Qingping office. No, this matter has become irrelevant. Zhang's ambition is well known on Stone Street, and appointing someone with decent cultivation talent to a position is perfectly reasonable. What is surprising is that Zhang's family is actually targeting her deliberately. Moreover, they are colluding with Jinlandak, the major money house in the upper city, to target her. How could a single heir from a family burdened with millions in debt deserve such grand treatment? Is it just because she holds a single remaining jade talisman? Then why not target Kong Zhang instead? And the most surprising thing is Wang Lu is actually the inspector from the Golden Deer Hall. What are you thinking? How could I possibly be an inspector? A voice that suddenly appeared in her mind nearly made Shuriwei take off from her spot. What are you doing here? No, can you hear what I'm thinking? Wang Lu explained, since you have been visiting Zhang Yu for so long, I checked your status with the Ascension record and conveniently your thoughts appeared in the status bar. Why would my thoughts appear in the Ascension record? Wang Luo thought for a moment. This is also my first time holding the Mountain Lord version of the Ascension record, and I don't know much about its permission mechanism. I can only guess that when your loyalty reaches 100 it automatically unlocks more permissions. This morning it was still at 98, and after meeting with Zhang Yu it increased by 5 points. It seems my teachings resonated with you deeply. Absolutely not. In any case, do well. Your current loyalty is 103,150. I never knew loyalty could exceed its maximum value. Perhaps reaching the next stage will bring surprises. For me it only means surprises of fright. Just as Shuriwei was infuriated and embarrassed, hurried footsteps came from outside the tea room. Qi Shuiwei returned with the bitter expression of a maid from a wealthy family who had suffered and said softly, "The master wants me to take you downstairs." Shuriwei frowned at this. Why did she sound like a jailer? This maid really is something. But at that moment she had no heart to quibble with a maid over words and etiquette, and simply nodded, following Qi Shuiwei back to the courtyard on the third floor. The golden-haired blue-eyed Zhang Fuhong had vanished, and from the lingering atmosphere at the scene it was clear that the father and son had parted on unpleasant terms. Yet Zhang Yu bore no trace of displeasure on his face and regarded Shuriwei with his usual gaze. Regarding Boss Luo. There's no need for your trouble. Wang Luo just sent a talisman to inform me that the matter has been satisfactorily resolved. Shuriwei interrupted, and I have nothing else to trouble you with, so I won't stay here to hinder Boss Zhang from handling family matters. Perhaps we'll meet again. In fact, Shuriwei had considered whether to pretend to be oblivious to the matter regarding Zayabela and test Zhang Yu with some feigned conversation. But she knew very well that she was not good at deception. She had purely relied on replicating Wang Luo's rhetoric to break Zhang Ye's defenses. So, Mountain Lord, can you truly shatter someone's Dao heart at will? Back at home, Shuriyu was most eager to ask this question. Wang Luo shook his head. Of course not. If a person acts uprightly with a clear conscience, I cannot shake their Dao heart in my current state. And what about the Qingping division? The shattered Dao hearts of the several green robes were indeed my doing. Wang Luo mused. But I only know the what, not the why. It was only when they openly broke their vows and abused power before me that I felt as if I had grasped an invisible mechanism. With a mere thought I could make them pay for their oath-breaking. You still claim you're not an inspector? Shuriyu exclaimed. This ability to shatter Dao hearts at will is exclusive to the legendary Golden Deer Hall inspectors. Wang Luo asked curiously, tell me more about this legend. Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, when Zhu Wang was first established, a regional governor was corrupt and embezzled. Lady Ji Yao then appointed a trusted confidant as an inspector to investigate. That Golden Deer envoy possessed divine eyes that could see into men's hearts and the authority to directly pronounce a verdict of oath-breaking, causing a backlash against the Dao heart. With these two divine powers she easily exposed the governor's lawless acts, shattered his Dao heart, and restored justice and peace to the local people. Upon hearing this, Wang Luo couldn't help but smile. Then I am even less likely to be an inspector. Why not? Because the core of an inspector isn't the power to shatter Dao hearts, but the backing of the Golden Deer Hall that allows them to do so without consequence, and the deterrent force of Senior Sister's dominance over the world. Otherwise, shattering a Dao heart merely causes a regression in cultivation and social death on the spot. Similar effects could be achieved 70 or 80% of the time by throwing feces or dog blood. So that power isn't the key. And clearly I lack the Golden Deer Hall's endorsement, so I cannot be considered an inspector. Hearing this, Shuriyu grew worried. Mountain Lord, by using the inspector's powers so openly, won't you alert the Golden Deer Hall? Wang Luo said, I'm curious about that too. I hope Jinlandak can help me investigate thoroughly. So you're not sure how the Golden Deer Hall will react? If I were sure, I would have contacted Senior Sister long ago, asking her to ride a rainbow cloud to fetch me. Unfortunately, she has already severed ties with the old Spirit Mountain. Shuriyu was even more astonished. Does that mean the Golden Deer Hall might act against you? Theoretically, from the moment I awoke, the Golden Deer Hall should have acted against me. Even if they didn't react then after I took you on a tour of the Spirit Mountain Forbidden Zone and repelled the heavenly punishment there, they couldn't have remained ignorant and silent. Since the Golden Deer Hall said nothing, then I'll bet they won't speak now either. Wang Lu continued. Moreover, the Tao heart is the theoretical foundation for governing the world across the 5 continents and 100 kingdoms, and a deeply ingrained common sense for all. When faced with reality that overturns this common sense, people would rather deceive themselves. For example, if you were a Yuching of the Golden Deer Hall, would you rather believe that a wandering stranger from the southern countryside could freely shatter Tao hearts, or believe that the worthless green robes of Stone Street broke their own Tao hearts and blamed it on the locals? Recalling her first encounter with Wang Lu, when she was more willing to label him as a Molan agent than accept his identity as Mountain Lord, Shiryu found his speculation quite reasonable. Having easily resolved Wang Luo's problem, it was time for a less pleasant topic. Mountain Lord, I've been thinking all the way back, why is the Zheng family targeting me like this? Even for the jade talisman in my hand, it shouldn't warrant colluding with Jinlan Doc, should it? Then I remembered something. After Shi Xiuxing incurred a massive gambling debt, he had to mortgage the Shi family's management rights over Spirit Mountain as a guardian clan to get a loan from a money house. And that money house, like Jinlan Doc, is under the Bolan Manor banner. Wang Luo asked, what exactly is Bolan Manor? It's the premier super merchant group in Rongqing, and even in Zhuwang, ranking among the top across the 5 continents and 100 kingdoms. The richest man in Stone Street, Zheng Yu, is no more than an ant before Bolan Manor, Shiryu introduced. Their business scope is vast, with real estate and money houses at the core. Wang Luo couldn't help but remark, sounds like it's ripe for a bubble burst. Why? Shiryu was puzzled. Bolan Manor's operations have always been stable. Its Rongqing headquarters is a dream workplace for many academy students. Shaking her head, Shiryu added, anyway, I might be overthinking, but I feel that behind all this perhaps Bolan Manor is pulling the strings and Zheng Yu is just a convenient pawn. Of course, I'm probably flattering myself. What benefit could the mighty Bolan Manor gain from harassing a family as decayed as the Shi family? Now the Shi family only has a rundown ancestral courtyard valued at 4 or 5 million, a management right over Spirit Mountain region worth tens of millions but utterly unenforceable, and a jade talisman that high society considers insignificant. After speaking, the girl sighed in frustration. However, in Wang Luo's view, solving this problem was easy. The pressure to attack was not on his side. The anxious ones were the Zheng family or Bolan Manor. So as senior sister would say, hold the high ground and wait for them to come. The name Bolan Manor sounded rather unlucky. Because when you're a water person, the waves must be high. The conversation with Shiryu didn't last long. Before lunchtime, the spirit talisman at her waist beeped, causing the girl's brows to relax and her face to light up with joy. The Ningyuan Pavilion is recruiting docents again. They need temporary staff to host an exchange group from the Yeyang Academy. The pay is 1,500. Wang Luo was startled. Such good fortune. Can you take me along? Shiryu was equally surprised. Mountain Lord, you earn millions a day and still care about such petty cash. As she spoke, her delicate nose wrinkled and her brows twitched, revealing a possessiveness like a puppy guarding its food. Wang Luo explained, labor brings wealth. It has a different meaning. Since leaving Spirit Mountain and entering the mortal world, Wang Luo had accumulated wealth through various channels. Gifts, Shiryu gave him pocket money, diligent work drawing cards for others, pre-selling cards. But the Ascension record only recognized income from labor. Thus Wang Luo had no choice but to treat ill-gotten gains as dirt and earn his wealth through honest work. Mountain Lord, your noble sentiments are admirable, but the Ningyuan Pavilion docents must first obtain a docent qualification certificate, which requires a graduation certificate from a designated academy. So unfortunately, even the Mountain Lord couldn't snatch the sweet gig from her today. Wang Luo nodded in understanding and let Shiryu go off to fiercely compete with those flashy peers for the job. Shiryu beamed with joy and her loyalty rose a few points. Having bid farewell to Shiryu, Wang Luo didn't stay home or seek out Boss Luo to enjoy Haijiu cuisine. Seeing the fresh shimmering prompt on the Ascension record after Shiryu's loyalty exceeded 100, he didn't want to waste time. He stepped out, turned west and headed to the triangular alley in Stone Street. He didn't see the third Jade Lord, who was said to set up a stall there. Inquiring with the neighbors, he learned that Kong Zhang's chess stall was only open in the morning, precisely when he was displaying his divine powers at the Qingping division. Having missed the chance to meet Wang Luo, wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he followed the path from the triangular alley southward and soon returned to the Wanqing Bridge. The scenery on the bridge was still dazzling and charming, the prosperity of the upper district like an unfading sun. And the bone chariot beneath the bridge remained as eerie and terrifying as ever. A few urchins were playing under the bridge, using exquisite scraps of immortal silk for a role-playing game, competing to be the legendary heroes who pacified the wasteland, slaying all kinds of wilderness demons with their swords, their laughter and shouts unceasing. But when Wang Luo blew the bone whistle, causing the bone chariot of the nether path to materialize, those little heroes fled in panic, scattering in all directions. Business on the chariot was still sparse. Only a stark white skeleton driver, seeing Wang Luo board, bowed seriously, its jaw clattering. An eerie wind blew inside the chariot, faintly echoing with the low wails of vengeful spirits. Wang Luo took a seat behind the driver. As the bone chariot started and the scenery on both sides whizzed by, he asked, "Is this route always this quiet? No other passengers even in broad daylight?" The driver emitted a series of crisp bone collisions as if replying. Unfortunately, Wang Lu hadn't had time to learn the true words for controlling ghosts back then, so the conversation couldn't continue. However, Wang Lu vaguely grasped a clue. Perhaps the emptiness of the bone chariot wasn't solely due to poor business of the nether path in Zhuwang, but because the chariot intentionally excluded other passengers, specially welcoming his arrival. Interesting. No wonder Senior Sister once said that the nether path, as the foremost of the 3 demonic sects, has the keenest senses in the world. Alright, if you ever want to talk, feel free to find me. As he finished speaking, a gust of eerie wind blew through the chariot. Standing at the foot of Ling Mountain, gazing up at the familiar yet unfamiliar peak and sky, Wang Lu let out a long sigh. The sound of his sigh floated through the valley with the wind stirring the mountain breeze as if it were enthusiastically responding to the return of its master. In the new era, everything in Rome City was wonderful, its scenery as magnificent as that of the celestial realm. Yet no matter how good Rome City was, it could never compare to Ling Mountain. Even though it lay in ruins, cut off from the world, and the 100 halls of Ling Mountain were shrouded in mist, this place remained his true home. This return was for the purpose of retrieving something. To retrieve the Ascension record which had newly opened for him. After Shiryu's loyalty unexpectedly exceeded 100, the Ascension record displayed a line of delightful hints. The Hall of All Laws is now open. This simple statement held profound significance for Wang Lu. Firstly, this meant that the seals on the 100 halls of Ling Mountain were not insurmountable. By following the hints on the Ascension record and completing specific achievements, the mist outside certain halls would recede. Secondly, the Hall of All Laws was the repository of the myriad celestial techniques from the Zhuzhou region. In its prime, it encompassed everything from mundane grassroots techniques to celestial secrets. And naturally included the advanced celestial techniques that Wang Lu needed for his cultivation. Although the celestial techniques of the old era might not be applicable under the changes of the heavenly Tao, the Hall of All Laws contained a wealth of knowledge where he could surely find something useful. With such expectations, Wang Lu deftly traversed the treacherous mountain paths, following the trail of memory through layers of mist. When the view finally cleared before him, he stood before the Hall of All Laws. As hinted by the Ascension record, the grand door of the Hall of All Laws was wide open to him, but the scene beyond had changed from his memories. The former Hall of All Laws was an expansive paradise filled with flowing waters and the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. Many celestial secret techniques were not recorded on traditional mediums like paper or bamboo slips, but were inscribed in the clear air of heaven and earth and the flow of mountains and rivers. To fully document these secret techniques, one had to recreate the rivers and mountains within the hall. However, the present Hall of All Laws was merely a tangible space with neatly arranged bookshelves inside. Countless brick-like books were densely packed on the shelves, yet at a glance they appeared semi-transparent, clearly not in a normal state. As Wang Lu stepped into the hall, he was immediately greeted by a desolate, withered wind, as if it were lamenting the calamity that had struck this place after the old era had passed. After holding his breath for a short while, Wang Lu stopped in front of the nearest row of bookshelves and reached for a copy of Ta Ching Wang Yushu. This was the introductory cultivation method of the Ta Ching sect, using moon-gazing visualization to enter the Tao. It seemed plain and unadorned, yet contained countless insights accumulated over thousands of years by this prestigious sect. Wang Lu had perused it briefly before, and from the perspective of another stone could only rate it as passable, which is why he had only read half of it. In any case, he could borrow at any time at the Hall of All Laws. Now reflecting on it, although the moon-gazing technique was simple, the latter half contained some lunar phases that offered considerable reference value for healing his nascent soul injuries. However, when he reached out to touch this cultivation method, which he could once access freely, he encountered an invisible barrier. Waves rippled through the air, and then a new hint appeared on the Ascension record. To unlock Ta Ching Wang Yushu, you need to pay 100 lingyi. Wang Lu couldn't help but start accumulating question marks. What does paying with lingyi mean? As the master of Ling Mountain, do I really have to pay to peruse my own collected texts? Who set this price? And where do I pay it? Is it from my left hand to my right? With boundless curiosity, Wang Lu took out a shiny lingyi, his earnings from yesterday's job at Lao Hong's home cooking, a legitimate cash asset recognized by the Ascension record. As the lingyi manifested, the invisible barrier before Ta Ching Wang Yushu suddenly dissipated, and the semi-transparent brick-like book seemed to solidify from the void before voluntarily leaping into Wang Luo's hands. At the same time, the lingyi in Wang Luo's hand vanished without a trace. The naturalness of the process even caught Wang Luo off guard. The sensation of the lingyi in his hand, even its afterimage and his gaze, remained perfectly intact, yet its substance had suddenly disappeared. The phenomenon of tangible lingyi turning intangible was not uncommon. Within the coverage of Zhu Wang's branches and roots, lingyi could freely transform between tangible and intangible states, of course with certain limits. Not long ago, his co-worker Fong Qingqing demonstrated how to transfer 1,000 lingyi worth of daily wages into the Taishu card draw, with the process being notably smooth and natural. However, no matter how smooth and natural it was, the transformation of Ling Yi into the intangible still had its process. Upon deeper examination one could discern the vast celestial principles interlinked with the great laws. Yet at this moment Wang Luo found no extra traces, the Ling Yi simply vanished. Clenching his fist, Wang Luo decided not to delve into this for now. The grade of this Ling Yi disappearance technique was so high that he couldn't even comprehend it. Investigating further would only waste time. It was better to seize the moment to read. Opening Ta Ching Wan Yushu, he skimmed through the first half, which he had previously read and memorized. After a heavenly tribulation and a millennium, the language and script of human civilization had naturally undergone numerous changes. Though driven by various factors, this change was controlled to be very subtle, allowing one. After a heavenly tribulation and a millennium, the language and script of human civilization had naturally undergone numerous changes. Though driven by various factors, this change was controlled to be very subtle, allowing Wang Luo to adapt with virtually no cost. But there were indeed changes, and these alterations were reflected in the book in his hands. Moreover, what was more important was that the text explicitly indicated the era applicability of Ta Ching Wan Yushu. This meant that this ancient technique still retained some efficacy in the new era. So this book was not merely a relic from the old era nor even a copy, but rather something from the new era. How could a new era book end up in the sleeping thousand-year-old forbidden zone of Ling Mountain? Wang Luo truly did not expect that this trip to the Hall of All Laws would unlock so many new questions on the map, making him feel as if he had a taste of canned goods on his tongue. However, evidently these questions were not suitable for exploration at the moment. Thus Wang Luo reined in his curiosity and continued to focus on the present. After unlocking the moon-gazing technique according to the asset records of the Ascension record, he still had over 500 Ling Yi available. After surveying the Hall of All Laws, Wang Luo discovered that the only techniques priced at 100 Ling Yi were the entry-level methods of the same tier as the moon-gazing technique, covering the foundation, establishment and golden core stages. Once it involved golden core and above, the price would just multiply by 10 and some even more. Wang Luo's hard-earned income from 2 days of work couldn't even unlock a single virtual pill manual. The books he wanted to read were enough to fill several sheets of paper just with their titles. Among them were even methods for ascending to immortality, with prices as high as the real estate market in the bustling district of Rong City. Since the awakening of the Ling Hall, this was the first time Wang Luo felt the pinch of lacking funds. Considering that the Ascension record would not recognize windfall gains, wanting to unlock the techniques for ascending to immortality in the Hall of All Laws was as naive and adorable as those who fantasized about starting from washing dishes in Rong City, then transitioning to flying shuttle driving and ultimately purchasing a luxurious mansion. After all, in the real Rong City, even exemplary workers like Shiryu inherited their homes, so things still needed to be flexible. Standing in the Hall of 10,000 Laws, Wang Luo began to carefully plan the limited spiritual mountain assets in his hands. First of all, not all the martial arts manuals are worth purchasing. With the changes of the Heavenly Tao, many of the supreme techniques from the past have lost their miraculous effects and have become merely of commemorative significance. Moreover, the great laws limit the upper limits of cultivation, rendering the content above the nascent soul stage practically meaningless. Examining the content below the nascent soul stage, it is evident that the martial arts of the old era are generally not as exquisite as the modern techniques, or rather they do not adapt to the times. For instance, practitioners of the old era prioritized breathing techniques, with the most crucial topic being how to absorb and digest the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their bodies. However, modern practitioners do not practice such breathing methods. The spiritual energy needed for cultivation is entirely supplemented through food, making the fortification of the digestive system the primary concern. Fortunately, each book in the Hall of 10,000 Laws has its era adaptability marked on the cover. For example, the Tai Ching moongazing technique is a high-quality item with over 90% adaptability, while the neighboring Blood Demon Talisman has less than 30% adaptability and is considered a mere souvenir. Secondly, even high-quality items do not necessarily require spending precious spiritual mountain assets. In today's flourishing civilization, knowledge is not cherished as it was in the past. Many ancient secret arts are openly available for everyone to view for free. In Rome City alone, there are no less than 20 large public libraries, and the small libraries on Academy Street are countless. Even on Stone Street there is a culture museum not far from the Little White Building, which houses a significant collection of manuals that could have caused rivers of blood among practitioners in the old era. Thus, what is worth paying for are those forbidden techniques deemed unsuitable for public disclosure by various nations. This aligns perfectly with basic human nature. Spending money to buy martial arts regardless of their quality often leads many to feel they have been cheated. However, when it comes to purchasing forbidden techniques, people often lose control of their desires. Of course, even forbidden techniques are not necessarily all worth buying. Although Wang Luo's cultivation had only reached the peak of foundation establishment before entering seclusion, his reading volume was considerable. He had extensively covered topics related to his cultivation, and his senior sister had planned no less than 10 cultivation paths for him. In theory, even if he were to cease learning from now on, relying solely on his knowledge reserve, he could still cultivate peacefully for another 10 years. The difficulty lies in discerning how much of this knowledge can withstand the test of time. At this thought Wang Lu suddenly felt a spark in his heart. He turned to look at the bookshelf beside him where each book's cover was marked with its adaptability. High-quality items and souvenirs. It was all clear without needing to pay to unlock. It was as if a mysterious figure behind the scenes was acting as a merchant offering clear pricing and honest dealings. And for such honest dealings occurring on his own territory, the best approach is of course to reason with them and appeal to their emotions. When leaving the Hall of 10,000 Laws, Wang Luo's available funds had been depleted. Although he still held refined spiritual leaves worth thousands after the numbers on the Ascension record returned to zero, the techniques in the Hall of 10,000 Laws ignored his remaining spiritual leaves. However, this trip was quite rewarding. He not only obtained two basic techniques that were unremarkable yet extraordinarily effective for foundation establishment which would help him face the upcoming storms on Stone Street, but he also helped Shiryu exchange for a fire attribute secret technique that matched her cultivation level, which could serve as a gift for an elder. More importantly, by reasoning and appealing to emotions, Wang Lu thoroughly filtered his knowledge reserve within the Hall of 10,000 Laws. As for techniques and immortal arts centered on true essence and divine spirits such as the cloud garment and plain robe, their adaptability varies, but they generally maintain a decent standard requiring only minor adjustments and refinements in certain details. There is no bad news. In other words, he does not need to make significant adjustments to his future cultivation plan. Once his injuries heal, he may even have the chance to battle for the 10,000 Wonders Golden Core once more. Additionally, after unlocking three basic techniques in the Hall of 10,000 Laws, the Ascension record inexplicably unlocked the Hall of Heavenly Crafts for him. The scene within the Hall of Heavenly Crafts was even more devastating than that of the Hall of 10,000 Laws. The once dazzling array of immortal treasures had vanished without a trace, and even the small trinkets suitable for foundation establishment to Golden Core stages had been completely swept away. As for the volcanic forge that once spanned hundreds of miles and blocked the sun, it had completely disappeared. All that remained in the hall was a solitary directory which crudely recorded the former treasures of the spiritual mountain and the current exchange prices. Naturally, the prices were slightly higher than those of books. A beginner's flying sword at the Golden Core level was priced directly over 10,000, and exchanges required not only cash but various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. For the current master of Ling Mountain, this could only serve as a fleeting pleasure. However, unlocking the Hall of Heavenly Crafts signified a clear main storyline named the Revival of Ling Mountain. As long as he continues to unlock step by step according to the current pace, the Revival of Ling Mountain's 100 Hall seems just around the corner. It is not hard to notice that the starting point of this grand main storyline is the loyalty of the guardian Shiryu. Master Song Yijing has said more than once that Ling Mountain is the mountain of the Ling Mountain people. Obviously, the person who designed this main storyline for Wang Lu, even if they lived a rebellious life, still earnestly remembered this saying. In Ling Mountain, all things are based on humanity. Therefore, the revival of Ling Mountain also begins with the outer disciples. Wang Lu is quite satisfied with the design of this main storyline. Feeling somewhat content, Wang Lu leisurely descended the mountain. By the time he reached the foot of the mountain, the sky had gradually darkened, and under the golden-red sunset a skeletal carriage adorned with azure ghost flames quietly parked by the roadside without the need for a bone whistle to summon it. The two meatballs in the front part of the carriage were slightly deflated, causing the carriage to tilt forward as if bowing to welcome a distinguished guest. Wang Lu stepped onto the carriage and amid the creaking sounds of the skeletal driver took a seat in the second row, which had a distinctly paler hue. In the flesh pouch of the front row seat there lay a thin pamphlet which was the promotional brochure of the business association Yin Yang Ferry that operates the skeletal carriage. The brochure had a human skin texture, and upon opening it a chilling aura rushed out, displaying an extreme essence of authenticity. However, the content was so plain that it seemed somewhat abnormal. The brochure neither introduced the operational status of the Yin Yang Ferry nor listed any impressive figures. Of course, given the operational status of Yin Yang Ferry in Rome City, it was likely that there were no impressive figures to present. The brochure contained only a few pages of simple history about the business association. Yin Yang Ferry is affiliated with the Underworld Group, and as the name suggests, the Underworld Group is a product of the Underworld Path's transformation and development in the new era. The reason the Underworld Path was able to survive the tribulation of the heavens and escape during the decline of Mo Province was largely thanks to the former contributors who put aside their differences between immortals and demons and offered their strong support. Among those who supported the Underworld Path the most at that time was not some renowned figure like the Lord Lu Jiao, but a fierce general who accompanied Lu Jiao through thick and thin. Her name was Shi Qingping. The name Shi Qingping was one Wang Lu had never heard before. Though during a previous late-night meal under a tree, Shiryu had briefly introduced some notable ancestors and even fetched a nearly worn-out family tree for Wang Lu to peruse, the name Shi Qingping had never appeared. Thus, while flipping through the promotional pamphlet of the Nether Path, Wang Lu took a sip of the spirit sundering powder, then found a guest skiff at the entrance of the void where the yin and yang converged and sailed toward the illumination hall. The so-called illumination halls were hubs of information in the void scattered like islands across the boundless expanse, often the most bustling and clamorous places in the entire void. Wang Lu arrived by skiff at a nearby illumination hall dock where he saw countless vessels stretching for miles, lights like a dragon, and countless void travelers shuttling through the hall, each seeking what they needed. When Wang Lu arrived, a supervisor in black robes happened to be inspecting the dock. Seeing Wang Lu, he warmly inquired about his purpose. Such illumination hall supervisors were not real people but void puppets operated by each hall. Wang Lu inquired about Shi Qingping and added a few spiritual leaves to enhance the quality of service. The steward immediately burst into greater enthusiasm, his pupils transforming into 2 points of starlight, and soon returned with an answer for Wang Lu. Regrettably, based on the conditions you provided, those active during the Dinghuang era, I could not find any related information. The closest connection is the former Shi family guardians of Spirit Mountain, but during the 1200 years of the new immortal calendar no one named Shi Qingping appeared in the family. The next closest connection is a Qingping hospital in Molan established in the 145th year of the new immortal calendar, which closed after 30 years of operation. Wang Lu then asked, so the Qingping division has nothing to do with this Shi Qingping? The steward replied, the name of the Qingping division originates from Lake Taishi beside Rong City. The duckweed in the lake was lush but was contaminated by desolation, becoming highly toxic. Sovereign Zhiyao used immortal light to sweep away the desolate duckweed and purify the lake. Taking this as a metaphor, the Qingping division was established to handle the chaos of the mortal world. Wang Lu guessed again, could it be a nickname or a title? The steward shook his head, no relevant records were found. The void illumination halls were of course not flawless. The information retrieval of such puppets was limited by various factors, often with omissions. But this result was unlikely to be due to the hall's incompetence. Yet Wang Lu was not disappointed, on the contrary he grew excited. The harder it was to find, the more it meant the name given by the Nether Path was of great value. Unfortunately, apart from this name, the pamphlet offered no further information. Clearly, besides its bizarre aesthetic, the Nether Path also inherited the riddle-loving style of the old era. Or perhaps for the Nether Path providing this information had already borne immense pressure. But this piece of information was enough. Since the Nether Path claimed to be indebted to Shi Qingping, they were naturally allies now. Recalling the bone whistle Shi Yu had held when they first met, Wang Lu nodded and said, though I come from the old world, I hold no prejudice against the Nether Path. If you truly wish to speak with me, you are always welcome. With these words, a chill wind swept through the carriage again, and the bone carriage returned to the foot of the 10,000 Hearts Bridge. The 10,000 Hearts Bridge has arrived. Dear passengers, please take your organs with you. See you in the Nether. The familiar female ghost's voice was tinged with unmistakable joy. Good. I look forward to meeting you again. When Wang Lu returned to the Shi residence, the small courtyard still hadn't gathered all its tenants. Family had gone back to the workshop for overtime. Zhao Shuwen was working at Old Hong's shop and Xinyu was at home but locked in her room as lifeless as the living dead. Shi Yu had just gotten off work carrying 2 paper bags with thermal seals and exclaimed excitedly, Mountain Lord, the Ningyuan Pavilion even provides meals. And they ordered extra boxed lunches, so I was allowed to bring one more back. It's from Jingli Xian, delicious. Wang Lu added to her joy by handing her a book as thick as a brick. Shi Yu was surprised. The flame herding art. What is this? Wang Lu explained, it's a 5-element secret art from the heavy gold hall of Spirit Mountain. Though not the finest, it's perfectly suited for your stone fire. Practicing it, you can theoretically reach the peak of the golden core realm and even condense your core without the aid of a school's environment. Hearing the phrase condense your core on your own, Shi Yu's expression turned serious. Mountain Lord, times have changed. Cultivation progress is much faster than in the old era, but the bottlenecks at each stage are several times more formidable. Nowadays we mostly rely on external aids to break through. Foundation establishment pills for foundation establishment, river sea arrays for core condensation, and for nascent soul we need the Immortal Alliance's Guanghan Immortal Palace. If you only consume spiritual food without practicing breathing techniques and rarely communicate with heaven and earth's spiritual energy since childhood, breaking through will naturally be difficult, Wang Lu commented. Of course, I'm not asking you to abandon years of accumulation and switch to ancient breathing techniques. In fact, for the first few stages the new era's methods have clear advantages. But when it comes specifically to breaking through bottlenecks, the ancient era also had its secret recipes. Shi Yu, both excited and curious, asked, is it true that Spirit Mountain cultivators never face bottlenecks, all thanks to these secret recipes? Of course not. We mostly rely on our innate talent. And this flame-herding art is the most suitable for you right now. It emphasizes dietary efficiency, allows cultivation in spare moments, strengthens fire affinity, and has the characteristic of accumulating power before bursting forth. And this flame-herding art is the most suitable for you right now. It emphasizes dietary efficiency, allows cultivation in spare moments, strengthens fire affinity, and has the characteristic of accumulating power before bursting forth. Although modern immortal civilization is highly advanced when dealing with certain individual difficult cases, the forbidden arts of the old world still seem more effective. Shiryu was deeply grateful. She picked up the brick-like book and bowed repeatedly to Wang Lu and thanked. This loyal and straightforward girl had always approached cultivation with rigorous seriousness. Though most of her energy was now spent working to repay debts before falling into this situation, she had been the most dedicated and fastest among her peers. Thus Shiryu couldn't even bother with the boxed lunch. She immediately sat cross-legged under the butler tree, opened the brick-like book and soon exclaimed, "It's so easy to understand. I thought ancient era secret manuals were all obscure and cryptic. Wow, there are even illustrations. So user-friendly." Wang Luo thought to himself that the flame-hurting art was originally commissioned by the 58th Mountain Lord of Spirit Mountain from a Mahayana immortal master of the formless sect for the firefoxes in the heavy gold hall who had just gained sentience. Fox cubs were naturally restless and refused to read seriously, so it had to be written simply for them to learn. But seeing Shiryu already immersed in cultivation fervor, Wang Luo decided not to bother explaining that the immortal art in her hands was actually the beast version. For Shiryu now maintaining such enthusiasm for cultivation was already remarkable. After all, even if she did condense a golden core, what then? Even if her daily wages increased slightly due to the golden core in her abdomen, what was that against a debt of millions? A drop in the bucket. It would be better to spend more effort seeking help from the Mountain Lord, asking him to sell a few more void cards like Bloodfiend or True Shadow. But if Shiryu did that, she wouldn't be Shiryu. Wang Luo flipped open the Ascension record, watching Shiryu's loyalty advance another step while he opened a boxed lunch, releasing the aroma of braised chicken leg. The sunset's afterglow spilled over the courtyard wall, making everything seem warm and peaceful. But soon Wang Luo stopped chewing. "Shiryu." His voice was soft, but it instantly broke the girl's concentration, making her jolt and turn around. "Mountain Lord, what are your orders?" Wang Luo pointed at the boxed lunch in his hand. "This food is poisoned." When Wang Luo set down the lunchbox, Shiryu still looked somewhat bewildered. "Poisonous? Wait, poisonous? Master, are you all right?" "Of course I'm fine," Wang Luo replied, "but for an ordinary person it might be rather serious." As he spoke, he picked out half-eaten braised chicken leg from the lunchbox with chopsticks and placed it in front of Shiryu. The chicken leg is spoiled. The spiritual energy contained within is almost equivalent to hardened dirt. Consuming it would directly destroy the guest's true essence cycle. If you're lucky, you'll just have diarrhea. If not, your true essence might dissipate, leading to a severe illness. After saying this, Wang Luo took the remaining half of the chicken leg and placed it in his mouth. This hardened poison is an absolute toxin for the vast majority of people, even many ancient cultivators, but for those with a natural Dao body it is an entirely different experience. Shiryu watched in shock as the master consumed the poison, speechless for quite some time. Almost simultaneously, the communication talisman at her waist began to ring and her colleague's concerned voice came through. "Shiryu, are you alright? Did you eat the lunchbox?" Shiryu quickly replied, "Not yet. I heard there's a problem." "A big problem. Whatever you do, don't eat it." "What a stroke of bad luck. Many people have already vomited after eating it and there aren't enough toilets. Just be safe. It's good that you're fine. That Jing Lishuan deserves to be punished. Oh, remember to keep the uneaten lunchbox for evidence when you report it to the Qingping office." Listening to the chaotic voice from the talisman, Shiryu gradually regained her composure. She first reassured her panicked colleague, then quickly opened another paper bag, flipping out the chicken leg, her expression growing increasingly grim. Wang Luo, curious, remarked, "Are you feeling sorry for the lunchbox? Just take out the chicken leg. The other braised dishes are fine and the sauce tastes good." Shiryu instinctively nodded, then quickly shook her head, swallowing hard as she said, "Master, this chicken leg is from Shiji." "You can tell that?" Wang Luo exclaimed in surprise. "It's all braised." Shiryu helplessly explained, "The lunchboxes from Jing Lishuan are all sourced from the Zheng family's meat factory." "Zheng family meat factory? Isn't that good for you? The most detestable second Jade Lord is in trouble. Why do you look so unhappy?" "Because that meat factory ultimately belongs to Shiji, and when something like this happens, the people of Shiji suffer together. Shicheng Shiji is a very special place. To many living in the affluent districts, Shiji resembles the city's blemish, gathering too much filth. It would be best if it could be swept away like Qingping from Taishi Lake over 1,000 years ago." Such thoughts are undoubtedly foul and naive. Yet even for ordinary people, in Shicheng Shiji is an inexplicably repulsive place. Those walking on Wanjin Bridge often view looking down at Shiji as ominous and deliberately ignore everything that exists and occurs there. But Shiji still exists. Although it is poor and decaying compared to the bustling urban area on Wanjin Bridge, it has never declined to an irredeemable state, nor is it a slum in the conventional sense. There are hundreds of thousands of hard-working people in Shiji, a thriving street culture and a highly organized structure supported by Qingping office and the three Jade Lord system. In fact, Shiji and Shicheng have always been inseparable. For instance, many people who cannot afford the high housing prices in Shecheng choose to temporarily reside in Shiji, though many would rather rent a pigeon cage in places like Yuexie Street or Shuyuan Street than live in a small courtyard in Shiji. But ultimately many have no choice. More importantly, Shiji actually has a considerable number of industries that sustain the operations of Shecheng. The Zhang family meat factory located on Shangshan Road East is one of them. This meat factory with a history of over 300 years integrates breeding, slaughtering and semi-finished product production, leveraging geographical advantages and labor costs, occupying a place in Shecheng's food supply chain. Among its various businesses providing fresh meat for Jing Lichuan, the emerging fast food giant in Shecheng has seen the most rapid sales growth in recent years. Jing Lichuan's business scope is even wider, covering every corner of Shecheng, providing not only work meals for the staff of Ningyuan Pavilion but also children's meals for many Meng academies. Thus, when safety issues emerged regarding Jing Lichuan's lunchboxes, the resulting reaction surged like tidal waves, quickly sweeping through half of Shecheng. Naturally, Shiji bore the brunt of it. Before Wang Luo could finish his lunchbox, chaos erupted in the streets as groups of Qingyi from Xiaobai Tower swarmed to surround the Zhang family meat factory. From a profit perspective, it would be best for Shiryu to sit on the courtyard wall munching on crispy snacks and sipping Yanrong rice wine while watching the Zhang family face misfortune. However, as the first Jade Lord and a local who has grown up here accustomed to the discrimination against Shiji from the upper city, she could not choose to stand by idly for her own selfish reasons. Listening to the commotion outside the courtyard, she sighed and stepped out. Wang Luo promptly swallowed the remaining lunchbox in one bite, clapped his hands and followed Shiryu. He did not possess Shiryu's unwavering sense of righteousness, and being a disciple of Lu Zhiyou, he couldn't help but take a little pleasure in watching the Zhang family's misfortune, which served as a delightful dessert after his braised chicken leg meal. However, if he applied some rational thought, he would not find this situation difficult to fathom. Not long ago, Zhang's second son had just reminded his father Zhang Yu that the Qingping office would soon strengthen its special inspection work, and warned his brother Zhang Fuhong to be cautious, yet in the blink of an eye a severe safety incident broke out at the Zhang family meat factory. It was simply like a satirical joke. Wang Luo did not view this as a joke told by the Zhang family. Even if they intended to take advantage of the special inspection for sinister purposes, it would not be at the expense of their own industry. Now they appeared more like victims. But who in all of Shiji has the ability to set up such a grand scheme to harm the Zhang family? Moreover, if one considers the decline Shiji experienced during the new immortal era, it would not be unreasonable to make a very plausible assumption: the decline of Shiji is a result of suppression at the level of the Great Law affecting all Shiji residents. As the representative figures of Shiji, the Shi family naturally bore the brunt. And the Zhang family, as the second Jade Lord, had the Shi family shielding them from disaster while also quickly colluding with the affluent guests from the upper city to neutralize their own influence, allowing them to develop steadily to become the wealthiest in Shiji. However, it is evident that this time the Zhang family cannot escape the net of the Great Law. While pondering, Wang Luo followed Shiryu towards Shangshan Road. By now nearly all the residents of Shiji had been stirred. The streets were filled with neighbors arriving upon hearing the news, most of whom, like Shiryu, wore anxious expressions. Occasionally young people relished the misfortune, but they quickly got drowned out by the surrounding cold glares. Suddenly Kong Zhang pushed his way through the crowd, clasped his hands to Shiryu and said, "Things are a bit serious. It's said that 2 Meng academies on Shuyuan Street have been affected, with hundreds of children experiencing vomiting and diarrhea. And the witnesses from Jianmu district have also arrived." Shiryu immediately felt a chill run down her spine. The listeners of Jianmu district are regarded as heroes in the hearts of many people in Rongqing. They report directly to the governor's office, serving as the eyes and ears of the governor, often appearing in various legendary tales of justice brought forth by the magistrates for the common people, where it is said that countless corrupt officials lose sleep and tremble at the mere existence of these listeners. However, for the people of Shiji Street, the listeners from Jianmu district often evoke less pleasant memories. There have been numerous actions of special inspections initiated because of the listeners. These informants need only tell the governor that the regulatory structure of Shiji Street is contrary to the greater situation, and then Shiji will find it difficult to enjoy various inclusive regulatory measures. Even the late-night regulations will have to rely on luck. If a listener were to state the culture of Shiji Street stands alone vastly different from other places, then the employment situation of hundreds of thousands in local neighborhoods will become increasingly dire. And if any cases of illegal activities were to occur and happen to be witnessed by a listener, then a statement like "the people of Shiji are wild and unruly, resistant to education" would mean that the red and green-clad officials of Qingping Division would have to work overtime for the ensuing educational actions. The people of Shiji find it hard to comprehend why the listeners, who are portrayed as impartial and all-seeing in stories, would be so critical of the people in matters of Shiji, yet the reality is absurd and unreasonable. After experiencing countless absurdities, the people of Shiji have become numb. The listeners are like natural disasters. At this moment, the disaster from Jianmu district is coldly observing outside the Zhang family's meat factory on Xinglu East. Wang Luo, on the other hand, is coldly watching the human disaster hovering in midair. The listener from the governor's office appears quite young, around 30 years old, dressed in understated yet unmistakably elegant black robes. His golden core is full and translucent, unmistakably a mark of high quality, and his primordial spirit is as refined as substance, resonating with the golden core and exhibiting absolute elite qualities. In the night, even clad in black, he shines like a star. At this moment, a red-clad officer from Qingping Division has already arrived with several green-clad officials directing their subordinate white and gray-clad personnel to busy themselves with sealing off the scene and dispersing the onlookers. Yet these absolute authorities, the enforcers of the law, are all trembling with apprehension, not daring to be careless, as if a great calamity is imminent. Evidently the listeners are neither heroes of the Shiji people nor of the Qingping Division. Those who act as informants still flaunt their power so ostentatiously, as if afraid others do not know their authority. Wang Lu spoke softly, pointing at the listener. The listener immediately sensed something, abruptly turning his head, his golden pupils shining with brilliance, then his eyes rolled back as if struck on the forehead with a brick, his consciousness blurred from the intense impact, drifting in midair. Moments later, this elite from the governor's office gritted his teeth and fled in embarrassment. The air around the scene became thick with tension, all eyes focused on that black figure, until the listener completely vanished into the nighttime, seemingly standing still. After an unknown period, a half-broken voice erupted from within the meat factory, shattering the silence. I swear with my life we are innocent. The factory has operated for so many years without a safety incident. If there were poison in the meat, you lot who eat Shiji meals daily would be the first to be poisoned. So let me go, I can walk by myself. Along with the shout, a blond, blue-eyed fat man came into view. Two white-clad officials with bronze badges restrained his arms, dragging him out of the factory. The eerie silence outside the factory startled them slightly, causing them to loosen their grip on the fat man. Zhang Fuhong then wriggled free with surprising agility for his size, stepping back a few paces and pointing at them, cursing, Dongwu Dong Lu, you two bastards, what are you pretending to be impartial for? Who are you showing off for? The local officials here are all fucking listening to me. Before he could finish, Zhang Fuhong felt a sharp pain in his cheek, a fierce slap silencing his words. Unbeknownst to him, the second son of the second Jade Lord and the richest man, Zhang Yu, had arrived on the scene, decisively silencing his son's reckless talk with a slap. Zhang Fuhong, still filled with righteous indignation upon seeing his father, felt his emotions turn sour like aged wine. Dad, I. Slap. The second crisp slap made all his grievances evaporate. Zhang Fuhong's mind went blank, helplessly looking up at his father. Zhang Yu coldly stated, you can't even properly oversee a factory causing such a serious incident. How many people do you want to drag down with you? After saying that, Zhang Yu turned back to a green-clad official who had been standing behind him, saying, Han Xingyi, I leave my son in your strict supervision. Han Yu smiled, understood. With a local sage like Zhang Boss who was so reasonable, I believe this case will soon reveal the truth, clearing the innocent and punishing the wicked. Dong brothers, please take Zhang Sangongzi back to the building to settle down. Zhang Fuhong exclaimed in shock, I am innocent. Han Yu, they all say you are the most knowledgeable one in the Xia Bela, you should see that I am innocent. Han Yu sighed, first allow me to accept your flattery, but I must correct your basic concept. Regardless of whether I am the most knowledgeable in the building, at least I am not the one with the highest title. Therefore, whether you are innocent or not, it is not for me to decide. In fact, had it not been for someone helping to deal with that floating trouble earlier, just based on the words you shouted when leaving, many people would already be in serious trouble. So don't waste time. If this drags on, it will no longer be dignified. I won't struggle. Do you expect me to let you all push the blame onto me? If I really get into Xia Bela, will I even have a chance to speak? Before he could finish, Han Yu had already raised his hand to cast a spell, sticking a piece of yellow paper over Zhang Fuhong's mouth, rendering him mute. Then Han Yu turned to the red-clad leader and said, all right, Lord, when the primary responsible person of the factory has been controlled and the scene has been properly sealed, ready for experts to come in for detailed inspection at any time. The local populace is orderly and emotionally stable. We can wrap up and head back now. The red-clad one still hesitated, asking, is it really that simple? Otherwise we can't just find someone to bring the listener back, complicating matters further. Our duties are all outlined in the green-clad manual, there is no need to consider matters outside of that. But... As he spoke, suddenly Zhang Yu interjected, it cannot be so simple. I suggest we temporarily detain all the workers at the meat factory. Everyone in the entire production chain must be seriously questioned. Han Yu frowned. Zhang Boss, what do you mean? The listener has already left. Who are you pretending for? The listener is gone, but the reporters are still here. Zhang Yu replied coldly, 200 children from the two Meng academies suffering from food poisoning is enough to draw those reporters from the upper city who usually don't care about Shiji to swarm over. If we don't make enough of a show now, tomorrow morning, without your Qingping division investigating or judging, all the responsibility for this incident will fall squarely on Shiji. Han Yu said it might also be a problem with Jingglixuan. Zhang Yu replied, since it might be, then there's no need to discuss it. Haven't you seen enough of the situation where the Shiji people and the common folk are chosen as scapegoats? That's true then. Han Yu turned to his superior lord. What do you think of Zhang Ba's suggestion? The red-clad one seemed unsure, glancing aside and asking, what do the other two Jade Lords have to say? Wan Hong's words caused the Stone Street residents present to momentarily lose themselves in a daze before they realized a spectacle was unfolding before them, a sight not seen in a decade. For the first time in 10 years, the three Jade Masters of Stone Street had gathered in one place. Ever since the death of Shi Yu's grandfather Shi, the Jade Talisman of the Shi family had been as good as lost. Although the physical talisman remained in Shi Yu's possession, it held no practical power. The young woman, an exemplary student of good character, was deeply beloved by the neighborhood. Yet this affection was insufficient to support her exercise of the Jade Master's authority. Without the recognition of Stone Street's residents, the talisman was naturally rendered void. It was not until Shi Yu activated the backup benefactor concealed within the oilcloth bundle, proving her capability before the assembled residents of Stone Street, for undeniably the ability to secure a benefactor was also a part of one's capability, that the Jade Talisman was reactivated. Consequently, Stone Street was restored to the tripartite configuration of three talismans standing in unison. And the tripartite configuration of three talismans signified that Stone Street's autonomous rights had been restored to a certain degree. Matters decided jointly by the three Jade Masters were not only rules that every resident of Stone Street must abide by, but also bargaining chips that could be used in negotiations with the Qingping Department and even the Governor General's office. So Shi Yu, Kong Zhang, what say you too? What do you think of Boss Zhang's opinion? Shi Yu initially sought assistance from the enthusiastic spectator Wang Lu, but saw the Mountain Lord wave his hand at her. You are the Jade Master, so the duty is naturally yours to fulfill. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Do your best, Lady Jade Master. To this Shi Yu could only sigh inwardly. Yet she did not succumb to fear or anxiety, for such emotions had long been worn away ever since she was forced to step forward and single-handedly shoulder the burden of the Shi family. No matter how difficult the situation, one simply gritted one's teeth and pressed on. Thus as she pondered, she spoke. First, I am willing to believe that Boss Zhang's meat factory is innocent. What fatty Zhang? Zhang Fuhong just said holds some truth. If the chicken meat were truly tainted, then the many restaurants and eateries of Stone Street that all purchase Zhang's fresh meat should have been affected before anyone else. Yet the only incident involves Jingli Pavilion's boxed lunches. Is that correct? Kong Zhang nodded. As far as I know, no resident has fallen ill from using Zhang's meat. Wan Hani added, but the meat Zhang's factory supplies to Jingli Pavilion seems to be specially provided. Boss Zhang, what do you say? Zhang Yu admitted candidly the meat supplied to Jingli Pavilion does indeed come from a separate production line. The Grand Chamber of Commerce is strict about quality control, from chicken breeds to feed to processing. They have their own set of standards. Kong Zhang cast a sidelong glance. How are their standards? Zhang Yu paused for a moment, his peripheral vision sweeping across the reporters from the upper city district, mingling with the onlookers. He said calmly, quite in line with the impression one has of a major food conglomerate, quite different from what Stone Street is used to. Kong Zhang sighed. Then we have a problem. Shi Yu countered, even if the production line is independent, the meat factory has been supplying Jingli Pavilion for some time now. Wan Hani interrupted, but Zhang Sanlang's assumption of office is a recent affair. Given that gentleman's reputation, a production safety incident wouldn't be surprising. To this Zhang Yu, wishing to avoid suspicion, naturally refrained from comment. Shi Yu barely knew fatty Zhang and had nothing to say. Only Kong Zhang adjusted the spectacles on his nose and remarked, Zhang Fuhong is indeed not a traditionally good boy who follows the rules, but he wouldn't be so reckless as to arbitrarily alter the factory's production processes or slacken daily management immediately upon taking office, thereby causing a disaster. Wan Hongyi said, Mr. Kong, since these words come from you, I naturally believe them. But it's hard to say about others. Zhang Yu stated, precisely because I don't expect others to be reasonable, I suggested that the Qingping Department thoroughly investigate the case to its very core, leaving no detail unexamined so that no one can voice any doubts. After a pause, Zhang Yu continued, this is not only for the sake of the case itself but also for Stone Street. If someone truly pins the blame on the meat factory, the entire Stone Street will suffer. I'm sure everyone has witnessed similar incidents. Wan Hongyi scratched his hair in irritation. Exactly. And of all times this happens during the special inspection. Those Yuqing operatives are desperate for results, and that Wenju we just dealt with is also a headache. It seems ill indeed have to work overtime to thoroughly investigate this case and get to the bottom of it. As his words faded, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. No need for the trouble. The truth has already come to light. The problem lies with Jingli Pavilion. All eyes focused on the speaker. Wang Luo waved his hand at them. I just tailed a reporter and eavesdropped on his hidden talisman communication. He was talking to an executive from Jingli Pavilion who instructed him to gather by any means necessary a batch of black materials proving that the Stone Street meat factory has lax management and hidden dangers, and to publish them tomorrow morning. These words left everyone in the factory yard utterly shocked. Wan Hongyi was the first to question, how could a civilian like you eavesdrop on a hidden talisman communication? Even a Qingyi would need to use the deity. Han Yu coughed. Officer, when there's no need to delve into the technical details. There are many capable and righteous people among the folk. For now let's assume he indeed has the ability to eavesdrop. Han Yu coughed. Officer, when there's no need to delve into the technical details. There are many capable and righteous people among the folk. For now let's assume he indeed has the ability to eavesdrop. And unite to prove stone. Having said this, Wang Lu consciously positioned himself behind Shiryu, no longer stealing the Jade Master's spotlight. Shiryu nodded. Exactly. What matters most now is unity. At the very least the people of Stone Street must trust each other to weather this storm together. First I need to ask, is it possible that Jingli Pavilion bribed a reporter to spread rumors? Han Yu shook his head. No evidence. Relying solely on the word of this wandering southerner to accuse a food giant of breaking the law. Let's wait until the city lord specially appoints him as a Wunjia. Shiryu sighed. I recall the Qingping department has an old saying, whether there is evidence depends on the resolve of the law-enforcing Qingyi. Han Yu quickly shook his head even more vigorously. Don't say that. How could the existence of evidence depend on a Qingyi's resolve? At the very least it would have to be a Hongyi. Officer, when do you have the resolve? One Hongyi was practically infuriated by his subordinate. Han Yu. Sir, we're all among friends here. A little honesty can improve communication efficiency. If we insist on speaking in riddles, are you sure you can keep up? One Hongyi's forehead bulged with veins. He only wanted to strip the fated official robe off this old Qingyi and punish him by making him dressed in grey, lick every single toilet in the little white building clean. However, before he could unleash his anger, he saw Han Yu, who was always indifferent to everything, suddenly adopt an expression of utmost solemnity and gravity, much like the time 10 years ago when he signed the divorce agreement with his ex-wife, losing his house and his child. At the same time an icy chill crept down Wen Hongyi's spine. Wenjie, sir. The cold youthful female voice, sharp as a blade of ice, pierced straight through his heart, freezing it solid. He turned around slowly and saw the icy beautiful woman with silver hair cascading to her waist. He forced a smile. Group leader Gu Shishir. A silver-haired woman named Gu Shishir appeared like a ghost. Even the seasoned Qingyi like Han Yu only sensed something unusual when she approached. In contrast, the man in red, Wenjie, appeared visibly aged and sluggish, caught off guard and momentarily flustered, forcing a strange smile reminiscent of Han Yu's ex-wife 10 years ago when she was caught in a compromising situation. Gu Shishir, however, paid no heed to the awkwardness of the two before her. With her head slightly tilted back, surrounded by several Qingyi who clearly did not belong to the area, she approached Wenjie, her gaze sweeping over the 3 U-masters by his side, silently questioning them. Wenjie, sensing her scrutiny, quickly explained, these are the U-masters of Shiji. Gu Shishir coldly interrupted, does the Qingping division even have the position of U-master? Well, the U-master is certainly not from the Qingping division. So they are just irrelevant bystanders. When has the investigation scene of the Qingping division ever allowed irrelevant individuals to appear? When Jia continuously interrupted, could no longer find the words and cast a pleading glance at Han Yu, resembling a divorced wife who had to return to her ex-husband for money after being thrown out by her lover 5 years ago. Han Yu sighed and said, Team Leader Gu, the Shiji Autonomy Chapter is written into the regulations of Rongqing. When a major incident occurs locally, the 3 U-masters should be informed immediately. If you want to be informed, you can wait for the announcement from the Qingping division after the investigation is concluded. If you're in a hurry, let someone deliver the announcement to them using the Wanjian Gue phone. Now let these irrelevant individuals leave quickly. Han Yu sighed again, scratching his head as he addressed Shiryu and the others. You all heard that our special inspection team's leader has spoken. I am the owner of the meat factory. I shouldn't be considered an irrelevant person. Zhang Yu finally caught her attention, but there was still a hint of mockery in her gaze. Shiji's richest man, Zhang Yu. All right, you can stay here. As for the other 2, they seemed no different from dust and weeds in her eyes. Kong Zhang sighed first, saying, since Team Leader Gu can openly disregard the autonomy chapter and the regulations of Rongqing, we common folks must naturally be considered irrelevant so as not to hinder the team leader from fulfilling her duties. Such sarcastic words still failed to provoke any reaction from Gu Shishir. Shiryu remained silent for a while and under Kong Zhang's reassuring gaze chose not to push back, quietly saying to Wang Luo, let's go. Wang Luo gazed at Gu Shishir and after a long moment finally managed to smile as he left with Shiryu and the others. At this time the crowds outside the factory yard had mostly been dispersed by the Qingping division, yet a few stubborn individuals were still sneaking around, avoiding the long sleeves of the Qingyi, and gathered in front of Kong Zhang and Shiryu. What's the situation? Will there be any issues? Is there really a problem with our meat factory? Kong Zhang glanced at Shiryu, prompting the girl to speak up. This matter has nothing to do with Shiji Meat Factory. The responsibility lies with Jing Lishuan. Right now it's just a procedural investigation. As for what comes next, at least we the Shiji people need to be clear that we are innocent. The onlookers immediately showed signs of relief. I knew it. Old Zhang may not be reliable, but Xiao Zhang's character is actually quite good. When he's not playing too much in the illusory realm, he sometimes acts like a decent person. The key is that all the workers in the factory are our old brothers from Shiji. How could they possibly produce tainted meat? As the discussions continued, Qingyi suddenly swooped down from above like a night owl, blocking the crowd, and said in a cold tone, "Until the investigation results are officially announced, no one is allowed to make any suggestive remarks. Anyone who does will be dealt with according to the law." The neighbors were all taken aback. Kong Zhang's gaze sharpened. Is this team leader Gus' intention? The cold Qingyi remained silent, simply pointing into the distance, clearly indicating for them to leave. At this, Wang Luo couldn't help but smile and took a step forward, only to be stopped by a familiar person rushing over. "Brother, calm down." Han Yu also felt helpless. "You see, these people are all following team leader Gu from other districts. They haven't witnessed your abilities, but we don't need to showcase every skill to them. This matter has already been mediated by Boss Zhang and team leader Gu, so let's go home and wait for good news, alright?" In these past few years, although Boss Zhang has not been very involved with local industries, he is still a Shiji person. He can't just let the team leader from the upper city act recklessly. At least in this matter we are in the same boat, so let's trust Boss Zhang for now. Han Yu nodded and was about to speak when the night owl-like Qingyi forcefully shoved his shoulder. "What are you wasting breath on with these people? Quickly get them to leave." Before he finished speaking, a flash of blue light filled his vision. Slap. Accompanied by a crisp sound of a slap, the Qingyi flew into the air like a ball and then fell heavily to the ground. Han Ye's face turned icy as he wiped his right palm, which still radiated residual light on his greasy collar. "Bastard, you think you can give me face?" In an instant, a barely perceptible killing intent was released, causing many present with keen perceptions to shiver involuntarily. Yet in the next moment, Han Yu replaced it with his usual indifferent expression and added a half-hearted business smile. "Alright, leave this to me. You all should head back early. There are matters to attend to in the morning." After saying this, he took a few steps forward, lifted the disoriented Qingyi who had been slapped, and headed towards the arriving colleagues, his back appearing fearless. Sure, you looked a bit worried, but saw Kong Zhang shaking his head. "There's no need to worry about him, he will be fine." Under Han Ye's cover, they successfully left Shangshan Road and arrived in front of the Shi residence. Kong Zhang first spoke to the anxious neighbors who had been following closely behind. "Everyone, it's getting late, please return home to rest. I will inform you at the first opportunity of any developments. Shiji has faced many storms in these years, but there is no difficulty we cannot overcome." After reassuring the neighbors, the third Yu master turned to Shiryu and said, "May I trouble you for a cup of tea?" Shiryu naturally welcomed the request. Once they entered the inner courtyard, Kong Zhang couldn't help but sigh. It's just like before, only that stubborn little girl has now grown into a capable young woman. Shiryu couldn't help but smile wryly. "I can't claim to be capable, it's all thanks to the help of benefactors." The one referred to as a benefactor, Wang Luo, was bringing out the tea set from the storage room, setting it up under the tree, and then skillfully brewing the fragrant tea from several pinches of loose leaves. "Here, tea." Shiryu was somewhat flattered, while Kong Zhang calmly accepted the cup. After taking a sip, the elder let out a satisfied sigh, as if a long-time only child had finally succeeded in a blind date. "To be honest, you should come to Triangle Alley to play chess with me whenever you have time. I can't promise any rare tea, but I do have a few cans of Wu Luocheng." Wang Luo smiled without speaking. Not to mention Wu Luocheng, which barely qualifies as a golden core level spiritual tea. Even the golden fragrant tea granted by the heavenly court, he had once ground it up with milk, salt and sugar under the guidance of his senior sister, infuriating his master Song Yijing to the point of ripping off a goat beard. But those past bravado didn't need to be mentioned. Before Kong Zhang could speak again, Wang Luo took the lead to say, "The method of breaking the Dao heart is ineffective against that team leader Gu." The expressions of the two tea drinkers immediately froze. Wang Luo's ability to break a person's Dao heart is no longer a secret in Shiji. News in Shiji spreads quickly, especially when it involves someone breaking the Dao heart of the legendary Qingyi, leading to a plethora of speculations. Some people are skeptical, suggesting it could all be a coincidence, that perhaps a few Qingyi simply succumbed to despair. Others speculate it is a despicable scheme by the Qingping division, intentionally revealing flaws to create unrealistic expectations among the people of Shiji, only to later capture the rebellious ones and plunge Shiji into darkness. Of course, many still believe in the legend of breaking the Dao heart and base their conjectures on that. Some, like the second son of the Zhang family, speculate towards the direction of the inspector, convinced that the righteous judge will eventually descend upon the mortal realm. Others speculate based on ancient legends, believing that the Shurjia, being a prestigious family with nearly 10,000 years of lineage, will not easily perish. After all, even the most resilient insects can die but not decay, let alone the Shurjia that has endured for millennia, unearthing valuable secrets from beneath the surface. However, for those under the tree today, the truth does not require speculation. Shuriwei has long been convinced of the setting and powers of the Lord of Ling Mountain, her loyalty reaching 110 points. If Wang Luo were to truly snatch away her opportunity to work, she would tearfully concede. For Kong Zhang, it is not important who Wang Luo is. What matters is that he stands behind Shuriwei and the people of Shiji, which is more important than anything else. Having witnessed the breaking of the Dao heart firsthand, he naturally has no doubts. Thus, regardless of how the leader Gu gives orders, Shuri Wei and Kong Zhang remain unfazed. Once Wang Luo breaks her Dao heart, what could she still be arrogant about? Yet reality is not that simple. Gu Shishir is not an official under the Qingping division and has not sworn an oath to uphold the law in public, therefore she does not actually possess a Dao heart. Shuri Wei exclaimed in surprise. Gu Shishir is not a member of the Qingping division. Kong Zhang explained, I know a bit about this matter. Although it is said that this special task force is led by the Qingping division, in reality they have been forced to lead it. Since the inception of this special rectification work, what benefits has the Qingping division actually gained? It is purely an order from the governor's office and they have no choice but to comply. Shuri Wei finally realized right Uncle De mentioned before that this matter was proposed by Bolan Manor, the governor's office. At this point Shuri Wei was struck with realization and her expression darkened. Is Gu Shishir from Bolan Manor? Kong Zhang replied, she is a descendant of Gu Sangxing, the second owner of Bolan Manor, but her exact identity is known only to those at the level of the Simu envoy. Unfortunately, the few brothers who were once in red have not come to play chess with me these past few days, so I have not been able to find out much. But logically speaking, if she comes to Shiji, she is likely not a direct relative. Wang Luo recalled the conversation between Zhang Yu and that young gentleman Bogu Kangsheng's daughter Gu. She seems to be living as a little princess in Jinlandak. Kong Zhang asked, so if one is not an official, does that mean they have no Dao heart? At least there is no Dao heart that I can break, Wang Luo explained. Moreover, Gu Shishi's situation is different from that of Li Dongyang and others. She just now showed no signs of guilt regarding her actions, feeling entirely justified. Shuri Wei couldn't help but emit a not-so-graceful chuckle, truly a genuine daughter of a prestigious family. Kong Zhang however noticed the underlying issue, so even if Gu Shishir is a genuine Qingyi, as long as she acts with self-righteousness and confidence, can her Dao heart still not be broken? Wang Luo asked with a smile, why not turn the question around? If I can easily break the Dao heart of a government official of Qingyi who acts upright and self-righteous, would you still dare to leisurely sip tea and chat with me under the tree? Kong Zhang fell silent. Shuri Wei calmly finished her tea and asked, so how should we deal with this Gu Shishir? Wang Luo countered, what do you wish to do with her? At the very least we should ensure that she doesn't come to cause trouble at this time. Regardless of whether she is acting with self-righteousness, her stance is quite clear. She represents the wealthy of the upper district. And Jing Lishuan is a respectable business association in the upper district, while the meat factory is an industry of Shiji. Even if Jing Lishuan is at fault, the punishment can still fall upon Rongcheng. This is also the original intention of the special rectification. After all, when the rich follow the poor, take the medicine. Wang Luo reminded, the grievances are a bit excessive, it need not be so. Shuri Wei was startled, quickly lowering her head. Apologies, I was a bit troubled for a moment. Kong Zhang added, I also believe we should not allow Gu Shishir to be involved in this matter. She may not act out of malice, but due to biases she is bound to be overly harsh towards Shiji, and right now Shiji cannot withstand the harshness from the upper echelons. Wang Luo stated, then you better become stronger quickly to adapt to this harshness, as I cannot handle this person. Shuri Wei couldn't help but ask, even if you cannot handle her personally, if we were to deal with those under her who act as minions? Wang Luo chuckled, do you want me to make things difficult for those subordinates who are only following orders from their superiors? I apologize, I was thinking in the wrong direction. Shuri Wei sighed, I understand now, this matter should have been borne by Shiji itself. I will think of a way with old Kong later. In fact, the Zhang family is currently the most affected, even Zhang Peng. Zhang Fuhong has been detained by the Qingping division. Zhang Yu is likely more anxious than we are. Wang Luo commented, but I fear it may not be the kind of anxiety you expect. Shuri Wei was puzzled and was about to ask when a series of urgent knocks on the door echoed from outside. Qin Yu, old Qin, come out to face the music. Oh wait, come out to be investigated. A young voice transcended the courtyard walls and the cool breeze from the tree. At this, Shiyu's curiosity was immediately piqued in another direction. Even at this time, does Uncle Qin's peach blossom calamity still need to cause trouble? Kong Zhang coughed lightly. The term peach blossom calamity used here may lead to some preconceived notions. Just now Zhang Yu suggested that the Qingping division question all the workers at the meat factory, and Qin Yu as the door attendant should indeed be summoned. Moments later the young Qingyi outside shouted, the higher-ups have specifically called for you, it's urgent, I've already prepared the cloud carriage, get ready and come out quickly. The words the higher-ups have specifically called immediately made the three under the tree understand. Kong Zhang sighed, that's right, Gu Shishir is from a wealthy family and the daughters of such families are often the harshest towards Qin Yu. Wang Luo reminded, but you have an exception from a wealthy family right in front of you. Apologies, I misspoke, Kong Zhang replied. As they spoke, Qin Yu had already walked out from the southern wing, his posture more hunched and humble than ever before, dressed in a red and white factory uniform that, while clearly ironed and immaculate, hung on him like a worn prisoner's outfit. Qin Yu said not a word, merely stepping out of the courtyard, his back resembling that of a person drowning in despair. This silhouette, however, suddenly sent a chill through Wang Luo, causing him to rise instinctively. This action startled Shuri Wei and Kong Zhang in their eyes. Wang Luo was always composed and poised. What kind of matter could shock him so? Qin Yu, could it actually not be a coincidence? Wang Lu murmured to himself, the ascension record naturally spreading open in his hand. Behind the official list of Ling Mountain members and external sect disciples, an added column for related individuals featured Qinya's name prominently on a page strikingly conspicuous. Brother Qin Muzhou, I never expected that after over 1,000 years I would see your descendant. That silhouette resembles you quite a bit, doesn't it? Especially when you were once under the care of Sister by Chang the Frail, and hunched back is remarkably similar. I'm sorry, but I just discovered that Qin Yu is the descendant of an old acquaintance. I must take my leave. With these words, Wang Lu followed behind Qin Yu. Sure, you hastily set down her teacup and rose to her feet, saying you'll join you. No need, Wang Lu declined. You and Kong Jiang should continue discussing how to handle the special operation. You'll take Qin Yu home, I'm already quite adept at this task. Having said this, Wang Lu had already stepped out of the courtyard, where he encountered Shaoli clad in blue, who wore an equally astonished expression. Brother, you arrived far too quickly. I haven't even taken the person away yet and you've already come to claim him. Wang Lu stated, this is the descendant of an old acquaintance, I must personally look after him. A descendant of an old acquaintance. You. Shaoli was rendered speechless by this term, falling silent before a surge of intense curiosity erupted within him. Yet just as he was about to probe further, a furious roar from his superior came through the spirit talisman at his waist. Shaoli, I told you to bring the person back quickly, what's the delay now? The matter with Han Yu has already offended those above, do you wish to stoke the flames further? After being reprimanded, Shaoli had no choice but to suppress his curiosity, setting aside the term descendant of an old acquaintance, and turned to Wang Lu with a troubled expression. It's not that I don't want to bring you along, brother, but Group Leader Gu has explicitly ordered that unrelated personnel stay away. Wang Lu replied, no matter, if she doesn't see him then he is effectively kept away. With that he waved his hand, causing his true essence to flow like a gossamer veil covering his body. In an instant he became completely transparent, startling Shaoli. What the hell? The young man in blue immediately activated his spiritual vision, connecting to the nearby tree eyes, and only then caught a faint outline of Wang Lu. Your concealment art is far too advanced. As a matter of duty, I must remind you that the state imposes restrictions on such techniques. Wang Lu countered, just like the restrictions on people like Gu Shishir. Shaoli was choked into laughter. I'll have to remember that line, next time a red-robed senior scolds me I can use it. Fine, I've already called for a cloud conveyance for 4, so one more passenger won't matter. Just remember to disembark early. Throughout this, Qin Yu remained silent as if he hadn't heard their conversation. He simply walked obediently onto Hanya's cloud conveyance as it began to rise. Wang Lu followed closely, stepping onto it, finding the footing beneath him more solid than expected. Finally Shaoli boarded as well, and the cloud conveyance slowly ascended, soaring over the low buildings of Stone Street, heading toward the meat processing plant. The speed of flight was not particularly fast, but it had the advantage of being airborne. Moreover, during flight the cloud naturally absorbed the primordial energy of heaven and earth, requiring no effort from its passengers to control. Upon reaching the destination, the cloud could disperse on its own, returning to the sky without occupying space, a remarkably flexible and convenient mode of transport. Thus, despite being less comfortable than flying shuttles or bone chariots and not particularly swift, it still commanded a considerable market share. Just like Stone Street, it may lack refinement, sophistication, or prosperity, yet it has its own reason for existence. Shaoli tilted his head. Another golden quote. Brother, you're truly remarkable. How about we grab a drink sometime? By the way, I've heard you're the inspector of the Golden Deer Hall. That can't be right, can it? They also say you can shatter a cultivator's Tao heart. Let me clarify, though I talk a lot, I'm utterly dedicated to my work, no shortcuts. Summoning old Qin was a duty forced upon me, please don't shatter my Tao heart. Wang Lu smiled. By the way, you seem quite close to Brother Han. Did you know each other before? Brother Han is also from the southern countryside. He once thrived in the Dinghuan Legion, but for some reason he abruptly stepped down and came to Rongqing as a blue robe. But don't underestimate him, just because he's a blue robe, he holds a looming gold badge. That's an honor many generals have never achieved. With that badge, as long as he doesn't commit crimes, he's practically invincible in the little white building. Even the red robes, including Director Simu, have to treat him with courtesy. But don't underestimate him, just because he's a blue robe, he holds a looming gold badge. That's an honor many generals have never achieved. With that badge, as long as he doesn't commit crimes, he's Amid Shaoli's chatter, their destination was already in sight. Seeing that the meat processing plant was not far, Wang Lu leaped down from the cloud conveyance. See you later. His words were scattered by the wind in the midair. When Shaoli looked down again, Wang Lu had completely vanished from sight. Whose concealment art is this? I need to know urgently. With a fervent excitement, Shaoli faithfully fulfilled his duty, bringing the middle-aged gatekeeper, a daily victim of peach blossom calamity, back to the plant grounds. By now the plant was crowded with people. The blue and white robes of the little white building had turned out in force, bustling about under the guidance of familiar and unfamiliar experts, gathering clues both useful and useless. Meanwhile, numerous reporters from the upper city district lurked outside the courtyard like wolves poised for the hunt, ready to pounce on any isolated blue robe tearing from them the proof they sought that Stone Street was guilty. The command structure at the scene was clear. The silver-haired noblewoman Gu Shishir stood like the moon surrounded by stars at the center of the square before the factory beneath a hastily planted and raised azure lotus platform. Beside her were 3 red robes led by Wen Jie, with several red-sashed blue robes attending at the periphery. Xiaoli landed directly on the azure lotus platform with Qinyu. Group leader Gu, I've brought the person. No sooner had he spoken than a barrage of angry scolding erupted around them. You insolent fool! Don't you know the rules? How dare you land a cloud conveyance directly here? What team are you from? Xiaoli flashed a grin. Brother Han's team. Han, yes, subordinate. No wonder you have no sense of decorum. At this moment Gu Shishir displayed some magnanimity, merely gesturing for silence. So Qinyu has arrived. Good. I have some questions for you and for your colleagues as well. With it she raised a booklet in her hand, her expression turning icy. Qinyu, born in 1154. From the first month of 1200 to the 8th month of 1202 in the new immortal calendar, 2.5 years, you've been reported 103 times for crimes including indecency, voyeurism, theft. Am I wrong? Qinyu hunched over, nodded slowly, his numb expression betraying no fear. Good. At least you're honest. Gu Shishir then turned her gaze elsewhere. 103 reports, 103 acquittals. Is this how the local Qingping department handles matters? The red robes exchanged glances, and finally Wen Jie replied, because in those 103 reports we truly found no evidence of his guilt. No evidence. You admit your incompetence readily enough. No wonder Stone Street is in such a mess under your watch. Wen Jie quickly explained, it's not that we haven't exerted our utmost effort, but Qinyu is indeed innocent, the repeated complaints are baseless. Gu Shishir let out a cold laugh. Then there are 2 questions. First, what kind of person can be falsely accused 103 times in 2.5 years, and by different accusers almost every time? Second, to what depths of depravity must Stone Street's populace have sunk to produce so many blatant fabrications? The leader of the special rectification team, Gu Shishir, is headstrong and domineering, yet ultimately a person who values reason. At this moment, as she articulates her reasoning, everyone present on the Qinglian platform falls silent. Wen Jie could only sigh helplessly and say, this matter is indeed strange, and we within the organization also feel puzzled. There is nothing to be puzzled about. Gu Shishir said there are essentially 2 explanations for the situation. First, the Qingping office is intentionally covering up. Second, this person is exceptionally cunning and the Qingping office is incompetent, repeatedly manipulated by him. Upon hearing this, even Wen Jie couldn't help but nod slightly. For the reasoning is indeed sound. Firstly, the Qingping office could not possibly cover for Qinyu, a middle-aged man fallen from the streets of the academy to the Stone Street. What is there to cover up? Moreover, if they were truly covering up, there would be no record of over 100 reports. Therefore, Gu Shishir's explanation is indeed the only reasonable one at present. The seemingly dull and honest watchman at the meat factory is actually deeply corrupt. And the failure to perceive this is the incompetence of the Qingping office. However, just then a young voice interjected, it could also be that he is just unlucky in love, the negative kind, naturally not attracting women. Gu Shishir was momentarily taken aback by this remark, for although the person spoke haphazardly disregarding hierarchy, there seemed to be some truth in their words. When she first saw Qinyu, she felt an unexplainable aversion. Despite the fact that to this wealthy young lady everyone on Stone Street seemed repulsive, Qinyu was particularly different. But soon the shouts from those in red and blue interrupted her thoughts. Li Jing. Is this a place for you to speak? Who allowed you to come here? Hurry up and leave. Young Li was dumbfounded. No one told me to leave just now. Do you dare to talk back? Gu Shishir, slightly irritated, raised her hand to signal for silence. Several red-clad individuals, caught off guard, continued to chatter until they felt a bone-chilling cold emanating beside them. Gu Shishir's silver hair moved without wind, shimmering in the light of the moon above, while her high-grade golden core swirled with true essence, flowing like moonlight. Such a demeanor made those present, who also came from respectable backgrounds, feel inadequate, rendering them speechless. After establishing control over the situation, Gu Shishir coldly stated, I have never heard of such a peach blossom curse in the world, nor have I heard that the Qingping office can handle cases based on mere words. The historical case of Qinyu can be set aside for now, but what reason does the meat factory have to employ such a person with a notorious past as a doorman? Wen Jie replied, well, although Qinyu has been reported multiple times, there is no substantial evidence of him committing a crime, so it's not accurate to say he has a notorious past. Gu Shishir responded, the Qingping office must adhere to the principle of presumption of innocence. Since you cannot find evidence of Qinyu committing a crime, it can indeed be said that he is innocent. But what about the employer? Should the meat factory also presume innocence? Is it because there is no one left to employ on Stone Street that they had to hire a unlucky and love Qin Yu to manage the factory? Since the topic of meat factory management was raised, a steward from the meat factory who had been waiting beneath the Qinglian platform was brought up to respond. He usually commanded great respect at the factory, but now facing the crowd of red and blue he was trembling and incoherent. It was only after a red-clad individual provided him with a calming prompt that he finally managed to speak intelligibly. Qin Yu was recommended by Shi Yu. Although the Shi family has fallen on hard times, Shi Yu's character is well respected in this locality, so her recommendations are still credible. Gu Shishir asked in July 1200 when Shi Yu recommended Qin Yu to the factory. He was still a student who hadn't graduated from elementary studies. How could he already be well respected? At this moment the steward nodded earnestly and cupped his hands, saying, "Absolutely true." "Ridiculous," Gu Shishir said. "Even nepotism does not work like this. The absurdity of the meat factory's management is simply shocking." Upon hearing this, the steward had something to say but could only lower his head in silence. Gu Shishir said, "If you have something to say, please do. Since I am asking you questions, it is not to silence you." The steward then summoned his courage and said, "Do you think, my lady, that our factory should not hire someone like Qin Yu whose reputation is in question? Then who ought to hire him? To date there has been no solid evidence proving that Qin Yu has committed any crimes. To reject him simply because of a controversial reputation is not the correct way to do business. Moreover, even if he does have a criminal record, can he not reform himself?" Gu Shishir responded to this defense with a cold laugh. "Ha, if your meat factory were only supplying the local needs of Stone Street, you could hire whomever you wanted, even appointing the most notorious individuals without concern. But the products of this meat factory relate to the dietary safety of tens of millions of people in Rome City, thus it is not excessive to demand rigorous standards. If you can hire someone controversial to manage access to the factory, how can you ensure the safety of other positions?" The steward could not help but retort, "According to this logic, are there any trustworthy factories in the world? Even Jing Lishuan cannot guarantee that every employee from top to bottom is flawless." Gu Shishir said, "If it cannot be trusted, then strict rectification is necessary. Illegal activities in this world have never been eradicated. Should we then cease the work of the Qingping office? Do not use the faults of others to justify your own failures." The steward was left speechless, unable to counter this logic. At this moment Zhang Yu, standing at the edge of the Qinglian platform, had to speak up. "Leader Gu, perhaps our factory does indeed have room for improvement in its management system, but does it warrant you bringing so many people here investigating and rectifying with such fanfare? While it is true that one should not use the faults of others to excuse their own fairness should still be considered. When others make mistakes, they face proportionate penalties. Must Stone Street be punished 100-fold for one mistake? Or are you implying that despite the truth of the incident not yet being clear, you have already assumed the blame lies with us?" Gu Shishir replied, "Until the investigation concludes I will not assume blame, but my lack of assumption does not mean others will not." "You saw the reporters outside. If we cannot present a convincing stance, what do you think tomorrow's Rome City News will report? Fortunately the listeners from the governor's office left early, otherwise I might not have needed to come here personally to clean up this mess for you." Zhang Ye's expression darkened. "So Leader Gus, meaning is that even when we are not at fault we must admit guilt and suffer condemnation? Is there to be further punishment?" Gu Shishir replied, "Until the investigation concludes no one should assume blame. Whether you are at fault will only be determined after the investigation, but by then whether you are at fault may not even matter." These words made Zhang Yu even more furious. "Leader Gu." Gu Shishir interrupted. "Boss Zhang, during my time at Bolin Manor I have heard your name multiple times. My elders have said you are one of the few intelligent individuals among the people of Stone Street capable of conversing with them as equals. And it is precisely this intelligence that has allowed you to expand your business beyond Stone Street, earning you the thin reputation of being the wealthiest person in Stone Street. Now I sincerely hope you remain as astute as ever." Zhang Yu was taken aback and his expression gradually paled. Zhang Yu was never the kind of person who concealed his emotions. His changing expressions were naturally observed by everyone present, and the members of the Qingping division each had their own thoughts, while the meat factory steward began to tremble. As a veteran who had followed Zhang Yu for many years before being settled at the meat factory for retirement, he clearly understood that Zhang Yu displaying such an expression indicated a readiness to compromise. The richest man in Shiji did not have everything going smoothly. On the contrary, throughout the growth of his business he had compromised and even flattered others countless times. After all, the richest man in Shiji was merely the richest in Shiji. However, at this moment compromising in such a manner came with an exceedingly heavy price. The reputation Zhang's family had built up over centuries was likely. Under the pleading gaze of the steward, Zhang Yu slowly began to speak. "Captain Guai." But his words were interrupted. To openly lay bare a filthy and shameless insider trading scheme, articulating it clearly and confidently, is indeed an eye-opener. This single remark instantly drew everyone's attention and brought about a wave of terror. No one noticed how the person had arrived. He seemed to appear out of thin air like a ghost joining a conversation that did not belong to him. Facing this elusive Gu Shishir, who seemed to have anticipated his arrival, her expression remained almost unchanged, with only the luster of her silver hair becoming slightly more translucent. It's you the fraud disguised as an inspector. With that statement you've only proven that you haven't been able to debunk the inspector's hypothesis and instead have only arrived at an ambiguous conclusion. If you really could disprove it you should have brought someone to arrest me directly. Gu Shishi's expression remained still but her heart skipped a beat. This slight change did not escape Wang Luo's ears, prompting him to ask, so are you not afraid that I truly am the inspector and could present the deer horn order to shatter your Dao heart? Gu Shishi coldly scoffed. The deer horn order is merely a setting from folklore. The inspectors of the Golden Deer Hall have never possessed any such token. Moreover, breaking someone's Dao heart is limited to practitioners in official ranks. What right do you have to impose that on me? Wang Luo clapped his hands to understand such a setting that has not been of interest for hundreds of years. It seems you are indeed somewhat afraid. Gu Shishi was taken aback and for the first time her expression showed signs of wavering, her snow-like jade-like face flushing with evident embarrassment. She bit her lip and stammered, I remember giving orders for all extraneous personnel to withdraw. At that the two red-sashed blue-clad guards who had come with her from the upper district immediately began to stir. However, Wang Luo raised a hand displaying a slightly worn iron badge and said, I am not extraneous personnel but a proper staff member of the meat factory here on site for an investigation which is entirely justified. Gu Shishi incredulously questioned, you work at the meat factory? Since when? Wang Luo pointed behind him just now. What? At the factory gate there's a notice board hiring workers where anyone meeting the basic criteria can sign up and be automatically registered as a meat factory worker, after which they can collect the work badge hanging next to the board and start work. This operation left Gu Shishi dumbfounded. So if Captain Gu has any questions feel free to ask me. Although it's only my first day at work I have considerable understanding regarding Qinyu in this incident, and asking me is undoubtedly more useful than asking Boss Zhang. Gu Shishi immediately raised an eyebrow and not interested in listening to a fraud's glib talk. Haha, of course you're not interested. After all, you never cared about the truth, nor do you care about right or wrong. How could you possibly consult me? However, I am not here to clarify right or wrong with you today. Even if the meat factory were to be brought down by you, I would only be delighted, as the Zhang family has repeatedly provoked me lately. But this Qinyu who you've brought here to publicly humiliate has a considerable connection to me. I want to take him home. After speaking, Wang Luo patted Qinyu's shoulder. Qinyu, let's go. Qinyu looked up, a hint of confusion crossing his numb face. In the next moment two red-sashed blue-clad guards blocked Wang Luo's way. Gu Shishi coldly stated, if you want to leave just go. Do you think this is an ordinary place? Wang Luo replied, he shouldn't have come here in the first place. If you want to pin the blame on the meat factory and seize the opportunity to rectify matters, there's no need to target an insignificant gatekeeper. The optimal solution is to conduct a night raid and interrogate Zhang Fuhong. There are plenty of breakthroughs to exploit on that fat man, or perhaps that seemingly loyal steward over there who has been taking advantage of the time spent in retirement to fish for benefits for his descendants in the upper district. Yet you have chosen to target a worker who has received 103 complaints and has shown no flaws in his work, a model employee. Pausing for a moment, Wang Luo displayed a gentle yet harsh smile. You merely instinctively dislike Qinyu, which is why you chose him as the breakthrough point. And simply because you dislike someone you wish to take advantage of the situation. Then a dignified member of the Gu family is no different from an ordinary citizen from Shiji who has filed 103 complaints. Enough. Silence. The two red-sashed blue-clad guards shouted in unison, their golden seal radiating power. Wang Luo remained unfazed, allowing the full force of the instrument capable of instant suppression to be unleashed upon him. With a crack. Ha! The sound of knuckles cracking was accompanied by Wang Luo's right hand slightly trembling, but he carelessly tilted his neck, dismissing the full power of the senior blue-clad suppression with a smile. Indeed, the state of my Dao body has not fully recovered. The transformation of power has not reached my fingertips. I need to eat more meat when I return. After speaking, Wang Luo pulled the still-dazed Qinyu and walked towards the foot of the Qinglian platform. The two red-sashed blue-clad guards held the golden seal, constantly infusing their spiritual energy, causing the golden light to intertwine around Wang Luo repeatedly like ropes. Yet next they saw Wang Luo unfazed by the ropes surrounding him, advancing step by step, unstoppable. The two blue-clad guards on the other hand were dragged along, staggering. This scene was even more terrifying than his ghostly appearance, causing local blue-clad guards like Shaoli to begin swallowing nervously. How should one pay respects to the Golden Deer Envoy as per legend? Is a face-to-face gesture acceptable? Ultimately it was Gu Shishi who broke the silence, excluding Shaoli within the crowd. Let him go. The two red-sashed blue-clad guards felt as if they had received a reprieve, hurriedly retracting the golden seal, then revealing fierce expressions that belied their inner fear. Wang Luo waved at Gu Shishi. Thank you, Captain Gu. I'll take my leave first. We will have the chance to meet again later. Finally he turned to Zhang Yu, smiling as he asked, Boss Zhang, a non-direct descendant of the Gu family, can speak to you from a position of superiority. Are you truly going to choose to stand by her side? After asking, he tossed the iron badge in his hand to the steward nearby. Sorry, I'm resigning. Zhang Yu has defected. After leaving the factory with Qin Yu, Wang Luo shared his conclusion with those around. Naturally there was no response. Qin Yu remained hunched over, following Wang Luo like a soulless being, indifferent to the stance of his immediate superior. There's no need to be so formal. I am not a woman. I won't report you for lewd remarks just because you spoke to me. Moreover, I won't blindly side with a woman just because she accuses you, turning a blind eye to right and wrong like a scoundrel. Your achievements in Shiji over the past 2 years have indeed been impressive. As he spoke, Wang Luo flipped open a small booklet, looking through it while clicking his tongue. Someone even complained about having nightmares at home, claiming it was because they saw your face during the night shift. This has really opened my senior sister's eyes. After saying this, Qin Yu's gaze oddly showed a hint of curiosity. Are you wondering where I got the Qingping division records from? Just now Gu Shishir was too busy in a fit of rage tossing the manual to her lackey, and when that lackey used a golden seal to suppress me, I casually borrowed it to look at. Anyway, she's not genuinely targeting you, and she probably can't even remember this booklet herself now. Qin Yu nodded slowly and said thank you. No need to be polite, you are my junior and taking care of you is only natural. Qin Yu stumbled slightly. Wang Luo explained, this isn't about taking advantage of you. Your ancestor Qin Muzhou is my senior brother. While you may not be a direct descendant, you should at least be a descendant of a branch closely related to him. After 1,000 years I am quite happy to see a descendant of an old friend. Back then senior brother Qin took good care of me, teaching me many practical and promising celestial arts. Unfortunately, before I could repay him, he fell during his tribulation. This heartfelt sentiment, however, made Qin Yu increasingly uneasy, and he instinctively took half a step back from Wang Luo. Wang Luo nonchalantly said, it's hard to believe and difficult to accept, but you might as well think carefully. Among the bizarre things that have happened to you, being complained about 103 times in over 2 years without reason is far stranger than encountering a time-traveling ancient cultivator. Qin Yu finally couldn't help but close his eyes and sighed softly. Actually, I'm quite curious. The Qin bloodline has always been prone to romantic entanglements, and the more prominent the bloodline, the more evident the symptoms. Senior brother Qin was able to attract a saintess from the Hahuan sect to their doorstep at the age of 6, prompting the elders of the family to send him to Ling Mountain for protection. And although you cannot be compared to senior brother Qin, you still exhibit a traditional Qin family appearance. Logically, someone with such features should have a life filled with romantic encounters, frequently receiving help from noble women, with the only worry being a guilty conscience and how to carry water. Yet you are completely the opposite. What kind of curse have you fallen under? Qin Yu shook his head in pain. It seems the past is too painful to recall, so let's not force it. Wang Luo patted his shoulders sympathetically. It's a pity I don't know much about the curses of the 3 demonic sects. I only have a basic understanding of curse binding and unbinding, and I currently can't help you lift the curse. Not a curse. Wang Luo was taken aback. What did you say? Qin Yu whispered, it's not a curse. I once consulted a master at Qingguang Temple. Qingguang Temple. Wang Luo, confused, went to ask the person in charge at Taishu Zhaotong, only to be informed that this temple, located west of Rongqing and adjacent to Nanxiang, was established only after the tribulation, and that the monks there were renowned for their abilities in cleansing the mind and dispelling evil, with a thriving incense business but no ancient traditions. That would belong to a complete knowledge-blind spot. Qin Yu then said, the master told me that I was not under any curse. The hardships I faced were merely ripples in the mirror lake. I just need to keep my heart pure and act benevolently, and then all misfortunes can turn into blessings. Wang Luo asked, so have you turned misfortune into fortune? So you believe him just because he said you weren't? Qin Yu said helplessly, besides Qingguang Temple I've consulted many renowned doctors and even sought help from the Qingping division and the Funning division, but no one mentioned anything about a curse. Did anyone tell you about your original fate as a descendant of the Qin family? Qin Yu replied, before you mentioned it I had no idea that the ancestors of the Qin had any nature of romantic charm. Then that proves you have never consulted the right people. Those you encountered were all blind to the truth. Qin Yu hesitated to respond. He instinctively felt that this line of reasoning resembled those who frequently sparred with the Qingping division and made bold claims, but given his current penniless state and notorious reputation on Shiji, what kind of bold seer would come here to flaunt their knowledge? Moreover, what kind of con artist could snatch someone from Gu Shishir? Wang Luo laughed. Let's go back and rest for now. Since you are a descendant of senior brother Qin, I must lift the curse from you and set things right. Qin Yu remained silent for a long time before bowing to Wang Luo in thanks. There's no need to rush in your gratitude. You can thank me after the task is accomplished. Besides, this matter isn't solely for you. If there is no curse on you, then those women who framed you were merely ordinary people. Now they have become perpetrators of baseless accusations. Lifting the curse helps you as well as them. This perspective was something Qin Yu had never considered, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Additionally, there might be something else I need your help with. Qin Yu looked up in confusion. As a mere gatekeeper of a meat factory, how could he possibly assist someone who navigates the upper echelons of the Qingping division? You are a descendant of senior brother Qin. Your current plight is merely the result of curses. Do not belittle yourself. Once you return to normal there will be a task specially assigned to you. As they spoke the two had already returned in front of the Shifu. After Qinyu thanked Wang Luo again he headed back to his dark south wing to rest. Wang Luo then crossed the inner courtyard door and recounted his observations and conclusions to the two Jade Masters sipping tea under the tree. Gu Shishir, the leader of the special task force assigned by the governor's office, made it clear that she intended to exploit the situation regardless of right or wrong, and the key figure Zhang Yu seemed to be defecting. The two friends of different generations exchanged glances and simultaneously asked, "Is this absolutely true?" Wang Luo was quite certain if I hadn't interrupted the conversation in time he would have knelt down to lick Gu Shishishu's soles without hesitation, as if the Zhang clan had a fatal flaw held in her hands. Thus once Gu Shishir adopted a tough stance he couldn't even muster the courage to argue. I never expected. Truly unimaginable. Kong Zhang sighed. Although I'm already accustomed to the tyranny of the upper city, this blatant framing is unheard of. Shuriwei also expressed confusion. Is there really a need for this? What good will they gain from treating us this way? Just to protect Jinglichuan. Kong Zhang shook his head. Gu Shishir came to Shiji long before the Jinglichuan incident. At this point Kong Zhang's brow furrowed even tighter, muttering to himself, so could it be that this incident with Jinglichuan was also orchestrated by Bolin Zhuang? Upon mentioning the self-governing charter of Stone Street, both masters of the Jade and Stone Street displayed evident astonishment. The self-governing charter. Sure, you couldn't help but ask, are you saying that all of this is for the sake of the self-governing charter? Wang Luo replied, yes, that is precisely what I intended to convey. Sure, you immediately felt embarrassed and angry too. Just misspoke. Please don't dwell on it and don't treat it as a riddle. Wang Luo then explained, this is merely my personal speculation, but after analyzing the overall pros and cons I believe the likelihood of this speculation being correct is the highest. Let us first analyze the matter starting from the direct party involved, the Zhang family. The position of the Zhang family in Stone Street is quite transcendent. They hold jade tokens, are rich and powerful, and have many connections with wealthy merchants in the upper city. They are almost devoid of desires in Stone Street, only coveting the jade tokens in Shiryu's hands. However, even so, the Zhang family does not need to do anything extra. They just need to wait patiently, and in about 10 years they can naturally obtain the jade tokens from Shiryu. Shiryu couldn't help but retort, I will not yield. Wang Luo stated, of course you will, because this is a simple matter of weighing benefits and drawbacks. When your persistence only turns the Shir family into a laughingstock, even if you are reluctant in your heart you will have no choice but to let go. How could they become a laughingstock? Not now, of course. A girl who has barely graduated from primary school, shouldering the million debts left by her father, working 3 jobs daily, even delaying her own cultivation, is a small price to pay. Even when confronted with the moneylender's exorbitant interest, she refuses to give in. Such a passionate story would naturally move any normal person. The respect you receive in Stone Street stems from this. Hearing this, Shiryu began to faintly understand, her expression becoming somewhat sorrowful. But what if we push the timeline forward by 10 years? A nearly 30-year-old woman without a proper job, working odd jobs daily, her cultivation still stagnated since 10 years ago, and her personal romantic life is a blank slate. Even her originally delicate and beautiful appearance has become coarse due to long-term neglect of self-care while busy working outside. Familiar elders would still call you Xiaoyue, but the street urchins would already call you Shiranti, and some ill-mannered ones might suddenly run past you cursing you as a madwoman before hurrying away. A madwoman. A woman who chases an unrealistic dream for 10 years without looking back. What else could she be if not a madwoman? At that time, every day you stubbornly persist would only add a layer of stigma to the already irredeemable reputation of the Shir family, and if Zhang Yu promises to pay off your debts while also offering a small house and arranging a decent job for you, you would find it hard to refuse even if you wanted to, due to the At that time, every day you stubbornly persist would only add a layer of stigma to the already irredeemable reputation of the Shir family, and if Zhang Yu promises to pay off your debts while also offering a small house and arranging a decent job for you, you would find it hard to refuse even if you wanted to, due to the relentless criticism from the townsfolk. Wang Luo's story sent chills down Shiryu's spine, causing her stomach to churn slightly. Kong Zhang sighed and concluded, this a side story, so why won't the Zhang family patiently wait? They have long awaited the jade tokens for at least 100 years. Why rush to achieve results when Shiryu's reputation is at its... Wang Luo said the Zhang family may not be in a hurry, but the Bolan manor is clearly quite anxious. In this matter, the Zhang family is merely a pawn. The Bolan manor is the true strategist behind the scenes. As for why Bolan Manor is pushing the Zhang family to seize the jade tokens, it is clearly not for the tokens themselves, for even if they gather 3 jade tokens they cannot summon the divine dragon to make wishes. Thus the only possibility, or rather the only value of the Stone Street jade tokens, is that they can influence the self-governing charter. Influence the self-governing charter. Shiryu couldn't help but ask, the jade tokens only hold a certain appeal in the hearts of the people of Stone Street, how could they impact the self-governing charter at the level of the law? Wang Luo responded, a direct influence is of course impossible. For example, attempting to expand the scope of governance would only lead to ruthless suppression even if tens of thousands of jade masters rallied in the streets. But conversely, what if the autonomy were transferred? What if the self-governing charter were abolished? For instance, if they were to gather 3 jade tokens and declare their intention to abolish the self-governing charter of Stone Street. Even if hundreds of thousands of people opposed it, there would still be sufficient justification for the authorities to take action, resulting in the loss of autonomy for Stone Street. Once this conclusion was reached, both Shi Yu and Kong Zhang gasped. Because this method is indeed feasible. In fact, strictly speaking, this tactic has already been employed many times in the past. The autonomy of Stone Street is a glorious tradition passed down for over 1,000 years, earned by the ancestors of the Shi family through remarkable military achievements. When Rome City was first established, Stone Street could be considered a nation within a nation, and the authority of the head of the Shi family surpassed that of the governor of Rome City. The self-governing charter of Stone Street was personally inscribed into the law by Lord Zhu Wang, and unless the head of the Shi family voluntarily relinquishes this privilege, no one else except for Lu Zhiyao herself could abolish it. However, the head of the Shi family did voluntarily relinquish it. Honor could not withstand the erosion of time. As the Shi family fell into decline, the family faced numerous predicaments, whether due to court descendants causing catastrophic disasters or mismanagement leading to astronomical debts. During such times, the head of the Shi family would always bring out the ancestral treasure to turn the tide. This treasure is naturally the self-governing charter of Stone Street, which generations of irresponsible heads of the family have repeatedly sold off to ensure the family's survival. Now the authority of the head of the family has been divided into 3 parts, forming 3 jade tokens, to the extent that the head of the Shi family no longer possesses the qualification to sell the self-governing charter. In fact, the self-governing charter of Stone Street is already close to being nominally non-existent. The Xiaobai building of the Qingping department is like a nail driven into the coffin, mocking the so-called autonomy of this place. Yet the self-governing charter still exists. Even after countless sales by the Shi family over the millennia, it has retained a part of itself within the law. And the objective of Bolan Manor is clearly related to this remaining fragment of the self-governing charter. Sure, you asked again, but the so-called autonomy of Stone Street is nearly nominal given the scale of Bolan Manor. Is it necessary to go to such lengths for a trivial gain? Kong Zhang pondered. 1,000 years ago, when the Shi family first sold their autonomy, the buyer acquired the entire Moonslant Street and later transferred it to the governor's office of Rome City, returning power to the rightful authorities. In return, the governor's office granted him numerous legal privileges. To this day, the Wei family is a well-known prominent family in Rome City. Sure, you remarked, but the current Stone Street is evidently not worth that much anymore. Sai, the wealthy have their own calculations which are beyond my understanding as a mere street vendor. Kong Zhang sighed, then pondered again. Indeed, if this matter is truly lucrative, the Zhang family wouldn't have taken their time. Over the past decades, the elite families from the upper city would have long begun fierce competition. There is no need for guesswork here. If you want to know the answer, just ask the parties involved directly. The parties involved. Kong Zhang was astonished. You want to directly ask Gu Shishir? Of course it cannot be Gu Shishir. That young lady is far more calculating than Zhang Yu. If she does not wish to speak, she absolutely will not, and I currently have no means to deal with her. So this time we must settle for the second best and ask another party involved. Zhang Yu. Hasn't he already pledged allegiance to Bolan Manor? He probably won't speak with us. So of course we won't ask Zhang Yu himself, but rather inquire about someone who has probably been overlooked by Zhang Yu himself. After a pause, Wang Lu couldn't help but smile. Hey, Mr. Kong, which reliable late-night snack shops are there in Stone Street? Recommend a good one for me. I'm going to visit the party involved. When Wang Lu arrived at the Qingping Division's Xiaobai building, the interior was still brightly lit. A group of Qingyi and Baiyi who had been called in to work overtime hurriedly rushed in and out of the various entrances of the white building, resembling bees that had abandoned reproduction and were solely focused on building their hive. Amidst this bustling scene, Wang Luo's figure appeared particularly striking. He was holding a cloth bag marked with the name Lao Hong. Indeed, the most reliable late-night snack on the entire Stone Street came from Lao Hong's home-cooked meals. Inside the bag were 2 square meal boxes, and the aroma of the stir-fried rice with preserved meat wafted out through the gaps in the lids, making the Qingyi passing by salivate. Yet no matter how much their fingers trembled, no one dared to step forward and speak. Wang Luo's reputation was already well known in the Xiaobai building on the Stone Street. After all, it was nearly legendary that he had boldly taken Qin Yu away before the team leader Gu Shishir, dragging 2 red band Qingyi like dead dogs. Such deeds were almost mythical, even more so than when he single-handedly forced the Qingping division to lift the ban on Luo Xiao a few days ago. For someone as formidable as him, usually if they happened to run into him on the street, it wouldn't hurt to exchange pleasantries or chat casually. However, on this eventful night, no one was willing to take the risk. After all, although Wang Luo could be considered gentle and amiable, the red-clad figures inside were not all as soft as Wen Jie. Whether it was the newly appointed Si Mulang Zhang Fulan or the aging Si Mushir Wei Xiurong, their management styles could only be described as ruthless. An ordinary Qingyi did not possess a Lu Ming Jinjiao like Han Yu to protect themselves. Thus Wang Luo boldly made his way through the crowd, arriving before the familiar Li Gu, seemingly unnoticed by all. Working the night shift. You've worked hard. As he spoke, he placed a box of fried rice on the table. I have a favor to ask. Li Gu remained silent for a long time before looking up, revealing an expression of helplessness. Can't you find someone else to rope in? I got this job with great difficulty. If the higher-ups see me talking to you, they may not dare to do anything to you, but they'll definitely make things difficult for me. Wang Luo replied, isn't that perfect? Whoever makes it difficult for you will go and become bedfellows with Wu Fan and Li Dongyang, and from then on the Xiaobai building will be a place of peace, allowing you to work with your head held high. Upon hearing this, Li Gu couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart, but then he remembered his usual passive attitude and tendency to shirk responsibilities at work, turning that flutter into anxiety. In any case, I'm here to visit someone. Please help me with the paperwork, it needs to be quick. After a moment, Wang Luo added, I'm afraid if it takes too long, Zhang Fuhong will be released. Li Gu finally realized, you're actually here to visit Zhang Fuhong. He hasn't been detained, he's just here for questioning. According to the rules, outsiders aren't allowed to meet him casually. Then can you help me find a rule that allows him to meet outsiders? Li Gu glanced at the fried rice on the table. I'm not hungry. Wang Luo said nothing more, simply opened the box, and immediately a rich aroma wafted out, causing the night shift bai in half the hall to be entranced. The stir-fried rice with preserved meat cooked by Lao Hong himself truly deserved the title of the best fried rice in the Shangshan Road. Li Gu finally couldn't resist saying, alright, I truly can't find any regulations that allow you to visit, but I can reluctantly help you contact someone who can allow you to visit. A moment later, a middle-aged Chingy with greasy cuffs walked to the counter and let out a deep sigh. I'm still in a period of reflection. You want me to help you violate the visiting rules? Wang Luo replied, it's not a violation, it's assisting the investigation, which can help you achieve merit for your transgressions. Han Yu sighed again. You really never lack reasons to do things. Fine, if you want to see Zhang Fuhong, then follow me. With that, he generously led Wang Luo down to the second underground floor of the Xiaobai building, a zone that outsiders should theoretically not enter. Opening the wooden door of the staircase, the scene before him was like entering a different world, with plants and roots sprawling everywhere, decorating the place like an indoor forest, with the rustling of insects adding to the liveliness. However, this was the most lifeless place in the Xiaobai building, where every root and vine in the vast space was used for restraint. Restraining the prisoners within. The second underground floor of the Xiaobai building was constructed as a living prison centered around the root of the Jinmu, where prisoners captured by Qingyi would be thrown in. With tens of thousands of people on the stone street, illegal behaviors were naturally not rare. Even with seasoned Qingyi like Han Yu taking various measures to alleviate situations, the prison underground and Xiaobai building always maintained a number of hundreds of inmates. Yet even with hundreds of people gathered in one place, not a single sound could be heard, as all noises were absorbed by the roots and gnawed by the strange insects within them. Han Yu led the way, pushing aside the hanging vines before winding through several turns in the root-entangled passage, arriving at a relatively spacious area. There, the person is right ahead. I won't accompany you any further. Wang Luo nodded. Thank you, I will remember this favor. No need to remember the favor, just make sure to help me achieve merit for my transgressions. I don't want to see these damn matters again tonight. After bidding farewell to Han Yu, Wang Luo took a few more steps forward and finally saw the target of his visit in a small cell entangled with roots. Zhang Fuhong, the meat factory manager, temporarily brought in for questioning by the Qingping division due to food safety issues. However, at this moment there was no Qingyi responsible for the investigation in the cell, only the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafting through. Zhang Fuhong was sitting at a small table mouth agape, preparing to receive a piece of perfectly roasted beef belly, delivered to him by an enchanting woman. Seeing the scene inside the cell, Wang Luo couldn't help but laugh. The nonsense Han Yu spoke of clearly didn't just refer to Gu Shishir and the Si Mushir, it also included Zhang Fuhong, who was supposed to be here for questioning yet was enjoying 2 pounds of top-grade spirit meat, a bottle of premium immortal brew, feasting and drinking with a beauty by his side. Boss Yang truly has great taste. Late-night barbecues allow the nutrients in food to remain in the body in the most convenient and effective way. I believe the original owners of this roasted meat would also find comfort in dying for a worthy cause. As Wang Luo spoke, he stepped into the cell with his lunchbox in hand and sat down beside Zhang Fuhong, startling the woman opposite Qi Shuawei, causing her to jump up as if splashed by hot oil. Zhang Fuhong's panic was several times greater than Qi Zuwei's, his whole corpulent body trembling and glistening with grease. After a long while he stammered, "What are you here for? Are you here to report me?" I forced Shuawei to accompany me. She was coerced. Qi Zuwei's eyes immediately showed 3 parts gratitude and 7 parts embarrassment. This fat man with one sincere word revealed all that should and shouldn't be said. Wang Luo, however, smiled and said, "Don't worry, what I enjoy most is helping others. In my eyes you two are the perfect match, a couple made in heaven." Pausing for a moment, Wang Luo placed the cloth bag on the table. "I'll use this box of fried rice as a congratulatory gift, wishing you both a successful union." Zhang Fuhong was left utterly confused, and after observing for a long time he squinted his green-tinted eyes and asked, "You're really not here to cause me trouble?" Wang Luo replied, "How could I trouble a friend?" "Friend? You and I?" Zhang Fuhong was somewhat baffled. Of course you are a major client who helped me out of a tight spot, so naturally you count as a friend. Boss Zhang, how's the Blood Demon 13 working out? Gulp. Zhang Fuhong directly fell backward in shock, collapsing to the ground. Zhang Fuhong, the well-known rich second generation of Shiji, has always given the impression of being slow and clumsy. Although he possesses golden core cultivation, his foundation is too frivolous, causing his true essence, divine sense and vitality to pull against each other, failing to reflect the qualities expected of the golden core realm. However, at this moment Zhang Fuhong leapt up from the ground, taking a quick step to stand in front of Wang Lu with a nimble posture which was indeed impressive. Zhang boss has good agility. Yet Zhang Fuhong's muscles were tense all over as he trembled and exclaimed, "How did you know?" Wang Lu chuckled and replied, "Posture, pay attention to your posture." What? Wang Lu retracted his smile and explained seriously, "A person's appearance and clothing can easily be faked, but the habits in their movements and the natural state of their body have a powerful inertia. If you pay attention, you should not find it hard to discover that the images of practitioners in the void, although largely different from reality, often reveal shadows of reality once they move. Though that day you were draped in blood-soaked garments equipped with extremely exaggerated effects and even deliberately altered your speaking style, your posture while flying and the movements of your shoulders and neck while speaking betrayed your true identity." Zhang Fuhong stood there like a stone statue, and after a long pause he finally opened his mouth to ask, "Is there really such a thing? The reason I could see through your identity isn't because of your posture but because of an unintentional remark you made." "Ah." Wang Lu then adopted a bewildered expression and murmured, "I really can't tell." Zhang Fuhong recalled and remembered that upon witnessing the Blood Demon 13 in action he indeed couldn't help but exclaim such a remark, but what was wrong with that? "That remark indicates that you have likely met me in reality. As long as I follow that clue and search for the person in reality whose posture closely resembles that of the blood-clad individual, it will naturally not be difficult to discover it's you." Zhang Fuhong sighed helplessly. "Just that one remark, is it worth remembering so much? One should always pay attention to big clients. Rest assured I haven't mentioned this to anyone else, not even Boss Luo noticed your true identity. Zhang Dan and the others certainly wouldn't know either. They still think you are the master of the Qingyu gang, relying on the Red Pillar martial god to support the gang's battles, unaware of your true identity as the infamous Mingfenyan Guoxue in the Feiyuan record." Zhang Fuhong turned pale, gripping Wang Luo's shoulders tightly, his two plump hands tightening like iron pincers. Then he squeezed out a sound from his throat that seemed like a groan of someone caught in an affair. Don't mention that name." Wang Luo was somewhat puzzled. "It's quite handsome, why the shame? In the Hall of the Void the followers of the Aoshui young master are countless. If you hadn't disguised yourself in blood-soaked garments that day, perhaps Boss Luo would have even sought your autograph. Consider it a plea from me." Wang Luo could only shake his head, lamenting Zhang Fuhong's timidity. "Now let's get back to the main topic. I came here to inquire about something." Zhang Fuhong's heart tightened and he warned, "Inquire about what?" "I don't know anything." Wang Luo smiled and said, "The Aoshui young master is being too modest here. Just ask quickly if you want to know something." "I want to know why your father suddenly rushed to seize the jade talisman from Shuriwe. He should have intended to take his time, but someone pushed him from behind. What does the mastermind want?" Zhang Fuhong responded, "Do you think someone as insignificant as me would know such an important thing?" Wang Luo said, "Aoshui. Mention that name again and you'll turn hostile. Fine, although you Zhang Fatty usually present a facade of being fierce yet cowardly." Zhang Fuhong's lips moved a few times. "Are you really not here to pick a fight? If I truly wanted to pick a fight, I could simply find an excuse to call your second brother back to Zayabela and let him see the sweet scene of you with your lover through the gap in the trees." Zhang Fuhong immediately changed his tune. "What are you calling me Zhang boss for? So unfamiliar. Friends all call me Zhang Fatty. Although you seem like a playboy, how could a true playboy achieve an impressive reputation in the fiercely competitive realm of the Void Scroll? And how could you dare to secretly meet your lover in a cell while everyone else is tense?" After a pause Wang Luo said seriously, "In fact Qi Shuawei isn't here just to grill meat for you, right?" Upon hearing this Zhang Fuhong finally sighed. "Now I understand why everyone in Shiji is convinced the Shi family is about to rise again. With someone like you backing them, even if a dog were tied up in the Shi residence, the Shi family would still thrive." "That's right, Qi Shuawei is here to pass on a message for me." Qi Zui's eyes widened in shock. Zhang Fuhong shook his head. "It's fine. Since they've seen through it to this extent, hiding it would only be a joke. You guessed correctly, Shuawei has been secretly conveying messages to me, messages from my father." After a moment Zhang Fuhong organized his thoughts and said, "My father was instigated by someone named Young Master Bo, who claims to be an envoy of Jinlanwu, but his actual influence goes far beyond that. My elder brother's business in the Jianmu district relies entirely on that Young Master Bo to connect the threads. If it can be accomplished, the Zhang family will truly stabilize its footing in the upper city district, which has been my father's long-held aspiration for decades. As for why Young Master Bo would target the Shi family, to be honest, until today I hadn't figured it out, but just now Shuawei told me something that opened my mind." Wang Luo didn't mind the suspense and said, "Please enlighten me." Shiji is about to greatly appreciate in value. Zhang Fuhong explained earnestly, therefore my father is preparing to allocate family assets, even willing to let my elder brother sell off some of the upper city district's properties cheaply in exchange for acquiring assets in Shiji. Honestly, other matters can be lies, but the flow of money cannot be deceived. Wang Lu frowned. If Shiji appreciates, you can just purchase local assets openly. Sure, you won't be a hindrance. Or is it that the Shi family must be removed for Shiji to appreciate? Zhang Fuhong nodded and said the details even my father isn't very clear about. Xu Wei knows even less, but based on our deductions it is very likely related to the Shiji Autonomy Charter. It is well known that Shiji has been at odds with the mainstream of Rong City due to its autonomy, and because of that it has not enjoyed the millennium prosperity brought by Rong City's laws. Thus if autonomy is abolished and Shiji is incorporated into the civilized mainstream. Wang Luo laughed and asked, do you believe this? Zhang Fuhong sighed, of course not. The notion that adhering to the mainstream will lead to prosperity and strength. Such nonsense may be believed by those in the upper city and perhaps by some locals in Shiji, but as a member of the Zhang family straddling both districts, only someone with water in their brain would believe it. But apart from that I can't think of any other possibilities. In short, both my father and that young Master Bo seem to be convinced that as long as Shiryu is removed and the Shiji Autonomy Charter is obtained, tremendous benefits will follow. But where the benefits come from, you will have to find the answer yourself. Understood, thank you for your guidance, Wang Luo said, cupping his hands in gratitude. Friends don't need to be so polite. Zhang Fuhong was generous at this moment. During this time I've actually heard quite a bit about your story. You have been navigating the entire Qingping division with ease, and my second brother even guessed you are the inspector of the Golden Deer Hall. Of course I don't believe that claim. If a Golden Deer envoy truly arrived, the governor's office would definitely be the first to greet them warmly. But regardless, you are a person of great capabilities. If I were in my father's position I certainly wouldn't want to be your enemy. Wang Luo said, since that is the case, let's change places. How about you take my father's place and I'll call you father? That would be easier. That won't be necessary. As Wang Luo left the small white building, the night was still deep. He and Zhang Fuhong could not chat for too long. After all, a prison is not a late-night snack shop, and if they lingered too long, certain high-ranking officials on official business would soon return. However, this brief late-night encounter revealed two important matters to Wang Luo. First, the Zhang family's meat factory operates with integrity, winning with quality. Take the premium spiritual meat brought by Qi Shuiwei this time as an example. Not only is it tender and juicy in taste, but the spiritual energy it contains is also pure and refined. Even consuming it raw can enhance one's cultivation, and when paired with the right cooking methods, the value of the spiritual meat can multiply. Such high-quality spiritual meat is sold without markup or tricks. One only needs to make an appointment at the relevant shops with the seed of the Jianmu tree, and the meat factory will deliver in order. Moreover, anyone caught reselling for profit would face severe punishment. Compared to the routine operations of large business associations in the upper city, the Zhang family meat factory is like a blessing from heaven. Second, Zhang Fuhong, also a product of the Zhang family, is actually far more astute than the rigid impression he leaves on others. However, his family environment does not permit him to be too clever. After all, Zhang Yu already has a wise and generous eldest son, Zhang Fulu, who possesses a good appearance, allowing Zhang Yu to entrust most important business resources to him. There is also another son, Zhang Fulan, who is exceptionally talented in cultivation and has risen to a senior position in the Qingping division. Thus, as the youngest son, who was born with almost no territory or resources to expand and whose talents pale in comparison to his elder brother, Zhang Fuhong can only cautiously suppress his true nature, constantly portraying the image of a golden-haired, blue-eyed wastrel to others. Until the opportunity he has awaited for years arrives. The late-night snack was short, but Wang Luo did not come empty-handed and left with something as well. By the time he returned to the Shi residence, the sky was already dimly bright. Wang Luo carried a bag of Lao Hong's home-cooked dishes, which contained a full 10 pounds of premium spiritual meat, serving as a deposit for future cooperation from Zhang Fuhong and also as a return gift for Wang Luo's late-night fried rice. This 10 pounds of spiritual meat is perfect for dicing, finely mixing in some pickled fish roe and adding a few drops of vinegar and orange juice. It would make for an excellent breakfast. Sister once made it this way, creating a delicious dish amidst the repeated lamentations of the uncle in charge of cooking, who exclaimed, "This is simply outrageous." Unfortunately, just as Wang Luo entered the courtyard, he heard a furious stream of curses. This is simply ridiculous. This report is a complete distortion of truth, utterly shameless. As he passed through the inner courtyard door, he saw Zhao Xiuwen holding a piece of brocade, walking and cursing, his neat short hair standing on end, full of vigor like a morning bloom. Meanwhile, Shi Yu was yawning, carefully examining another piece of fabric under a tree. Though tired, her every gesture still exuded an air of aggression. Seeing this scene, Wang Luo realized that the healthy and lively breakfast he had anticipated could not be realized. The flavor of food largely depends on the mood of the taster. When in a bad mood, the taste of food can become unpleasant, and the visible restlessness of these two in the courtyard clearly indicated they would not appreciate the subtleties of the premium spiritual meat. Upon seeing Wang Luo Shiryu's eyes brighten. Mountain Master, what did Zhang the fatty say? Zhao Shouwen however furrowed his brow suppressing his anger and said, Mountain Master, have you seen today's news? Clearly the investigation has just begun and the upper city has already shifted all responsibility onto Shur Street. They have even begun calling for public denunciation. As he spoke, Zhao Shouwen handed over the brocade in his hand. Having lived in the new era for a few days, Wang Luo had become accustomed to this piece of brocade. It is a ubiquitous treasure that benefits the common people across the 5 continents. Each spiritual thread of the brocade is connected to the silkworm mother that produces it, and through this connection cultivators can control the silkworm mother to manage every piece of fabric spun from it, presenting a unified color pattern. Thus the spiritual thread is treated as a form of printing technology widely used in the media industry. With just a few dozen or 100 spirit leaves one can purchase a piece of brocade and enjoy first-hand news before the silkworm mother raised by the newspaper dies. If one finds it too expensive, they can also buy a cheaper version. Many second or third-rate newspapers find it hard to independently raise silkworm mothers, so they crowdsource silkworm rearing and share the brocade, each updating their own news on designated dates. At most 10 newspapers might share one silkworm mother, and the brocade woven from silkworm silk is called 10 brocades. What Zhao Shouwen held was a piece of 10 brocade jointly edited by 10 newspapers in the upper city, featuring a mix of content designed to attract attention. However, at this moment this patchwork and sensational 10 brocade was extensively reporting on the food poisoning incident that occurred yesterday. As for the details, one could only say they were not unexpected. Wang Luo glanced over it, memorized all the content, and then returned the brocade to Zhao Shouwen. Wasn't this to be expected? Zhao Shouwen scratched his head irritably. That's true, but this time they are being too shameless. It's obvious that they are framing us. Zhou Lu is already at the academy. Sure, you sighed. Don't let her run around blindly. Wasn't Han Ying's response clear enough last time? Only a higher power could unify the wording of such 10 brocade. Zhou Lu, as a student of the academy, will attract trouble if she stands out too much. Zhao Shouwen stated, if we are worried about drawing attention or trouble, we shouldn't have come to Rong City. In any case, even if everything turns out to be in vain, I cannot just sit back and watch such a distortion of truth happen. Hearing this, Wang Luo suddenly asked, what if it's not a distortion of truth? I mean, if what is reported on this 10 brocade is true and the food poisoning is indeed the Zhang family's responsibility, with the specific reason being that the local people of Shur Street lack quality and cannot strictly enforce safety regulations, engaging in cheating and trickery. What should we do then? Zhao Shouwen was momentarily taken aback. What? I am saying, how could the people of Shur Street not engage in such acts? The people of Shur Street are human too. As long as they are human, they will make mistakes. In fact, the people of Shur Street not only make mistakes but also commit crimes. Are those locked up in the root prison by the Qingping division all innocent citizens? Have you not encountered deception while working here for a few months? Zhao Shouwen was momentarily speechless, while Shiryu under the tree appeared to be in deep thought. Wang Luo continued, you simply refuse to acknowledge the objective possibilities based on the stance of the Shur Street people. Your wishful thinking is not fundamentally different from the subjective conjectures on this 10 brocade. Zhao Shouwen stammered in response, but didn't you say you heard that Jing Lishuan bribed reporters to frame Shur Street? Wang Luo replied, isn't that how big business associations operate? They don't differentiate between right and wrong, they just shift blame first. But conversely, shifting blame does not prove right or wrong. Perhaps they are indeed wronged, but it is just that the official in charge of external relations acted on their own. In any case, the truth of the matter does not depend on whether Jing Lishuan bribed reporters. Zhao Shouwen finally fell silent. Wang Luo smiled and said, so you have nothing to say? No, the things I just said might soon be used by Zhang Yu to interrogate you. If you have nothing to say, then you will completely solidify the responsibility on Shur Street. The two listeners under the tree felt a chill run down their spines. The hypothesis proposed by Wang Luo, or rather his prediction, left the two individuals beneath the tree in a state of shock. Clearly none of them were truly prepared for Zhang Yu to become an enemy. As the wealthiest person on Stone Street, Zhang Yu never lacked opportunities to appear in people's casual conversations, whether it be about him, his 3 sons, or everything he experienced in the upper city. People would often discuss Zhang Yu in a frivolous manner, intentionally or unintentionally ignoring the wealth gap between themselves and him, treating him as just an ordinary neighbor. However, Zhang Yu was far from an ordinary neighbor. He was a figure worth billions, with a business network that extended beyond Zhu Wang, standing at the pinnacle among the hundreds of thousands of residents on Stone Street. If such a person were indeed to betray, the destructive power would far exceed people's imagination, as they had never even considered the possibility of Zhang Yu turning against them. So even though you often tease him and even privately attack him, you still assume he will remain loyal to Stone Street. Wang Luo's sharp question plunged the two young men into silence. And then, despite the fact that his main enterprises are in the upper city and the assets on Stone Street account for less than 1/5 of his total assets, you insist that his roots lie in Stone Street and that half of his achievements naturally belong to it. And then, despite the fact that his main enterprises are in the upper city and the assets on Stone Street account for less than 1/5 of his Zhao Xiuwen also remarked, I always feel like you're alluding to something yet there's no evidence. Wang Luo shook his head, I'm merely expressing the facts in a way that's easier for you young people to understand to prepare you mentally in advance. The so-called fact is that Zhang Ye's betrayal has been determined, yet Stone Street clearly did not anticipate or prepare for the consequences of his betrayal. At that moment a long sigh came from the inner room. Young brother Wang Luo, allow me to say a few words about this matter. As he spoke, an old man with a grey shawl and a white shirt hunched over came out. It was Kong Zhang, who had been drinking tea beneath the tree earlier that night. It turned out that due to his old age and frail body he could not muster the spirit to stay awake all night and had asked Zhao Xiuwen for permission to take a short nap in his room. Hearing Wang Luo's question, he was startled awake and came out to respond. Kong Zhang said, the lack of preparation for Zhang Ye's betrayal is not purely due to the naivety of Stone Street's people. There are two unavoidable reasons for this. Firstly, Zhang Yu has always aspired to join the upper city, but it is the people of the upper city who have refused to accept him. While his main assets are located outside of Stone Street, they are fundamentally just superficial wealth. The people of the upper city allow him to prosper, and only then can he succeed. If one day their intentions change, his hard-earned business network could easily collapse. Similar incidents have indeed occurred over the past few hundred years, and in fact the Shi family was the first to suffer greatly. Thus Zhang Yu regards the enterprises on Stone Street rather than those in the upper city as his foundation. Secondly, for someone like Boss Zhang, if he truly wishes to follow the people of the upper city, we are powerless to stop him. The rules of Stone Street have always been soft, while the hard rules lie with the Qingping division. Therefore expecting Boss Zhang to betray and rebel is meaningless. It only adds to the estrangement between them. Of course, given the current situation, such explanations seem overly soft and powerless. Young brother, just take this as a story. Wang Luo said, it's a good story, which makes me feel a bit too harsh on him. Kong Zhang shook his head and said, such a story filled with helplessness and bitterness cannot truly be called a good story. The development of Stone Street into its current state has historical reasons. However, the naivety of the people of Stone Street regarding their own situation is an undeniable fact. Young brother Wang Luo, before this morning, although you had firmly believed that Zhang Yu would betray, this matter may not be without variables. Boss Zhang's attitude may very well waver. But it now seems that there is seemingly no room for negotiation. Why? Sure, you also asked, yes, what did Zhang Fatty say to you? Wang Luo said Zhang Fulian mainly mentioned two things. Firstly, Bolin Manor is indeed targeting the Stone Street Autonomy Charter. They are convinced that once they grasp the charter they will gain immense benefits, and Boss Zhang can also share in the spoils. This confirms my earlier suspicion. Upon hearing this, Kong Zhang immediately furrowed his brow. Immense benefits. Where does that benefit come from? This matter is not only unknown to Zhang Fulian, but even Zhang Yu himself cannot fully comprehend it. However, such trivial details need not be scrutinized deeply, for the so-called benefits are nothing more than money and law. We only need to assume that Rongqing and even Zhu Wang's Golden Deer Hall are about to develop strategically with Stone Street as the core. When that happens, massive funds will pour in and the laws will also shift, biasing towards Stone Street. Anyone in Stone Street who holds real power will be elevated, which explains Bolin Manor's current actions. The few people beneath the tree were left speechless, their minds in chaos. Wang Luo clapped his hands, bringing them back to their senses. It is too early to start imagining the beauty of your future ascendance. Because there is another matter. Although Zhang Fulian did not state it explicitly, I might as well lay it out here. That is, to obtain this immense benefit, one first needs to remove Shi Yu from this place. As soon as these words were spoken, the three listeners felt as if struck by lightning, their thoughts turning blank for a moment. After a long pause, Shi Yu let out a bitter laugh, rendered speechless. Zhao Xiuwen attempted to speak several times but felt an invisible pressure restraining him, rendering him voiceless. In the face of such a significant matter, no matter how indignant or incredulous he felt, he ultimately remained just a tenant on Stone Street without the capacity to interject. Kong Zhang then asked in a low voice, young brother Wang Luo, although you never speak thoughtlessly, I still have to ask one more question. Are you certain? Wang Luo replied, otherwise what reason would Bolin Manor have to hastily pressure the Zhang family to target a renowned yet ineffective first Jade Master? Clearly it is because Shi Yu is in the way. If she is not removed, the subsequent strategic plans cannot be implemented. Kong Zhang asked again, what virtue does Shi Yu possess that allows her alone to obstruct the strategic plans of Stone Street? Wang Luo could not help but laugh. The Shi family has been obstructing strategic plans all by themselves. They have violated taboos and have been rejected by the laws, causing their own territory to suffer. Isn't this a well-known tale in Stone Street? And there is indeed some truth to that. The Shi family established significant achievements during the era of establishment, receiving honors from the Lord, yet they have continuously declined over the past 1,000 years, leaving only Shi Yu to sustain the remnants of the once great family. Looking at the history of the Shi family, at worst they are merely like Shi Xiuxing, a faithless and gambling fool. How many prominent families from the era of establishment have fallen due to such trivial matters in the new era? Isn't this being rejected by the laws? Kong Zhang sighed. If it were just the Shi family being rejected by the laws, that would be one thing, but the Shi family and Stone Street are highly intertwined. The decline of the Shi family leads to the decline of Stone Street. The once glorious Lingxi ancient town has become an utterly transformed slum. And just a bridge away lies 1,000 years of prosperity. Such a stark contrast raises the question: do you believe that Stone Street has not been dragged down by the Shi family? Kong Zhang shook his head silently, left without any words. Now that Stone Street is about to face an unprecedented upheaval in 1,000 years with the potential for a turnaround, the value-added potential is enough to attract the attention of giants like Bolin Manor. At that time everyone on Stone Street may have the chance to ascend. Such a good fortune would not come easily if Shiriyue, this ominous sign rejected by the laws and the source of all evil, is not removed first. How could it proceed smoothly? Just as a recent example, Shiriyue has just cleared her local debts and regained the title of Jade Master, and immediately there arose incidents of food poisoning, plunging all of Stone Street into crisis. Having said that, Wang Lu asked Kong Zhang with a gentle smile, when the time comes, if Zhang Yu says as much, how do you plan to respond? Some questions Wang Lu liked to ask with a smile. It made those originally aggressive questions seem relatively gentle and less provocative. For instance, the question he posed now: if Zhang Yu attributed the decline of Shiji to Shiriyue and promised a forthcoming great fortune, how should Kong Zhang, the third Jade Master who must remain neutral, respond? This question, rather than being an inquiry, was more of an interrogation, as the answer was quite evident. Kong Zhang's silence was already a clear answer. However, Zhao Xiuwen, unable to tolerate this silence, stood up and said this statement is incorrect. Attributing the decline of Shiji to the Shi family is baseless speculation without any evidence. Moreover, sacrificing Shiriyue to revive Shiji is also unfounded speculation. Can such subjective conjecture determine Shiyu's fate? If today Shiriyue can be sacrificed, then tomorrow can Kong Lao be next. The day after, anyone else. Wang Luo smiled and said, how can there be no evidence? Isn't the bloody history of the past 1,000 years evidence? If you say the decline of Shiji is not due to the Shi family's misdeeds, then what is the reason? To absolve the Shi family, one must present a more persuasive argument. Can you produce one? Otherwise, why not write to the law department asking them to connect with the grand law and issue a declaration of the Shi family's innocence? Zhao Xiuwen was instantly rendered speechless, feeling that this logic was twisted yet unsure how to explain. Wang Luo seized the opportunity, saying the Shi family commits wrongs and they must repay. Isn't this only natural? Shiriyue loves to repay her ancestors' debts. Shouldn't she also bear the greatest debt? Compared to Shixia's mere tens of millions in gambling debts, the decline of Shiji over 1,000 years has cost much more than 100 billion. Can this debt be ignored? To repay all this, all she needs to do is leave Shiji. Is there anything cheaper than this? Perhaps leaving Shiji would even be a form of liberation for her. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiuwen had to concede. I have lost. The Mountain Master is unbeatable in debate, and I sincerely admire that. However, may I ask how we should respond if Zhang Yu brings up this argument? Or rather, will he actually ask this? Wang Luo replied, the specific wording will likely be even more provocative, as he has been preparing for this for a long time and has hired top-notch advisors to refine his words. Shiriyue then couldn't help but ask, Mountain Master, is the decline of Shiji indeed because of the Shi family? Wang Luo responded, if we are to reach an objective conclusion, we must acknowledge that the Shi family bears an undeniable responsibility for this. Shiji was initially a fief granted to the Shi family by senior sister, so as the landlord they must bear the responsibility for its decline. However, conversely, the Shi family has already fallen to such a state, being the foremost sufferer in a millennium-long decline. What significance is there in continuing to blame the Shi family? Moreover, your actions are upright and your character is commendable, which is well recognized. Therefore, although there are plenty of criticisms against the Shi family on the streets, you remain beloved by the locals because everyone understands this principle. Blaming a persevering young girl for 1,000 years of history is meaningless and shameful. As for whether the grand law despises the Shi family, it likely does, but the laws of the new era are not the same as the heavenly principles of the old. If you have objections to the law, you can write to the governor's office, to the law department, or even directly submit to the Golden Deer Hall. If there are any mediators willing to step in, the grand law is not inflexible. A person like Shirshio being sanctioned by the grand law is only natural and a reflection of public sentiment. However, if Shiriyue were to be rejected by the grand law, then it is the law that is at fault, not Shiriyue. After speaking, Wang Luo sighed, shaking his head under the gazes of Shiriyue and others. Those righteous arguments are what we call universal truths. The term universal truth made Shiriyue feel somewhat uneasy. For Wang Luo, this term was never a compliment but rather a setup for a reversal. Universal truths are divorced from reality, while the reality outside of universal truths is that the people of Shiji treat you well and respect you for an important reason. Blaming you will do no good. Naturally, not many people are willing to do things that bear no profit. But what if it were beneficial? What if expelling you from Shiji could yield great benefits? When Zhang Yu openly presented this condition, it didn't even require rigorous argumentation. He just needed to promise a sudden fortune. As the wealthiest person in Shiji and with a steward from Jinlan Pavilion backing him, do you have confidence that those friendly neighbors will remain unmoved? Shiriyue opened her mouth but said nothing. Being naive, one could indeed say they have faith in the unity and affection of the people of Shiji, just as she was confident in repaying millions of debts through hard work. But she no longer had the privilege of naivety. Wang Luo continued, in fact, I believe many will choose feelings over interests when faced with both, preferring to remain poor than to betray their conscience by harming an innocent person. After all, the so-called poverty of Shiji is far from a state of hunger and nakedness. However, the best approach is to prevent the neighbors from facing such a choice. It's like couples should not unnecessarily test each other's sincerity. Never engage in endeavors where loss is guaranteed and profit is impossible. Shuriwei asked Mountain Master, so you already have a solution? Wang Luo nodded. I plan to tell everyone another story, a much more interesting story. The first half of the story is no different from Zhang Ye's version, telling of the decline of Shiji and the Shi family, and then it will lead to the enormous turnaround Shiji is about to face. But there is a fundamental difference from Zhang Ye's version. The turnaround of Shiji is achieved through Shuriwei. It is Shuriwei with her noble character and hard work who has changed the oppression that has burdened the Shi family for 1,000 years, and the current strategic opportunity is the compensation from the Grand Law for the pressure endured by the people of Shiji for a millennium. Her ability to meet a noble person like me is clear evidence that her fortunes have completely changed. However, at this moment there are those who with greedy hearts wish to create obstacles and seize Shiyu's luck. Although the story is only halfway told, the three under the tree have each gained insight. Wang Luo smiled and said the subsequent logic is actually quite natural. As the first Jade Master, Shuriwei should receive the most benefits from this change. The revival of her family is just around the corner, and leading Shiji back to prosperity is also imminent. But the people of the upper city cannot see the lower class rising up and are greedier for the benefits of Shiji. Thus they colluded with Zhang Yu, the wealthiest person in Shiji, to seize Shiyu's Jade Master position, attempting to use the method of substitution to become the new master of Shiji and steal the blessings granted by the Grand Law to the people of Shiji. If we, the people of Shiji, do not want the wealth that rightfully belongs to us to be taken by others, we must unite and not be swayed by anyone's seductive words, cutting off all greedy hands reaching towards Shiji. How about it? Do you like this story? Once Wang Luo's tale was finished, the inner courtyard fell silent for a while. Everyone was absorbed in his story, and Wang Luo was in no rush to prompt anyone to awaken. Instead, he brewed a cup of tea beneath the tree with mist rising and the fragrance of tea wafting through the air. After a long while, it was Zhao Shouwen who first could not contain his curiosity and asked Wang Luo, was what you just said really just a Which of your story and Zhang Ye's is true? Wang Luo smiled and replied, which is true is not important, what matters is which one you choose to believe. If you believe Zhang Ye's story, then if Shiji truly experiences a revival, it would naturally be credited to Zhang Yu and Bolan Manor for their contributions, and everyone would praise Boss Zhang. If there is no revival, or if most benefits are seized by the upper class, it could also be explained as the lingering poison of the Shi family, indicating that the people of Shiji need to deepen reforms to rectify the chaos. Conversely, if you believe my story, then if Shiji revives, it would be attributed to Shiryu's virtue and good deeds, with everyone praising her. If it fails to revive, the blame would fall on the Zhang family and Bolan Manor, framing it all as a conspiracy of the vile and greedy upper city. Such is the nature of things. This banter left Zhao Shouwen utterly perplexed. Shiryu also appeared somewhat hesitant, while Kong Zhang quickly followed Wang Luo's line of thought. So the key now is how to tell your story without letting Zhang Yu tell his. Wang Luo stated, indeed, although I am confident my story is superior, there is no need to engage in a competition of stories with an opponent. Any kind-hearted and upright person from Shiji should not be contaminated by toxic tales. Thus, Mr. Kong Zhang, I need you to exercise your authority as the third Jade Master to convene a Jade Master Assembly. Kong Zhang was taken aback. An assembly? When? Now. As a neutral third Jade Master, Kong Zhang had no privileges in Shiji, and of course his prestige did not come from the Jade Talisman but rather from the good connections he forged over years of running a chess stall in the Triangular Alley. If it weren't for this, the Jade Talisman, representing neutrality which bore responsibility without corresponding power, would not have fallen into his hands. However, even the usually serious and responsible Kong Zhang was unaware that the Jade Talisman in his hand could actually force a Jade Master Assembly. Watching Wang Luo skillfully infuse true essence into the Jade Talisman, causing the talismans in both his and Shiryu's hands to emit a faint glow simultaneously and then intertwining to form the illusion of a third Jade Talisman, Kong Zhang fell into contemplation. Regarding the Lord of the Mountain, as mentioned by Shiryu and Zhao Shouwen, he had always deliberately maintained a distance. For instance, he had never seriously inquired about the other's origins, even though Wang Luo would undoubtedly share everything if he simply asked. Yet he never opened his mouth because he was neutral, and during this time he had gotten closer to Shiryu to balance the overwhelmingly uneven power dynamics between her and Zhang Yu, not because he genuinely stood by her side. But now it seemed he had been a bit self-important. With Wang Luo as this unexpected benefactor, the revival of the Shi family was inevitable. There was no need for a neutral third Jade Master to meddle. Alternatively, if he truly wanted to maintain neutrality, he should have run to Zhang Ye's side at this moment to remind him that the Zhang family was on the brink of crisis. Yet in the end, Kong Zhang did not move. He merely watched curiously as the jade talisman revealed its changes. As the illusion of the third jade talisman gradually solidified, Zhang Ye's figure also appeared beside it. This robust, warm-faced merchant displayed a mixture of astonishment and ruthlessness. "Who are you? Is it you? How did you know about the 3 talents?" Before he could finish, Zhang Yu fell silent. Wang Lu, after infusing true essence and activating the jade talisman's powers, did not seize the spotlight but instead made way for Kong Zhang to speak. Thus Kong Zhang said, "Boss Zhang, the Jade Master Assembly will be held at my chess stall, please come quickly." Zhang Yu glared at Kong Zhang with an exceptionally fierce gaze, questioning, "So you have taken a side?" Kong Zhang did not respond but simply said, "We will meet at the chess stall." Wang Luo added, "This is a forced assembly, so please do not deliberately arrive late. Although I wouldn't mind your tardiness, it would save me quite a bit of trouble." Zhang Yu snorted coldly. "All right then, see you at the chess stall." By the end of his sentence, the hint of panic in his tone was hard to conceal. The triangular alley was not far from the Shi residence and the area was not spacious. 2 narrow paths converged at the end to form a small open space roughly enclosed in a triangular shape by several snack and grocery shops, thus becoming the triangular alley. Kong Zhang's chess stall borrowed the light of a tea house set up beneath the eaves. The 3 Jade Masters gathered again at the chess stall, attracting a massive crowd. Even though the 3 arrived at the triangular alley at the fastest possible speed after confirming the assembly, the communication speed among the people of Shiji was equally impressive. By the time Zhang Yu, the last to arrive on the scene, stepped down from a modest cloud, the surroundings were already bustling with activity. Inside and outside the alley, even in the air, people were packed everywhere. The scene was even more lively than when Shi repaid the neighborhood debts, almost comparable to the tide of corpses from the underworld. However, as they approached the tea house, this clamor quickly turned to silence. The old eaves reflected the morning light while also serving as a barrier against noise. Kong Zhang, as the neutral party, sat down at the side of the chessboard while the seats of the opponents naturally belonged to Shi Yu and Zhang. Yet both Shi Yu and Zhang Yu were well aware that the true key figure was the one standing behind Shi Yu, casting a shadow over the girl, Wang Luo. In Wang Luo's original intention, he did not want to overshadow Shi Yu, the rightful Jade Master, nor usurp her role. However, he would not be pretentious when necessary. In the current situation, he would not back down. Kong Zhang said, "Since everyone is here, let the meeting begin. This assembly was proposed by the first Jade Master Shi Yu and convened by me under the authority of the third Jade Master, and the theme of the meeting." Before he could finish, Zhang Yu interrupted with extreme irritation, "There's no need to put on an act here, let the main person speak and save us both some time." Wang Luo, the main person, could not help but chuckle. Even if it's an act, the necessary procedures must still be followed. Respecting the process is fundamental to the Jade Master system. As the second Jade Master, you should be clearer about this than anyone else. Zhang Yu closed his eyes, his eyelids trembling slightly, and after a moment he said, "All right then, let's proceed according to the procedures and discuss how to face this public opinion storm in Shiji." Kong Zhang, upon hearing this, glanced at Wang Luo, who nodded slightly and then sighed. Indeed, the topic of this assembly is how to face the public opinion storm. As he spoke, Kong Zhang presented a piece of embroidered satin to everyone, declaring loudly and facing this unfounded smear of public opinion. At this moment, Zhang Yu sighed, "This matter actually..." Before he could finish, Kong Zhang interrupted him with a raised hand, "Please be patient. According to the assembly procedures, the speaking order should follow the ranks of the Jade Masters. This means that the first Jade Master, Shi Yu, must speak first." Zhang Yu was stunned for a moment, then his brows furrowed tightly. The assembly of the Jade Lords indeed follows a strict protocol. Who proposes, who convenes, how to determine the agenda, how to conduct discussions. However, this strict procedure was merely a struggle made by the disgraced head of the Shi family over 200 years ago when faced with forced cuts to their autonomy. Yet over 200 years later, Zhang Yu, who inherited this jade token, had no intention of adhering to such rules. First, this rule was merely a facade gifted by the Zhang family to the Shi family in the past. To the public and the one who took over this power at the time did not expose the Shi family's self-deception, but instead pledged to abide by the agreement, earnestly holding the jade token and fulfilling their duties. Yet over 200 years later, Zhang Yu, who inherited this jade token, had no intention of adhering to such rules. First, this rule was merely a facade gifted by the Zhang family to the Shi family in the past. Secondly, thanks to the incompetence of the Shi family's ancestors, there was only one copy of the contract established during the transfer of the jade token, and it was safely stored in the secret chamber of the Bamboo Shoe Tower. Moreover, the Shi family had not seen the contract for over 100 years, and by the time of Shi Xiaosheng's generation they were even unaware of the contract's content, leaving them utterly clueless about how to use the jade token. As for the so-called third Jade Lord established later, it was even more of a hollow title. So what reason did Zhang Yu have to trouble himself? However, unexpectedly, this secret that should have remained buried was unearthed right before everyone's eyes. Long before Wang Luo infused the jade token with true essence to activate the 3 talents technique, he had vaguely sensed the problem, so he had even specifically checked the secret chamber before coming, confirming that there were no signs of intrusion. Therefore, the secret of the contract should have been known only to him. Of course there was a slight possibility that Shi He had bypassed Shi Shoshing and passed some past secrets to Shi Yue, but based on Zhang Ye's understanding of Shi He, that elder was merely an ordinary person struggling under the tides of the Tao, and he knew little about the past. So how did the other party find out the correct way to use the jade token and this absurdly complex procedure? Zhang Yu looked at Wang Lu only to see him gazing back with a serene expression, yet this tranquility only heightened his unease. At this moment Shi Yu had already begun speaking as the first Jade Lord under Kong Zhang's indication. Zhang Yu missed the opportunity to interrupt and temporarily restrained his impatience, focusing on her words. Unexpectedly Shi Yu's first sentence was, "First I authorize my representative Wang Luo to speak on my behalf at this assembly. Every word he says represents the first Jade Lord, which is myself." Well, they aren't even pretending anymore. Wang Luo was equally unreserved, slightly nodding to Shi Yue, then raising his head with a smile, waving to the onlookers around. Strangely enough, this person had appeared in Shi Street for less than a week, yet he seemed to have gained quite a following, especially as he revealed his forearm while waving, causing many local folks with mere brute strength to show signs of infatuation. It was simply incomprehensible. Only when everyone's attention was drawn to him did Wang Luo say, "What I have to say is quite simple. This food safety incident is a deliberate frame-up, an attempt to undermine the local order of Shi Street through a fabricated pretext." As his words fell, the crowd erupted, and several figures in green immediately revealed their golden seals, preparing to suppress Wang Luo's shocking statement. But Wang Luo took the initiative, pointing at Qian and sternly declaring, "Look, someone is already feeling guilty. Look at those unfamiliar faces in green, each of them is an accomplice in this conspiracy." The next moment the recently ignited golden light extinguished completely. Although the crowd searched for unfamiliar faces, according to Wang Luo's words, they found that the unfamiliar figures in green who had seemed to be beside them moments ago had collectively vanished. Wang Luo shook his head and smiled. Team leader Gu is truly cautious. It seems he has studied the autonomy charter carefully in advance. Unfortunately, if you had been a bit more arrogant just now, I could have swept you all away at once. Well, let me continue with my story. He said the words I just spoke must have piqued everyone's curiosity. Why such a brazen frame-up? Shi Street is not a prosperous place. No matter how maliciously one tries to scheme, there isn't much profit to be gained. Even if a noble wishes to come to Qingping Division to seek credentials, there is no need to resort to such drastic measures. Shi Street has experienced similar targeted actions over the years, yet none have been so outrageous. This place inherently possesses autonomous attributes and cannot be left to anyone's whims. As he spoke, Wang Luo deliberately paused for a moment, scanning the surroundings as if subtly guiding people's thoughts and attention. Once the crowd began to ponder and discuss in this direction, he revealed the answer. The answer to this question is a bit complex, so allow me to break it down first. After over 1,000 years of decline, Shi Street is finally turning the tide and about to usher in a comprehensive prosperity. Unfortunately, I cannot disclose the specific details to everyone as it pertains to the national strategic plans of the Golden Deer Hall. However, within the scope I can discuss, I can promise several things. First, the assets of Shi Street will substantially increase, including the houses you live in and the shops you own. Second, incomes will rise across the board, which needs no elaboration. It is simply literal. Third, the laws will heavily favor Shi Street, allowing local residents to enjoy a sense of happiness akin to that of the nobility in the upper city, with everything going smoothly, their efforts rewarded in the obstacles to foundation establishment and golden core no longer hindering them while seeking decent employment will not be dismissed due to their Shi Street identity, and enjoying late-night snacks won't rely on begging. Wang Luo deliberately slowed his pace, gesturing animatedly as he spoke, and despite the content being mere empty promises, it undeniably stirred the interest of the entire audience. It also incited extreme anxiety in those across the chessboard. Yet it was still Wang Luo's speaking time, and the 3 jade tokens on the chessboard emitted a faint glow, rendering Zhang Yu unable to move an inch. And Gu Shishir, who should have intervened to stop all this, simply left the scene, leaving behind a group of local figures in green who were eagerly listening to Wang Luo's story. Thus Wang Luo's speech continued, and after painting a picture for everyone he began to delve deeper into his story. While having shared that story, I believe many of you, while amused, are thinking of these 4 words: a fool's dream. Indeed, the decline of Shi Street is a well-established tradition of 1,000 years. How can I reverse fate with mere empty words? Just last night the people of Shi Street were still suffering from unjust calamities wronged without reason. Indeed, the decline of Shi Street is a well-established tradition of 1,000 years. How can I reverse fate with mere empty words? Just last night the people of Shi Street were still suffering from prosperity comes from within the stone. The conclusion drawn by Tai from the stone resonated with authority as Wang Luo spoke, causing the jade tokens on the chessboard to tremble slightly, sending an invisible ripple through everyone's thoughts. It is well known that the fate of Stone Street is closely tied to its master, the Shi family. Over the past 1,000 years the Shi family has been scorned by the Great Law, leading to their decline, and thus their territory has also suffered, causing the neighbors to endure poverty and injustice for which the Shi family is wholly responsible. Therefore, even though I have only been in Stone Street for a few days, I have heard discussions on the streets asking whether without the Shi family everyone's lives might improve. To be fair, these discussions are understandable. Why should we living in Stone Street be looked down upon? Why should the misfortunes of others affect me? Regarding these issues, I believe that no matter how much Shi Yu denies it, it would be hard to convince everyone completely. Thus I will mention just 2 points for everyone to ponder. At this point Wang Luo intentionally maintained a moment of silence while the triangular alley though packed with people was eerily silent. Everyone was waiting for Wang Luo to get to the point. Firstly, the fate of Stone Street is tightly bound to the Shi family. When one suffers, all suffer. This is an objective fact that has persisted for 1,000 years. Then let me ask, as the only descendant of the Shi family, how has Shi Yu's fortune been lately? This question left many residents of Stone Street in a daze. Indeed, it seems that Shi Yu's luck has not been as bad lately. Yes, I haven't heard her complain about losing her wallet for several days now. The mad dog from Crippled Alley hasn't chased her anymore. I've heard that she took some people to visit Ling Mountain and even sold a souvenir. But she has been charged excessive interest lately. Yet she still managed to pay off over $1 million in debts. The chatter among the neighbors made Wang Luo's eyelids twitch, and the hand resting on Shi Yu's shoulder became gentler, as if comforting a stray dog with broken legs. Her recent turn of fortune is merely the result of her years of good deeds. Moreover, aside from the trivial matters you just mentioned, she has finally met a noble benefactor. Her recent turn of fortune is merely the result of her years of good deeds. Moreover, aside from the trivial matters you just mentioned, she has finally met a noble benefactor, which is me. For someone who has faced misfortune since childhood, is there a clearer sign of turning fortune around than this? As he spoke, Wang Luo chuckled a few times and smoothly transitioned to the next topic. Secondly, the turn of fortune for Stone Street has already been foreseen by some who have provided clear evidence through their actions. Please recall whether there have been unusually frequent asset transactions locally recently. Some long-unsold dilapidated houses and poorly operated shops suddenly have buyers. Even their eagerness to purchase seems unusually high. Words can deceive, but the flow of money cannot. The state of affairs in Stone Street has already been pointed out by those with money. Even if one does not trust the first Jade Master, who has always been unlucky with wealth, one should still trust the eye of the local tycoon. As the story reached this point, the crowd erupted into chatter once more. The events Wang Luo described had indeed been observed in recent days. Stone Street's assets, which had always been regarded as inferior in Rome City, had suddenly attracted wealthy buyers. Without Wang Luo's narrative, people might not have paid much attention, for the vast Stone Street experiencing occasional asset turnover was nothing unusual. However, with Wang Luo's guidance, even 1 or 2 cases made it hard for people to avoid imagining possibilities. Moreover, Zhang Ye's actions were quite forceful, making it difficult not to notice. However, Wang Luo did not waste much time. Seeing the atmosphere was ripe, he clapped his hands and said, "My story is not finished yet. After concluding the joyous first half, we still have a less joyous second half to discuss. Mr. Kong, do I still have enough time?" The meeting procedures do not limit the speaking time of each Jade Master. Kong Zhang glanced at the jade tokens on the chessboard and replied, "But I hope you can be concise." "Alright then everyone, do you remember our initial question? Why would the people from the upper city specifically set a trap to harm us? The prosperity of Stone Street and the revival of the Shi family, how does that impede them? And this brings us to the second half of what I want to say. Regrettably, the revival of the Shi family indeed hinders many, and the prosperity of Stone Street makes many gnash their teeth in frustration. In truth, everyone can understand the reasoning behind this. Who would want to watch helplessly as someone they usually despise and oppress suddenly rises? Moreover, the wealth of Stone Street comes from Shi Yu's turn of fortune, a compensation from the Great Law in Jin Lu Hall for the oppression of the past 1,000 years, not due to the management of any wealthy family or the capable governance of Qingping Si. Therefore, the wealth of Stone Street has nothing to do with them. After a pause, Wang Luo continued, "And they certainly will not be willing to accept being unrelated to this wealth, so they planned this food poisoning incident, attempting to use it as a starting point to frame and slander us, pouring dirt on our reputation and then seizing control of all affairs in Stone Street, becoming the actual distributors of its wealth. Afterward, no matter how many blessings heaven bestows, they must first pass through a thick filter before reaching us. So do you understand why recently unrelated individuals have descended upon Qingping Si, leading a group to find fault with us day after day? Emotionally, they do not wish to see the poor rise, and economically they are even more unwilling to miss the opportunity for exploitation. This is the truth behind the current public opinion storm we face." Having said this, Wang Luo waved the silk brocade around and declared loudly, "Let me say it again. This food safety incident, along with the ensuing public opinion storm, is purely the work of a few individuals in the upper city deliberately framing us to suppress local order. They cannot bear to see the poor rise and are unwilling to part with their sense of superiority that comes from looking down on Stone Street, even refusing to give up what does not belong to them. And how to respond to this blatant plunder should not even be a topic for discussion. What is fundamentally right does not require deliberation. However, it is unfortunate that the 3 Jade Masters currently cannot reach a consensus on this matter of basic justice," Wang Luo said, turning his gaze towards Zhang Yu. At this moment, Zhang Yu was no longer as flustered as he had been at first, for he realized that while Wang Luo had caught him off guard with his bold words, as long as he told his story well, there was still room for a reversal. After all, compared to Wang Luo's empty rhetoric, the evidence he held was indeed more substantial. Just as it was about to be Zhang Ye's turn to speak, Wang Luo suddenly said, "Mr. Kong, next I would like to buy back Zhang Ye's jade token." As Wang Luo's words fell, Zhang Ye's eyes widened, suddenly his body straightening up. Although he found it difficult to speak under the pressure of the jade talisman, the bloodshot eyes were already filled with disbelief. However, Kong Zhang appeared oblivious, glancing at Wang Luo before casually saying, "So you are representing the first Jade Master Shiriyue, demanding the fulfillment of the power outlined in the trading contract signed in the year 988 of the new immortal calendar to redeem the Shi family's jade talisman from the Zhang family?" Wang Luo replied, "Indeed, that is correct." Kong Zhang then turned to Zhang Yu saying, "Then please proceed to fulfill the contract and hand over the jade talisman." Before he could finish, Zhang Yu could no longer contain himself and stood up, only to realize that perhaps due to Wang Luo changing the meeting's content, the jade talisman on the chessboard no longer restrained him, allowing him to speak. But he had no mind to tell any stories now. Until the redemption issue was resolved, he would have no opportunity to share any tales. The richest man of Shiji made an effort to compose himself and spoke. "Indeed, in the year 988 of the new immortal calendar, the Shi family, facing a debt crisis, had to seek help from the Zhang family and relinquished a portion of their autonomy, solidifying it into a jade talisman which was transferred to the Zhang family. But regarding the redemption matter..." After a brief silence, Zhang Yu decided to probe. "I have never heard of any redemption matter." Wang Luo smiled and said, "Zhang boss, you should be more aware of the redemption matter than anyone. After all, you just perused this contract not long ago." As he spoke, Wang Luo leaned down and placed a piece of paper on the chessboard which illustrated a uniquely shaped green leaf. It was a leaf from the Jianmu tree, translucent like jade but soft like cloth, measuring about a foot square, densely inscribed with neat characters. The text written on it would be witnessed by the Jianmu, each stroke imbued with spiritual power. As a contract medium, the Jianmu leaf represented the highest standard. Upon seeing this piece of paper and the Jianmu leaf depicted on it, Zhang Yu completely lost control of his emotions, filled with shock and anger. "Where did you see the contract?" Wang Luo chuckled, saying, "This contract exists in 2 copies, each party holds one. As a representative of the Shi family, what is so surprising about me seeing the contract?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu felt his temples throbbing. He had to grit his teeth and channel the thin strands of true essence within him repeatedly to avoid an explosive surge in blood pressure. What is so surprising about seeing the contract? The Shi family's copy was destroyed over 100 years ago, right in front of the ancestors of the Zhang family. The contract in 2 copies now only exists with the Zhang family. If the Shi family truly retained the contract, even if it was just a copy, how could they have been unaware of how to use the jade talisman for the past 100 years? Moreover, Wang Luo's paper not only depicted the Jianmu leaf but also illustrated the table it was placed upon, along with Zhang Ye's favorite teacup beside the leaf, making it all too obvious. Therefore, Zhang boss, with the contract laid bare before you, the redemption clause is clearly written here. There is no need to deny it, right?" Zhang Yu countered, "When did you intrude into my home?" Clearly the paper Wang Luo held was drawn only after he had trespassed into the bamboo shoot tower, delved into the secret room and uncovered the Jianmu leaf. While speaking, Zhang Ye's peripheral vision swept across several figures in the crowd, radiating azure light. Although Gu Shishir had already left, taking with her the red-clad blue-clothed followers who had come down to Shiji with her, the local blue-clothed officials still had the duty to uphold basic legal dignity. Trespassing into someone's residence, especially into Zhang Boss bamboo shoot tower, is a serious crime in Shiji. But Wang Luo did not give the local blue-clothed officials any chance to uphold the law. He raised his hand and displayed a wooden token to everyone. "Zhang boss, do not slander me. I never trespassed into your home. I was invited for a visit." Zhang Yu glanced at the token in Wang Luo's hand and his expression twisted instantly. "This token. Zhang Fuhong." Wang Luo put away the token and said, "Indeed, you even recognize that the token belongs to Zhang Fuhong. I thought you were truly indifferent to your own son. I hit it off with him at first sight and we had an enjoyable conversation. He cordially invited me to visit his home. Unfortunately, he was then imprisoned and you coincidentally were discussing how to smear dirt with team leader Gu at the slaughterhouse. Zhang Fuhong lent me the token temporarily, asking me to visit by myself first. I couldn't refuse his kind invitation, so I toured the estate overnight, and indeed it was quite eye-opening." This statement sent Zhang Yu spiraling back to the brink of collapse, taking a long time to suppress his wildly beating heart which nearly burst, and then gritting his teeth he said, "So you went to my house last night?" Wang Luo said, "Yes, I first visited the garden on the 1st floor, then toured the Fongjing Divine Glass Dome on the 3rd floor, and finally went to the cold storage underground to retrieve the 10 pounds of premium spirit meat that Fu Hong had promised to deliver to me. Lastly, I found the secret room on the 4th floor." "How did you know where the secret room was?" Haha, your Zhang family members really enjoy replicating the layout of the Shi family's old residence. As a representative of the Shi family, it is only natural for me to know the location of the original Shi family secret room." "Nonsense. The secret room was constructed only after I hired a master to set up the reverse 5 elements formation and personally revised the plan. How could it possibly have any connection to the Shi family's old residence?" Wang Luo remained silent for a moment, unable to help but chuckle. "All right then, I was wondering why this secret room lacked any celestial aura and was simply detrimental to the family's protective style. It turns out it was Yu Zhang boss who was trying to embellish. To be honest, it was Zhang Fuhong who informed me about it. Zhang Fuhong. Zhang Yu could hardly believe his ears. Yes, that's the one who conceals his brilliance, willingly besmirches himself, yet has a mind filled with schemes. Zhang Fuhong. What? Alright, to put it differently, he is that plump golden-haired blue-eyed man who is obsessed with the illusory scrolls of the void and has achieved nothing. How could he know where the secret room is? This matter was not even known to a neglected young son, let alone to someone like Qi Shuawei who was slightly valued, or even the eldest son Zhang Fulu who rarely stayed at home. But at this moment there was no need to enlighten Zhang Boss further. He still needed to continue redeeming the Shi family's Jade Talisman. In any case, thanks to the kind assistance of your Zhang family, I found this contract and the Jade Talisman usage instructions in the secret room, which led to this morning's assembly. Otherwise I was actually still contemplating how to inform the people of Shiji about the truth before you did. Additionally, I discovered that according to the contract terms the Jade Talisman could actually be redeemed. As he spoke, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. No wonder you have been fixated on Shi Yu's debts, fearing she might save up money. Conversely, it is understandable that the Shi family has not saved enough redemption money for over 200 years, which is why the Zhang family has repeatedly had the illusion of being able to replace them. Unfortunately, the Shi family's misfortunes have come to an end. Everything should be set right and return to normal. Now I ask the master of the Zhang family to return the Jade Talisman to its rightful owner according to the contract. Faced with Wang Luo's aggressive demeanor, Zhang Yu did not respond immediately. He was not the type to be deeply calculating, able to manipulate emotions at will. Thus, under Wang Luo's repeated provocations, his neatly aligned teeth were nearly ground to dust and the anger in his chest hammered against his heart like a heavy hammer, making him see stars before his eyes. However, the repeated bursts of fury also instilled in him a flicker of patience, allowing him to think rationally. The result of this rationality was a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Zhang Fuhong, how could it be Zhang Fuhong? As the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Yu prided himself on having some insight into people, which allowed his eldest son to soar in the upper city and his second son to smoothly secure a position as a woodworker at the Little White Building. In fact, it was his keen eye for talent that was crucial in propelling the Zhang family from a neighborhood-level wealthy family to a city-level tycoon ranking within the top 20 of Rongchen. Yet this remarkable insight failed to recognize that Zhang Fuhong had some hidden depths. At this moment, seeing that Zhang Yu remained silent, Wang Luo chuckled. By the way, your family's fourth-floor tea room has quite the collection. The tea of this new era has a unique flavor, just like the few pages of the speech outline in the secret chamber. Thus Zhang Yu's calm was once again shattered, and emotions like anger and fear surged within him, causing his previously flushed complexion to pale like the retreating tide. The theory of guilt for the meat factory and the theory of divine punishment from the Shi family are both excellent stories, but it's a pity you won't have the chance to tell them. Now please fulfill your promise. The pressure was clearly beginning to take effect. Zhang Yu temporarily set aside his doubts about Zhang Fuhong and began to consider the challenge before him. Wang Luo had repeatedly submitted a redemption request, and the Jade Talisman on the chessboard began to shine brighter, as if warning Zhang Yu not to delay. In fact, according to the dignity left by the Shi family, when the Shi family members of later generations gathered enough funds for redemption and submitted a request, the Zhang family was obligated to respond immediately upon learning of the request. However, neither the Zhang family members at that time nor those in later generations ever imagined that the Shi family could once again gather enough funds for redemption. At this thought, the fury that had burned Zhang Yu's heart to ashes suddenly reignited. He decided to make one last struggle. The redemption of the Jade Talisman is certainly possible, but regarding the amount. Wang Luo replied, according to the contract there is no redemption deadline for the Jade Talisman and the interest cannot exceed double the principal. Agreeing to such conditions clearly shows that the Zhang family does not believe the Shi family can turn their fortunes around. Yet the head of the Shi family at that time truly believed that one day he would be able to redeem the Jade Talisman. Zhang Yu fell silent. It's a pity his grand ambition will only be realized 200 years later, when a little girl opens the manhole cover to dismantle the oilcloth package. Boss Zhang, I have already calculated the redemption amount in advance, totaling 21.62 million spiritual leaves. Please confirm. I have no problem with the amount, but it must be clean money, Zhang Yu stated. Wang Luo laughed heartily. Boss Zhang, I brought the situation to this point. You can trust my professionalism. The transferred money will definitely have no issues. It was neither raised through illegal crowdfunding nor borrowed from elsewhere. It is all my legitimate earnings. What legitimate labor could earn you 20 million in just a few days? Zhang Yu could not help but coldly laugh. I helped a skilled player who aims to rank in the top 10 of the all-area championship in the Feiyuan record strengthen his military force, making him the 7th ranked in the current power rankings, gaining immense fame. As Wang Luo spoke, he unsurprisingly saw Zhang Yu's bewildered expression. Clearly, for this middle-aged wealthy man who had never had any understanding of the Taishu drawing, the above professional jargon was akin to a foreign language. In reality, the process was quite complex. Wang Luo began extracting his divine sense from the Little White Building to operate in the Taishu drawing, working tirelessly until the dawn broke before hastily fulfilling the transaction. During this time he collaborated with Zhang Fuhong, utilizing over 100 Taishu accounts to accumulate 5 top-tier military general cards, 15 second-tier military general cards, forge 5 first-grade celestial weapons and 10 fully enhanced ascension treasures, while summoning 10 rare troops and breaking through their limits. This directly elevated the previously average commander of a minor troop in the Fei Yuan record, the bloodied young master, to a top-tier position. It was also fortunate that the scale of the Fei Yuan record was substantial enough, having been steadily operated for decades across the 5 states and hundreds of countries, with millions of active players alongside countless top-tier tycoons participating. Zhang Fuhong had long harbored ambitions and had prepared thoroughly, even bringing in bald Luosha, who was pulled in due to his sleepless night, to assist. Only then could this transaction proceed in a tense yet non-crossing manner. Otherwise this operation, even if it did not provoke the Taishu division, would be enough to sound the alarm at the Fei Yuan Records workshop. Yet regardless, the result was clear. Wang Luo had over 20 million clean funds in hand, which could be used to redeem the jade talisman left behind by the Shi family according to the contract from 200 years ago. Zhang Yu did not have the power to refuse. At this moment a faint light from the communication spiritual talisman at Zhang Yu's waist suddenly flickered, and then a somewhat anxious voice from Zhang Fulan echoed from within. "Dad, where did the public accounts money go? I barely managed to get a new pure good jade bottle through a friend, but when it came time to pay there was no money left." Zhang Yu found himself unable to absorb the rest of Zhang Fulan's words, as the first half had made his blood pressure, which he had just managed to calm, boil over once more. Wang Luo's money was actually taken from the public account of Zhang Fuhong and his brothers. Zhang Fuhong. Zhang Fuhong. As if responding to Zhang Yu's inner roar, a familiar figure in the crowd was approaching with a somewhat sluggish gait. Still golden-haired and blue-eyed, still fat and bloated, and even the foolish expression on his face remained unchanged. But at this moment Zhang Fuhong appeared to Zhang Yu like a stranger. "Dad." Zhang Fuhong spoke first. "Second brother is urging you to send the money he has finally arranged for the pure good jade bottle, and if the transaction fails it would not only offend friends but lead to greater troubles. The public accounts money has already been completely moved. You need to quickly give him some emergency funds." At this Zhang Yu suddenly woke from his stupor, hurriedly addressing Zhang Fulan's issue before turning his gaze toward his youngest son with a look of immense complexity. Zhang Fuhong, however, remained calm. He first cupped his hands towards Wang Luo and said, "May I take a moment to chat with my father? Is that all right?" Wang Luo waved his hand. "No need to be so polite between friends. Between father and son it's best to speak openly." "Thank you." Zhang Fuhong clasped his fist, then approached his father, raising his head to meet the other's gaze. "Father, shall we speak slowly?" As he spoke, Zhang Fuhong approached the chess stand, planting a particularly sturdy lotus platform and sitting down with a plop. He then placed a small screen on the already cluttered chessboard, instantly shrouding the surroundings in a misty ambience. This father-son dialogue, unlike the gathering of the Jade Lords, did not necessitate making the topic public. Having made these preparations, Zhang Fuhong spoke first. Without waiting for his father to begin, this matter was a spontaneous agreement between friends without any coercion or inducement. As for the misappropriation of public funds, it was initiated by you for second brother. I merely followed suit. There are no loopholes in the process. Regardless of whether this is brought up in Qingping department or elsewhere, I will maintain this stance. So do not hope to turn the tide through me. I have already chosen my position last night." Zhang Yu inhaled deeply at these words and closed his eyes. Otherwise he feared his primordial spirit would truly shatter. Zhang Fuhong promptly handed over a teacup filled with the fragrant Imolin tea, a blend that Zhang Yu loves dearly. "Father, the reason I chose a position opposite to yours is due to both public and private reasons. Privately, I indeed found an affinity with Wang Luo, sharing similar aspirations, and you should be more aware than anyone else of my treatment at home." Zhang Yu finally could not help but speak. "I now realize that I have never truly seen you clearly." Zhang Fuhong couldn't help but chuckle, his smile appearing simple and sincere. "Father, did you see clearly when I asked eldest brother for the account books and he slapped me across the face?" Zhang Yu was taken aback. "At that time you gradually entrusted many industries in the upper city to eldest brother to manage, and I had no objections since he understood business better than I did. However, he not only took what you gave him but also wanted me to hand over some private assets I had purchased. Later on, when the expected dividends were delayed, I confronted him and received a slap in return. It didn't hurt much. I suppose he showed some restraint." Pausing for a moment, Zhang Fuhong continued, "As for second brother, he wasn't as harsh as eldest brother. He never made me lose money and never laid a hand on me. But from a young age he enjoyed calling me a bastard in private." "Father, did you see this clearly?" Zhang Yu remained silent. "Of course I don't blame second brother. After all, we are indeed half-brothers. Compared to those two brothers, each with their strengths, I feel like a failure, and given my appearance I certainly do not deserve to be compared with them. Moreover, I've noticed that the more I appear incompetent, the kinder they tend to be toward me, so I might as well continue to play the role you often perceive me to be. Honestly, it can be quite liberating. However, today when you suddenly said you have never seen me clearly, it did hurt a bit." At this point Zhang Yu finally could not help but say, "I indeed have not cared for you enough." Zhang Fuhuang shook his head. Father, I am not here to seek paternal love but rather to explain why in private I would rather choose an outsider whom I met only a few days ago rather than our own family. Of course my connection with Wang Lu is genuine. It has been a long time since I found someone I could converse with so happily. If you want to blame me for prioritizing trivial conflicts over blood ties and the nurturing grace over the past 20 years, then I will accept my guilt calmly. Indeed, I am an ungrateful scoundrel. Zhang Yu did not condemn his son's moral character but asked, then what about in public? Zhang Fuhuang countered, Father, I heard that Wang Lu asked you a question at the meat factory last night, saying a non-legitimate daughter of the Gu family can still speak to you from a position of superiority. Are you sure you want to choose to stand with her? You remember that, right? I have been contemplating the same question, and compared to those who refuse to even look me in the eye, I find the Shurjia to be a favorable choice. Zhang Yu was utterly incredulous. You. Zhang Fuhuang added, of course I do not mean the Shurjia that struggles to pay interest despite working 3 jobs daily, I mean the current Shurjia. By the chessboard, sure, you could not help but click her tongue. While talking, do not hurt the audience, please. Moreover, isn't the current Shurjia a result of her personally lifting the manhole cover and dismantling the oil package to reveal the noble's presence? Zhang Yu nodded slightly at this remark and said, this Wang Lu is indeed formidable, but how powerful can he truly be? You fundamentally do not understand the opportunities the family is about to face nor the formidable enemies that will arise from this approach. Zhang Fuhuang interrupted, Father, there is no need to debate with me. If I could win an argument against you, there would be no need to handle matters so covertly. I could simply use a communication talisman to talk with you at night. I am merely explaining why I chose this path. I am not seeking your approval. You. In any case, these are the words I wanted to say, and I have completed what I needed to do. In the next few days I will take refuge in the prison cell beneath the Xiaobai Lu to avoid any terrifying enemies I may not understand coming to trouble me. After saying this, the golden-haired blue-eyed young master struggled to rise from the lotus platform, exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Lu, and then approached a young man in blue standing guard at the edge of the alley, saying, I am here to surrender. Li Jing was startled by this hiss. Although it is my duty to welcome those who voluntarily surrender for their illegal actions, isn't now a critical moment for the show? By coming to surrender, aren't you delaying my enjoyment of the performance? Zhang Fuhuang did not expect this response, and after a moment of silence he slapped Li Jing across the face. Li Jing widened his eyes, looking at Zhang Fuhuang in disbelief. While holding his stinging hand, which had been bruised from the impact, Zhang Fuhuang pressed on, now can you take me away? You really are something else. Had I known, I would have chosen a vantage point in the air. In the end, Li Jing expressed his admiration for Zhang Fuhuang's decisiveness, then flashed a golden seal and apprehended the assailant who had attacked the young man in blue on the spot. It should be noted that this golden-haired blue-eyed young man left the scene in quite a disheveled manner. Although Shaoli did not deliberately make things difficult in order to hurry back and not miss the show, he directly used his true essence to soar into the air. As for Zhang Fuhuang, he was held aloft with one hand as if he were a piece of lard. Though he appeared ridiculous, the sight of him from behind in Zhang Ye's eyes resembled the golden core within Zhang Fuhuang's body, a seemingly pitiful state but still radiating brilliance. Then when Zhang Yu finally shifted his attention back to Wang Lu, he noticed that the jade talismans on the chessboard had already quietly changed hands. While he was lost in thought, the redemption procedure for the talismans had steadily progressed to its last step. All right, the funds have been successfully transferred with 21,620,000 spirit leaves returned as they were. Naturally, the jade talismans from Shiji will also be returned as they were. Congratulations, congratulations. Wang Luo smiled, standing up, and gathered the 2 jade talismans belonging to the Shurjia together, then turned to Kong Zhang. This third jade lord of the Shiji did not hesitate any longer and presented the jade talisman in his hand as well. Thus the 3 talismans merged into a red stream of light flowing into Shiryu's body. The convergence of 3 is the dream of the Zhang family for over 200 years. The initial dream was merely a small seed. Acquiring a jade talisman from the Shurjia clan was only to elevate the family's status, allowing a family that had become wealthy to gain more respect on Shiji Street, thus obtaining greater convenience. Therefore the Zhang family did not even care about the advantageous buyback clause added to the contract. On one hand, they did not believe that the Shurjia clan, which had been on a downhill slope for nearly 1,000 years, had any chance of a comeback. On the other hand, even if one day the Shurjia managed to gather 10 million spirit leaves, an achievable number, the fact that the jade talisman was redeemed would be enough to elevate the Zhang family to a higher status. However, after truly possessing the jade talisman, the Zhang family discovered that this power, which seemed worthless in the hands of the Shurjia clan, actually had numerous hidden uses. The Shurjia had been wasting it all along. Thus the dream began to take root and sprout. One jade talisman was no longer enough to satisfy the Zhang family's appetite. The remaining talisman in the hands of the Shurjia, along with the one that was later divided and given to a neutral party, became the goal of generations of Zhang family heads. By the time of Zhang Ye's generation, they were willing to go to any lengths for the convergence of 3. Now the 3 jade talismans had indeed merged into one. Their milky white jade transformed into a crimson glow. Though the scene was not splendid, it signified the realization of the Zhang family's dream that had persisted for over 200 years. However, such good news did not bring a hint of joy to Zhang Ye's face. Isn't it a dream come true? Aren't you happy? Wang Luo's question made Zhang Ye's heart, already repeatedly battered by anger, begin to ache. Wang Luo then spoke gently to comfort him. If you truly care for it, you should sincerely wish it well. Now that it has found a good home, you should let it go with ease and offer your blessings. Zhang Yu coldly glanced at Wang Luo, his pupils seemingly still retaining a trace of blood like starlight, making his gaze appear as if it were bleeding. Wang Luo then put away his teasing demeanor and clasped his hands towards him. In any case, Zhang Ba's spirit of taking responsibility for the gamble is commendable. I had thought that there were so many loopholes in the contract that could be exploited. If Zhang Ba had any ill intentions, I would have had to go through a lot of trouble, but throughout this process, apart from your repeated anger, there hasn't been much unnecessary complication. I sincerely thank you for that. You're welcome. Zhang Yu felt as if his jaw was about to loosen from clenching. He truly did not expect there to be any exploitable loopholes in the contract. And this contract he had indeed read countless times. If it weren't for the innate spiritual quality of the Jianmu leaf, he might have worn off a layer of the contract. For a moment he felt both shame and anger as well as curiosity, convinced that he must die with clarity. However, Wang Luo had no intention of answering his questions. He merely raised his head and said loudly to the surroundings, so today's Jade Master gathering has reached its final segment. Neighbors, please welcome the returning Dragon King Shuriwei to say a few words. Wang Luo began to applaud, quickly prompting a warm response from the crowd. Although this Jade Master gathering essentially had a somewhat anticlimactic flavor, the number of Jade Masters had suddenly dropped by 2/3 midway through the gathering, rendering the gathering's purpose practically moot, and the chess stalls had turned into a monologue by Shuriwei and Wang Luo. Considering the process was quite splendid, especially since the theme of the gathering allowed the notoriously nuanced Zhang Yu to repeatedly face setbacks, people still rated the performance positively. As for Shuriwei, although most people's impression was still of her as the small girl donned in a 100-city tunic bustling through the streets, this kind of girl suddenly being welcomed into the celestial gates and ascending to the skies was also quite delightful. Shuriwei herself, however, looked utterly dumbfounded, pointing to herself and then to Wang Luo. You didn't mention that there was this segment. Wang Luo replied, life should always retain some surprises. There are some matters I can act on your behalf, but some things require your personal appearance. After all, you are the true master of Shiji, and what you need to do is not different from the past. Just be yourself. Shuriwei, upon hearing this, gradually felt her anxiety dissipating. Indeed, compared to years ago when her father Shishou Shang left behind millions in debts and vanished, forcing her to step up during the darkest hour for her family, the small surprise seemed trivial. So she stood up first, politely waving to those around her, then clearing her throat. The stone fire within her dantian burned gently, allowing her voice to flow like a gentle summer breeze. Hello everyone, I am Shuriwei. As you can see, this happened quite suddenly and I really didn't prepare anything. Plus everyone is a long-time neighbor, so I think it's better to say less trivial stuff to avoid delaying your work later on. Shuriwei began with a relaxed smile. Let me just talk about two things first. Everyone doesn't need to regard me as someone different from before. Whether it's as a Jade Master or the returning Dragon King, to me they are merely titles. I am still who I was originally. Later I need to go to the Wenyu Bureau to seek jobs. My luck has turned around lately and I should be able to take on a few decent jobs. In the midst of the neighbors' laughter, Shuriwei continued, the second thing is I hope everyone does not regard Shiji as a different place. Although Shiji might soon undergo a significant transformation, I believe that regardless of external changes, living well is more important than anything else. Pausing for a moment, Shuriwei added, of course, conversely, if anyone insists on disrupting our good lives, then as a member of the Shurja, I will not stand idly by. I will immediately seek help from experts outside and ensure that the enemies do not have a good end. As the crowd erupted in laughter once again, Shuriwei concluded, in any case I hope everyone can live well and be themselves. That's all I wanted to say, thank you all. Then amidst thunderous cheers and applause, the young girl earnestly bowed repeatedly to the neighbors around her, allowing the celebratory atmosphere to linger. However, Zhang Yu had dispersed quite early when Shuriwei delivered her speech. Upon returning, he adjusted his green hat and performed an act of disappearing under the gaze of the crowd. It wasn't until many Shiji residents were about to be late for work and had to leave that someone noticed that the wealthy man of Shiji who was supposed to play the clown had actually vanished. Though missing the chance to kick the clown while he was down was somewhat regrettable, it was just as Shuriwei said. Living a good life is more important than anything. The morning story felt like a perfect fairy tale, offering everyone a sense of comfort akin to that of a nursing infant. Inside the tea house of the triangular alley, Kong Zhang carefully held out the long-preserved Woluo Cheng, his complex expression filled with love, reluctance and anticipation, as if he were cradling his own ashes. Meanwhile, Wang Luo confidently took the tea canister and with the tea set before him began to demonstrate his tea art skillfully and elegantly like a celestial being. At the same time, he did not forget to praise his most trusted disciple Shuriwei, whose loyalty had reached 140 points. What you just said was quite good. Shuriwei, however, blushed. It wasn't good at all. In fact, I didn't say anything. That's why I said you did well. You are different from me and should not adopt an elevated demeanor to tell stories or impart wisdom. You should present yourself as a relatable neighbor girl speaking from the heart to win people's favor. Didn't you see how the audience erupted after you spoke? The effect was even better than when I spoke. It's already worth celebrating. Shuriwei looked a bit worried. Is it worth celebrating? But we only told a beautiful story. The problem hasn't been fundamentally resolved. In fact, I feel the problem has become even more serious. Kong Zhang also said, indeed, although we have passed this hurdle with Zhang Yu, he was merely a pawn. The real players are Gu Shishir and the turbulent waves behind her. At the recent gathering, Gu Shishir left too early without making any contribution, which makes me worry she has a backup plan. Wang Lu, while serving tea to the two, said, of course Gu Shishir has a backup plan. She is the key player in the entire scheme, bearing an important mission. How could she simply give up because of one pawn? On the contrary, with Zhang Yu's downfall, the possibility of a peaceful transition between us has been thoroughly cut off. Yesterday they managed to poison the upper city and make the richest man of Stone Street take the blame. In a few days they might even storm the Shur residence at night with private soldiers directly seeking violent means. After today's gathering the battle will officially begin. These words left the two opposite him with no mood to enjoy their tea. As Kong Zhang just let the fragrant tea slip into his mouth, he felt as if the hot tea was emitting a slight chill, robbing Wuluwaching of its intended smooth flavor. Shuriwei simply put down her teacup and asked, what should we do next? What do you need me to do? Just do your best. Wang Luo replied, no matter how Gu Shishir intends to strike, we will stick to our original strategy, holding our ground and waiting for them to come to us. This matter is ultimately due to their greed, and they are in the wrong. The more they act under twisted logic, the more mistakes they will make. Today she has already lost Zhang Yu, and if she doesn't restrain herself she will only incur more losses. Shuriwei sighed, those wealthy and powerful families don't care about right or wrong. As long as they benefit, it doesn't matter how wrong they are. Kong Zhang also sighed, the great law woven by the founding fathers was meant to transform the heavenly path into civilization. However, 1,000 years have passed and this power has been increasingly abused, leading many to complain that the heavenly path used by people today is not even as good as the one that regarded all things as mere fodder in the old times. Wang Luo furrowed his brows with so much resentment and bitterness. Should I add some milk, honey, and sugar to the tea to balance it out? Kong Zhang hurriedly covered his teacup and fell silent. The joyful time in Stone Street quickly approached noon. At Xiangshan Road's most popular restaurant, Lao Han's homestyle dishes welcomed its familiar patrons once again. Of course, this is a given, as the vast majority of diners here were repeat customers. Yet among these returning customers, one person's identity was particularly different. He wore a green hat, appearing unremarkable, and when he waited in line for his number and was seated, the surrounding diners hardly paid him any extra attention. At Xiangshan Road's most popular restaurant, Lao Han's homestyle dishes welcomed its familiar patrons once again. And the chief clown had once again arrived at his familiar table. After ordering his usual dishes, he found that he could not taste the familiar flavors. The past grandeur hidden within the bustling streets, which had truly been the generosity and passion of the master of Stone Street, could no longer be ignited. Sigh. After a sigh, a tall and elegantly dressed young man approached the table wearing a wooden box and a jade bottle and sat down directly in front of Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was taken aback. Young Master Bo. The young man smiled and said, I happened to pass by Wanqing Bridge, so I came to grab a meal. Hope you don't mind, Boss Zhang. Zhang Yu certainly did not mind and could only express his feelings. It's rare for young Master Bo to still be willing to see me, a fallen man. Young Master Bo laughed outright. Boss Zhang, if even someone as wealthy as you is considered a fallen man, then at least 90% of the 2 million people in Rome City would have to be stripped of their status. A moment of defeat shouldn't dishearten you to this extent, right? I have heard many stories about Boss Zhang at Jinlanwu. You are renowned for your resilience. Zhang Yu remained silent for a moment, then nodded vigorously, raising his wine cup. You are right, I was just being sentimental for a moment. Young Master Bo, I toast you a glass. Young Master Bo said, in fact I think this situation isn't necessarily a bad thing for you. Not a bad thing? Zhang Yu asked, please enlighten me. Because to put it bluntly, you didn't lose money and you weren't hurt. If you want to talk about losses, it's just the loss of some local reputation that people mention during their meals. Do you really care what others say about you? Zhang Yu replied, but I lost the jade token. The position of the Jade Master of Stone Street was of no use to you anyway. Even without the jade token, the assets you have acquired will still appreciate in value. The bias of the Great Law will not intentionally avoid your family, Zhang. Now consider, if today's event had not occurred, your plan with Gu Shishir would have continued smoothly, completely abolishing the autonomy of the Shur family. By the time there is no Jade Master on Stone Street, your jade token would also become meaningless, so what difference does it make whether you lose the jade token now? Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile. That does seem to make some sense. What you are worried about is merely that you have ruined Gu Shishi's plan and she may not want to collaborate with you afterward. Indeed, Gu Shishir is not known for her forgiving nature. After you ruined her plans today, she might not want to see you for several days. But if you think about it carefully, can she really single-handedly operate in Stone Street without your help? There will still be locals to assist her. And aside from you, can she find better partners? So the worst-case scenario is merely that the conditions you receive in future collaborations will be a bit worse. But as long as you are still at the table, the quality of the conditions at any given moment isn't that important. Zhang Yu nodded vigorously. I see the light. Let me toast another glass. After 2 cups of inferior wine, Zhang Yu, whose cultivation base was already shallow, felt a bit tipsy and boldly asked a crucial question. So after today, how much chance do you think there is for our cooperation, young Master Bo? Young Master Bo laughed heartily. Boss Zhang, I didn't expect your mental block was actually here. You are someone who was sharp for a lifetime yet confused for a moment, or perhaps you were dazzled by Wang Luo's performance due to being in this mountain. Honestly, before today I thought our cooperation had at most an 80 or 90% chance. After all, there are always unexpected events. But after today I feel we have complete assurance. Wang Luo and the others are simply being overly clever, losing big over small matters. Zhang Ye's eyes brightened. What do you mean by that? Meanwhile, an unremarkable waiter brought a plate of freshly fried soft-fried watergrass to the table. Wang Luo, wearing a disguise, leaned forward to the table, equally curious. Yes, how did they lose big over small matters? Wang Luozhen did not intentionally wait at the Lao Hong family restaurant. He merely sought a prosperous place to work hard and gain wealth. After enjoying some tea with Kong Zhang among the whole Stone Street, few places could compare to Lao Hong's in terms of diligent prosperity. Unexpectedly, while working until noon, he encountered Zhang Yu, who had fallen into the same trap twice, shrouded in a misty barrier. And there was a pleasant surprise, young Master Bo. When Wang Luo last saw him, he sensed that this young man from Jinlandak was extraordinary from his appearance and demeanor to the various magical treasures he carried, seemingly approachable yet exuding an air of distinction. Seeing him again only confirmed Wang Luo's suspicions, as he already had a very clear point of comparison in his mind. Compared to Gu Shishir, this young Master Bo excelled in nearly every aspect. Thus his words would hold significant reference value. Therefore, after putting down the soft-fried water chestnut, Wang Luo did not linger in place yet. He left a wisp of true essence within the misty barrier, allowing him to hear the conversation between Zhang Yu and young Master Bo without hindrance. During this period, Jinlandak would compensate her personally, not excessively but enough to ensure her comfortable living for the rest of her life. Compared to her current days of being despised, during this period Jinlandak would compensate her personally, not excessively but enough to ensure her comfortable living for the rest of her life. Compared to her current days of being despised by the law and burdened by debt, returning to a normal life would be a better option for her, wouldn't it? Unfortunately, after today, given Shishi's temperament, she would likely not let it go so easily and would be unable to do so. Young Master Bo said, taking out a small wine bottle from his bosom, sipping a mouthful and then picking up a piece of horse hoof meat from the table, chewing it and letting his brows relax. Good, the skill here is nearly on par with Master Yen from Rongyan restaurant. Zhang Yu smiled. It's also made by Lao Hong himself, but it's not available all the time. It requires some fate. However, young Master Bo showed no interest in further discussing the food, nodded and returned to the topic. The Jade Owner Assembly this morning actually had a considerable impact in the upper city and even slightly shook the governor's office. Zhang Yu immediately withdrew his smile and said seriously, the governor. It's not to say that the governor himself was immediately disturbed, but the briefings have likely already been delivered to his desk. Zhang tried to view today's events from an outside perspective. The boxed meals from Jingglikshuan caused a serious food poisoning incident, and multiple pieces of evidence point to the Stone Street meat factory. Zhang Yu couldn't help but snort coldly. Young Master Bo smiled and said, yes, we all know what the truth is, but how would the majority of the people in Rongqing know? They only need to read today's news to believe that this incident must be due to poor management at the Stone Street meat factory, and the people of Stone Street should bear full responsibility for it. Yet they dared to hold a public assembly, blatantly disregarding the facts and pouring dirt onto others. So what can be tolerated and what cannot? Under the surging public sentiment, many matters leave no choice. Zhang Yu exclaimed, no wonder Team Leader Gu left early. Correct, because when the people of Stone Street convene a meeting and publicly declare that this matter is a false accusation from others, Shishir has no choice. Even if she originally intended to resolve things peacefully, she can now only consider less peaceful options. Moreover, knowing Shishir's personality, she likely wouldn't mind if the people of Stone Street brought about their own demise. Zhang Yu took a deep breath. What will Team Leader Gu do after that? Young Master Bo replied, that's hard for me to guess. Shishir is decisive on major issues but casual about details. Even her biological parents often can't discern her thoughts, so I can't be sure where she will start. But if I had to guess, it would likely be from your family's meat factory. Her nature is somewhat stubborn, and where she faces setbacks she needs to turn the tables there. Wang Luo said she frames others, so she will likely frame them to the end, making the other party watch helplessly. Zhang Yu was silent for a moment, leaning forward earnestly to ask, who exactly is Wang Luo? Young Master Bo appeared relaxed. I don't know, but he is definitely not the kind of invincible person you imagine. On the contrary, after watching his performance this morning, I find him rather unthreatening. Zhang Yu was incredulous. Not threatening at all. Rather, what exactly are you all afraid of? I know many speculate he is the inspector from the Golden Deer Hall, but not to mention that the official inspector would never be so closely associated with the Shur family. At the very least, Jinlandak has verified through various channels that the Golden Deer Hall has not appointed any inspectors recently or even in the past few years. Zhang Yu said, but his ability to break a person's Dao heart is genuine. This point is indeed perplexing. We have also reported this matter to the Golden Deer Hall but received no feedback, which itself implies a vague attitude. Zhang Yu became somewhat anxious. Does that not mean he indeed has a background in the Golden Deer Hall? Even if he is not the inspector, he could be. What could he be? Young Master Bo laughed. Identity is a very binary concept. If one has it, one has it. If not, then not. If one cannot state their identity clearly, they do not have one. In other matters one might consider showing him some courtesy, but when it comes to major plans, vague statements carry no meaning. In short, there is no need to worry about his identity. He may indeed have some extraordinary aspect, but we have already encountered too many extraordinary people. Then even without considering the Golden Deer Hall, just the ability to break a person's Dao heart is already troublesome. Right now the entire Qingping division is afraid of him. Are they? Hasn't Zhang Fulan already found a way to counter it? Using the pure good jade bottle of the adjuster can offset most of the damage to the Dao heart. Whoever feels guilty can simply buy a pure good jade bottle in advance. Moreover, you are not a person from the Qingping division. Why are you afraid? If Wang Lu could easily break a person's Dao heart, yours should be the first to break. Zhang Yu chuckled. But I have no Dao heart, how could it be broken? Are you suggesting that as long as one has no Dao heart, Wang Luo's powers are useless? Otherwise I really can't think of any reason he would spare you, the traitor of Stone Street, especially now. As long as you fall, Zhang Fuhong may successfully rise to power and become Wang Luo's wealthy ally. Zhang Yu subconsciously said, even if I fall, it's still Fu Lu and Fu Lan. He couldn't finish his sentence halfway through. Young Master Bo laughed. You don't think those two young masters you forcibly propped up can deal with Zhang Fuhong, do you? Your defeat today was mostly to Zhang Fuhong and only a small part to Wang Luo. That kid truly is astonishing when he strikes. I suggest you not spend too much effort on Wang Luo. Afterward focus on keeping an eye on Zhang Fuhong. He won't stay quietly in his cell waiting for news. After lying low for over 20 years, he will surely stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Then Wang Luo. Zhang Yu still felt uneasy. Leave it to Shishir, she is very adept at dealing with people like Wang Luo. Young Master Bo shook his head. Wang Luo cannot be said to be lacking in strength. Within just a few days he helped Shiyu turn the tide. His skills and strategies are of top-notch caliber. If he were willing to join Jinlan Doc, I would be willing to apply for a hall president position for him. The evaluation from young Master Bo left both listeners astonished. A good person. Zhang Yu said, perplexed, unable to fathom why young Master Bo would give such an appraisal of Wang Luo and why being a good person would be deemed a fatal flaw. Wang Luo was taken aback as well. He never expected that this young Master Bo was even more astute and experienced than he appeared. To see through his identity as a good person was indeed no simple feat. To call him a good person is a very objective assessment, young Master Bo explained. Though I have not yet gathered all his information, from what I know so far I can hardly find any flaws in his character. He understands propriety, knows right from wrong, is well-versed in human emotions and etiquette, making him akin to the children from other academies often spoken of by the instructors of Meng Academy. What do you think, Boss Zhang? Zhang Yu remarked, I find him arrogant and overbearing, only judging based on personal connections rather than right and wrong. Young Master Bo shook his head with a chuckle. Arrogant and overbearing. Yes, he disregarded the authority of the Qingyi and shattered the Dao hearts of several individuals, subsequently treating the Qingping division as his own backyard. However, if it weren't for the local Qingji's prior unfair dealings, it would not have been easy to perceive his arrogance. Yes, he disregarded the authority of the Qingyi and shattered the Dao hearts of several individuals, subsequently treating the Qingping division as his own backyard. However, if it weren't for the local Qingji's prior unfair dealings, it would not have been easy to perceive his arrogance. Zhang Yu remained silent for a long time. Young Master Bo, your words leave me at a loss for how to respond. Ah, Boss Zhang, when it comes to doing things one must consider their stance, but when judging people one cannot be bound by it. You always pride yourself on your keen insight, yet often remain confined by your preconceptions. Otherwise how could Zhang Fuhong hide for over 20 years under your very nose? Zhang Yu struck at a sensitive spot, finally had no words left to say. Fine, even if Wang Luo is an exceptionally good person, why would that become a fatal weakness? Because he is a good person and we are not. Good person. Wang Luo finally concluded his hard work for the day during the evening when Old Hong called him to settle his wages. Although he had only worked half a day, he fully utilized the advantages of his innate Dao body, excelling in multiple roles, and he should have earned 500 spiritual leaves. However, Old Hong gave him 505. Though it was only a 1% increase for this miserly and lean old man, it was nothing short of a groundbreaking feat. This left Fang Qingqing, who was nearby stirring a pot, utterly stunned, burning a batch of scattered pills, resulting in Old Hong severely deducting her wages. Looking at the condensed spiritual leaves in his hand, Wang Luo couldn't help but feel that Old Hong's home-cooked meals had become his first stroke of fortune since coming down the mountain. Because so far the majority of his labor income came from Old Hong, and his connection to the Tai Su was also through the fellow workers at Old Hong's shop, even gathering crucial enemy intelligence during his work, and it happened twice in a row. The conversation between young Master Bo and Zhang Yu, while primarily discussing him, contained an abundance of underlying information that Wang Luo needed time to digest. Just as Wang Luo was preparing to head home to ponder it slowly, he heard old Hong say, "Don't leave yet, there's another task." Wang Luo chuckled, "I see that 5 spiritual leaves truly isn't for nothing." Old Hong snorted, "Of course leaves don't just fall from the sky. I have 2 boxes of vegetables here and you need to deliver them to Boyu Manor." Wang Luo glanced at the large batch of spirit vegetables and fresh spirit beast meat he had meticulously cleaned during the day, initially thinking it was for the night market only to find it was for a delivery service. As for Boyu Manor, it was a benevolent hall run by local residents of Shur Street, raising a group of abandoned orphans. A small official from the Furin division was responsible for management, while the actual work was carried out by carrying locals on a rotating basis. Wang Luo never expected that old Hong, who usually never cuts corners on wages yet is stingy with spiritual leaves, would actually donate items to Boyu Manor. In this regard, Wang Luo asked no further questions, simply carrying the 2 large boxes weighing hundreds of pounds with ease as he stepped outside. Along the way, the neighbors greeted him warmly. Though Wang Luo had not been in Shur Street for long, he managed to achieve events worthy of being recorded in history almost every day, and this morning's gathering was particularly splendid, making him an instant household name. Wang Luo held the box steadily in one hand while waving frequently at the neighbors with the other. The journey was quite lively until they got closer to Boyu Manor, where the crowd began to thin out. If Shur Street is the lower district of the entire Rome city, then Boyu Manor is the lower district of Shur Street, situated in a low-lying area with broken winding roads flanked by abandoned dilapidated houses. Yet despite the dilapidated scene, it did not appear dirty or chaotic. The winding path underfoot was clearly maintained regularly, leaving hardly any traces of mud, and even the weeds in the cracks of bricks were trimmed. At the end of the road stood a small courtyard surrounded by grey walls, in which a 3-story brick building stood prominently. That was Boyu Manor. Hundreds of years ago, a down-and-out scholar settled here to study, naming the small building Boyu Manor, hoping to gain knowledge and understanding of the universe in the future. Although given Boyu Manor's current state, that scholar may have been overly ambitious. However, providing shelter for a group of orphan children might be even better. As he walked further, passing through the courtyard gate, he could see a well-maintained small playground where several children were chasing and playing. Upon seeing Wang Luo enter, they all raised their arms in cheer. "Meat is here." In response to such a nearly cannibalistic cheer, Wang Luo could only smile, casually performing a trick that transformed his true essence into a water avatar bird flying towards the playful children, causing them to abandon the meat and rush after the bird in excitement. Afterward, Wang Luo turned his gaze to the elderly person watching over the children beside the playground. The elderly man hurried over, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Old Hong truly is generous, always sending so much. You've worked hard too, carrying such heavy things all the way here." After a lengthy discussion, the elder pointed Wang Luo in the right direction. "Just drop the items in the east corner on the first floor. That's where the kitchen and cold storage are, and all the food is kept. Do you need me to call someone to help you carry it?" "No need, it's not that heavy." Carrying the not-so-heavy meat and vegetables into the small building, Wang Luo quickly found the kitchen and cold storage, only to encounter an unexpected familiar face. In the kitchen, a hunched figure was busy at the stove. Qin Yu. Upon hearing his name, the old friend was startled and quickly turned around, causing a fire dragon to soar into the air, shooting straight up to the ceiling. Wang Luo deftly guided the kitchen fire over, using the fire taming technique, coiling the fire dragon around his fingers like a tame serpent. "What are you doing here?" Qin Yu hurriedly extinguished the stove fire while coming before Wang Luo, trembling as he said, Seeing this, Wang Luo nodded. "Oh, I understand now. You frequently encountered misfortune lately, feeling disheartened with life, but the children at Boyu Manor have given you a rare sense of warmth, so you come here as a volunteer during your free time. And having lived alone for many years, your cooking skills are excellent, leading you to be assigned to the stove, correct?" Qin Yu was left speechless, and after a long moment he nodded. Wang Luo then patted him on the shoulder. "Haha, you are the true good person here." As it was just around dinner time, Wang Luo chose not to stay and disturb Qin Yu's work. After storing the 2 boxes of meat and vegetables in the cold storage and helping him briefly adjust the rampaging stove, he waved goodbye. Afterward, Wang Luo casually toured Boyu Manor and chatted with an elderly worker who had been there for years. To his surprise, he learned that Qin Yu's life in Boyu Manor was remarkably peaceful. In the Stone Street, he had been complained about 103 times over 2 years, yet not a single incident occurred in Boyu Manor. For this reason, Qin Yu actually enjoyed volunteering there, often using his meager income to buy snacks and pastries for the children. This piqued Wang Luo's curiosity about Boyu Manor. Qin Yu's romantic calamity was caused by a certain curse, and such curses usually followed hidden rules. If he could identify the unique aspect of Boyu Manor, breaking the curse would be as smooth as sailing with the current. Unfortunately, Wang Luo's knowledge of the Du Valley lineage was sorely lacking. It was arguably the weakest point in his entire knowledge system. After circling Boyu Manor a few times, he still found nothing and eventually had to leave under the predatory gazes of a group of bored ogre cubs hoping to play with birds. On the way home, Wang Luo was joined by Qin Yu, who had finished his day's work. Though still hunched as he walked, his expression was noticeably more relaxed. Occasionally he even exchanged a few words with Wang Luo, stammering in admiration of Wang Luo's earlier prowess. Clearly spending time with the children at Boyo Manor was his only solace in a life of hardship. Walking and talking, the two soon reached the end of the narrow path outside Boyo Manor. As they turned a corner, Qin Yu was muttering, "Since I don't need to go to the meat factory for now, I thought I'd work a few more days here." Suddenly Wang Luo stopped and held out his arm to block Qin Yu. Then he turned his gaze toward a dilapidated house behind an old wall on one side of the path. After a long moment, Wang Luo asked softly, "Are you sure about this?" The ruined house was silent save for the wind rustling the weeds on its roof, marking the slow passage of time. Wang Luo shook his head and urged, "Your killing intent, though restrained, is unmistakable. At this time and place, don't pretend to be passers-by. In this new era, private violence is discouraged, so we'll prioritize self-defense. But I also don't want to waste too much time on the three of you. So if you don't leave now, don't blame me for striking first." As the words fell, a sneer echoed from the ruined house. "Alang, is this the ink scale barrier technique you boasted was superior to the Shangjing pavilions? The guy even called out our numbers." Then came a flustered voice, "Haven't you experienced how good the ink scale barrier technique is? That kid is just too damn strange. How can a Foundation establishment cultivator see through a golden core barrier? Brother Hua, since the barrier technique is useless, better check the birdcage again. If he sends out a green leaf talisman and summons the green duckweed division, we'll be in trouble." As they spoke, three figures appeared on the ruined roof. 2 men and a woman. At the front was a middle-aged man of exceptionally burly build, clad in exotic beast hide armor. His golden core shone brightly, ostentatiously condensed into a solid form. In each of his massive hands he held a delicate small ghost head spike which looked like embroidery needles in his broad palms. Pressing close to him was a short childlike figure in black, shrouded in a thin mist that slightly distorted the surrounding light and sound, clearly a master of barrier techniques, also at the golden core stage. The farthest away was a red-haired woman, her features enchanting and seductive, yet her expression was as vacant as a corpse. She wore a barely covering red dress open at the chest, revealing large swaths of snowy skin. However, her full breasts were replaced by 2 enormous eyeballs with pupils containing 7 or 8 bloodshot compound eyes that constantly bulged and rolled as if struggling to break free from her chest cavity. Wang Luo found her cultivation level somewhat elusive. She was undoubtedly at the golden core stage, but its grade was difficult to determine, much like her species. Yet beyond these superficial external traits, what truly caught Wang Luo's attention was the very strong aura of the old era emanating from the three. It was the scent of blood and mud that only cultivators raised in the loft jungle environment possessed. Moreover, as their true essence circulated, it constantly tugged at the surrounding spiritual energy, forming 3 vortexes of varying sizes, a sign of an exceptionally refined breathing technique. Such cultivators were almost extinct in the civilized world of the new era. The few who remained active were found only on the fringes of civilization like Nanshan, Minghai or Maji Mountain, and would never appear so casually in the old capital of Zhuang. "So, Gu Shishir hired you, didn't she? She sure holds a grudge, gave her a surprise in the morning and she wants payback by afternoon. Are you supposed to be the top experts of this era?" As he spoke, Wang Luo gestured for Qin Yu to stand behind him while flicking a green leaf in his hand into the air. The leaf transformed into a streak of green light darting toward the distant small white building. But no sooner had it launched than it struck an invisible barrier and fell from the air. The childlike figure on the roof immediately looked up and said, "The birdcage is still active. If we finish the fight within 10 minutes, the green duckweed division won't come looking." The burly man sneered, "If we can't finish it in half a minute, we'll become the laughingstock of the underworld." The childlike figure reminded him the client offered top-tier bounty. That kind of person never wastes money, which means that Foundation establishment kids' real strength is top-tier. That's why they need us. Blackie, stick to the plan, keep using your barrier technique. Red remembered to glare at him and then. Damn. Before the burly man could finish his sentence, he cursed in shock. Because Wang Luo had already appeared before him like a ghost. His white robes instantly filled their field of vision. None of the three had expected Wang Luo to actually dare strike first. A mere Foundation establishment brat charging heathen at 3 golden core experts was simply unheard of. Yet as top-tier professionals, though startled, they did not panic. The burly man cursed while his ghost head spike shot toward Wang Luo's throat, arriving after the fact but faster than lightning. The childlike figure in black vanished instantly as if he had never been beside the burly man. In his place, the red-dressed woman teleported to face Wang Luo, her expression still blank. She abruptly pulled open her dress, letting the 2 massive eyeballs stare directly at Wang Luo, black pus oozing from their pupils. In an instant, the trio had unleashed their unique skills and killing moves. And the Foundation establishment brat facing the sharp edge was unsurprisingly torn apart, his white robes reduced to a pool of... This result stunned everyone. But the next moment a purple flame flickered in the burly man's pupils and he cursed, "Damn, it's a decoy." It turned out that what had been reduced to blood was not Wang Luo himself but his white robe. In that split second, Wang Luo had executed a clever substitution trick. Almost simultaneously, a cry of pain erupted from the childlike figure in the distance. Damn! Wang Luo had already found the trio's weak point. If one were to rank the various qualities required for practical combat, the ability to read information would undoubtedly take the top position. This was a common piece of wisdom imparted to him repeatedly by his master Song Yijing and even his senior brother Xingqian while he was at the Spirit Mountain. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Wang Luo had already gathered enough information through a short period of observation. The trio had formidable hard power with surging true essence and a refined intent to kill. Even in the old era they would be considered skilled individuals at the golden core level, and their long-term cooperation revealed a deep mutual understanding. Though they were not at high realms and lacked any exaggerated treasures, it was easy for those proud talents from the heavens to underestimate them. However, once the fight began, even the most gifted could not withstand the solid foundation of the seasoned veterans. Such opponents were not comparable to Li Dongyang, a novice golden core who had never experienced practical combat. Wang Luo had managed to drag two red-band blue-clad figures down like dead dogs, but would never be reckless enough to withstand the spells of any member of this trio. Gu Shishi's willingness to hire this trio at a high price and strike decisively against someone sensitive to Wang Luo's identity at this place and time clearly indicated her confidence. Once these three acted, not even a trace would remain. He was responsible for setting up barriers, and in a traditional trio the one handling barriers was always also in charge of the formation. As everyone knows, breaking the formation should be the top priority. The first flaw lay with the black-clad child adept at barrier spells. Among the trio, the sturdy man Huogu was undoubtedly the main force, both offensive and defensive, possessing a treasure with unpredictable effects. The details of the red-haired girl were hard to decipher at the moment. But the true core was this child in black. He was responsible for setting up barriers, and in a traditional trio the one handling barriers was always also in charge of the formation. As everyone knows, breaking the formation should be the top priority against any formation. Moreover, the barrier technique used by this black-clad individual could not escape Wang Luo's keen eyes, which was deadly for anyone skilled in such arts. Thus Wang Luo played a simple trick with his cloud-like garment to attract the attention of the three, then immediately lunged at the black-clad child. As the black-clad child had just switched places with the red-haired girl using a black and white formation, he saw Wang Luo before him. In shock, he wanted to change the formation again, but as the true essence flowed down, he felt a scorching sharp pain piercing through his meridians, causing him to cry out in agony. It turned out that Wang Luo's lunge simultaneously stepped onto the formation's eye, and the footstep, infused with a hint of wondrous true essence, directly disrupted the surrounding spiritual energy. When the black-clad child attempted to activate the formation again, he was immediately met with a backlash from the earth's veins, leaving half of his body seemingly paralyzed. After that, Wang Luo only needed to press his advantage, reach out and take his throat to easily break the trio's formation. However, it was at this moment that he sensed a scorching heat approaching from behind. Huoge's reaction speed was incredibly fast. Realizing he had been deceived, he rushed over at full speed, needing no formation to maneuver, arriving just a beat slower than Wang Luo. Although he couldn't stop Wang Luo from killing the black-clad child, he ensured that as long as Wang Luo dared to act, he would make Wang Luo pay the price. In response, Wang Luo couldn't help but smile. This was perfect. He had been waiting for him to arrive. Although the standard procedure was to break the formation first, then kill the enemies. Wang Luo, however, did not wish to waste that time. As long as he eliminated the core of the trio, the remaining two posed no threat. In the next moment, under the astonished gaze of the sturdy man Huoge, Wang Luo turned around, his right hand slicing down like a guillotine. In an instant, half of Huoge's world was engulfed in darkness with that hand's horizontal slash. Sound, light, taste. All elements of the real world seemed to be ruthlessly erased by that hand, and amidst the darkness faint phantoms of his childhood began to emerge. Born in the southern wilds, his parents perished in the tide of savage beasts, and after that he followed a hunter struggling for survival for decades. Was this a revolving lantern? The sturdy man could hardly comprehend the bizarre scene before him, but the instinct honed through countless life and death experiences sent a clear warning. He was at the brink of life and death. He could not allow the seemingly Foundation establishment kid on the opposite side to finish this slash. Thus the sturdy man did not dodge or retreat, his ghostly spear still aimed true at Wang Luo's throat. His experiences of hunting beasts and killing men in the southern wilds made him deeply understand a principle: the less afraid of death one was, the harder it was to die. He absolutely did not believe the other party would dare to trade lives with him. Yet next to his shock, the ghostly spear successfully pierced his opponent. The sensation upon impact was far more resilient than expected, as though he had struck not human flesh but an immovable mountain. However, the crux of the matter lay elsewhere, for as long as the ghostly spear struck home, it was lethal without needing to penetrate the body. The key issue was Wang Luo's palm had already descended upon him. There was no need to deliberately aim for vital points, as it was unnecessary to aim at the moment his palm made contact with the sturdy man's body. The thoroughly tempered form was unexpectedly cleaved in two. Two muscular arms, a broad chest, and the heart pounding within the chest. All were split in two at that instant. The sturdy man had never seen a blade so sharp. Even the divine blades wielded by the Tiger Roar general in the fixed Wilderness Legion could not possibly cleave a perfected body and the beast skin armor in one stroke. Only when he watched his upper and lower half separate blood gushing forth like a waterfall did he realize. Hua Gu! Suddenly behind him the red-haired girl opened her mouth, her jaw stretching down to her chest, and from that horrifying maw erupted a piercing wail. The instant the wail sounded, an eye in the center of the red-haired girl's chest exploded, releasing a gushing clear spring. At the same time the sturdy man's body, which had been split in two, began to merge back together as if time had reversed. Not even a hint of a mark was left on his chest. Wang Lu frowned. This sinister technique of reversing life and death seemed vaguely familiar. It was certainly not a common celestial's handiwork, thus it greatly exceeded his expectations and wasted what should have been a certain kill. The cost of this misstrike was that an incongruity appeared on his otherwise pristine Dao body. That muscular, perfectly proportioned right hand had turned into a withered, bony appendage, its blood and flesh essence depleted during that earlier slash. Moreover, after being struck by the ghostly spear on his throat, a potent poison curse began to seep through his skin, gnawing away at his flesh. The situation seemed to have reversed once again in an instant. The sturdy man Hua Gu, who had narrowly escaped death, quickly suppressed his inner turmoil and prepared to press the attack. Even though his injuries had been forcefully healed by the curse, his dissipated true essence had not recovered so quickly, and the protective treasure could not restore itself. At this moment he faced Wang Lu almost defenseless. Thus gathering his remaining strength, he reversed the ghostly spear, preparing to press the ghastly head against Wang Luo's wound to prematurely trigger the poison curse. However, just then Wang Lu, who had also suffered serious injuries yet should have lost the ability to move, suddenly grinned, his smile growing more fervent. Within that smile 2 rows of white teeth suddenly shone with a sharp light. In the next moment Wang Lu bit down on Hua Ge's neck as if plunging 2 daggers into flesh, blood splattering everywhere. As the scorching blood flowed down his throat, Wang Lu felt an unprecedented sense of relief. This body, which had been in a state of depletion since awakening, was rapidly revitalizing at an astonishing speed. Gu Shishi's willingness to spend heavily to deliver such a delicious meal was truly beyond gratitude. The battle of life and death is always ever-changing. The trio, who have faced life and death on the barren lands for many years, have long been accustomed to the parting of ways and the inevitability of a bad end, never knowing when they might meet their demise on the razor's edge. They approached this mission with a mindset of desperation. Although their opponent was merely a Foundation establishment novice with no treasures to speak of, theoretically any one of them could easily deal with him. Yet they still poured all their efforts into it, even preparing mentally for the possibility of mission failure and their own annihilation. Despite this, the scene before them filled the trio with an unprecedented sense of terror. Wang Lu bit into Hua Ge's neck, not only drinking his hot blood but relentlessly gnawing at flesh and bone. The trio was momentarily stunned, but Wang Lu nearly bit through Hua Ge's neck in an instant. The black-clad child reacted the fastest, immediately snapping one of his fingers to forcibly activate the black and white formation, moving Hua Ge 10 meters away. At the same time the red-haired girl nearby opened her mouth wide, letting out a heart-wrenching scream directed at Wang Lu. It was a completely foreign language, yet the information contained within it pierced directly into Wang Luo's mind. Mother of misery, mighty and eternal fish of the tribulation sea, trembling and lost. The mother of misery. In an instant Wang Lu realized the depth of the red-haired girl's cultivation lineage. She followed the path of the old world's 3 demonic sects, the Valley of Misery. Those who worship the mother of misery in the Valley of Misery are particularly sinister. As the red-haired girl's scream echoed, Wang Lu felt as if his primordial spirit was being gnawed at by countless invisible ants. The golden core level curse released at point-blank range by a clearly properly trained guardian of tribulation was no longer something simple. Spiritual mountain techniques could counter the poisonous curse invaded his mind in an instant. However, Wang Lu remained unfazed. The pain of being invaded by the evil curse could instantly shatter the will of a first-grade golden core, but it could not even make him furrow his brow. On one hand, the essence of flesh and blood he absorbed from the burly man kept him in a highly agitated state. On the other hand, his innate Dao body had a high resistance to the various curses from the Valley of Misery. The reason he knew little about the Valley of Misery was that his Dao body was a natural counter to it, so there was no need for him to understand much. Thus, amidst the Guardian of Tribulation's incantations, Wang Lu suddenly turned his head towards the black-clad child watching from a distance and shot out a blood arrow. The black-clad child was horrified and dared not underestimate the situation. He immediately adjusted his hand gestures, intending to reverse the formation again, not to directly block the blood arrow but to shift his position aside. At this moment the excruciating pain from the earth vein's backlash still lingered in the black-clad child, and forcing himself to repeatedly adjust the formation left him physically and mentally exhausted, especially as his forehead burned intensely, seemingly on the verge of overload. Then he suddenly felt a coolness in his forehead. It was as if something that should have brushed past him pierced through the center of his forehead. After that his world succumbed into darkness and the corpse he left in the present world began to melt from the head, quickly turning into a pool of blood. Seeing this, Wang Lu couldn't help but sneer. Those who like to play with illusion techniques generally prefer to avoid heavy blows, dodging instead of confronting. But how could someone whose illusion technique was thoroughly seen through still entrust their life to it at a moment of life and death? If he had poured all his true essence into a magical artifact to create a golden core-level barrier, that blood arrow could indeed have been blocked. He could even save himself without moving, yet he chose to dodge to evade a blood arrow that was already on a predetermined trajectory and would change course mid-flight. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in life and death situations, and precisely because Wang Lu saw through the black-clad child's habits, he chose a simple and brutal blood arrow as his killing move. Having dealt with the most critical formation holder, the rest was merely a matter of cleaning up the battlefield for Wang Lu. He regulated his breathing, quickly digesting the fresh flesh and blood in his stomach, allowing his right arm to flow back to its original state like a swimming serpent. He then bypassed the red-haired girl and walked towards Huagu in the distance. Each step covered 10 meters, his movement as swift as a ghost, even faster than the black and white formations of the trio. At that moment, Huagu was clutching the deep bone-exposed wound on his neck, a golden broken branch in his palm melting into droplets, rapidly soothing his wounds and replenishing the void of true essence within him. In just 10 seconds he could regain his combat strength. But Wang Lu certainly wouldn't give him 10 seconds, he would only offer Huagu a warm smile. "The meal isn't finished yet, let's continue." A terrifying chill akin to falling into an abyss surged from Huagu's heart. He had never encountered such a sinister opponent, nor felt such terror that froze his very soul. Cannibalism was not particularly rare for hunters of the great wilderness. He himself had tasted flesh in extreme hunger, yet he could never do it as naturally as Wang Lu. To so naturally regard his own kind as food. In the final moment he gritted his teeth, abruptly pressing the two ghostly heads of his ghostly daggers together. In the distance the red-haired girl shed blood tears and another eyeball in her chest exploded with a resounding bang. Meanwhile, in front of Wang Lu, the two ghostly heads rapidly merged together, then turned to ash, vanishing without a breeze. At the same time a black thread suddenly appeared on Wang Luo's throat, the other end connected to Huagu. "What is this?" Wang Lu was somewhat curious, as he truly did not recognize it. Though he had not practiced for long and would not dare to claim he understood the old world's immortal path, he could generally judge whether a technique was inherited from the old world or created in the new era. The black thread before him was obviously a new era invention. As for its effects, although he asked, the other party would clearly not respond. Then he could only use his body to feel it. Of course curiosity couldn't delay business. While Wang Luo's curiosity lingered, his movements did not falter as he slapped his palm toward Huagu's chest. It was not a flashy technique, just a simple ordinary attack. At this time the injuries he sustained from a century of slumber had yet to heal, and his cultivation level was still only foundation establishment. Even a powerful innate Tao body could not breach a golden core expert's full defenses with a mere physical attack, hence why he had sacrificed an arm to deliver that previous strike. But Huagu in his current state lacked any full defenses, only a simple and straightforward flesh and blood body. This palm strike, while not enough to kill him on the spot, would at least scatter his blood essence and soften his flesh, making him ripe for the taking. Wang Lu did not like eating people, nor would he actively do so, as it was undoubtedly contrary to civilization. Even in the almost jungle law-like world of cultivation before the tribulation, this act was considered taboo. However, if someone were to break the boundaries of civilization first and turn the peaceful and comfortable stone streets into a battleground of life and death, then Wang Lu would no longer restrain himself with the constraints of civilization. As a practitioner of the old era who adhered to jungle law, Wang Lu understood the uncivilized ways better than anyone. The first divine ability of his innate Tao body was the digestion of all things. Normally, even eating stones could transform into his own essence, and various delicacies would each possess unique benefits when consumed. But compared to Huagu, even the simplest home-cooked meals seemed trivial. A body of a cultivator who had been tempered 1,000 times and experienced hundreds of life and death battles was akin to a supreme elixir that could instantly restore one's state. Exquisite delicacies deserve a dining etiquette of utmost reverence. Thus, before savoring the feast, Wang Lu would massage the meat. Yet as his palm struck out, it met only empty air, as if the burly man before him was but an illusory shadow, allowing the blow to pass through his form, though Brother Hua was undeniably solid. In the next moment Wang Lu suddenly felt a tugging force from the black thread around his throat, as if some indescribable colossal will was descending from the unseen. Then he witnessed memories not his own. A pair of small hands gripping a dagger, a hoarse voice behind urging him to plunge the blade into the heart of a middle-aged man kneeling and begging for mercy. Soon driven by that rasping voice, the memory's owner killed one after another, some deserving of death, others innocent, yet none of it mattered. More and more lives ended by his hand, and he grew ever stronger until finally that same hoarse voice was silenced forever by his ghost-head dagger, and he won his freedom at last. By then he had lost count of his kills and yearned to retire while still ahead. So he left the blood-soaked battlefield with his closest comrades, seeking fortune in the civilized world. Thus Wang Lu understood these were Brother Hua's memories, memories of murder. These memories surfaced because of the ghost-head dagger, a unique cursed artifact. When activated by a special technique, it could unleash its full power, forming a near-absolute decree. Once the decree took effect, all external interference was nullified. Simply put, Brother Hua had initiated a ritual within which neither party could be harmed by outside forces. Hence Wang Lu's palm strike missed. But the ritual itself was a life-or-death contest. The ghost-head dagger placed the souls of Brother Huo and Wang Lu on a scale, and the measure was murder. The one who had killed more would win, the loser would perish instantly. Once the decree was issued, one of them was doomed to die. Its binding power far surpassed the golden core level. It was Brother Huo's ultimate killing tool. Having slaughtered countless in his life, and with this death curse further empowered by the Calamity Guarding Maiden of the Calamity Valley, few in the world could overcome him in such a contest. Theoretically, even a top-tier expert honored with the Return to Origin title by the Guanghan Immortal Palace and having formed a nascent soul would fall to this cursed artifact. Unless one hid in places like the Condensing Abyss Pavilion or the Jianmu seat, shielded by layers of protection that even the ghost-head dagger couldn't shatter. Otherwise, once the two halves joined, death was certain. Unfortunately, as Wang Lu viewed Brother Huo's memories, some of his own inevitably flowed into the other's mind. Unlike Wang Lu, who regained his composure in an instant, Brother Huo seemed trapped in a long dream. His eyes glazed, his body swaying slightly, and sweat began seeping from every pore. First sweat, then blood, and finally pus mixed with marrow. Before Wang Lu's eyes, the burly man melted like an ice sculpture, dissolving into a pool of festering liquid. Only then did the ghost-head dagger belatedly deliver its verdict, stabbing fiercely into the pus on the ground, shattering a soul that had just separated from the flesh and was about to dissipate. Tisk, some things aren't meant to be seen. How can a man eat after this? A hint of regret in his voice, Wang Lu turned his gaze to the last person. The remnant of the Calamity Valley, the red-haired woman guarding the tribulation. In Brother Huo's memory, she appeared early on. It was thanks to her that he gained his freedom, and she had even given him the ghost-head dagger. But Wang Lu had no interest in uncovering her secrets now, nor even in forcing her to reveal how to break the curse. In a life-or-death duel, only life and death mattered, no room for greed. His earlier remark about eating was merely meant to shake the red-haired woman's fighting spirit, easing the final cleanup. As expected, the red-haired woman was now in despair. Pointing at Wang Lu, she shrieked the sacrificial incantation of the Calamity Valley, but her words were broken and incoherent, so Wang Lu couldn't understand what she was shouting. Yet as Wang Lu approached to cut her down, the red-haired woman suddenly lifted her head, starlight flickering in her mouth as she spat out a curse as foul as mud. Dark and dreary, cursed land, severing souls and stealing spirits, dim and shadowed sun, withering blood and devouring flesh. The curse finished. Her lower jaw peeled away from her face and the flesh on her visage dripped like melting wax. Countless bloodshot eyeballs burst forth across her body, spinning wildly and twitching, then suddenly all froze at once as her limbs and torso dissolved into pus. In her final moment, the Calamity Guarding Maiden had unleashed a deadly curse, with her own life sweeping out like a gale. Wang Lu took the brunt of it, his mind buzzing as his primordial spirit was wounded again. But it was merely a wound. His innate Tao body granted near-total resistance to all curses and hexes. Even though the maiden was a realm higher and had sacrificed her life, it only caused a slight dizziness, no real damage. A minor disturbance to his primordial spirit could be healed with simple rest. And so the life-or-death duel ended, with the three top hunters from the southern wilderness all reduced to pools of pus. Looking at the maiden's remains, Wang Lu shook his head. If he reviewed the battle in detail, the rhythm had been full of twists, especially on Brother Huo's side. Yet this intricate battle had lasted less than 20 seconds. Such was the life-or-death combat among cultivators that Wang Lu knew over in a flash of lightning. Good news is, at least you won't become a joke on the path. With that, Wang Lu casually summoned a water dragon to wash away the 3 pools of blood, but then thought better of it. Head, leave the crime scene for the belated Qingping division, no need to overcomplicate things. With the 3 hunters' fall, the invisible formation called the birdcage began to dissolve. A breeze swept through, dispelling the sense of isolation. Soon the little white tower would be bustling, and with such a heinous murder fire on Stone Street, how would Gu Shishir shift the blame onto the victim? Just as he mused, Wang Lu heard a thud nearby. Qin Yu had collapsed to the ground. Having witnessed the entire battle, Qin Yu was frozen with fear, his legs weak. Seeing Wang Lu approach with a smile, he instinctively recoiled, but there was only an old wall behind him, no room to retreat. Don't be afraid. Those 3 are dead and gone. Qin Yu swallowed hard, wanting to say he wasn't afraid of the dead men. But what came out was something else. You. Aren't you going to put on clothes? Wang Lu was very fond of connecting with professionals, as professionalism meant convenience and efficiency, saving both parties a lot of trouble. The 3 wasteland hunters who died at his hands were undoubtedly top-notch professionals. The life and death battle was extraordinarily swift and efficient, determining life and death in just a few seconds without involving any bystanders. If it were an ordinary bandit, once the battle turned unfavorable, they would likely threaten Wang Lu with Qin Yu. However, Wang Lu would never be threatened by anyone. Even if the other party truly disregarded everything to kill Qin Yu, he would show no mercy in the life and death battle. The final outcome would merely be Wang Lu losing a dear friend, while the other party lost what little chance of escape they had left. For professionals, exchanging a few % of survival chances for an unrelated passerby was evidently unprofitable, so Brother Huo and the others never considered bringing Qin Yu into the battlefield. In the end, they died cleanly without any lingering attachments. By the end of the battle, Wang Lu could not say he was unscathed, but he emerged more radiant than before. After consuming brother who was flesh and blood, his state was even better than before the battle. Though the two curses from the Guardian of the Tribulation left his mind still aching, they did not constitute actual harm. If one were to count damage, the only battle loss came from the Yunshang Sui of Ling Mountain. The tricks taught by Qin Muzhou could only be used within the boundaries of Ling Mountain. Once outside that special environment, the clouds in the sky could no longer be commanded. Having worn Ling Mountain's clothes for too long, he did not purchase any other clothing after descending the mountain. Even if he had, he wouldn't carry it with him, so at this moment he naturally had to appear naked. Unfortunately, Qin Yu did not inherit the physical cultivation talent of his late friend. Upon seeing the supreme physical cultivation manual of the world, he was utterly bewildered and still asked if he wanted to wear clothes. Seeing Wang Lu smile without speaking, Qin Yu mustered his courage and said, "Well, I have a spare work uniform here. Although it has been worn, it has been washed clean." "Okay, thank you." Wang Lu did not refuse the other party's kindness. He raised his hand to summon his true essence, lifting Qin Yu from the ground, and then took the gray work uniform he pulled out from a small bag around his waist. The work uniform, which seemed slightly oversized for Qin Yu, appeared exceptionally fitted on Wang Lu, showcasing his flawless muscle lines, which pleased him greatly. "Alright, before the people from Qingping Division arrive fashionably late, let's retreat first." Qin Yu was momentarily stunned. "Retreat? Don't we need to stay behind?" "Haha, of course not. Staying behind would only make things awkward for them. We should treat today's battle as if it never happened." Qin Yu was even more confused. As if it never happened? Wang Lu patted his shoulder. "Just right, I have nothing else to do now. Let's find a tavern to drink and chat. You have nothing going on tonight, right?" Qin Yu was dumbfounded for a long time before stammering, "No, nothing." "Then that's settled. How about the wine? Can you drink?" Without waiting for Qin Yu's response, Wang Lu lifted him with his true essence and strode forward. Soon they left the dilapidated area where Boyu Manor was located and returned to Xianshan Road, enveloped in the hustle and bustle of the mortal world. Throughout the journey, Qin Yu was always anxious, glancing back at Boyu Manor from time to time. When he saw several people in blue garments soaring through the clouds towards Boyu Manor, he was so frightened that his legs trembled, seemingly afraid that the group would turn around and descend from the sky, capturing them both as murderers on the spot. Although he had long been a regular at Zayabela, he had never been implicated in such a serious crime of murder. It wasn't until Wang Lu bought 2 barrels of Yenrong rice wine at a familiar tavern and planted a lotus seed in front of the tavern that Qin Yu finally hazily realized that the blue-clothed one seemed unlikely to come. "But that's murder." Wang Lu laughed. "Precisely because it was murder they won't come. Because if they do, it's a dilemma. Murder is a serious crime. According to the rules, they would first need to detain the 2 of us until the situation is investigated and confirmed there is no suspicion of illegal activity before releasing us. So do they have the courage to detain me?" Although Qin Yu wore a face of bitterness, he was not foolish. He quickly understood this reasoning. With Wang Luo's reputation at Zayabela and the goodwill he garnered on Stone Street this morning, anyone from Qingping Division who wished to carry out their duties would certainly not dare to easily detain Wang Luo. "Come, let's drink." Wang Luo handed over a barrel of rice wine and casually cast an ice spell to enhance the flavor of the wine. Qin Yu took the wine, hesitated for a long time before taking a sip, then asked, "So is this how it ends?" Wang Luo nodded. "For the people of Qingping Division, this is how it ends." "That's too much, too excessive." Qin Yu trembled all over, his voice turning hoarse. "Gu Shishir openly hired someone to commit murder, violating the law, and they can just let it go like this?" Wang Luo was taken aback, then realized where Qin Yu's anger lay and couldn't help but chuckle. "Old Qin, although you've spent your life being wronged in this matter, you are actually wronging Qingping Division." Wang Luo was taken aback, then realized where Qin Yu's anger lay and couldn't help but chuckle. "Old Qin, although you've spent your life being wronged, let me ask you, which is more serious, hiring someone to commit murder or murder?" "Of course it's murder." Qin Yu's words faltered halfway, then he realized, "But you were the one who retaliated in self-defense." Wang Luo asked, "You were there at the scene. Think carefully, was I retaliating in self-defense?" Qin Yu was stunned again, then remembered that Wang Luo was actually the one who initiated the attack. But knowing they were hired killers and outnumbered, wouldn't it be reckless to wait for them to act first? Wang Luo laughed again. "I guess that Gu Shishir hired someone to kill me. They have never admitted it. At that time they merely set up a birdcage to intercept the Qingye talisman and threatened me verbally. They didn't even use the word murder before I killed them all. No matter how you look at it, it can't be considered self-defense." Qin Yu silently took a large gulp of wine, unsure of how to continue the conversation. "So the absence of Qingping Division is actually favoring me. As for capturing the true culprit Gu Shishir, that is not their job but mine. I don't wish for anyone to take over my responsibilities. Now regarding the matter of murder, let's leave it at that. You don't have to take it to heart. After we finish drinking, stick a clear heart talisman, try to forget the scenes you've just witnessed and have sweet dreams welcoming a beautiful new day. Come, let's toast." Xinyu, somewhat dazed, clinked the wine barrel with Wang Luo, but the cold rice wine went down his throat and he still didn't know its flavor. Wang Luo smiled and said, "Now let's talk about you." "Me?" Wang Luo's question brought great shock to Xinyu. It was even more shocking than witnessing 3 living cultivators turn into a pool of pus. "Do you want to change your fate?" If it were anyone else asking this, Xinyu would have merely forced a smile, politely responding, and then dismissed it. Because over the past several years his peculiar experiences had indeed attracted many strange figures from the Jianghu, some of whom made grandiose claims about reversing his fate. Yet Wang Luo was evidently different. So Xinyu remained silent for a long time without replying. Wang Luo, however, did not rush him but instead changed the topic. "Let's talk about your story first, if you don't mind." Xinyu clearly minded. During his years living in the Stone Street, despite having built a significant reputation, he had never fully spoken about his past, unless one counted the inquiries made by Qingyi. The reason for his silence was, of course, that he simply did not wish to share. Although his life on the Stone Street was bitter, it paled in comparison to his past experiences. Thus he would rather be a joke for others to laugh about than explain a single word. He even felt that this life of being misunderstood daily was not so bad after all. However, at that moment when Wang Luo asked, a sudden urge to express himself welled up from the depths of Qinya's heart. Perhaps it was the effects of the Yenrong rice wine beginning to take hold, or perhaps it was the shocking sights he had witnessed outside the Boya Manor that stirred a desire to vent. Gradually he began to speak. "Where should I start?" Wang Luo smiled and said, "It's fine if your thoughts are jumbled, just answer my questions." First question: you weren't born with such a knack for making women dislike you, were you? Xinyu fell silent for a long time before shaking his head. In the past everything was normal. When did things start to go wrong? Xinyu thought for a moment and said, "I can't pinpoint the exact moment, but it should have been about 15 years ago after all." At this point Xinyu exhibited a complex mix of nostalgia, sorrow, regret and guilt. Wang Luo was surprised for the first time to discover that a single pained expression could convey such a wealth of emotions. He set down the wine barrel, performed a simple and honest calming technique which proved far more effective than the expensive calming charms available on the market, quickly helping Xinyu to regain his composure. Only then could Xinyu finally articulate the thoughts he had long been brewing. 15 years ago I still had a wife and daughter. With this statement Qinyu's story began to unfold. Without needing Wang Luo's guiding questions, this man who had suffered for half his life was finally able to recount his story in its entirety. Xinyu did not appear as old as he was. Just last month he had celebrated his 48th birthday, and during the first 30 years of his life, although he could not be called a winner, he had enjoyed smooth sailing. He was born into a middle-class family in Rong City, gifted and diligent in his cultivation, smoothly transitioning from drawing chi to foundation establishment, and later enrolled in the renowned Xianyao Academy on Book Street, which was superior to the Rong City Academy in the art of Taishu law calculations, successfully condensing a middle-grade golden core. Afterward he took a position at a relatively well-sized Taishu workshop. Though the work was arduous, the pay was quite good. Xinyu was diligent and hardworking. Within a few years he saved enough for a down payment to buy a small courtyard in the skies of Book Street, and through introductions from friends and relatives met a relatively beautiful woman. Their married life, although fraught with challenges, was overall progressing steadily. Later on they had a daughter, but just as his wife became pregnant, Xinyu unexpectedly lost his job. This was a thunderclap for the young couple burdened with a mortgage. In a short time the pressures of work and life ignited the conflicts that had accumulated over the past few years, putting their marriage on the brink of collapse. Then, under the persuasion of a friend, I spent some money to sign up for a custom tour group to the wilds of the South. Xiaoran had always said she wanted to explore the wilderness of the South, but we had never found the time. Only after I lost my job did this idea begin to take shape. At the time I thought that if the trip helped us reconcile, it would be the best outcome. If not, at least I could fulfill one of her dreams, and then we could part amicably before the child arrived. Later we went to the south and spent several days exploring the local area and the wilderness. It wasn't a long time, but we had quite a bit of fun. However, now I can't quite remember the specifics. In any case, after returning, Xiaoran settled down quite a bit, no longer arguing with me, and agreed to sell our marital home, opting to rent a place on Book Street for the time being. I also worked hard to find another job. The pay was not as good as before, but we managed to get by. After our daughter was born I thought everything would get better, but for some reason suddenly everything went awry and it all took a sharp downward turn. On our daughter's first birthday, Xiaoran said she wanted a divorce and gave me no chance to respond, directly throwing the divorce papers from the Civil Affairs Bureau in my face. The subsequent events unfolded naturally. Xiaoran's sudden change of heart had been premeditated. When negotiating the divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau, she presented a wealth of evidence proving how irresponsible Qinyu was in the marriage. The officials handling the case overwhelmingly sided with Xiaoran's statements, ignoring Qinyu's rebuttals, ultimately rendering a verdict akin to a death sentence. Qinyu lost everything, bearing the debts incurred in the name of their marriage along with responsibilities he could never afford to take on, resulting in his complete ruin. He even lost the golden core he had nurtured and suffered the early deaths of his parents due to the fallout. After his bankruptcy he found himself homeless, facing treatment similar to that on Stone Street, with almost every woman harboring a deep-seated hatred for him. When a person is despised by half the world, it is no different from being in a hellish abyss. What kept him alive was his daughter, the girl who had just been born and received all his love. Qin Yu had not seen his daughter since the divorce. Xiaoran married a hard-working and honest man, and their daughter lived a happy and joyful life. These were the few tidbits Qin Yu occasionally heard from his remaining friends. He himself did not have the courage to seek confirmation. Because if he were to meet her, he could not guarantee that the innocent and cheerful girl who always wore a smile would not suddenly change her demeanor like other women. Ultimately living like a walking corpse, Qin Yu arrived at Stone Street. He had intended to slowly bury himself in this lower world of Rome City, but unexpectedly received help from a young girl, a Stone family girl who also lived a tough life yet remained optimistic and continuously pushed forward. For over a decade she was the only woman who had shown him kindness. To this day Qin Yu had long since become numb to his own suffering. Whether he was complained about or publicly humiliated by Gu Shishir, compared to everything he had endured in the past, it felt like a gentle spring breeze. It is difficult for a person who has come to regard pain as a part of daily life, numb as a walking corpse, to actively seek to rid themselves of that pain. Therefore Wang Lu was not in a hurry for Qin Yu to answer his question, nor did he casually comment on the story he was telling. Wang Lu only focused on two key points. The first was the timing of the curse. It seems that the problem lies with that trip to the border wilderness tour group. As for Nanxiang, that is one thing, but what kind of place is the wilderness that you would dare to trespass? Qin Yu was taken aback for a moment and bitterly said Xiaoran always wanted to go, saying she saw many Qinglu residents exploring the wilderness in the void, and for a time it even became a popular spot that the Expeditionary Corps could not stop. At that time I thought, since she had never made any demands of me after getting married, why not indulge her this once? Moreover, so many people had gone, it might not necessarily be risky. In fact, we didn't encounter any issues during those few days. As for what happened afterward, I considered that perhaps something happened in the wilderness, but whether it was the master from Chengguang Temple or the Redclad from Qingping Division, they all said I was just overly sensitive and that there were no signs of contamination on me. Wang Luo side, you whose fate has been reversed by contamination, actually believe their nonsense. In any case, can you recall any clues now? What did you see in the wilderness? Qin Yu furrowed his brow, falling into deep thought. After a while he fished out a worn manual from his work uniform pocket. It was his diary. Flipping to the front half of the diary, Qin Yu began searching for his memories among the neatly written characters. However, during those days of travel he was exhausted from play each day, leaving little time for the diary. Therefore this crucial record mostly contained trivial remarks like had fun or exhausted from playing. But upon reading it, Wang Luo said, alright, no need to flip through it anymore, the problem is already evident. You can't remember such an important trip and have to refer to your diary, which contains no useful information. Are you really such a social elite who could get into the Xiaoyao Academy but have such poor memory? Qin Yu sighed, putting away the diary, and asked, but after that year Xiaoran instead became more grounded and principled. Wang Luo said, if she were not grounded and principled, how could she let you fall into the trap without any defenses? In any case, we can stop this line of questioning for now and move on to discuss a more important issue. Wang Luo paused and solemnly asked, have you ever thought about why Shiryu treats you so differently? Qin Yu replied, of course I've thought about it. In the beginning I even thought she was a man. Considering that Shiryu is a beautiful, delicate young woman with a graceful figure, this misunderstanding was indeed quite painful for Qin Yu. Later I realized it was simply because she is too kind. Even when she herself is in a difficult situation, she is still willing to help others. Wang Luo nodded. Shiryu's character is indeed rare, but with millions of people in Rongqing it can't be that she's the only good person, right? Qin Yu shook his head. I truly don't understand that. Actually, I didn't understand it at first either, but if I were to speculate now, her uniqueness lies in her different identity. Identity. Here we need to explain the basic principles of cursing. Most types of curses can be countered in three ways. The simplest is to eliminate the source of the curse, such as destroying the cursed object or killing the caster. The second is mutual destruction among similar curses, where a higher level curse can override a lower level one. The third way is to increase resistance. For example, my innate Dao body has a very high immunity to various curses. But this is just conventional theory and clearly does not explain the exception of Shiryu. In fact, some particularly tricky curses do not operate according to common logic, such as those from the Du Valley, which are notoriously effective and difficult to guard against. I previously had little understanding of such curses, generally only skimming the surface, but after experiencing 3 authentic curses from their true inheritor today, I've gained some insight and formed a hypothesis. Hearing that Wang Luo had experienced 3 curses, Qin Yu couldn't help but cast a worried glance. You don't need to worry about me. To return to the main topic, to put it bluntly, some curses come with identity recognition functions, providing enhancements to certain groups while being ineffective against others. For example, the curses from Du Valley are basically ineffective against high-level cultivators, such as the curse used by a Keeper of Tribulation cannot be applied to a Saintess or the Valley Master. The heart curse from the Huangling sect also cannot be used on the royal bloodline they serve even if the other party is just immortal. In short, this kind of identity recognition correlates with Shiryu's uniqueness. She is the guardian of Ling Mountain, one of the last surviving outer disciples recorded in the Ascension list. Although she is not part of the official roster, she is still under the name of Ling Mountain. Qingyu was stunned for a long time before murmuring to himself, Ling Mountain. Wasn't it disbanded? Wang Lu replied, the term disbanded is a bit painful, a more accurate term would be decline. However, a declining Ling Mountain is still Ling Mountain, and its associated identity still holds a natural suppressive power against many curses. The specifics of this I am not too clear on, after all my master and senior sisters never shared any stories about curses with me. But it seems that in the past the people of Ling Mountain must have subdued a certain curse master, leading to the transmission of their lineage being bound so that it does not affect the people of Ling Mountain. What you are afflicted with just happens to be this kind, hence it was precisely countered by Shiryu. Wang Lu paused and continued, this explanation may be somewhat forced, but it is the only reasonable explanation at this. Based on this explanation, I have tailored a curse removal plan for you. I cannot say it is foolproof, but it is certainly much more reliable than what any master from Chengguan Temple would have offered you. The current question is, are you willing to accept this plan and change your fate? In response, Qin Yu fell into confusion once more. Wang Lu then provided a more detailed analysis. It is good not to rush an answer, because a shift in fate is not necessarily an entirely beneficial thing. Although your current life is harsh, it is still a sustainable ordinary existence. After changing your fate based on my understanding of the Qin family's bloodline, your life will become entirely different from before. Entirely different. Yes, entirely different. I know you might be wondering if after breaking the curse you could return to how things were in the first 30 years of your life. Not rich or powerful, but everything goes smoothly. Unfortunately, that is impossible. Because the bloodline you inherited from the ancient Qin clan has already manifested, and once a bloodline has manifested, it cannot be retracted even if you die without a trace. Not rich or powerful, but everything goes smoothly. Unfortunately, that is impossible. Because the bloodline you inherited from the... Note that it will be a total reversal, and I do not know how to control this manifestation of bloodline. Fundamentally, I am not a curse master. Wang Luo's tone was serious, causing Qin Yu to feel a sense of uncertainty. To be more clear, in the past 2.5 years, due to a natural aversion from women, you have been wrongfully reported 103 times. Therefore, the reversal would mean that you would face 103 public proposals, all insisting that you are the only one they want to marry, even if they are married. The future described by Wang Lu left Qin Yu in silence for a long time. Clearly, this middle-aged man who had once been admitted to the Xiaoyao Academy and should have had a sharper mind than most had completely lost his imagination regarding romantic fortune. After a long while, he furrowed his brow again and said, "Is such a life really possible? I've never heard of anyone like that." Wang Luo chuckled. "You must never watch mirage performances, right? Those young and handsome lead actors are almost all treated like this. Let alone 2.5 years of practice, within just 2.5 hours they could gather 103 fervent girls willing to have their children. Of course, this is just a joke. In essence, examples of bloodline manifestation like yours have become exceedingly rare in the present world. Before the tribulation, it was common for exceptionally gifted individuals with innate abilities to descend, and they were fought over by various sects as if they were valuable seeds. A natural Tao body like mine is a very typical example. In comparison, romantic fortune is not such an outrageous bloodline." Qin Yu said, "So is it true?" Wang Luo countered, "Why not think from a different perspective? Have you ever seen someone who has been unjustly complained about 103 times in 2 years? Misfortune is indeed real, why can't luck be real too? Moreover, the world is vast, and similar extraordinary individuals and events are not uncommon. Isn't the person before you a great example?" Finally convinced, Qin Yu began to seriously contemplate the life that awaited him after his fate was reversed. Yet the more he delved into it, the more uneasy he became. Years of suffering had instilled in him an instinctive fear of all forms of change, especially when the future ahead seemed so extreme. He had spent over a decade adapting to the current extremes and had no energy left to adjust to another extreme. Just as he resolved to himself, Wang Luo added another remark. "However, one clear benefit of the reversal of fate is that you can meet your daughter without hesitation." This statement obliterated any lingering doubt and panic within Qin Yu. "What should I do?" Wang Luo replied, "Very simple, join the outer sect of Lingshan." What should I do?" "You don't need to do anything at all. As long as you agree, I can register you in the Ascension record right now, and then you will officially be a member of the outer sect." Although the past Lingshan had a rather strict admission procedure, even for the outer sect no procedure could surpass the nod of the Mountain Master. "What will I need to do after joining the outer sect?" At that moment Wang Luo was flipping through the Ascension record, reaching the last page, preparing to add Qin Yu's name under Shiryu's, and paused to consider the question. The usual content would involve understanding the history of Lingshan, establishing a correct value system for the outer sect, and consciously maintaining the interests of Lingshan. However, these matters need not be elaborated on, so I have just one request for you which I hope you can keep in mind. Qin Yu nervously nodded. I will definitely. Could I request that you be a good person and treat every woman kindly? This is a principle upheld by senior brother Qin Muzhou and every member of the Qin family with manifested bloodlines. I am not a member of the Qin family, but I am Qin Musis Jr., so it is only natural for me to educate the next generation on his behalf. Qin Yu was silent for a moment and said seriously, I remember. Then welcome to the outer sect of Lingshan. In the next moment Wang Lu wrote Qin Ye's name in the ascension record. The process was unremarkable. There were no divine phenomena nor any sounds of invisible shackles breaking. Aside from Wang Luo's congratulatory words, there wasn't even an identification document. Yet at this moment Qin Yu had indeed been accepted as a member of the outer sect, and all of his information had been presented in the ascension record. As long as the individual truly agrees, then with just a nod from the mountain master, becoming part of the outer sect is that simple. After all, times have changed. The outer sect's membership is no longer as valuable as it once was. In the ascension record, Qin Yu's information was painfully lacking, with various metrics compared to Shiryu appearing utterly inadequate. He was already advanced in years, having long passed the golden period of cultivation, and the mid-grade golden core he had painstakingly condensed had been destroyed for many years, causing all his foundational cultivation to regress to the foundation establishment stage with no chance of recovery. In fact, even at his peak, Qin Yu could hardly be considered a gifted cultivator. Wang Luo's acceptance of him into the outer sect had nothing to do with his cultivation level. From a character perspective, he seemed rather ordinary, hard-working, pure-hearted. And that was about it, not enough to attract special attention. However, in Wang Luo's view, Qin Yu's character actually surpassed that of Shiryu. He had endured the hardships brought by women for over a decade, suffering to the point of losing his family and becoming a shell of his former self. Yet he bore it all without becoming cynical or seeking revenge on society, simply enduring everything quietly and treating every woman who might harm him with a withdrawn but calm attitude. For over a decade, Shiryu was the only woman who had shown him kindness, and Qin Yu had managed to grasp that rare kindness which led him to meet Wang Luo. Was this not a victory of character? Was it merely luck? Such character, being the legacy of an old friend, undoubtedly warranted a position in the outer sect, especially since Wang Luo currently had something that required the application of his character. As he pondered, Wang Luo closed the ascension record, then extended a finger, allowing the skin on the fingertip to spontaneously open, from which 3 drops of blood floated in the air. In the recent battle, the incantations cast by the red-haired tribulation guard were re-affecting, especially the last curse, which spread widely. Although it did not specifically target you, and you currently show no symptoms, considering that the curse was still on you at the time and that the tribulation guard was indeed a woman. Just to be safe, I will give you 3 drops of my blood. This is the antibody that my body naturally produces after enduring the curse. Swallowing it directly can temporarily enhance your resistance to the curse. Consider it a precaution. Do you have a jade bottle for preservation? Qin Yu hurriedly thanked him and nodded, then rummaged through his miscellaneous bag to find several jade medicine bottles of various shapes, most containing various chronic illness medications essential for middle-aged men. He carefully poured them out one by one and organized them into a new jade bottle, busying himself until he had 3 empty bottles left. Just as he finished, he suddenly heard a call from the street. A woman in a meat factory uniform rushed over, dripping with sweat, and directly said, Qin Yu, why didn't you bring your message talisman? The attendants have been calling for everyone to gather. The meat factory is resuming partial operations tonight. Everyone on duty needs to report. Qin Yu was taken aback. Resuming operations. Now. The female worker nodded. Yes, that's what the higher-ups requested. In any case, I've notified you, so don't be late. All right, I still need to go call others. You. As she was about to leave, the female worker suddenly frowned and said softly, you don't look well. Do you want me to help you ask for a leave? Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly shook his head. No need, no need. I'm going to report to the factory shortly. You. Just go about your business. As the female worker left with some reluctance, Qin Yu finally revealed an unprecedented expression of shock. She just. Wang Luo smiled and nodded. Congratulations, you have successfully entered the realm of the Qin family. When Qin Yu returned to the meat factory, he felt as if the entire world had become incomprehensibly strange. Or rather, half of it had turned utterly unfamiliar. The indifference, disdain, contempt, and even overt hostility that once filled half the world had vanished entirely. People did not immediately turn their attitudes around. Qin Yu did not see anyone kneeling before him in fervent adoration, nor any woman declaring she would marry no one but him. However, the old acquaintances who used to spit and roll their eyes at the sight of him had clearly changed their demeanor. For instance, Aunt Yang, who sold cooked food at the end of Shangshan Road, no longer threatened him with a kitchen knife as she had before, but instead frowned tightly, rubbing her eyes vigorously as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. The little girl selling candy in the alley before the rain did not scream and run away like she used to. Instead, she hesitated, tilted her head, stared at him for a long time, then suddenly grabbed a small bag of candy and stuffed it into his hand before darting away. For a moment Qin Yu felt as if he were in a dream. However, he knew this beautiful dream would not last long because something even better lay ahead. The reversal of fate is not something that happens overnight. Just as he had spent a year being cursed from the wasteland to his family's downfall. Whether it's a peach blossom luck or a peach blossom calamity, it is not a powerful ability that forcibly hypnotizes and manipulates others' consciousness like a toy. Having been a public enemy for 2.5 years in Shiji, it was impossible for him to transform overnight into a Mirage Dragon King, bringing forth water wherever he went. The process of people overcoming their past prejudices and establishing new affections is a long one, and just how long it would take is something even Wang Lu could not accurately calculate. He could only say that all would be revealed in time. Of course, Qin Yu did not expect the life of a Mirage Dragon King. The current moment of peace already brought him great comfort, and he hoped this process could last forever. With such a mindset, after returning to his familiar post, Qin Yu quickly entered work mode. Sitting at the central position of the guard booth, he held a copper mirror tangled with vines connecting his divine sense to it, sharing the view of dozens of tree eyes within the factory. Almost the entire meat factory came into view except for the highly classified internal areas. Normally, monitoring the factory was not his main job. The same type of copper mirrors were available with the guard team, and their permissions were higher than what he had. When encountering thieves who intruded into the factory, it was the guards who would capture them. It was not his place as someone who couldn't even properly establish a foundation. Qin Yu's primary job was simply to watch the gate relay messages and occasionally send and receive deliveries from Bai Chung Tong and Wan Jiangue phone. However, throughout his life, Qin Yu had always adhered to the principle of doing everything to the best of his ability. Since there was this copper mirror in the booth, he would keep a close eye on every piece of land in the factory without affecting his main duties. The night shift passed quickly. The hasty reopening of the meat factory caused a minor commotion, but it was quickly quelled under the busy hands of the stewards. By midnight, everything became orderly, allowing Qin Yu, who was stationed at the guard booth, to finally relax. He adjusted the lotus platform beneath him, spreading out a few petals behind him to form a soft and comfortable reclining chair. He leaned back, still holding onto the copper mirror just right to give his weary old back a moment of rest. However, perhaps due to the stimulating experiences of the evening, his spirit was already fatigued. Once he lay down, his eyelids quickly grew heavy and he fell into a deep sleep involuntarily. This slumber was not peaceful. Dreams filled with fantastical images surged forth. At times he seemed to return to the first 30 years of his life, living a peaceful and leisurely existence. At other times he felt as if he had fallen into an unprecedented abyss where his most cherished daughter looked at him with a fiercely disdainful expression. Sometimes he found himself in the realm of the Qin family described by Wang Lu, surrounded by voluptuous and slender figures in absurd situations. Suddenly he awoke from this absurdity. Upon waking, he felt a haze in his mind, his throat parched and painful, and his entire body felt as if the blood had congealed. Qin Yu's heart sank as he remembered Wang Luo's words before their parting. In the life and death battle outside Boyu Manor, the red-haired woman had unleashed spells multiple times that caused area damage, especially the last time when she cursed with her life. That malicious intent swept through like a gale. Although he hadn't felt it at the time, he likely had been affected. And that malicious curse clearly had no identity recognition. Fortunately, Wang Luo had been thorough in his planning, preparing 3 bottles of anti-curse medicine for him. Qin Yu fished out a vial from his storage bag, tremblingly bringing the blood to his lips. The taste was akin to the spicy oil from Haijiu, though it was only a drop. It instantly filled his mouth with a burning sensation. Fortunately, the pain did not last long. As the power from the blood circulated through his body, the burning quickly transformed into a purifying coolness. Qin Yu felt all the previous discomforts rapidly fading at an astonishing speed. It truly was a divine medicine, and this was merely a drop of his blood. For some reason, Qin Yu suddenly recalled a certain tale from a fairy tale about a wandering monk adorned with treasures. However, in that story, the monk needed a disciple to protect him to wander normally, while in reality Wang Luo could likely single-handedly conquer all the mountains. Just as he was lost in thought, Qin Yu suddenly felt the copper mirror in his hand growing slightly warm. It was a warning signal from a tree eye. He immediately focused his attention, but everything appeared normal, as if the warning was merely a sporadic malfunction of a certain tree eye. However, Qin Yu was a serious person. He quickly reached into his storage bag, pulled out a self-drawn talisman and affixed it to the copper mirror. Instantly the vines at the edges of the mirror began to twist and grow. Currently he was devoid of possessions, but he still retained the basics he had learned at the Leisure Academy and honed at the Taishu workshop. While he could no longer perform complex techniques, he could still handle simple interferences aimed at tree eyes with ease. As for the current situation, where the copper mirror issued a warning but the tree eye showed no signs of abnormalities, he had encountered countless similar instances during his previous work in maintaining the Taishu painting. He could not count how many self-important Taishu practitioners had tried to exploit flaws in the painting for their own gain, showcasing truly diverse and clever techniques. In comparison, the current situation was far too trivial. Soon the vines on the copper mirror stopped twisting and Qin Yu's vision became clear. In the abandoned cold storage at the southwest corner of the meat factory, there was unexpectedly an uninvited guest. Qin Yu quickly adjusted the view of the tree eye, magnifying the image, and soon discerned that it was a silver-haired woman currently curled up in the corner, displaying an expression of immense pain. Qin remained silent for a long while pulling out a vial of mind-clearing oil from his storage bag, placing 2 drops on his temple. However, the image presented by his divine sense showed no changes. What he saw was not a mere illusion from waking up late. That woman Gu Shishir, who had once hired for murder and wielded overwhelming power, was now lying alone in the abandoned cold storage. Qin simply could not understand the reason for Gu Shishir's presence here. As the leader of a special task force, she had temporarily taken residence at the meat factory to investigate the case of food poisoning. Qin was well aware of this. Given Gu Shishir's identity and behavior, she should have been in Zhang Fuhong's office surrounded by a group of elite individuals from the upper district looking down condescendingly at the lives of those on Stone Street. She should never have appeared alone in an abandoned cold storage, huddled in a pitiful and wretched state like a dying stray dog. Qin was filled with questions, hesitating to act rashly. Instead, he adjusted his position to observe the situation inside more clearly. Gu Shishir appeared to be in very dire straits. Her signature glossy silver hair had darkened at the ends to a charred black, and her face was marred with bluish streaks of blood, making her look fearsome. Her breathing was faint, and blackened blood trickled slowly from the corner of her mouth. Qin instinctively moved to call for help, but saw Gu Shishir suddenly open her eyes, locking her gaze onto the direction of the tree eye. After all, she was an elite with a high-grade golden core. Her solid fundamental skills made Qin feel inadequate. Yet in the next moment he witnessed the solidly skilled elite Gu Shishir revealing a gaze, almost pleading, gently shaking her head. Qin's mouth fell open in disbelief, feeling the rapid changes of this world were hard to adapt to even with prior mental preparation. That proud daughter of the Gu family was actually pleading with him. If it were an ordinary person, they would undoubtedly feel a sense of satisfaction, wishing for Gu Shishir to be even more wretched. She led the special task force to rampage through Stone Street, forcing its residents to bear the blame for the food poisoning and even publicly humiliating Qin in front of everyone, ultimately even hiring someone to kill. Such a wicked person ending up in this situation could only be described as deserving of her fate. Yet Qin sighed with closed eyes, and through the tree eye he asked Gu Shishir, "What do you want?" Gu Shishir immediately suppressed her weakness, her gaze turning sharp as she glared at him fiercely, saying, "Don't worry about me." However, after a moment Gu Shishir said, "I need spirit-restoring water and Xingyo drink. Do you have any?" Both of these are common supplements. For a middle-aged man suffering from chronic illnesses and working night shifts, they would naturally be in stock. Xingyo turned his gaze and saw a whole box of various supplements in the wardrobe at the post. "Bring them to me and I will reward you. Don't make a fuss, come alone." Qin hesitated for a moment before responding, "All right." Moments later, standing in front of the abandoned cold storage, Qin suddenly felt somewhat absurd. He had actually come alone with the supplements as she requested. His mind truly was not normal, he was beyond saving. In this situation his first choice should have been to find Wang Lu for revenge. Unfortunately, he discovered that Wang Lu was currently unreachable when trying to contact him with a spirit talisman. However, unable to contact Wang Lu, he should at least notify the Qingping office or the security team at the meat factory to apprehend her. Gu Shishir was severely injured and appeared to be hiding, clearly feeling guilty. As a worker at the meat factory, what reason did he have to protect a thief? Yet thinking of her pleading gaze, Qin simply could not harden his heart. Just as he had never been able to be harsh towards anyone who had harmed him in the past 10 years. Whether it was his betraying wife, unjust officials from the civil administration, or even those unfamiliar women who had framed him, Qin had never harbored thoughts of revenge due to his suffering. This mindset left many perplexed. Even Wang Lu had sharply commented while drinking, saying that extreme misfortune often leaves the victim partially to blame. Yet it was through such a nature that Qin could numb himself to endure over a decade of life. With a sigh, Qin pushed open the door of the cold storage, and in the next moment a sharp sword aura brushed past his cheek. Qin stood stunned for a long time, only realizing that he had narrowly escaped death. Perhaps due to the experiences outside of Boya Manor, his sense of fear had dulled. For a moment he didn't even have time to be scared and quietly said, "It's me, just as you said, I came alone." In the darkness, Gu Shishir's voice emerged. "Have you mentioned this to anyone else?" Qin shook his head. "Good, put the items down and you can leave. Just remember not to speak of this." Qin asked, "Should I just leave them at the door?" Gu Shishir remained silent for a moment before saying, "Come closer and place them in front of me." Qin did not hesitate, moving forward in the dark. He had patrolled this abandoned cold storage countless times over the past 2 years and could navigate it even with his eyes closed. Soon he reached the corner, placing several bottles of spirit-restoring water and Xingyo drink in front of Gu Shishir. "Is this enough? I also brought some common medicines." He heard Gu Shishir ask in surprise, "It's you? The one who got reported? Why are you here? Aren't you afraid he'll kill you to silence you?" Qin countered, "Then why are you doing this? Hiring someone to kill is going too far." "I didn't." Gu Shishir suddenly became agitated, sitting upright, her eyes bleeding. "I didn't order them to kill. Someone is scheming against me." Qin could not help but ask again, "Just like you schemed against the people of Stone Street." Gu Shishir furiously replied, I did not frame you. It's you. Mid-sentence her complexion suddenly turned pale, the bluish streaks of blood on her face pulsing as if activated by parasitic worms, and in the next moment she involuntarily spewed a mouthful of foul-smelling black blood. Qin Yu was also taken aback because the way she vomited black blood was exactly as Wang Luo had described. You've been cursed. However, Gu Shishir was already unable to respond. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, she lost consciousness and collapsed, her silver hair staining with filthy blood soon emitting a corrosive sound. Qin Yu hurriedly set down the supplements, enveloping his arms in true essence, lifting Gu Shishir out of the filthy blood. At this point her complexion had completely turned a deathly shade of blue, resembling a corpse from the underworld, her life hanging by a thread. Thus Qin Yu did not hesitate. He could only sigh inwardly about how the master of Ling Mountain truly was a master strategist. He took out the anti-curse elixir that Wang Luo had given him from his bag and delivered a drop of that blood into Gu Shishir's mouth. The bluish hue on the woman's face quickly began to dissipate, and the malicious curse from the valley of misery that had nearly pushed her to her death vanished with the effect of that drop of blood. However, even if the curse was broken, the damage caused prior would not disappear. Gu Shishir remained unconscious, her silver hair devoid of luster, and because the curse had eroded her internal organs, her life force was still gradually draining away. Qin Yu looked at her for a long time before sighing again, his already bitter face becoming even more so. When Gu Shishir woke up, it felt as though she had just experienced a nightmare. With her mind still hazy, she opened her eyes to see several dim greenish lights quietly blooming in the darkness. With the faint light she realized she was lying on a soft bed made of lotus petals, beside which sat a brand new cup filled with the spirit-reviving water she had specifically requested. It took her a few seconds to comprehend that she was in the guard booth at the main entrance, which startled her into trying to struggle to sit up. However, the overwhelming weakness that enveloped her body rendered her immobile. With no other choice, she took a few deep breaths, attempting to call upon the golden core within her. And the golden core, previously shrouded by a curse and covered in dust, finally began to flicker with a faint light in response to its master's will. True essence flowed from the golden core, nourishing her battered body, which finally gave Gu Shishir a sense of safety. She then focused her mind and saw several clocks in her sea of consciousness, each clearly indicating the time. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, the time of the tiger, and she had been unconscious for over an hour. This realization sent a shiver down her spine, yet also offered her an inexplicable sense of relief. Even though it had only been a little over an hour, the fact that no one had come looking for her meant that the situation at Bolin Manor had not reached the worst-case scenario. Thus she was essentially safe. Just then the door of the guard booth creaked open and a stooped figure slipped in through the night. Gu Shishir instinctively reached for the talisman at her waist, but relaxed when she recognized the person's identity. It's you. Did you bring me here? My curse. Qin Yu nodded and then lifted his hand, placing a blue pouch next to the lotus bed. He said, I noticed you were still very weak after breaking the curse, so I went to the infirmary and got a set of healing herbs. Don't worry, no one else knows you're here. Gu Shishir glanced at the pouch, feeling a stir in her heart, and then restrained herself to ask, why did you save me? Qin Yu countered, why would I let someone die before my eyes? Gu Shishir remained silent for a long while before saying, I didn't hire anyone to kill. Qin Yu sighed, I was there at the scene and I saw it clearly. Those 3 were hunters from the southern wilderness, clearly here to kill. Gu Shishir's eyes widened in disbelief as she propped herself up. You. Are you all right? Qin Yu was surprised by her reaction and took a step back, shaking his head. I'm fine, I only endured a bit of the aftermath and it's all been resolved now. But you, why were you also cursed? Gu Shishir's expression darkened as she gritted her teeth. We were all schemed against. Those 3 thought I had concealed crucial information, leading them to misjudge their opponent's strength, resulting in their team's demise. So at the last moment some of them cursed me as retaliation. But I never instructed them to kill. Even if I were foolish, I wouldn't hire someone at this moment. How many eyes are watching Shiji? If a major incident occurs, I as the head of this special team will be the first to bear the brunt. Qin Yu nodded as it all made sense. However, considering the usual conduct of the wealthy and powerful in the upper city, he felt that her explanation lacked weight. What does it matter if so many eyes are upon her? She dared to openly pin the food poisoning incident on Shiji, so she could just as openly hire someone to kill. To those big shots, people from Shiji are no different from ants. Gu Shishir, seeing that Qin Yu did not believe her, grew agitated. The logic is clear before your eyes and you still don't trust me. Then call someone from the Qingping department to arrest me and convict me, allowing the true mastermind to laugh all night long. Qin Yu shook his head and handed the blue pouch back to her. You need to take the internal injury medicine quickly. Gu Shishir took the pouch and after a long pause quietly said, thank you, I will repay you later. Qin Yu fell silent again, merely standing by holding a copper mirror and observing the situation in the factory area. Everything remained orderly. The workers who had been urgently summoned were busy preparing to resume work while the guards patrolled listlessly according to routine, arguing over the scheduling issues. There was no sign of any anomalies. The only abnormality was Gu Shishir, who lay not far away. Xinyu simply could not understand why Gu Shishir, cursed by that red-haired guardian, did not immediately seek a famous doctor for treatment but instead lay alone in the abandoned cold storage waiting to die. As if she had heard his inner question, Gu Shishir began to explain, "In the evening I was suddenly cursed and severely injured. However, before I could begin healing, the secret guards from Bolan Manor came with an internal edict to take me back, claiming I had openly hired an assassin, bringing huge trouble to my family in Bolan Manor. I used every method to lead them away, and then I encountered you." Upon hearing this, Qin couldn't help but frown. Everything sounded quite logical. Yet previously Wang Lu had personally said that she had hired someone to kill the words of the Mountain Lord of Ling Mountain. Could not be wrong, could they? With the reversal of fate, the torment of over a decade was dissipated without a trace, and in Qinya's heart Wang Lu had established an unshakable faith. Gu Shishir, seeing his silence, felt a wave of grievance and helplessness. She sighed and explained, "I did hire someone, but I only wanted to find out the truth about Wang Lu. That person was mysterious and powerful, yet appeared at this crucial moment to stir up the situation on Shiji. The information in Xingping department merely described them as a wandering guest from the southern wilderness, which was absurd. So I entrusted someone to investigate. After all, my primary opponent ahead is none other than Wang Lu. But for some reason the letter I sent to the Taishu Dark Hall was swapped out and replaced with an order to hire an assassin. When the secret guards came with my letter, I was more surprised than anyone else." Upon hearing this, no matter how biased Qin was toward Wang Lu, he believed about 4 or 5 parts of Gu Shishi's words. He then lifted a spiritual talisman, preparing to contact Wang Lu for a direct confrontation. Gu Shishir sighed, knowing that no matter what she said she could not immediately gain Qinya's trust. After all, just a short while ago she had publicly made him a typical example and insulted him with harsh words. It was strange, why had she been so harsh at that time? He clearly was not a bad person. After a moment, Qin helplessly shook his head, putting the spiritual talisman away. The Mountain Lord of Ling Mountain remained unreachable, and the confrontation he had anticipated would naturally be postponed. Unable to confront and prove the truth, Qin found himself at a loss for words. He saved Gu Shishir because she needed saving, but after saving her he had no intention of meddling further, as that was not something a mere gatekeeper of a meat factory could involve himself in. Yet during Qinya's silence, Gu Shishir spoke up. "I saw in the information that you once cultivated the golden core at the Carefree Academy." She paused, revealing a smile that even she did not understand the reason for. "In that case I should actually call you senior brother. My golden core was also formed at the Carefree Academy. At the end of Xiangshan Road, a seemingly ordinary small restaurant is still illuminated by its dim lights as 2 outstanding graduates from the Free and Easy Academy reconnect with their fellow practitioners. At 3 in the morning, most of the people in Stone Street have long since gone to rest, leaving only a few young individuals oblivious to tomorrow, singing loudly on the streets while clutching barrels of wine, only to be intimidated by the patrolling figures in blue. However, there are quite a few night shift workers who have just found a moment of respite to satisfy their rumbling stomachs. This dimly lit little eatery is the ideal place for the night owls. In Stone Street, everyone knows that the best home-cooked meals are at Laohong, while the gourmet dishes are best at Shishang Qingchuan in front of Xiaobai Lu, but neither of these establishments operates late into the night. The most ideal destination for night shift workers is this small restaurant named Mei Yuan at the end of Xiangshan Road. The restaurant is always filled with the smoky aroma of worldly delicacies, with barbecued meat, stir-fried dishes, pickled vegetables and rice wine, weaving together a culinary melody for the late night. Yet on this particular night, Mei Yuan is quiet to the point that the swaying lanterns outside seem like will-o'-the-wisps. Inside there is only one table of guests. A young man in an exquisite silk shirt with a wooden box and jade bottle at his waist is intently examining the greasy menu on the table, inquiring with the owner about the preparation methods and secrets of these late-night snacks. The owner of Mei Yuan is not typically a patient person, yet he is presently responding earnestly to the young man's questions. After all, no matter how temperamental one may be, facing a customer who can spend 200,000 spirit leaves to book the entire place. More importantly, a customer who can produce the deed to the shop, one must manage their emotions first. Moreover, this esteemed guest possesses an extraordinary charm, speaking in an unexpectedly approachable manner, completely devoid of the arrogance typical of the upper-class elites. His evident interest in culinary arts leads to a delightful exchange that subtly cultivates a sense of camaraderie. This young man, who calls himself Bo Gonzi, possesses such charisma. However, just as the two are enjoying their conversation, the door of the shop is suddenly flung open. The owner immediately turns around, lowering his eyelids as he coldly states, "We're not open tonight, please leave." Yet the newcomer does not stop, striding directly towards Bo Gonzi. Bo Gonzi stands up, cupping his hands in greeting, and says to the owner, "My esteemed guest has finally arrived, boss. You may serve the dishes now." "Alright then, I'll get started." "Newcomer, you take care of the customers," the owner says before slipping into the kitchen from behind the counter. Bo Gonzi then calls the only waiter in the restaurant to set up a long bench for his guest, pouring tea before bowing slightly and saying, "Boss Zhang, please take a seat." The newcomer is none other than Zhang Yu, the wealthiest man in Stone Street, yet at this moment he bears a face of shock and anger, with his blue hat askew, rendering its mystical obscurity compromised and completely forgotten. After the waiter steps aside, Zhang Yu sits down directly and questions bluntly what exactly is going on with Jin Lanwu. Buying a hit in broad daylight, are you trying to incite a riot on Stone Street? This matter is certainly not the doing of Jin Lanwu. Boss Zhang, please do not speak carelessly. I know some things can be done but not spoken of, and I do not expect you to admit it. But the situation has worsened. Regardless of what Jin Lanwu intended, it is best to rethink your plans. Bo Gongzi laughed. I didn't expect Boss Zhang to want to teach me about the situation. Well, I can understand your anger. After the incident at Boyu Manor, you were probably discreetly summoned by the Qingping Bureau for questioning. After all, you are not without suspicion as the hired killer. Indeed, they won't say it aloud, but in their hearts they all consider me one of the suspects, especially since I suffered the greatest loss during the day and have the strongest motive for revenge against Wang Lu. Rest assured, tomorrow morning they will issue a clarification notice within the Qingping Bureau to completely eliminate your suspicion. I fear that the main aim is to clear Gu Shishir's suspicion. This matter is indeed quite strange. Although she has a stubborn and obstinate side in her dealings, directly hiring a killer is somewhat beyond her usual style. From the latest clues, it seems she may also have been framed. So we should clear the suspicions that need clearing. Zhang Yu said, I fear her elders have made sufficient deals to ensure she is framed. If Boss Zhang wants to understand it that way, that's fine. Anyway, the news I have is that the secret guards of Bolan Manor, after a thorough internal investigation, confirmed that Gu Shishir is not the killer and the true culprit behind the hired assassination is still under intense scrutiny. Alright then, if Gu team leader's suspicion has been cleared, what about me? Your situation is different from hers. Even if the surface level suspicion is removed, you still can't stop the rumors below. Bo Gongzi nodded, pushing his teacup forward once more, saying, Boss Zhang, why don't you have a sip of tea to calm down and consider this question? Is it really necessary to clear this suspicion? What kind of talk is this? Bo Gongzi surveyed the other man with a bemused expression until Zhang Yu visibly shrank back, then said, You have no way back now. Whether it's murder or arson, what you need to do now is to implement the matters we previously discussed at all costs. Only in this way can the Zhang family have a future. Zhang Yu stammered, I understand. He lifted his teacup and drank down the bitter coarse tea, sighing, I understand the reasoning, but how do we implement it now? Should I follow your lead and continue hiring assassins like Gu Shishir? Bo Gongzi immediately shook his head. No. This time has opened my eyes. 3 level 2 hunters from the wilderness, still armed with cursed artifacts, were actually ambushed and killed without any weapons. According to the Spectre's reconstruction of the scene, the entire incident may have taken less than 20 seconds. Such a story the generals of the Rongqing Guard Corps would not dare to tell at a banquet. Thus Gu Shishir has actually taught us an important lesson this time. In the future, never entertain any wrongful thoughts about using violence unless you are confident you can summon a regular army equipped with heavy weapons to encircle and kill. One can only say it is fortunate that he is a good person, otherwise I wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Zhang Yu was taken aback. If that's the case, isn't this matter even more unsolvable? Now that the Jade Talisman has returned, Stone Street entirely belongs to Shiryu. With her temperament and with Wang Lu backing her, how could she actively abolish the autonomous charter of Stone Street? Bo Gongzi said, Here I must correct 2 misconceptions of Boss Zhang. The first is that Stone Street does not belong to Shiryu. Even at the height of the Shir family's power 1,000 years ago, Stone Street was a reward granted by the Lord, and its ownership still rests with Jin Lu Hall. The autonomy of Stone Street does not necessarily require anyone's consent. If it truly hinders the larger picture, Jin Lu Hall is not incapable of forcibly stripping this place of its autonomy. Zhang Yu seemed to realize something and murmured, So as long as the autonomy of Stone Street hinders the larger picture. But that is just a theoretical scenario. When it truly comes to the point where Stone Street obviously hinders the overall situation, whether you are a local of Stone Street or from Jin Lanwu or even Bolan Manor and those in charge, even Governor Han, you are all likely to lose the trust of Jin Lu Hall, which would be counterproductive. Zhang Yu nodded. So actions must be taken with more care, allowing Shiryu to hinder the larger picture while preventing Stone Street from doing so. Bo Gongzi chuckled. Boss Zhang, your direct interpretation is a bit overwhelming for me. It was my slip of the tongue. I'll have this drink as an apology. Zhang Yu also laughed, taking a wine jug from his waist and pouring out 2 cups of fragrant immortal brew. However, the next moment a figure swiftly approached, placing a plate of spicy chicken feet on the table, then said, Our establishment does not allow outside beverages, not even for private bookings. Bo Gongzi and Zhang Yu both looked up in unison, only to see a plain-looking young waiter in uniform wearing a cold expression as he served the dishes while reminding them of the restaurant's rules. Wang Lu discovered that he truly had a connection with this thin young man. He did not come to Meiyuan to work out of intent, rather it was merely a coincidence. After addressing Qingya's fate issues, he found himself free at night and thought to find a place to work and save money so he could quickly return to Lingshan to exchange for a couple of books to read. At that time the best opportunity nearby was the night snack shop Meiyuan, where the boss temporarily recruited help to entertain distinguished guests. His old friend Lao Hong recommended him a master chef, and then Wang Luo once again stood beside a fated person listening to a wonderful performance. The information was quite substantial and many previously unclear questions received reasonable explanations, while also confirming Wang Luo's suspicion Gu Shishir was indeed not the real culprit and the act of hiring someone to commit murder was being subtly manipulated by someone behind the scenes. However, objectively speaking, the amount of information was still insufficient and many key details remained shrouded in mist, such as where the turning point that would change the fate of Shiji came from. What resources was Boiliang Manor willing to expend to seize the opportunity? And who exactly was this thin young man? If possible, Wang Luo actually wanted to hear this thin young man continue speaking. Unfortunately, he was there to work, not to listen to a play. Thus, as a dedicated worker, he had to maintain order in the shop at all times. If it was said that no drinks were allowed, then absolutely no drinks could be brought in. Thus the night snack gathering that was expected to last a long time could only come to an abrupt end. The boss of Meiyuan was not angry due to his inability to showcase his skills. Instead, he greatly admired Wang Luo's professional attitude and promised that if there was an opportunity in the future, he must come to work regularly with wages based on the standards of Lao Hong's shop. Wang Luo happily agreed, and after collecting his wages and bidding farewell to the boss, he slowly walked along the road leading to the upper town. On this road there still lingered the scent of the thin young man. The fragrance he used was quite special, extremely faint yet capable of suppressing all other odors. Using such a fragrance was typically meant to conceal one's true identity. Wang Luo, possessing an innate Dao body and with senses far sharper than ordinary people, could not discern the underlying scent beneath the fragrance. Thus he could only follow along to see for himself. Just as the thin young man in Zhang Yu had confirmed, the key figure on Shiji at this moment was not Shiryu but Wang Luo himself. Wang Luo also confirmed that in this situation his opponent was not Gu Shishir but the thin young man. The road to the upper town basically had to pass under Wanqing Bridge, but this time as he reached under the bridge, Wang Luo could not help but stop. The scent here suddenly vanished as if it had disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace behind. But this was unreasonable. Even with techniques like cloud sailing or shrinking the distance, it was impossible for residual scents to disappear so abruptly. The only explanation was that a highly skilled practitioner had helped him conceal his tracks here. Wang Luo himself was not adept at tracking. He had only learned a fair bit of anti-tracking skills from his senior sister. Currently following the thin young man was purely thanks to his keen senses, and once he encountered a highly skilled opponent he could only halt there. But Wang Luo was not discouraged. A failed tracking attempt was also a kind of gain. At least he could confirm that the identity of the thin young man was definitely fake, yet he had a deep connection with Jinlanwu and Boiliang Manor, even holding a status above Gu Shishir. Such a person was likely rare in the entire Rongqing, and he planned to find time to obtain a public record from the Zhaotang to research slowly. He would surely be able to find something. As for now, Wang Luo turned his steps toward the eastern district of Rongqing. Because he had just discovered that the messaging spiritual talismans he carried recorded several messages from Qinyu. Previously, while working at Meiyuan, he had been fully focused on his work and had not even finished listening to the performance, and naturally he would not put down his tasks to converse with Qinyu. Not slacking off at work was Wang Luo's basic principle. At this moment, as he unfolded the spiritual talisman, he could not help but feel amused. As expected from the Qin family's domain, the effect was even better than anticipated. Now that he had nothing to do, it was time to test the remarkable results of Qinyu's fate reversal. In fact, even before finding the method to break the curse, Wang Luo had already considered using Qinyu as a pawn to counter Gu Shishir. Because Gu Shishir was truly troublesome. Coming from the Gu family of Boiliang Manor, she had a distinguished background and held significant power, yet she did not belong to the official system of the Jinlu Hall, not even having condensed her Dao heart, making her a perfect six-sided warrior with power but no obligations. Under the premise of lawful conduct, Wang Luo actually had no way to deal with such an opponent unless Gu Shishir could also have a fat son who had endured hardship for over a decade. Or unless Wang Luo had someone by his side who was a complete inheritor of the Qin bloodline. Of course, Wang Luo did not truly regard Qinyu as his trump card against Gu Shishir. After all, putting aside whether Qinyu was willing to throw himself into the fray to gain Gu Shishir's favor. The Qin bloodline was not omnipotent. Its essence was merely to enhance affection and facilitate connections with the opposite sex, roughly equivalent to a second or third-tier illusionist. Given Gu Shishi's perspective, she might not even look at a first-tier artist. Qinyu, a novice in the realm of romance, would naturally have limited impact on Gu Shishir. Thus Wang Luo merely viewed Qinyu as an ordinary move on the chessboard, good if it could shift the situation a bit, but he did not truly expect him to turn the tide. Unexpectedly, Qinya's performance exceeded all expectations. By the time he arrived at the meat factory, it was already past the middle of the tiger hour. The night was deep and dark like an endless abyss, with faint sounds of people snoring and the soft chirping of insects harmonizing, making the surroundings feel even more desolate. Only at the front gate of the meat factory there were a man and a woman happily conversing. "So, senior brother, you just accepted that judgment and left with nothing?" Don't you think that's unfair? What can be done about unfairness? She has made up her mind, and with a daughter in tow, if I continue to entangle with her, it will only drag my daughter into an unhappy life. Then why bother? With your submissive nature, no wonder you've been complained about over 100 times in the past 2 years. This won't do. You must fight for your rightful interests till the end. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu couldn't help but scoff while simultaneously pulling open the gate of the booth. At the same moment, a sharp sword she rushed toward him, aimed directly at his vital point, but Wang Lu did not evade. He met it heat with his flesh and blood. With a dull sound of a sharp weapon slicing through flesh, Wang Luo's head leaned back slightly, and a tiny insignificant white dot appeared on his forehead. Wang Luo touched the wound on his head and commented, "Not bad at all, as expected of a military-grade flying sword. An average person would have had their brains splattered by now. With how ruthless team leader Gu is, aren't you afraid of being identified as someone who hires a killer?" Yet Gu Shishir coldly laughed. 3 second-tier wilderness hunters couldn't kill you. What can a mere flying sword do to you? As for hiring a killer, since you are here looking for me rather than Boiliang Manor's secret guards, it's clear that this matter has already reached a conclusion and I am merely a victim. When facing anyone other than Xin Yu, Gu Shishir immediately resumed her usual demeanor, and even her silver hair shone with renewed luster as she spoke. Wang Luo in response simply stated, "The true victim in this matter is but one standing right beside you. Had I not instantly killed 3 people back then, Xin Yu would have long been silenced by them." Upon mentioning Xin Yu, Gu Shishi's almost motionless silver hair immediately drooped and the sharpness in her gaze softened. "I'm sorry, I truly had no intention of doing so." To this, Wang Luo could only feel a sense of awe. The Qin family's domain was indeed terrifying.